Chapter 1 Dragon Ball World, Full Universe, 7th Universe, North Galaxy, Earth. AI 753. In a suburban house about 30 kilometers east of the western capital, a 16 or 17-year-old boy lying on the ground slowly opened his confused eyes. This is... The boy covered his faintly aching head, sat up and looked around blankly. As far as the eye can see, the first thing the boy sees is an ancient table of 8 immortals and several long benches, which in the past era basically had in every household, and on the table was a radio that was not supposed to be in this era and a set of simple teapots and tea bowls. I don't seem to have such a table in my house. There was a trace of doubt in the young man's eyes, and he was still a little confused for a while when he just woke up, and he couldn't react, and subconsciously turned his head to look up. It was a small room. In addition to the 8 immortal table and benches, there was an old mahogany cabinet, an equally old wooden bed, some simple but very clean. On the other side, there are 2 closed wooden doors, and open windows, and the young man sitting on the ground can still see the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. Looking at everything in front of him, the teenager's originally confused brain was shaken, his eyes suddenly rounded, and his eyes were full of shock and dazedness. Where is this? The boy got up directly from the ground in surprise, standing in the room and scanning everything around him in disbelief. Shouldn't I be sleeping at home? Is it the prank of those bastards? No, they can't have the keys to my house, and I didn't drink and didn't sleep very hard, how could someone move here quietly? Besides, in the city, there is no such place like the countryside. One speculation after another kept flashing through the teenager's mind, and then it was rejected. Could it be? Did I cross over? The teenager grew up mouth full. Although the popularity of travel novels in this era is actually true, basically everyone understands the so-called crossing of a loss, but that's a work of art, it's a fantasy thing. How could it really exist? The boy's face had an incredible depth, but the boy couldn't believe it when he looked at the blue grass and blue sky outside the window. This was the scenery in the city where he lived. As the saying goes, eliminate all the impossible, and the rest is even in the unthinkable, that is the truth. Calm down, I want to calm down. The young man held his head and kept talking to himself, but there was no trace of calming down on his face, but he also began to think. The boy's name is Chi Tian, is an ordinary people living in the little blue ball Huaxia Republic. From birth to school to enter the society, everything is ordinary, without the slightest brilliance. His hobby is to read novels and anime. It is a lighthouse. Before crossing, it is also normal to go to work and sleep. I didn't wake up, maybe it was because I was drugged. Chi Tian kept looking for a reason, instinctively or actively ignored all the evidence that proved that he had crossed. After all, crossing this kind of thing sounds very good, and the novel is also very interesting, but when it really happens, I am afraid that not many people are willing to give up a peaceful and well-lived life to choose an unknown crossing. After talking to himself in the room for a while, Chi Tian did not dare to push open the door and go out, but turned his head to look at the radio on the table. Although Chi Tian has not used this thing much, he has never seen pig running and has not eaten pork. 3 steps and 2 steps, Chi Tian rushed directly to the table, reached out and pressed the switch of the radio, and a sizzling sound sounded from the radio. Chi Tian's face showed a hint of hesitation. Although he is very panicked now, but the basic common sense is still there. Just now in the window he looked out, this room is basically surrounded by grassland like hills, within a few hundred meters of his eyes, except for the fence outside, he did not see the second building. In this case, if you want to know the information, this radio is the best and only option. But what if you really cross over and are not in the original world? Chi Tian looked at his immature hands, with hesitation on his face, although it was almost certain, but what if it wasn't? After hesitating for about 2 or 3 seconds, Chi Tianyi gritted his teeth and pressed his finger directly on a button with an arrow on the radio. With that sizzling sound disappearing, there was a sound on the radio. The 12th Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference has officially started now. After an intense qualifier, we selected 8 players from a total of 128 players who participated in the competition, and the next 8 players will face off in a knockout format, who will spend the title of the world's #1 and the prize money of 500,000 yuan. The first match starts now. Yamacha player versus Tianjin Rice player, please play. The voice on the radio kept coming, but Qi Tian's whole person was stupid, staring at the radio blankly, his eyes and face were full of disbelief, and a touch of horror. Dragon Dragon Ball. Qi Tian's face turned a little pale. Even if Qi Tian is not a heavy two-hedged ape control, but for Dragon Ball, which was once a popular anime, it is simply a lie. Crossing without crossing. It didn't matter now, after all, although he didn't want to accept it before, from those hands that were much more immature than him, Qi Tian also faintly sensed that he had really crossed. The key now is that the world he travels through looks like Dragon Ball. That strong person is like a cloud, the universe is full of dangers, and there are countless Dragon Ball worlds. In this world, although it is not as dangerous as the ordinary world, human life is directly like grass mustard, but under the exploding star, the life on the entire planet as a background plate is probably not as dead as grass mustard. Although it was said that until he crossed over, the Earth monarch who had experienced countless major events was safe and sound, but the people on the Earth, in the turmoil after turmoil, do not know how many stubbles have died. Qi Tian, who is not a Dragon Ball fan, clearly remembers the turmoil on the Earth several times, although it is said that they were all resurrected by Dragon Ball in the end, but people whose bodies disappear and cannot be resurrected are definitely a lot. As an ordinary person who can't be in ordinary people, Qi Tian doesn't think that he can cross into the Dragon Ball world and become the same as the novel, incarnating the great demon king and the savior. As for the so-called martial arts, Qi Tian, who has self-knowledge or is seriously lacking in self-confidence, feels that he may not even be able to support the basic training of this world. What's more, even if he survives the basic exercise, and even says that his qualifications are very good, in this world of hidden bloodline discrimination, the Earthlings' bloodline competition subhumans are a younger brother. Could it be that he joined the protagonist team and became another Klin, and then Jiyu sacrificed the sky to make Goku's mana boundless? Ding! After the system is charged, the strongest gourmet system starts. Suddenly, an icy system sound sounded in Qi Tian's ears. Qi Tian's whole person was startled, and the sudden sound did not scare Xiao Qi Tian, on the contrary, a touch of surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. System! The legendary system starts, is it possible? Are the crossers really hanging on the wall? Qi Tian clenched his fists, and the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed, although he said, "The name of the strongest food system is a bit strange." But Qi Tian doesn't care. As a once brilliant modern promising youth, who has not seen a single hundreds of web novels, the name of a gourmet system cannot hide the charm of such a presence outside the system. Personal panel. Taking a deep breath, Qi Tian forced himself to calm down, learning the scenes from the novels he had read, and recited excitedly in his heart. Wow! A translucent light curtain slowly unfolded like a picture scroll under Qi Tian's excited gaze. Host, Qi Tian. Age, 16 years old, 22 years old. World, the prisoner of food. Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball World. Sigma. The panel that was unfolding suddenly froze, and the cold electronic sound when the system was turned on before disappeared, replaced by a thick male voice full of surprise and a shocked expression of emoji. Qi Tian's face was confused. This plot progress. Something seems wrong. The destination is not the world of food captives. How can you run to the world of Dragon Ball in the chef's desert food grave? _ Qi Tian suddenly felt that something was wrong with this progress, and whispered, that Ma Dans, in this kind of Dragon Ball world, how can it be possible to cultivate excellent gourmets? Convex. What? The bad premonition in Qi Tian's heart grew stronger. Dead, dead, dead. Even if you fight hard, in the Dragon Ball world, it is impossible to complete the mission. Oh, mouth, oh. Qi Tian. Can you still let me say something? For now. Only. The sound paused. The alarm bell in Qi Tian's heart suddenly sounded. Only to cross again. System Harpy's voice echoed in Qi Tian's mind. Crossing once. Qi Tian blinked, his mind buzzing, and before he could react, he heard it. Hey, that tool. Bah, that host, because the destination landing error, what inconvenience it causes to you, please bear with you, of course, no matter how this system can be regarded as giving you a new life, although the life of this life is only 10 minutes. This system and these 10 minutes 13 seconds 92 with you are really very pleasant, just like this, goodbye, big smiley face. When the words fell, in Qi Tian's mind, the slender colored tentacles that spread throughout his mind contracted rapidly, and in just an instant, they turned into a large colored ball of light, hanging in the depths of Qi Tian's mind. This is the essence of the so-called strongest gastronomic system. Then, in front of the colored ball of light, a pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared, and the large ball of light shook and rushed directly into the vortex. Ah! Qi Tian didn't have time to think about the meaning of the system's words, and the moment that pitch-black vortex appeared in his mind, a sharp pain that was simply unbearable instantly hit his consciousness. Qi Tian didn't have time to react at all, and the whole person simply fainted and smashed directly on the 8 Immortals table. The unspeakable table that was destroyed by the years was directly scattered by Qi Tian's such a violent smash, turning into a pile of rotten wood. All that was suddenly left in the room was the worn-out radio broadcasting the world's first martial arts conference intermittently. Chapter 2. I don't know how long has passed, and the originally bright sky outside has been a little dark. In the room. I am. Qi Tian once again covered his faintly aching head and sat up from the ground, looking dazed. Come to think of it. I've crossed over. Traveled to the world of Dragon Ball. And then. Qi Tian's dazed face changed abruptly, and he quickly concentrated on calling the system. 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 The strongest gastronomic system. Dogecoin system. Silly bird system. After the successive calls could not be answered, Qi Tian cursed with an ugly face. But. Still no response. %yen, %. Even if Qi Tian thought he was a good temper, he couldn't help but spit fragrant fragrance at this time. Can I be more unlucky? Scolded Qi Tian as he slumped on the ground. Originally, it was enough to travel to the desperate ultra-high-risk world of the Dragon Ball world, but it gave him a system and a hope, and then trademark took it back. The fate of this son. Click. The sudden sound made Qi Tian startled, and he subconsciously turned his head to look. The wooden door that was originally closed, turned on. A strong man who looked at more than 1 meter 8 pushed the wooden door and looked at Qi Tian in the room, as well as the table and the broken radio that was smashed when Qi Tian fainted. The strong man was stunned, and then quickly reacted. His face was furious, and he opened his mouth to shout angrily, "Bastard, stealing something actually stole from your grandfather." Saying that, the strong man picked up a head from the side, and then rushed towards Qi Tian. Qi Tian didn't have time to think about it at all. Watching a strong man rushing over with his head raised, a stirring spirit climbed up directly, and quickly waved his hand. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, I'm not a thief. Misunderstanding? Bah, misunderstand your uncle's wool. The strong man took a sip, with an angry face. Last time a beggar came to the door to ask for food, and saw that the uncle sent a radio in turn. You thief who can't steal even dares to smash things, if you don't break your 2 legs today, you don't know how powerful your uncle is." Saying that, the strong man raised the head in his hand and smashed towards Qi Tian regardless of it. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qi Tian didn't care about explaining, and quickly dodged away, although the opposite one didn't look like he could fight, but Qi Tian was at a loss. If you do it now, it's really not a thing. Moreover, he can't beat Ah. It doesn't make sense. What if you can't beat it? Run! Qi Tian was also clever, rushing directly out of the open window on the side, and then ran away. And the strong man also turned around and followed Qi Tian closely, scolding Qi Tian while running. But the strong man who was scolding while running obviously couldn't catch up with Qi Tian, who was running away with a stuffy head, and then was pulled farther and farther, and after running wildly for 10 minutes, Qi Tian, who finally couldn't run, collapsed directly on the side of the road, lying on the grass and panting. At this moment, what Dragon Balls are dangerous, they are all left behind by Qi Tian, and they don't have the heart to think about it at all. I'm leaning on. After resting for a while, Qi Tian, who had eased his breath, raised his head and cursed angrily to vent. It was unlucky enough to cross for no reason. And Goldfinger ran away inexplicably, but the house where he crossed over was not his, and he was almost beaten half to death by people as a thief, and Genema was embarrassed. He asked himself that he had not done anything angry and complaining about in his previous life, he was just an ordinary masses of the people, how could he be so unlucky? Weakly collapsed to the ground, looking at the moon and stars that did not know what to rise in the sky, Qi Tian wanted to cry very much, but a ridiculous thing called self-esteem did not allow him to cry. Just lying on the grass, Qi Tian looked at the sky in a daze. Thinking about nothing, just in a daze. I don't know how long has passed, Qi Tian actually lay here and slept like this. Fortunately, although Qi Tian's current location is a little remote, it does not reach the range of the wild jungle, otherwise. Just sleep in the past Qi Tian, let alone the future crisis, even tomorrow's sun may not be seen. Here it is. There. In the haze, Qi Tian seemed to have come to a chaotic void. Looking at the chaotic void in front of him that was covered with pitch-black cracks like plant roots, Qi Tian's whole person looked a little muddy, floating in this void, without a trace of consciousness. Suddenly, a light in the depths cut through the chaotic void, instantly shining in all directions and lighting up the entire space. Bathed in this light, Qi Tian, who looked confused, raised his head blankly, with a comfortable smile on his face, and the whole person instinctively floated towards the direction where the light appeared first. 1 minute, 10 minutes, or an hour, a day, anyway, Qi Tian in the confusion could not detect the passage of time, and when he came back to his senses, or when his consciousness was restored, he was already in a place like a bright starry sky. Where is this? Qi Tian nervously looked at the bright starry sky around him, his face showed a vigilant look. Qi Tian, who had just experienced this kind of thing, was like a frightened bird, extremely sensitive. At the same time that Qi Tian had doubts in his heart, the bright starry sky around him suddenly shone, and countless stars bloomed, brilliant and incomparably gentle. This. Qi Tian was stunned suddenly, feeling the light around him, and the memories that had been floating in the void full of pitch-black cracks suddenly emerged. At the same time, a trace of information also appeared in Qi Tian's consciousness along with the shining starlight. Qi Tian froze and floated in mid-air. And the surrounding stars are also gradually dimmed, returning to their previous appearance. After a while, Qi Tian, who was floating in the air, returned to his senses, looking at the surrounding starry sky with a strange face. It's time to run. The information that came into Qi Tian's consciousness just now with the shining starry light was the origin of this starry sky, some conceptual information about the void, the world, and the universe, and the situation he had just been. The origin and intelligence of the starry sky aside, according to that information, the void full of cracks that Qi Tian was floating in the sky before was actually his own sea of consciousness, but it is the sea of consciousness that is on the verge of destruction after the system is gone. The body of Qi Tian's system before was residing in the center of Qi Tian's sea of consciousness, and then its tentacles spread throughout the sea of consciousness, and when the other party left, it directly tore apart Qi Tian's sea of consciousness and broke away. If there was no appearance of this bright starry sky, Qi Tian would not have fainted before, but fainted dead. As for this brilliant starry sky, no, it should be the origin of a treasure called the Void Catalogue. This treasure is a treasure that can be refined by a big man who can travel the void, and then give it to him as a reward. As for why it was given to him, Qi Tian's face was extremely strange. According to the information left by the big guy in the Void Catalogue, his system seemed to have crashed into the big guy's hands. And that system? Obviously, the big guy was very satisfied, so the big guy was happy, and Qi Tian, the abandoned tool man, said a word. Reward. Then, Qi Tian was forced to recognize a treasure called the Void Catalogue that could search the world and travel through the void. According to the information, although this Void Catalogue was refined by the Mighty One, it was not refined, but a semi-finished product or treasure embryo. In addition to the most basic functions, other features. It is basically in development, and as for the ability after the development is completed, it all depends on the experience and needs of the owner of this treasure. This is also called tailor-made. Words said. Am I counting? Sold the dog system, and sold it for a good price. Qi Tian scratched his chin and thought inexplicably. On the grass, Qi Tian opened his eyes and looked at the slightly revealed light in the sky, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Qi Tian was lying on this grass like this, and he didn't want to move, his eyes looking at the sky in confusion. Finally, I have the ability to live. From the early hours of the morning to now, Qi Tian lay here for several hours, and finally he was willing to get up, patted the dust on his body, looked around, and Qi Tian walked in the direction of the distant mountains and forests. He hadn't forgotten the news of the world's first martial arts conference that he heard on the radio of that house yesterday, Tianjin Rice vs Yamcha. Although he can't remember clearly that this is the first martial arts conference in the world, he only fought between Tianjin Rice and Yamcha, and after that world's first martial arts conference. It is the beginning of the chapter of Piccolo the Great Devil. According to Qi Tian's memory, yesterday was a martial arts conference. Today should be the Piccolo Great Demon King collecting Dragon Balls to restore youth, and tomorrow. It was the day of great chaos in the world. Although it ended immediately because the Great Demon King of Piccolo was defeated by Sun Wukong, Qi Tian still had a trace of impression of the chaos of this period. At times like this, he had better stay away from the city first. As a forest near the western capital, there are obviously very few large beasts here, and Qi Tian has no intention of making this place his home. After entering the mountain forest, he randomly found a relatively remote place and sat down. Half a day. In half a day, the Void Atlas can completely repair my sea of consciousness, and then... Qi Tian's eyes showed a complicated look. Crossing yesterday. He was angry because of this kind of thing, and today he will take the initiative to cross to other worlds. Human resilience. It's really terrifying. Qi Tian muttered as he looked at the sky. Chapter 3. Here it comes. Qi Tian felt the cool feeling that seemed to come from the depths of his soul. Qi Tian knew that this was his sea of consciousness being completely repaired, and it's even stronger than before it was broken. The sea of consciousness repair is complete, and the next step is to cross the world. Qi Tian clenched his fists. The basic ability of the Void Atlas is to search for world coordinates in the so-called vast void, and in addition to the coordinates of the Dragon Ball world where Qi Tian is located, there is also an unknown world coordinate in the Void Atlas. According to the information in the Void Catalogue, that side of the world is where the system is caught by the big guy. Woo! Let's gamble! Qi Tian's eyes flashed with a fierce color. In the Dragon Ball world, especially at this point in time, Qi Tian can't think of any way to make him stronger, and Qi Tian is still very self-aware. Those martial arts, as well as the Qi God Horse, are not at all the level that he can touch now. So, his only way now is to gamble. Moreover, nor is he without gambling chips. After supporting Qi Tian through the world, the Void Catalog can choose to maintain the kind of barrier that allows you to travel through the void by overdrawing energy. And Qi Tian can also choose to return to the Dragon Ball world at any time. With the 2 whole cards in hand, Qi Tian will at least not worry about his own safety. Adjusting his mentality, Qi Tian looked at himself and grinned. I'm afraid that no crosser is as reckless as him when he can choose to take the initiative to cross and do nothing. Qi Tian's laughter did not fall, and the next moment, the whole person disappeared into this world out of thin air. Food Universe, Red Universe, Food Galaxy, Food Earth. The world of gastronomy, the second continent, the vast land and sea. This is... Qi Tianzhou stood on a boulder with fluorescent light and looked at the terrifying scene in front of him, and his heart couldn't help but shake. Fake. Whether it is in that world, in Qi Tian's impression, the earth as a carrier of everything is an incomparably hard existence, but at this time, in front of his eyes, the hard ground was extremely soft, and it rippled again and again, just like the waves on the sea. And on the huge waves that roared tens of meters or even hundreds of meters, the emerald green trees and grasses were clearly visible. With a big mouth, Qi Tian looked at the earth wave in front of him with shock, and then the boulder he was standing on was directly swallowed by the earth wave without the slightest resistance. Wrapped in hundreds of millions of tons of dirt in the middle, Qi Tian couldn't react at all. He was very sure that if it weren't for the barrier around him to protect him, he would definitely turn into meat sauce in an instant, and then completely merge into this meat grinder like earth wave. Unlucky, unlucky. Qi Tian had nothing to say. The world he crosses is also too dangerous. The barrier can last for more than 30 seconds. Let's collect more intelligence. Qi Tian was a little depressed. I originally thought that the situation in the Dragon Ball world was dangerous enough, but the world I crossed turned out to be even more dangerous than the Dragon Ball world. As soon as his mind moved, Qi Tian, who was buried in the soil, suddenly floated upward. And the fluorescent barrier around his body was also slightly shining, pushing the earth and rocks above. The raging and roaring sea, no, above the earth waves, Qi Tian revealed most of his body, and a small half of his body was still fixed in the dirt. Although that layer of barrier can protect Qi Tian from harm, it is only protection after all, and it is impossible for Qi Tian to become a Superman to let him fly into the sky, or have the strength to stand firmly on this roaring earth wave. Here. What the hell is the place? Standing above the earth waves, Qi Tian looked around and checked. But in his eyes, apart from one after another nearly endless emerald green earth waves, Qi Tian could no longer see anything else. This made Qi Tian's face a little ugly. You know, in addition to the fact that the coordinate position of his first crossing of the world is random, when he crosses again, his position will still be the coordinates of the last time he left. And the place where he is now. Don't. Do you want him to struggle to survive in the Dragon Ball world, practice martial arts hard, and come to this world to explore after he is strong, or wait for the emergence of a new world? Qi Tian pursed his lips. Knowing the plot of Dragon Ball, Qi Tian is not without confidence that he can be strong in the Dragon Ball world with some means, but the time it takes is going to be long. And the long time represents the probability of accidents is extremely high. Wu. Exhaling, Qi Tian shook his head slightly, staring at the heart-shaking scene in front of him, his eyes calm. Enough already. His current situation is good enough, much stronger than before when he was alone and thrown into the Dragon Ball world without anything. At least, he has now caught the tail of hope. Go back. Qi Tian's words did not fall, and a voice with a smile suddenly sounded in Qi Tian's ears. Surfing in the land and sea, this little brother is so interested. Someone. In this environment, there are still people? Qi Tian subconsciously turned his head, and then saw a tall man with a large airplane head with a lot of non-mainstream nails on his face standing next to him. That's right, it's not like Qi Tian, half buried in the dirt and fixed on the waves by the barrier, but unbelievably down to earth standing on the waves of the earth. Are you? The moment Qi Tian saw this man, his eyes suddenly widened. Jiro. Qi Tian directly shouted out in shock. Oh, you know the old man? The head of the plane? No, it was Jiro who was also slightly startled, and looked at Qi Tian with some surprise. Although he is indeed a world-famous celebrity, he has not walked the human world in this form for many years, and he is basically a loner in the food industry, and there should be very few people who can recognize his form. Qi Tian's face changed slightly. How could he not know? He hadn't forgotten what the system said when he was getting out before. If it weren't for an inexplicable accident, his original destination as a traverser was not the world of Dragon Ball, but the world of prisoners of food. And the top powerhouse of the world's captive of food, Anesthesia Master Jiro, how could he not recognize it? And looking at Jiro's appearance, as well as the strange environment around him, Qi Tian realized it. This is in the food world. Of course I know, wait, that kind of thing will be talked about later, first help. Qi Tian quickly shouted. Can't hold on. ***. Jiro looked at Session, who was half buried in the dirt and looked like he was playing. Having said that, looking at the unfake expression on Qi Tian's face, Jiro still stepped on his heel slightly, and the power was instantly transmitted like a wave of earth under his feet. Hey! Qi Tian noticed it instantly. Originally, he could stand half-cut on top of this raging earth wave. It was he who controlled the shield to move against the earth wave, so he seemed to stay in place, but now he was really fixed to this earth wave and did not move. Anesthesia. Qi Tian reacted instantly. Qi Tian knew that as a master anesthesia master, Jiro had the anesthesia technique that could even anesthetize the earth, and anesthesia was not a matter of hand. But then Qi Tian rejoiced. Qi Tian breathed a sigh of relief, controlled the barrier to squeeze through the dirt and floated up. Saved. Qi Tian sat down on his butt, his face full of happiness, and at this time, the fluorescence around Qi Tian's body also quietly dissipated. Ordinary people. Jiro was startled. He couldn't see it when the fluorescent barrier protected Qi Tian just now, but he could easily detect it after dispersing at this time. The dangerous land and sea area in front of him was just an ordinary person. That's right. Qi Tian did not refute and nodded. His current physique may be weaker than most ordinary people in this world, this is an irrefutable fact. Thank you Master Jiro for saving your life. If it weren't for Master Jiro, I would have lost my life this time. Qi Tian said, and couldn't help but rejoice. If he doesn't meet Jiro this time, he'll have to return to the Dragon Ball world, spending a month storing energy to come here again and the shield he had before. Moreover, in a place like the food world, let alone the Dragon Ball for a month, even if it is a year or two, Qi Tian is not sure if he has the power to go from the food world to the human world. And hearing Qi Tian's words, Jiro also raised his eyebrows. Miserable? Qi Tian's words were not that he would not be in danger if he did not appear? Yes, to appear in a place like the food world, even an ordinary person definitely has some hole cards, but what made Jiro curious was the reason for making a person who didn't even have a gourmet cell appear in the food world. No thanks, meeting is fate, and if you can meet in a place like the food world, it is fate, and it is also your food luck. Jiro said with a smile and a wave of his hand. Yes, it looks like my food luck should be very good. Qi Tian also thought so, although the food luck in his mouth only referred to luck. It seems a little unlucky to fall directly into the food world, but to meet the great god Jiro, this is not bad luck, but great luck. However, Qi Tian also knew what the food luck of this world was, and Qi Tian, as an outsider, did not think that he was favored by the food god of this world. Master Jiro, I would like to entrust you with sending me back to the human realm. Qi Tian went straight to the subject and spoke. Back to the human realm. Jiro was a little surprised. Well, after all, I'm just an ordinary person, and it's too dangerous to return to the human realm from here, and there is almost no way to live, so I want to entrust Master Jiro to take me to the human realm. Qi Tian nodded and said. Old man. I came to the food world to hunt when I was hungry, and I just came in and haven't found anything delicious, and I have no plans to return to the human world in the short term. Jiro frowned and refused. For Jiro's refusal, Qi Tian was not much disappointed, but instead smiled confidently. Don't you listen to the reward I gave first. Pay. Jiro suddenly became interested, and a smile appeared on his face when he looked at the confident Qi Tian. Then let's talk about it. It can impress my old man, but it is not an ordinary thing. How about the intelligence of the planet full meal? Chapter 4. What? Jiro, who was originally still smiling, was stunned. His face showed a look of stunned, and he looked at Qi Tian in surprise. What you just said is... Do you know what a full planet meal is? Jiro's gaze was full of suspicion when he looked at Qi Tian. Although the appearance of an ordinary person in the food world is a little bizarre, it is not a big deal, but the information of such a thing as a full meal of the planet, but the extreme secrecy on this planet, how can it be known by casual individuals? Well, it's the information about the planet's full meal, including how most of the planet's full meal is captured, and some of it is cooked. Qi Tian looked serious. The full meal of the planet, including the appetizer center corresponding to the first continent Dragon King Dallas, the food treasure soup pair corresponding to the seventh continent Ape King Hinta Baboon, and the fish treasure corresponding to the Whale King Black Hole Whale of the sixth continent. The fifth continent Deer King Sky Venison News, the second continent Wolf Warrior corresponding to the main dish god, the eighth continent Marvin Hercules corresponding to the salad air, the fourth continent Snake King Mother Snake corresponding to the dessert earth, and the third continent Bird King King Crow Drink Atom. A total of 8 ingredients, in your words, is the full menu of Acacia. Oh, in addition to the location and the Hakio, even the appetizer center knows, little brother, you really are not an ordinary person. Jiro scratched his head and said helplessly. It is no secret that Acacia's full menu is on Earth, and even the gourmet shrine is known to the world for enshrined 7 of them. But only the appetizer center, which is an extremely secret ingredient, and there are probably few people in the entire human world who know about it. As for the 8 kings, it is not a secret information in the food world, but even the race is clear, and it is not something that can be said by any random person. However, the old man is really curious. Acacia's full set of menu capture and cooking methods, even the entire Earth, except for the former food god Acacia, I am afraid that no second person knows. How do you know? Jiro asked softly. But there are still a few who know, although they are not people, and as for me, there are special sources of intelligence. Qi Tian shrugged. How about it, Master Jiro, or not to accept my commission? Qi Tian asked. I refuse. Still without hesitation, Jiro shook his head decisively. Hey! Qi Tian was startled, looking at Jiro with some surprise. The information on Acacia's full menu is precious. If it was hundreds of years ago, the old man would definitely agree, but the old man has long since retired, and he doesn't need this information much, said Jiro with a smile. No need. Qi Tian looked at Jiro, who was smiling in front of him, obviously waiting for Qi Tian to continue bidding, and couldn't help but feel helpless. Sure enough, an old monster who is at least 500 or 600 years old is not so simple to fool. Qi Tian sighed lightly, shook his head and said, Okay, I originally wanted to keep it and exchange some good things with Master Jiro. Since this is the case, I won't hide it. Let's introduce myself first. My name is Qi Tian, a newcomer void walker who has just begun to walk the heavens. A newcomer walking the heavens, void walker. Jiro instantly grasped the key in Qi Tian's words and said with some interest. I think there should be many people in this world who have speculated whether there are other world universes outside the vast universe or something, said Qi Tian. Oh, outside the universe, kid, do you mean to say you're from outside the universe, said Jiro with a raised eyebrow. That's right. Qi Tian nodded, sat cross-kneeled and pondered, how can I explain it to you? Void is the name outside the world, because there is nothing but one world, empty, so it is called the void. For example, your side of the world or the universe was formed by the Big Bang billions of years ago or even more ago, and over time, this side of the universe is constantly expanding, but even in the past countless years, expanding to almost infinity, your universe is only a size in the void that has never changed. Well, huge eggs. Qi Tian said with the traditional metaphor of this food world. But the void is not simply outside the universe, so let's just say that even if someone in your universe can reach the boundary of the universe at a rate faster than the expansion of the universe, they will definitely not reach the void. And the void, only people like us can walk freely and walk in the heavens and realms. Of course, this is the simplest statement, or my personal opinion plus speculation. After all, I am only a fledgling boy. Qi Tian shrugged his shoulders. Sounds interesting, but what does this have to do with the fact that you are going to hire an old husband? Jiro glanced at Session and said with a chuckle. Looking at Jiro, who didn't care at all in front of him, Qi Tian knew very well that the other party obviously did not believe his words. After all, his words were mixed true and false. With Jiro's strength and understanding of the human body, he would not be able to detect his lies and truth. But this is Qi Tian's purpose. Of course, the point is not my origins, but my abilities, the abilities of the Void Walker. Qi Tian said in a deliberately aggravated tone. Void Walker's ability. Jiro looked at Qi Tian with interest. The corner of Qi Tian's mouth grinned and chuckled twice. As a Void Walker, even if I am only a newcomer and an ordinary person, I can also have some special privileges every time I arrive in a new world. Such as see past future fragments of the protagonists of the current era of this world. Qi Tian said softly. The past of the contemporary protagonist. Future fragment, what is that? Jiro's brows furrowed slightly. It is to target the most dazzling people of the current era, and to achieve an incomplete prediction of the future. Qi Tian explained. For example, in the future, the planetary full meal of this planet, that is, the life menu of Acacia was collected by the protagonists of this era, and when I entered this world, I saw these future fragments, so I learned this information. Foreseeing the future. What an amazing ability! Jiro exclaimed. As a food hunter, he knew very well what intelligence meant, but he didn't care too much, and he didn't have seen a food soothsayer. It's not a prediction of the future, it's just being outside the world, so it's just a bystander who can't be affected. Qi Tian shook his head. Bystanders clear. Jiro whispered. So Master Jiro would like to accept my commission in exchange for future information that could change the death of the three of your brothers? Qi Tian whispered, but dropped a depth charge. Boom! Qi Tian's words fell, and a terrifying momentum rose up around Jiro, who had been indifferent before. The incomparably terrifying aura spread out instantly. The vast land and sea with choppy waves. In front of this diffused breath, it completely calmed down. And standing on Jiro's side, Qi Tian instinctively trembled, and a feeling as if he was being targeted by a peerless ferocious beast emerged from the bottom of his heart. Whoosh! Around Qi Tian's body, the barrier that had been dim before instantly emerged, and the faint fluorescence instantly guarded Qi Tian's package. But even so, looking at the scene where the vast land and sea in front of him were all calmed down except for the earth waves that were fixed under their feet, Qi Tian couldn't help but be shocked, although he had long known that Jiro's strength was amazing, but this was too exaggerated. He didn't attack, but the simple aura burst completely calmed down the vast land and sea that he couldn't see at a glance. It's fine. Before did not put away the barrier, but chose to increase the energy consumption to maintain the barrier. Qi Tian rejoiced in his heart. Although he found Jiro, who was strong enough to run amok in the food world, Qi Tian did not completely put his hopes on Jiro. Not caring about the fluorescence around Qi Tian's body, Jiro looked at Qi Tian with a gloomy face, and said in a deep voice, word by word, "What you just said is the future information of the death of our three brothers." That's right. Protected by that layer of barrier that even the world can cross, Qi Tian's confidence is obviously very strong, nodded directly, and looked at Jiro indifferently. 1 dragon, 2 wolves, 3 tigers, the future death information of your 3 disciples of Acacia. Wu. Jiro stared at Qi Tian, and then exhaled a long turbid breath, and the terrifying aura around him also calmed down, recovered his indifference, and said softly, "Sorry, Gaff. I understand." Qi Tian nodded, and the fluorescence of the protective body also dimmed again. However, whether it is really completely lifted, it is not necessarily. Jiro didn't care either, sitting cross-kneeled and looking at Qi Tian, a hint of thought in his eyes. If it was just his own life and death, Jiro obviously didn't care much. As early as the first day he became a food hunter, he was ready to die, and his psychology did not change because he almost reached the top of food earth. As for Sanhu's life and death, although he cares a little, but seriously, Jiro doesn't really care. As early as more than 100 years ago, he understood that Sanhu, along with him and Ichiryu, was already difficult to be a person who ate at the same table. But only Ichiryu, the eldest brother Ichiryu who had been taking care of their brother, Jiro didn't want him to die. Thinking of this, Jiro raised his gaze to Qi Tian and said in a deep voice, "This commission. I took it." Chapter 5. Sabel Island, one of the many roads that lead to the world of gastronomy. Because you only need to plunge down the waterfall of life on Sabel Island, you can directly reach the food world below -20,000 meters above sea level. So many food hunters who want to conquer the food world and covet the delicious food world are all rushing to apply for the food world from here. And can be called a large number of food hunters who have no return, which is also the origin of the title of Life Waterfall Pool. Today, this place, known as the Waterfall of Life Pool, welcomes 2 unusual guests. Haha, how is it? The scenery here is good. On the edge of the cliff with the Waterfall of Life, Jiro, who had returned to his old man's appearance, said to Qi Tian in front of him with a smile while drinking a small wine. It's really a great scenery, it's just. Qi Tian looked at the cliff with a depth of tens of thousands of meters on the side. Can he say that he is actually a little afraid of heights? Haha, old man, my favorite is to hunt in the food world, and then drink a little wine at the border of the human world and look at the scenery. This spectacular scenery is combined with ingredients from the food world, which is an excellent enjoyment, even the many high-end restaurants in the food tower cannot enjoy. Jiro said with a smile as he held the small wine cup. That's true, too. Qi Tian nodded. If you put aside the fear of heights, whether it is scenery or food, there are definitely more than the many 10-star restaurants in the food tower. I am afraid that the restaurants of the top chefs can make delicious dishes comparable to the food world with their peak cooking skills. The deliciousness of the food world. Qi Tian looked at the many strange but mouth-watering foods in front of him, and his face also showed an indescribable look. He never expected that his first meal in the food world would be eaten with rare ingredients from the food world. He can also be regarded as a model of success in holding thighs. Okay, Qi Tian kid, let's eat, although they are only some entry-level food in the food world, but the taste is absolutely nothing. Jiro said with a smile. Then I'm welcome. Qi Tian said softly. The tradition here should be. Thank you for all the ingredients in the world. Qi Tian clasped his hands together and closed his eyes in prayer. Jiro's eyes on the side moved slightly, but there was no reaction. Opening his eyes, with 3 points of anticipation, Qi Tian directly reached over. Just let me taste it, this delicious food world. It's so heavy. Qi Tian looked at the palm-sized shell on his hand, and was surprised in his heart, but the palm-sized shell, Qi Tian held it in his hand, actually weighed at least 7 or 8 pounds. This. It should be called ham scallops. He remembers that this is the ingredient found after Ayu broke into the food world and was rescued by Jiro in the captivity of food, and it is also one of the ingredients of the rare food world that appears in the anime. What an alluring aroma! Qi Tian's nose twitched slightly, and the aroma emitted by just a little roasted ham shellfish without using any seasonings had already rushed straight to his brain. The signal from the body frantically conveys the meaning of wanting to eat. A surprising appetite quietly appeared in Qi Tian's eyes. And a wooden thorn in his hand gently jumped out of Barry's tender red shell flesh, decisively put it into his mouth, and his teeth gritted. Qi Tian's eyes suddenly opened, and the shellfish in his mouth was extremely Q-bombed, and when he chewed, it would even bounce his teeth, and at the moment of biting open, an incomparably mellow taste accompanied by an indescribable umami burst out in his mouth. In his previous life, as an ordinary person, Qi Tian told the truth, and never believed how sensational the so-called high-end food and high-end ingredients were, but today, the strange combination of shocking mellowness and umami in the mouth bursts out with a deliciousness that makes Qi Tian completely intoxicated. That indescribable sense of happiness instantly filled Qi Tian's body and overflowed. Delicious, delicious! Qi Tian's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously grabbed another ham shell and ate it. When Qi Tian came back to his senses, he found that all the ham shells in front of him had been eaten, and there were more than a dozen shells of ham shells in front of him. This made the rest of Huaishan feel unbelievable. Half a palm-sized shell meat, he actually ate a dozen in a row, and he didn't feel full at all now, but growing hunger. Completely ignoring to talk to Jiro, Qi Tian grabbed the food in front of him, and did not identify what the ingredients were, but just smelled the tempting aroma and stuffed it directly into his mouth, and his teeth were torn up. Qi Tian, who was immersed in this overflowing delicacy, did not find that his body was undergoing earth-shaking transformation at this time. Oh roar! For ordinary people, what an amazing appetite! On the side, Jiro looked at Qi Tian, who was eating and drinking, with a smile on his face. How to say it? People are old. I just like to watch young people eat. Jiro looked at Session with a wine cup and took a sip of wine. But 3 minutes passed, Qi Tian was still eating. 5 minutes passed, Qi Tian did not stop. 10 minutes passed, Qi Tian's mouth was still chewing. Jiro, who was sipping the wine, had already stopped, and his gaze towards Qi Tian was already full of consternation. Compared with the ingredients in the human world, the ingredients in the food world are more than delicious, and what is more amazing is the nutrition and energy contained in them. Not to mention ordinary people, even if some weak gourmet cells have it, they will feel full if they can't eat too much, and it takes time to digest and absorb. But the nutrition and energy in the ingredients that Qi Tian ate at this time, let alone an ordinary person, even 100 ordinary people may be able to survive with excess nutrition. However, Jiro could clearly feel the increasingly strong breath of life in Qi Tian's body in front of him. Gourmet cells. Awakening, Jiro said in surprise. To be honest, in this short meeting today, Jiro was surprised more often than he had been surprised in years. As the top expert in the human world, even if there is no special research on this kind of thing as gourmet cells, he naturally knows a lot of relevant news. Like the 3 ways to obtain gourmet cells, innate carrying, injection awakening, and food awakening, he is even more clear. Born to carry, needless to say, this is an absolute heavenly pride, and direct injection of gourmet cell awakening has a super high mortality rate. And the potential of gourmet cells obtained will be more than 1 step lower than that of innate carrying. As for the final feeding awakening, it is extremely dangerous, and it also has the potential of the heavenly pride who are not inferior to those who are born to carry gourmet cells. And the minuses. It takes a long time, the awakening is extremely difficult, and the random awakening is completely irregular. For example, many gourmet-rich people in the world have eaten high-end delicacies for a lifetime, and even the ingredients in the gourmet world have not eaten less, but they have not awakened their gourmet cells. Some people have been eating ordinary ingredients for decades, but he awakened at some point. And the Qi Tian in front of him is undoubtedly the feeding of the three ways to enter. But Jiro looked at Sai Tian's immature face and unadulterated green aura. No matter how he looked at it, he was just a teenager, and he didn't look like the kind of awakening through a long period of eating. And Jiro thought about the origin of what Sai Tian had told him before. If the part about coming to this world in Qi Tian's mixed history introduction is true, then. However, the first time I ate, I awakened the gourmet cells through food. Really, isn't this kid finished without shaking off his old man's jaw? Jiro couldn't help shaking his head. Qi Tian was completely unaware of Jiro's psychological activities, and he was now completely intoxicated by the delicacy that exploded in his taste buds. It seems that people who drink the thick soup of the next century will involuntarily show a brilliant smile, and for Qi Tian, who can be said to have never eaten top delicacy, the impact of eating in the world of food captives for the first time and tasting the deliciousness of the food world is too strong. It was so strong that Qi Tian's current will could not control the gushing appetite at all. At this time, Qi Tian's body was cheering wildly. As early as the moment Qi Tian ate the first bite of ham shells, Qi Tian's mind, no, to be precise, should be in the sea of Qi Tian's consciousness. The volume of the void catalogue that seemed to contain an entire void universe began to emit an inexplicable fluctuation. Starting from the center of the eyebrows, the fluctuation perfectly integrated into every inch of Qi Tian's skin and every cell, making every cell in Qi Tian's body seem to have its own life, trembling, desperately absorbing the nutrients flowing out of the stomach and transmitting them into the middle nucleus together with the nutrients stored by itself. And absorbing a huge amount of nutrients, the original small nucleus is also growing rapidly, squeezing the space of the cytoplasm, and finally, accompanied by a faint wave. An insignificant nucleus burst open, and a new small, complete cell was born from the nucleus, and then in an instant, the originally wrapped cell and all the nutrients left in it were absorbed and thrived. A cell that was completely different from the other cells in Qi Tian's body was born, exuding this amazing vitality and vitality. And the birth of this cell is like a signal. At this moment, in Qi Tian's body, the nuclei of tens of trillions of cells continue to explode, one new cell after another is born, and one after another the original cells are swallowed up by drops. At this moment, the muscles, internal organs, and bones of Qi Tian's body, and even the brain stem cells and nerve cells in the brain, are constantly being replaced by new cells at this time. Crackle crackle! The brand new bone cells in Qi Tian's body are frantically dividing, compressing, growing, and crackling bones like firecrackers in unison. And Qi Tian's originally slightly thin arms were full, and every inch of his body muscles was moaning wildly. From the beginning to the end of the change, it was less than a minute in total, but at this time, every cell in Qi Tian's body had completed an incredible crazy replacement. And at the moment when all the cell replacement was completed, all the cells in the whole body trembled, as if they were cheering for a new birth, and this cheer was gradually unified with the continuous eating of food, and a force naturally was born in every cell. Qi Tian's whole person paused, and a strong sense of power burst out from his body, directly waking up Qi Tian, who was immersed in food. Qi Tian was stunned, looking at the body that was obviously more than one size bigger, and the torn clothes that were propped up were also a little confused. This is... What's the situation? Chapter 6. This is... Qi Tian looked at the exploding clothes and bulging muscles on his body strangely, feeling the strange sense of power that kept gushing out of his body. Qi Tian just subconsciously moved his shoulders. Crackle! A series of crisp bone sounds came from Qi Tian's body. In the face of the sudden change, Qi Tian was a little overwhelmed for a while, but soon Qi Tian reacted. Thinking that he was now in the world of prisoners of food, Qi Tian suddenly had a guess in his heart. Gourmet cells. Qi Tian's heart couldn't help but get excited. Well, it feels great to be reborn, said Jiro with a smile as he looked at Qi Tian. Qi Tian nodded, the excitement on his face was not concealed in the slightest, feeling the strange explosive power in the muscles of his body. I can't wait to jump up and wreak havoc right away. Thank you Master Jiro for this meal. Sai Tian sincerely thanked Jiro. But he has not forgotten what he came into this world for. Gourmet? Of course not. Although the food of this world is really incredible, but he came for power. For the strength to survive. Seriously, when he recognized Jiro in the food world before and learned that this was the captive world of food, Qi Tian's first reaction was actually disappointed. The upper limit of the power of the captive world of food is really high, and in the chapter of the food world that Qi Tian once saw, the last Au and the boss Acacia are both strong characters with the kind of powerful characters who easily destroy the huge gourmet earth with a snap of their fingers. Even at the end, in the corner of this universe that is faintly revealed, there are more exaggerated existences such as a nebula mammoth swarm the size of the sun, the demon king who devours stars, and the food god who eats around the Milky Way 10 light-years in diameter. It can be seen that the upper limit of gourmet cells is really high. However, the gourmet cell, in addition to the way of innately carrying and forcibly injecting this way of super high mortality and high probability of becoming a monster, food awakening can really only look at the ethereal fate. That is, commonly known as looking at the face. On this point, it is not even as good as the martial arts of the Dragon Ball world. Of course, it was all in the previous situation, and now Qi Tian, but it has awakened the gourmet cell, and it is still a potential face-wide awakening method. Although the awakening is somewhat unexpected, it is a good thing, and I don't have to calculate it. Qi Tian secretly said in his heart. Originally he planned to get the gourmet cell through Jiro, and then search for the Dragon Balls in the other world to try to make a wish to see if it could be perfectly fused and so on. With the unexpected joy of awakening the gourmet cell, Qi Tian was not stingy, although he did not tell everything in the plot, but he also said a lot more from the original simple way to tell Jiro and the three brothers how they died. The 50th Food Festival, exhausted after the battle between one dragon and 3 tigers in the food world, led to the death of a sneak attack by Blue Nitro. After the final battle of the gourmet eclipse, Sanhu turned all his energy into gourmet spices, giving the scarred gourmet earth. And also, the 2 wolves of the violent beast fought against Blue Nitro in the war of the gourmet solar eclipse, and were carelessly unwounded by Neo and anesthetized, releasing in one breath the serious injuries that had been anesthetized in the body for hundreds of years that were enough to destroy several gourmet earths, and there was no corpse. Qi Tian couldn't help but feel funny when he thought of Jiro's strange face after listening to his words. He could probably guess that Jiro wasn't annoyed by the tragic state of his death, but because the 3 of them simply in terms of the method of death, the most valuable person to die is actually Santora, who has long been a person in Jiro's opinion. Of course, Qi Tian did not tell Jiro that Neo was Acacia, and it was better to let Jiro ask Ichiryu himself, and it was better for Ichiryu to tell Jiro as an insider. In the human world, Tojiro's blessing, Seton also took the Ego Food Express for free, and was able to quickly return to the safe area where humans settled. Walking out of the food station, Qi Tian tried hard to ignore the strange gazes of the crowd around him, wearing his own super rare from the food world with a red face. The clothes made of leaves silently turned around and trotted in the direction of the field where the food was made expressed. Stinky old man, didn't you just say 2 words about the black history of you being beaten and crying by a dragon? Qi Tian couldn't help but be depressed. Losing face is a trivial matter. The previous big joy, tragedy, and ups and downs are undoubtedly a lot thicker of Qi Tian's nerves. The key is that Qi Tian originally wanted to use future intelligence and Jiro to make a few deals. For Jiro's superb anesthesia technique, Qi Tian was also hungry. But on the road outside the station, Qi Tian looked at the station built in the shape of a hot dog behind him, as well as the vehicles with various ingredients such as burgers, large bowls, knives and forks, fruits and other ingredients on the side of the road, and the buildings were also speechless. It's a society called the Age of Food. Compared with the boxy concrete building, this kind of purpose-built bizarre food building is undoubtedly not at the same level of construction difficulty. That's what the food world is dedicated to. Walking out of the station, Qi Tian did not mean to go to the city center. Although the gourmet cell has a much thicker skin after awakening, but wearing this auspicious suit to wander around the city, Qi Tian really does not have such a big heart. On the road outside the city, with Qi Tian's trot, there are fewer and fewer pedestrians on the side of the road. And when Qi Tian ran for half an hour in a row, even the traffic on the side of the road was much rarer, and finally even the road completely disappeared, replaced by endless wilderness. It's worthy of being a gourmet cell, but just awakened and increased my physical strength to this extent. Starting from the station, although Qi Tian's way was said to be a trot, but after running continuously for an hour, Qi Tian did not feel the slightest fatigue, but it was as if a long-distance runner warmed up, which was very comfortable. This kind of genuine change made Qi Tian, who had collapsed to the ground after only running wildly for 10 minutes, couldn't help but feel excited. After resting a little and calming his mood, Qi Tian also continued to go deeper into the wilderness. Although it is close to the city, it is not such a dangerous area. But it is already a wild area. And it is difficult for ordinary people to advance here. However, for Qi Tian at this time, it was just enough to familiarize himself with his brand new body and test what level of strength he had reached. It seems to be nice there. Qi Tian looked at the rocky wilderness not far away, and nodded with satisfaction. Let's test the strength first. Qi Tian scanned the many boulders around him, and finally chose a boulder that was about the same height as him. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say, after the awakening of the gourmet cell, Qi Tian not only has a strong muscle, but even his height has jumped, although it is not as good as those protagonists who are more than 2 meters at every turn, but now Qi Tian is already a tall and strong man of 1.85 meters. Qi Tian patted the cold stone in front of him and said, "This stone, how to say that there should be 3 or 4 tons. With his legs slightly bent, his hands wrapped around the boulder in front of him. Drink! With a loud shout, Qi Tian suddenly exerted force, and then the boulder was simply hugged by Qi Tian. It's like not very heavy. Qi Tian weighed the boulder in his arms with some hesitation. Although it was not so light as to be indifferent, Qi Tian felt that he was holding this boulder now, and it was not as hard as holding a bucket of 30-liter bottled water before. Boom! Qi Tian suddenly exerted his strength and threw the boulder out 20 or 30 meters, accompanied by a loud noise. Qi Tian clearly felt the tremor under his feet. At this moment, Qi Tian did not doubt the weight of the boulder. It seems that the awakening of gourmet cells has increased much more than I expected. Qi Tian said secretly in his heart, and then continued to test other abilities. After some tossing, because there is no tool to measure, Qi Tian is still a little vague about how the detailed data is. But I also have some understanding of my own strength. Needless to say, the endurance of the muscles was not felt for an hour of continuous running. Just now Qi Tian tried to do a test such as push UPS, 1 or 200 in one breath, and even the atmosphere would not breathe more. In terms of speed, Qi Tian tested 100 meters a little, and he was probably able to run to 100 meters for 3 or 4 seconds. There is also the ability to resist blows. Qi Tian punched a boulder to test. At first he was afraid of pain. Qi Tian did not dare to use his full strength, but as he punched the surface of the boulder out of the crack did not feel much pain. He understood that his ability to resist the blow was definitely not weak. There is also resilience. When the fist is rubbed when hitting the stone, the skin is scratched, and there is no scar left in a few minutes to recover. Moreover, although Qi Tian's control of his power is not meticulous, he definitely does not have the feeling of loss of control that his strength has skyrocketed, but his body's coordination is even better than before. At this point, Qi Tian believes that his nervous system has definitely made a qualitative leap. All-round evolution of strength, speed, and physique without leaving dead ends. And that's not all. Qi Tian looked at his palm with excitement, feeling the energy that was coming out of his body. Wave. A round ball emitting a azure blue light appeared out of thin air above Qi Tian's palm. This is... Qi Tian's eyes widened suddenly. Gas. Chapter 7. How can it be gas? Qi Tian looked at the Qigong wave above his palm with a confused expression. From the time he awakened the gourmet cell, Qi Tian felt that there was a faint force circulating in his body, but how could it be the gas of the Dragon Ball world? Although the captive of food is not stated in the original work, it stands to reason that after awakening the gourmet cell, the energy Qi Tian has should be the gourmet energy that comes by converting the heat in the body. How can it be gas? Qi Tian fell into deep thought. After a while, Qi Tian faintly made a guess, closed his eyes, and began to communicate the void scroll in the sea of consciousness. It didn't take long for Qi Tian to open his eyes. He got the answer. Although the Void Atlas does not have a clear consciousness like a system, it does not mean that the other party is a complete dead thing, whether it is when crossing or communicating. Qi Tian can clearly perceive the strong spirituality in the Void Atlas. Although it is impossible to speak clearly, this spirituality can also make a simple reply to Qi Tian's question. At least, his question this time the Void Atlas replied to him. Whether it is a gourmet cell, or the Qi of the Dragon Ball world that he now has, being able to awaken and master it so easily is all the reason for the Void Catalog. The matching of the power system, this is the second ability of the Void Atlas that Qi Tian learned. The Void Catalog allows Qi Tian to perfectly hold the power system of that world every time he crosses a world, and will not collide due to multiple power systems. In the Dragon Ball world, the Void Catalog already gave Qi Tian Qi, but Qi Tian was too weak to use Qi at that time. In the captive world of food, the Void Catalog also gives Qi Tian's body the ability to fuse gourmet cells, so as soon as he comes into contact with the gourmet cells in the ingredients, Qi Tian naturally awakens gourmet cells. Haha, that's amazing! Qi Tian couldn't help but get excited. He was also worried about whether he could still cultivate the Qi of the Dragon Ball world after awakening the gourmet cell. After all, although the Dragon Ball world has some eyes on the bloodline theory, the destructive power of Qi is still very strong. Now with this ability of the Void Catalog, Qi Tian didn't think that the potential of the food cells in his body that could evolve infinitely would be worse than that of the scions in the Dragon Ball world. And Qi Tian can constantly travel through the world, countless worlds of various power systems. With the Void Catalog, Qi Tian is not afraid of the conflict of power systems. He can experiment to find complementary power systems to become stronger. It is undoubtedly a highway to heaven. Let me try it, the power of combining Qi and gourmet cells in the Dragon Ball world. Qi Tian looked at the azure Qigong wave in his hand, and his heart moved. And then, that Qigong wave. There was not the slightest movement. Qi Tian. Lin, who said that these energies are all moved by the heart. Qi Tian raised his hand in embarrassment, then paused, changed to his left hand and touched his nose, looked at the Qigong wave floating above his right palm, and tried to shake his hand and flip his hand. That Qigong wave also moved closely following Qi Tian's right palm, always in front of the palm. Qi Tian looked at this Qigong thoughtfully, and then waved his hand vigorously at the sky. Fu Ling's heart was over, and Qi Tian subconsciously felt the faint connection between him and the Qigong wave in his hand. Subconsciously, Qi Tian manipulated the Qigong wave according to his feelings. Then, a Qigong wave floating above his right hand suddenly flew. Thrown out by Qi Tian. About 20 or 30 meters above Qi Tian, it suddenly exploded, and a dazzling light bloomed, followed by a loud bang, and then the explosion roared out. As early as the moment when Qigong got rid of his hand, Qi Tian subconsciously felt that something was wrong, and quickly took a few steps back. But even so, the aftermath of the explosion still affected Qi Tian, pushing Qi Tian a few steps away. "It's so powerful!" Qi Tian blurted out directly. The gas wave of the explosion from a distance of more than 10 meters was so powerful, you can imagine how powerful the center of the explosion is. And this Qigong wave was just condensed by Qi Tian's hand, and it didn't consume too much Qi at all. Is the power of Qi so strong? Qi Tian was a little incredulous. He remembered that in Dragon Ball, even the protagonist Sun Wukong, when he used Qi for the first time, even if he used the power of Turtle Qigong, it was just breaking the wheel of a car. And although his current physical fitness is stronger than that of the Monkey King who has just come out of the mountain, it is not much stronger. But the power of the blow he just hit can definitely easily blow a car to smithereens. Or do you say? Does it have anything to do with me also awakening the gourmet cell? Qi Tian looked at his hands thoughtfully. The fusion effect of the power systems of different worlds seemed to be much better than Qi Tian imagined. Wu. With his eyes closed, he exhaled deeply, and Qi Tian quietly felt the power in his body. With the experience of throwing out Qigong waves just now, Qi Tian easily felt the power of the vast sea of smoke in his body. Drink! Qi Tian drank violently, surging Qi waves gushed out from Qi Tian's body. Qi Tian's whole weight seemed to skyrocket, his feet directly stepped into the ground. Around Qi Tian, scattered small pebbles were directly flown out by the Qi wave. Qi Tian's body was wrapped in a raging pale white flame, and the air waves rubbed against the air, making noises. Power! Stronger! Qi Tian looked at his hands wrapped in Qi with some surprise. He could clearly feel that after he burst out and wrapped his body, his original soaring power had once again increased by a large margin. With a movement in his heart, Qi Tian's knees bent slightly, and then... boom! Power bursts. The ground under Qi Tian's feet shattered, and the whole person soared into the sky like a rocket. The body is so light. The sky is about 30 or 40 meters high. Qi Tian's face is incredible. He didn't jump much hard just now, but his body seems to be completely free from gravity. No, it's not that the body has become lighter. Qi Tian looked at the depression on the ground that had been caused by his jumping from a distance and understood that the power he had just used was definitely quite a lot, but his strength had increased too much, causing his body to feel as if it had become countless times lighter. Snap! Qi Tian landed lightly on the ground, barely making a sound. It's amazing, is this Qi? Qi Tian looked at his body wrapped in Qi, with a look of amazement in his eyes. He was trying to control Qi in midair just now. Perhaps it was talented, or Qi itself had this characteristic. He could easily communicate Qi to support his body, so that he would not fall heavily. He felt that he was groping for a short while, and maybe he could explore the Qigong that can fly freely in the sky according to the description of the dance air art in Dragon Ball. Qi Tian tried to retract the Qi that was wrapped around him. Sure enough, the Qi is covering the body. No, it should be said that it will greatly strengthen the body when using it. After withdrawing the Qi, Qi Tian sighed as he felt his body that was more than a little weaker than just now. After familiarizing himself with the power of this chaotic stone forest's wanton experimentation, he left the ground full of rubble, and Qi Tian walked out of the chaotic stone forest satisfied. The seemingly incomparably hard rock will be directly shattered by a gentle collision. Several tons of boulder can be thrown tens of meters away at will, and the mind can release destructive Qigong waves with a single movement, and it can also fly freely in the sky. Seriously, this kind of superhuman power is really very cool. If Qi Tian didn't understand that whether it was the Dragon Ball world or the world of prisoners of food, this power was still far behind, maybe he would be immersed in this power. Walking out of the chaotic stone forest, Qi Tian covered his gurgling stomach with a look of discolor. The power of the combination of gourmet cells and Qi is strong, even the consumption is not small. Obviously, he had just eaten a big meal from the food world not long ago, and as a result, he was hungry again after only a while. Find something to eat. Qi Tian looked at the wasteland in front of him, and wanted to cry without tears. He believes that there are definitely a lot of food hidden in this wilderness, but he, a rookie living in the city, wanted to find enough food to fill his stomach in this wilderness. That's hard. Forget it, look for it slowly, I hope to find a beast that is big enough. Qi Tian looked helpless, and went deep into the wasteland. And as Qi Tian went deeper into the wasteland, the surroundings were not as lifeless as just now, and there were many strange plants on the side of the road, as well as some small animals that looked strange. Qi Tian was not in a hurry to catch his prey. He still has a clear understanding, he basically does not know the animals and plants in this world, and he does not know whether there is poison or not. So, if you want to hunt, this small animal and plant is not a good choice. He should hunt the kind of large animals that eat by their bodies at first glance, so as to best avoid some unknown toxins and the like. And Qi Tian's luck was obviously good, and he didn't look for long, and Qi Tian saw a huge red-haired pig in the wilderness. The red-haired pig, a giant pig with an average height of more than 2 meters and a length of more than 3 meters, has a fierce personality, and is a beast of one in the hunting level set by the Igo, that is, a level that requires more than 10 senior hunters with hunting rifles to be captured without damage. Of course, for Qi Tian now, capturing level 1 is not a powerful prey. Ho ho! Qi Tian saw the red-haired pig in the distance, and the red-haired pig, which was more vigilant than Qi Tian, naturally also found Qi Tian, and roared at Qi Tian from afar, as if to warn Qi Tian not to approach. But Qi Tian, who was hungry and fast-eyed, naturally ignored it. At the first time he found the red pig, Qi Tian quickly rushed over. And after noticing Qi Tian's approach, the red pig did not hesitate at all, rushing towards Qi Tian's direction, and the huge size seemed to tell the moving tank, full of violence. Good beast! Although full of confidence, Qi Tian was not stupid enough to collide with the beast. The flexible changes under his feet, directly dodged, and then suddenly accelerated, and the side of the red-haired pig crashed hard. Whoosh! The red-haired pig with a huge size and a high-speed frontal collision was obviously not as flexible as Qi Tian, and there was no time to dodge, so it was directly hit by Qi Tian and flew out. Qi Tian chased after the victory, without the slightest mercy, directly rushed over, his right hand was enveloped by Qi, and then a punch blasted out, directly piercing the huge head of the red-haired pig in mid-air. Bang! With a loud bang, the red-haired pig whose head was pierced fell to the ground. Chapter 8. On the side of the red-haired pig who fell to the ground, Qi Tian had a solemn face. This thing. What should I do about it? As an ordinary person who has never been engaged in slaughtering work, it is simply embarrassing for a person to complete a series of slaughtering tasks for a giant pig that is more than 3 meters long and 2 meters tall and weighs at least 2 tons. But what can Qi Tian do? Is his stomach embarrassing him? He can't just leave it alone and go hungry. Qi Tian looked at the huge red-haired pig in front of him with a worried expression. Forget it, let's start dealing with it first. Patting his face, Qi Tian directly launched the dance air technique and flew into the sky, looking for a water source. After a short while, Qi Tian fell from the sky, and without saying a word, he carried the huge red-haired pig and ran out wildly, and after using the gas, he ran and flew in a straight line for 7 or 8 minutes, and Qi Tian ran to a babbling stream with the red-haired pig. I remember that if I deal with my prey, I have to bleed first. Although he has eaten pork and seen pigs run, Qi Tian has never seen the process of killing pigs, but it is still a little common sense, and I remember that the first step of this prey is to bleed. But I looked at the red-haired pig whose half of his head was broken by him, and the blood was basically shed. Oh, epsilon asterisk, forget it, let's go to the next step. If you finish blood, it should be pickpocketing. Qi Tian was a little unsure, but he still walked in front of the red-haired pig and prepared to pick the skin. Oh no, it's plucking. The red-haired pig is a pig as its name, and the whole body is wrapped in a layer of thick red hair. Because there were no tools at hand, Qi Tian simply pulled out the fangs on the side of the red-haired pig's mouth, and then the sharpness of the front of the fangs, with a handful of strength, began to skin the pork chop hard. Not to mention, if the strength is great, this is the benefit, and if there is no skill, then break all the laws with one force, and break it with force. After working for more than 10 minutes, Qi Tian actually ripped off the skin of the red-haired pig. I'm such a genius! Wiping the blood stains on his face, Qi Tian was undoubtedly very satisfied when he looked at the red-haired pig that had been skinned in front of him. After the pickpocket, it should be to go to the guts. Qi Tian continued to get busy. The pig was disemboweled and broken, and all the internal organs of the body were dug out, and the heart of the pig that could be recognized was left, and then the rest of the unknown ones were all dug into a hole and buried. That's pretty much it. After working for a long time, Qi Tian looked at the pile of decomposed pieces of meat with a satisfied face. As for the way to eat, it's simple: pick up firewood, pile it up in a pile, and then a small qigong wave is directly lit, and the grill is ready. And Qi Tian did not forget that at the beginning of the Captives of Food, when he captured the Kala giant crocodile, he had a way of roasting it with a stone slate, so he also found a suitable flat and smooth stone. Everything is ready. It's worthy of me. Qi Tian looked at the snowflake barbecue on the grill and the roasted pork chops on the stone slab, and his pride in his heart could not be stopped. This was the first time that he had completely completed the hunting, slaughtering and finishing to the final cooking by himself. At this time, as the flame jumped, the gravy kept oozing out and falling low in the fire, and a tempting aroma began to emanate. Thank you for all the ingredients in the world. After entering the countryside, Qi Tian clasped his hands together and closed his eyes and prayed before he was ready to eat. Pick up the roast on the fire and go straight to your mouth. Delicious. Qi Tian's eyes suddenly lit up, feeling the pleasure of his taste buds, and he directly stuffed all the large pieces of roasted meat in his hand into his mouth 3 times and 5 by 2, with a happy look on his face. The gravy is tender and juicy, melts in the mouth, and the original flavor without any seasonings is so delicious, it is worthy of being a prisoner of food. Qi Tian looked intoxicated, and his hands kept grabbing the roasted meat in front of him and the roast pork chops on the stone slab and stuffing them into his mouth. Half an hour later. Although it is good to say that you can eat more delicious after the amount of rice rises, it is very distressing to have to eat so much at every meal and digest it so quickly. Qi Tian sucked his fingers and lay on the ground with a face of aftertaste. As for the side, there were scattered bones that had been eaten by Qi Tian. The huge red-haired pig, which is 2 meters tall and more than 3 meters long, was eaten by Qi Tian. That's right. Qi Tian suddenly thought of something and sat up abruptly. The Dragon Ball world is now the time period for the Vic Great Devil, that is. The fairy beans in the Karin Immortals have not been cleaned up by Archie Loeb. Immortal beans. Qi Tian muttered. Immortal beans are a good thing, as long as one can restore physical strength, and cannot be hungry for 10 days, for the current Qi Tian, immortal beans are definitely a miracle medicine level. Finally after work, I don't know what delicious Lanzi prepared today, whether there is my favorite tenderloin banana. Walking down the road, Paige, who had just left work, drooled while thinking about the dinner prepared by his wife at home. Suddenly. Knock knock. The ground suddenly trembled. Hey, Paige startled. Earthquake. No, Paige quickly shook his head. How can earthquakes be so regular, and there is still a sound? Hello, may I ask, do you know where there is a store that buys ingredients? A polite voice came from behind Paige. The point to buy ingredients? There is one 200 meters left at the southern intersection. Paige subconsciously replied, because his place of work was opposite the store where he bought ingredients, and he often bought some ingredients, so he remembered it well. However, turning around, Pei Zhi was stunned. Looking at the hideous huge pig's head in front of him, the whole person was frightened. "Thank you." The one who asked for directions was a strong man in a grass dress, and the strong man thanked him politely. The strong man is naturally Qi Tian, and he who is more than 1 meter and 8 meters full of muscles is already qualified to be called a strong man. Knowing where the ingredients were purchased, he carried a huge wild boar and trotted all the way in the direction pointed by Pei Zhi. Walking out of the food buying store, Qi Tian was still carrying a suitcase in his hand. 1 kilogram and 800,000, a pig of less than 2 tons can be sold for 1.5 billion, it should be said that it is worthy of pork. Qi Tian also had some emotion, more than 100 million. Even if it is a currency equivalent to the yen, he has never touched so much money when he crosses Qi Tian. He also remembered when he left the wilderness, he had no ID card in this world, let alone money, so he was ready to catch some prey and sell it for money. And it just so happened that I didn't know what the relationship was with the last red hair pig that was eaten by Qi Tian. In short, Qi Tian found a red hair pig in the wilderness, so he caught it easily, but I didn't expect this red hair pig to be so valuable. And just when Qi Tian started shopping with more than 100 million cash, the other side. The headquarters of IGO. The president, Mikhail Gorba, Minister of Gastronomy of the Kingdom of Chibia, asked for a meeting. "Hey, then who?" He said there was an appointment. The Secretary General, apparently accustomed to Ichiryu's attitude, replied very skillfully. "It seems that there is such a person, so ask him what is the matter," said Ichiryu looking at the document in front of him without raising his head and looking impatiently. "President, next." Somebody told him to wait until I was done. Ichiryu turned around and roared impatiently, then looked down at the document again. "Damn it! How can Igo do so many things?" Ichiryu scratched his head in annoyance. "Oh roar! Long time no see. Hey, this voice. Jiro." Ichiryu turned around in surprise, and behind him, the figure standing was none other than Jiro, who had resealed his power after returning to the human realm. "Haha, how many years have we not seen each other?" At the table, Yulong laughed while eating. 3 years, no, 4 years, the last time we met was on the 500th birthday of the festival. Jiro said with a smile as he held the small wine cup. "Haha, I still remember that Zaija was very angry." The angry one shouted that she was not 500 years old. Yes. Jiro also had memories on his face. "Then again, this is the first time you've come to Igo to find me in so many years, is there something going on?" asked Ichiryu. Jiro nodded, "There's something I want to check with you." "Oh, please." Ichilong couldn't help but be curious. "I ran out of appetizers 2 days ago, so I went to the food world and met an interesting little friend." Jiro chuckled and explained the matter to Ichiryu. "Oh, a prophet from beyond the universe." Ichiryu mused, then a smile appeared on his face. "Najiro, do you think it's true or not?" "It's a mixed truth," said Jiro casually. "It's really rare to say such uncertain words from your mouth." Ichiryu laughed. At that time, the child's body was shrouded in an interesting barrier, so he could not detect the physical changes of the other party, but judging from the expression and tone on his face, it was a little difficult to distinguish between real and false. Haha! Hearing Jiro's words, Ichiryu couldn't help but shake his head. "In that case, then take it as true. How, did you get any meaning of the future from his mouth?" "Ah!" Jiro nodded, his gaze a little confused. He was indeed the same as Ichiryu said, simply taking it as true, so. "That's why the future that Qi Tian said in his mouth is so dignified." He said. "Old man, you still have 3 tigers, we will all die in the future." Chapter 9. Hey, the old man is dead. Yulong smiled, "This joke is not funny." "Hey, your focus is only on your own death?" Jiro had a black line. Ooh, you're dead too. You and the kitten are dead too. Yulong realized this later, and his face was stunned. The corners of Jiro's mouth twitched. Haha, just kidding. Ichiryu waved his hand. Say, how did I die? Yulong looked curious. Find your own death. Jiro said angrily. Find your own death. Fight with kittens without food cells, and then be beaten half dead and killed by the lizards. Jiro said angrily. Ichiryu muttered, with a serious face, this is my style. Jiro is also helpless, having known him for hundreds of years, of course he can understand that this is Ichiryu's style, otherwise, he would not completely believe in Qi Tian. It's a pity to die, but Jiro, the old man is really happy now. Yulong suddenly spoke up, and the smile on his face was no longer the same as Harpy before, but a gentle face. Jiro paused, looking at the relieved smile on Ichiryu's face and couldn't help but be silent, although the speed that Ichiryu guessed was a little unexpected to him, he understood what Ichiryu meant. One dragon was beaten half to death by 3 tigers, which can also be understood as just being beaten half to death, and the reason for this result is naturally self-evident. That kitten is still family after all. Jiro muttered in a low voice. 2 wolves. Ichiryu looked at Jiro seriously, and his voice spoke in a low voice. Hey, startled Jiro. It's been a long time, I haven't called him the name Airwolf for a long time, and when Ichiryu shouted so suddenly, Jiro also subconsciously became serious. How you died? Am I miserable? Asked Yulong word by word. Hey! Even Jiro couldn't turn a corner at this moment. Worse than you, much worse than you, the kind that dies without a corpse. Said Jiro angrily. Haha, sure enough, I knew hundreds of years ago that you definitely died worse than me in the end. Ichiryu grinned, and the beard at the corners of his mouth turned up, as if he had won some major game. Jiro drank a small drink, helpless. Although he had known Ichiryu for hundreds of years, he could not adapt to Ichiryu's bad taste, which was more difficult than adapting to the food world. However, it's really a little hard to imagine, Jiro, you will die without a corpse, is there really that kind of creature on this earth that can do it? Ichiryu suddenly became serious, with a look of emotion. It's probably the old man's carelessness. Jiro shook his head. According to the guy, the old man was fighting the group of blue lizards alone in the final battle at the time of the gourmet eclipse, when he was attacked by a creature named Neo who suddenly appeared, which relieved the old man of the hundreds of years of accumulated damage anesthesia, and the injuries burst out in one breath, which led to that result. Saying that, Jiro also sighed. Trouble. He never thought that the anesthesia on his body would one day be unraveled, so he never thought about how to treat those injuries that were anesthetized by him. Now that he had accumulated hundreds of years, the number of injuries sealed in his body, just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. And just when Jiro had a headache, Ichiryu was in a state of horror at this time. Maybe Jiro doesn't know what Neo is, but he does, Neo. The gourmet demon of his teacher Acacia. And Jiro's killing by Neo means. And without speaking, Jiro also sensed something was wrong, looked at Ichiryu strangely, and then noticed Ichiryu's gloomy face. However, he did not wait for Jiro to ask. The door to the room was slammed open. Wow, President, I heard that Master Jiro is coming to you. In the room, Jiro and Ichiryu looked over at the same time, and pushing the door in was a muscular bald man with a red face and the smell of alcohol. It's you, Mansum, Ichiryu said, looking at the comer. Hee, sir, don't always praise me for being handsome, said Mansum with an embarrassed smile. Is he? Jiro on the side was also a little surprised, he could come in without knocking, and Ichiryu was not angry yet. Oh yes. This is Mansum, an employee I recruited when I traveled on Earth a few years ago, and now manages the Igo First Echo Zone. Ichiryu quickly introduced Jiro. Mansum, this is the master anesthesia Jiro you've always wanted to see. Turning his head, Yulong also introduced Mansum. Wow, Master Jiro is really here. Mansum's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he rushed up excitedly, Master Jiro, I have been fascinated by you for a long time, and the main dishes of my life menu, Dionysian dragon, dessert wine melon, and drink Dionysian whale sea tide are all ingredients you have found. Oh, it seems to be all ingredients from the Sake Islands. Jiro was also interested. He is notoriously an alcoholic, and he spends more than 200 days a year in the Juhao Islands, an alcoholic island full of natural sake and all kinds of dishes. Haha, that's right, I'm my favorite in the Juhao Islands, but I'm too busy with work, only a few weeks off a year, so I can only get drunk for 2 or 3 months a year. Is it really good for you to say this in front of your husband, the president of the IGO? The corners of Ikalong's mouth twitched. It's okay, anyway, I've never been to the Juhao Islands on vacation. Mansum waved his drunken hand and said very boldly. Yulong. What else can he say? You guy, it's not good to be in the first ecological zone, what are you doing at the headquarters? Yulong is also helpless, so he has no tricks for drinking and drunks. Oh, yes, I almost forgot to get down to business. Mansum quickly turned around and turned his back to Yulong, rubbing his eyes. Tears instantly brewed in his eyes, and then he turned around and looked at Yulong with a miserable look and spoke, President, those little ghosts have been in the first ecological region for 2 years, so they should be sent to other ecological regions to practice. You mean Azusani them, said Ichiryu. Mitz Mansum nodded pitifully. No, I'm going to keep them in Ecozone 1 for 5 years, and now there's 3 more years. Yulong turned his head, completely ignoring the expression of Mansum's hot eyes, and mercilessly refused. 3 years, Mansum was shocked. No. Mansum didn't even have time to disguise his pitiful expression, and shouted directly, in 5 years, then my wine will be all gone. Wine, said Ichiryu strangely. That's right, guild leader, you don't know what those little ghosts are arrogant about. Mansum said with an annoyed look. In the first ecological zone, whether I hide the wine there, the dog nose of Au can smell and find a stealing drink, and zebra's pair of eavesdropping ears. There is nothing in the first ecological zone that can hide from him, plus Coco's eyes and Sani's hair, whether the food library is a combination lock or a mechanical lock, it can't prevent them at all. And the most important thing is that if they steal a little, they just steal a little, but they empty the food warehouse every time, and then ask everyone in the first ecological zone to eat, and every time I have to go out again to hunt and fill the food bank. Mansum said one by one, his face was becoming more and more aggrieved, this will not be pretending, but true feelings. However, if Yulong cares about this, then he is not Yulong. Yulong smiled very happily, have they grown to this point? 5 years. No. Before Mansum's words fell, a slender toothpick-like chopstick pierced him directly into his body to anesthetize him, and then an irresistible repulsion rushed over and knocked him away. And the door to the room did not know when it had been opened, and Mansum flew straight out. Mansum got drunk and sent him down to rest. Ichiryu shouted directly, and then the door to the room slammed shut. This whole process is completed in one go, and it is the result of long-term practice. Yes. At the door, the guard responded strangely, then pushed the small cart out, put Mansum on it and pushed him away. In the room, Jiro looked at Ichiryu's gaze a little strangely, this is. If you don't agree with a word, you will lift the table, press people with force, and bully the small with the big. I didn't expect you to be such a dragon. Ignoring Jiro's strange gaze, Ichiryu boldly raised the wine glass in front of him and smiled, come Jiro, let's leave it alone and continue drinking. Saying that, Yulong directly drained the wine, and then. Zzz. Jiro raised his glass, looked at Ichiryu who was asleep, drank the drink in the glass, and then shook his head helplessly. Infinite fermented wine, no wonder you entertain your old man with such a good thing. Infinite fermented wine, not the wine of the human world, but the wine of the food world, although the alcohol content is not high, only 55 degrees, but this wine has a very interesting effect, that is, after drinking and gourmet cells combined, can form a small distillery in the body for a short time, automatic brewing wine, circulating in the body. During this time, the deliciousness of any drink you drink will be greatly improved, and it can be called the dream ingredient of all alcoholics. But for Yulong, a guy who gets drunk when he gets drunk, this kind of ingredient that is equivalent to drinking non-stop will make him drunk for a long time. It's really... Jiro looked at Ichiryu helplessly, and although he didn't know why Ichiryu used this method, he still spoke. That little guy still has a lot of good things out there, so go get to him yourself. Ichiryu. Omega dash, zzz. Looking at the drunken Ichiryu, Jiro of course knew that he could hear it, and with the strength of Ichiryu's gourmet cells, even if he was drunk, there would never be such a thing as drinking broken pieces after waking up. If it is not for the continuous production of alcohol after drinking the infinite fermented wine, I am afraid that in the strong wine, a dragon can instantly decompose the alcohol. Shaking his head, Jiro left with the freshly opened bottle of infinite fermented wine. And after Jiro left, in the room, Ichiryu who was lying on the sofa opened his eyes, although his face was red, but his eyes were clear, and there was a drunken look there. Neo, sensei, did you fail, or? Ichiryu's face was gloomy. It's your own hand. Chapter 10. Knowledge is the ladder of human progress, and the truth contained in this sentence is common in any world and era, even in this era of gastronomy. Zishi City. This is the city with the largest library in the human world, and at the same time, there is the largest and most complete food library, which records the food materials, food geography, food humanities, food science and technology and other countless classified materials in the human world, but it is definitely the most comprehensive record in the human world. Wu. Qi Tian closed the book in his hand and gently exhaled. After getting a lot of money in the first hunt, Qi Tian opened the way with money and quickly applied for a gourmet ID, gourmet bank card and various documents needed for life in this world. Subsequently, Qi Tian searched for this place in Zishi City from the internet and immediately rushed over, ready to make up for all kinds of knowledge in this world. But Qi Tian looked at the neatly placed dozens of rows of 10-meter-high bookshelves in the hall behind him and couldn't help sighing. It is worthy of the era of food that has prospered for hundreds of years, and the amount of knowledge accumulated is really terrifying. You know, the library where Qi Tian is now is not a well-known food library in the world, but a small library with a good reputation that he found in Zishi City. But even small libraries have a collection of 5 million volumes. Even if Qi Tian is not prepared to write down all of them, but only plans to write down the basic common sense in this world and the basic knowledge of food hunters, it is not something that can be completed in a short time. Trouble, sighed Qi Tian, he had been reading books here for 5 days in a row. To be honest, he is actually not a personality who likes to read and learn, even after the evolution of the awakening of food cells has greatly increased his brain power, Qi Tian is relatively indifferent to this kind of thing as reading. But in any world, illiterate people who know nothing are necessarily at the bottom of society. So, let's go hunting first. The amount of stored ingredients is still a little worse. Qi Tian looked at the sky outside and put aside the book basic collection of plant ingredients that he had read in his hand. Store ingredients. It was something that Qi Tian remembered when he came to this world the day after he came to this world, but he couldn't stay in this world all the time. Using the Void Atlas to traverse the world is only a basic ability for the Void Atlas and does not consume much energy, but Qi Tian needs to continuously consume energy if he wants to stay in the crossed world all the time. The specific principle is not very clear to Qi Tian, but the general rule is that the Void Atlas takes the Dragon Ball world as the coordinate world, and every 10 days of energy accumulated, Qi Tian can travel to other worlds for 30 days. This is true even in the Dragon Ball world, where Qi Tian has to travel through other worlds once every 30 days. During this time, for Qi Tian, the passage of Dragon Ball time will slow down by more than 100 times. Similarly, when Qi Tian was in the Dragon Ball world, the world marked and recorded by the Void Catalog, for Qi Tian, the speed of time passing would also slow down by more than 100 times. And Qi Tian's crossing into the captive world of food this time should have been able to stay for 30 days, but when he just crossed over, Qi Tian's overdraft energy maintained a barrier for almost half an hour, resulting in Qi Tian only staying in this world for a maximum of 6 days this time. Today, it's the 6th day. There is about half a day left, and Qi Tian will be forcibly repatriated back to the Dragon Ball world. So, Qi Tian is now storing his 10-day ration after returning to the Dragon Ball world, as well as a large amount of fish products that he is going to exchange with the Karin Immortals for immortal beans. Half a day later. SHHH. With a crisp sound, Qi Tian put away the bank card. Mr. Turk, the money has been transferred, you check it. In front of Qi Tian, a strong middle-aged man paid attention to his mobile phone, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face after seeing a text message that arrived. Mr. Qi Tian, since the money has arrived, we will put the goods here. Turk said with a smile. Qi Tian nodded. The goods, he had already checked before paying, there was no problem, they were all good quality ingredients. With Qi Tian's nod, Turk also beckoned his companions to prepare to leave. 2 empty trucks that had been unloaded drove away, leaving only Qi Tian in place, and 2 huge boxes 6 meters long and 3 meters wide. This huge fresh-keeping box was also the goods in the mouths of Qi Tian and the strong middle-aged man before. One of the boxes contained the fish that Qi Tian ordered from the food merchant Turk who left before, while the other box was the ingredients that Qi Tian had hunted and captured in the past few days to prepare as rations, and had been stored in Turk before, until today, they pulled it together. Looking at the 2 huge fresh-keeping boxes filled with ingredients, Qi Tian stepped forward, directly lifted one of the huge safes, stacked it together, and then fixed it through a special mechanism. Unfortunately, the Void Atlas does not have a storage function, otherwise it can contain more ingredients, and it is much more convenient. Qi Tian said darkly. It makes sense that the protagonists in those novel fantasy worlds more or less have storage equipment, but although Qi Tian does not have any storage equipment, he has already thought of a very good alternative. That is, the product of the Dragon Ball heroine Boomer's family, universal capsules. Go back. Qi Tian grabbed the huge safe on the side, closed his eyes and communicated the Void Atlas in the Sea of Consciousness. Just as Qi Tian appeared in this world, Qi Tian quietly disappeared into the world of prisoners of food with the huge safe on the side. About 10 minutes after Qi Tian left, a team of black suits drove here, holding various strange instruments and recording them around. The whole process lasted about 5 minutes, and the men quickly retreated and left. Of course, the matter here is not known to Qi Tian, who has already left. Dragon Ball World, Earth. Qi Tian walked out of a jewelry store in the western capital. I didn't expect this world gem to be so valuable. Qi Tian played with an anonymous bank card in his hand and secretly said in his heart. Having had the experience of being in the world of food captives, Qi Tian naturally would not ignore the fact that in the Dragon Ball world, he also had no identity, no money, and no personnel. Therefore, in the world of food captives, Qi Tian spent millions to buy some jewelry that could be exchanged for money and brought it back. But what Qi Tian didn't expect was that the jewelry that was only worth millions in the world of food captives was sold for hundreds of millions in the world of Dragon Balls. At this moment, Qi Tian's assets in the Dragon Ball world directly surpassed the prisoner world of food. However, it is clear that compared to the Dragon Ball world, Qi Tian still attaches more importance to the captive world of food. Let's take advantage of the fact that the great demon king of Vic has not yet begun to make trouble. Let's go and buy the universal capsule first. Qi Tian put away his bank card and walked quickly towards the universal capsule sales store. The forest to the east of the western capital. It was accompanied by 2 bangs, and a puff of smoke. 2 huge food safes become 2 small universal capsules. It's amazing. Qi Tian stepped forward quickly and picked up the 2 universal capsules on the ground. Although I have seen it in the anime before, but watching it on the spot, Qi Tian still can't help but feel amazing. Such a small capsule can hold such a huge thing. Single round of this, the Earth's space technology definitely exceeds the food Earth. Put the universal capsule back in the box and put it away. Performing the dance technique, Qi Tian flew into the sky. The next step is to go to the Karin Immortals to trade fairy beans. However, as Qi Tian, who came with his body, does not have a legal identity on the Earth, and does not know anyone like Sun Wukong, it is not too easy to contact the Karin Immortals, not to mention the rest. Just looking for Karin Tower is enough to make Qi Tian spend a lot of time. And what Qi Tian needs now is a letter of submission. In this period, there is no more suitable way to cast a name than to fight the great demon king of Vic together, even if Qi Tian's origin is unknown, as long as he has shown enough positions in this battle. It is not difficult to learn the location of Karin Ta from Sun Wukong, and then change to Xiandu from the Karin Immortals. Vic Great Devil flew in the sky. Qi Tian's face had a touch of contemplation. To be honest, even after awakening the gourmet cells and Qi one after another, Qi Tian did not think that he was necessarily stronger than the great demon king. Especially Qi Tian still doesn't know Bike's current location, and the only one who can participate in it is to wait for the king and face Vic in his heyday after regaining his youth. After all, no matter how you say it, a few days ago, Qi Tian was still an ordinary person who couldn't even fight very well, and it was okay to crush some beasts or weak people with strength, but he was really close to dealing with Vic, who was once called a genius heavenly god's evil doppelganger. However, if you don't try it, who knows? The corners of Qi Tian's mouth hooked, and his body suddenly burst out with a brilliant white flame, and his flight speed suddenly skyrocketed, flying rapidly towards the direction of the royal capital on the map. Above the earth, the temple. The celestial god, who had been standing at the edge of the temple and had been watching the Vic Great Devil, suddenly shifted his gaze from the Vic Great Devil's body and looked into the distance. What is this gas? A cold sweat on Tenjin's forehead couldn't help but ooze out. What an amazing chi! And Tenjin, what's wrong? On the side, Bobo looked at the suddenly nervous Tenjin suspiciously. It's such a strange chi, obviously not contaminated with the evil aura, but I seem to feel that there is an amazing malice hidden in it that devours everything. Tenjin did not answer Bobo's words, and said to himself in a cold sweat, what the hell is this chi? Chapter 11. Above the earth, the temple. Amazingly malicious. On the side of the gods, Bobo was suddenly shocked. Aside from the Vic Great Devil, it was the first time he had seen the celestial god so flustered. Could it be? Before the Vic Great Demon has been solved, a new enemy has appeared? Tenjin! Bobo quickly shouted. Don't worry, the heavenly god calmed his mood and said in a deep voice, although this chi contains amazing malice, there is no evil thought. Bobo on the side looked a little dazed, containing malice, but there was no evil chi? What does it mean? At this time, the heavenly god was very entangled. His words are actually not contradictory. The astonishing malice contained in chi is innate, but those who possess chi are not evil. For example, this sudden chi perceived by the heavenly god was undoubtedly Qi Tian. Of course not, as a small citizen in his previous life, how could Qi Tian be a bad person? As for the malice contained in Qi Tian's chi, it comes from the gourmet cells in Qi Tian's body. Although the gourmet cell does not affect the consciousness of the holder, the gourmet cell itself is undoubtedly a complete egoist. And the purest gourmet cells have the instinct to swallow everything, which is not deliberate malice, just It's just an instinct to be a predator. At this time, the heavenly god was not aware of Qi Tian's enemy attack, and he was entangled. The heavenly god sensed this Qi from a distance, and his heart was shaken. If he chose to let it go, the heavenly god felt that if the malice contained in that Qi broke out, it would even cause a disaster far beyond this Vic Great Demon King. Unlike the life-connected doppelganger Vic Great Devil, the master of this Qi, the celestial god, he can completely destroy the other party, but although that Qi cannot be called justice, it does not have any evil aura in itself, indicating that the owner is not a bad person, or even a good person, but just a righteous warrior. What should I do? The god's gaze lowered, lost in thought. Since he is not an evil person, after the great demon king of Vic is defeated, go to that person and guide him to the right path. The face of the heavenly god showed a look of determination. He would definitely not allow the second Vic Great Demon to appear. At this time, Qi Tian, who was bent on obtaining the stepping stone of the imperial letter, did not know that he had actually been paid attention to by the heavenly god, and had even decided to bring him to the temple to teach after defeating the great demon king of Bike. Even if he doesn't fight the Vic Great Demon King now, he will get acquainted with the Karan immortals in the future and have the ability to trade immortal beans. After a long flight of more than an hour, Qi Tian finally flew from the western capital to the royal capital of the vicinity. Finally, I know that in the early stage, even if I learned the art of dancing, Sun Wukong did not fly, but sat on the clouds. Qi Tian's tired face fell to the ground. This kind of long-distance flight is still too early for the current Qi Tian, and because the middle from the western capital to the royal capital is basically Wangyangxi, so there is no way for Qi Tian to even rest in the middle. The great demon king of Vic appeared earlier, now recover your strength here. Qi Tian took out the universal capsule in his arms and took out the huge fresh keeping box containing his ingredients. For those with gourmet cells, the best way to recover their physical strength is to eat a big meal. Meanwhile, somewhere in the world. Ha! Ha ha! I'm okay, ha ha, I'm okay. The old and decaying Vic Great Demon sat on the ground in a cold sweat on his face, shouting excitedly. Hit! Missed! Not far away, the turtle immortal had a dark face at this time, without the slightest vitality. Wushan teacher. In the stone forest not far away, Tianjin rice and dumplings were lying in it and watching the scene in front of them. But Tianjin rice was sprayed with an unknown potion by the turtle immortals before, and now it is completely powerless. Nope. Don't think it's over like this. Someday someone will come out and hit you, save the life. Save the world. The turtle immortal forced the intermittent opening, and before he could finish speaking, he fell to the ground and lost his life. It's dangerous. It's so dangerous, the great demon king of Vic gasped, looking happy. I didn't expect that there would be people in this world who would use the demon seal wave. But it's good that he died. In that case, then there is nothing to be afraid of in this world, and the Dragon Ball now belongs to me. Vic looked excited. Vic waved his hand, the power was activated, and several Dragon Balls on the ground on the side flew out directly, and Vic also spit out 2 Dragon Balls from his mouth, adding up, exactly 7 Dragon Balls. A youthful body, a young body, I will soon have it again, and I will soon be able to regain my invincible strength. Vic looked at the 7 Dragon Balls in his palm excitedly and laughed excitedly. The 7 Dragon Balls gathered together shimmered with golden light, which was very extraordinary at a glance. Come out, Shen Long! With Vic's shouting call, the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground suddenly bloomed with divine golden light, and the sky instantly darkened. With a loud dragon groan, the 7 Dragon Balls bloomed in the light, and the divine dragon soared into the sky. Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, even Vic was a little distracted. This is Shen Long. The slightest doubt about Dragon Ball in his heart had completely disappeared, and Vic could feel that as long as he said his wish now, the power of youth would return to his body again. Shen Long, let me Take the Vic Great Demon King out of this world. The dumplings that rushed out from the stone forest on the side hurriedly shouted. And yet, Vic turned around suddenly, his right hand waved directly, and the surging qigong directly erupted and bombarded the dumpling's body. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the whole person of the dumpling flew out directly, fell to the ground, and opened and closed his mouth, but inability to speak. Dumplings! Tianjin Fan, who collapsed in the stone forest, was completely angry. However, the dumplings that fell to the ground have completely lost their breath of life, and the dumplings are dead. Bastard! 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 Tianjin Feng clenched his teeth, and all three eyes were bloodied. Messing with things, there are even accomplices on the side, almost ruining my big thing. The force was too strong, making Vic a little breathless, but after all, it was not the kind of old man who had no chicken power, just calmed his breath, and Vic recovered. Shen Long, let me recover my mind, restore me to the strongest time, shouted at the dragon. Easy. After just a slight pause, the divine dragon directly spoke, the blood-red dragon's eyes lit up with red light, and an inexplicable force appeared out of thin air around Vic Kerr. Then with the naked eye, the folds on the face of the great demon king Vic began to disappear, and the weak muscles of the quadriplegia became compact again. Power! Yes, this is my power, powerful and invincible power. Vic watched excitedly as he regained his youthful body. Your wish has come true, then. Goodbye. Goodbye. Bike's excited expression froze and inexplicably thought of the desire of the little man who had just come out, and an evil smile appeared on his face. Nope. It's better to never see you again. The great demon king of Vic raised his head sharply, and a qigong cannon under his full strength was directly issued, blowing up the divine dragon to smiche sizes. With the death of the divine dragon, the dim sky returned to brightness, and the 7 dragon balls that originally emitted divine golden light all turned into broken round balls and stones. Ha ha ha! Turned into stone, the dragon is dead, and now this world belongs to me. Vic laughed maniacally. And this sudden scene made the Tianjin rice on the side froze. Originally, if the dragon ball was still there, then after defeating the Vic Great Devil, the dead dumplings and turtle immortals could be resurrected. But now, it's over, it's all over. Tianjin Fan's belief was lost, and he could barely stay awake, but by the way, he was fainted by the medicine that broke out in his body. Grilled chicken wings, I love to eat them the most, but you are old. Bah! A look of embarrassment flashed across Qi Tian's face, and he accidentally almost blew his mouth bald. It's so fragrant, it's almost ready to eat. Qi Tian looked at the whole huge crab pig on the fire in front of him, and saliva couldn't stop flowing out of the corner of his mouth. This is the benefit of professionals. Qi Tian captured the crab pig and sent it directly to the food manufacturer to pay someone to help deal with it. The loss is minimal, and the seasoning has been smeared, and the whole one can be grilled directly. Put your hands together. Thanks to all the ingredients in the world. It is worthy of crab pigs. This meat really tastes like crab meat, and with the taste of pork itself, the strange taste of this fusion is really wonderful. Delicious! Qi Tian's face was full of comfort, and he shouted out excitedly, but there was no pause in his hand, and he kept removing the meat pieces on the crab pig. Suddenly, Qi Tian, who was originally enjoying the delicious taste buds, froze and looked up strangely to the south. Over there. What is it? Qi Tian was a little inexplicable. I don't know why, but at that moment just now, I suddenly felt that there was something that made him very uncomfortable, fleeting. It was a strange feeling, but Qi Tian couldn't say why. Shaking his head, Qi Tian directly threw that feeling aside as an illusion. The sky and the earth are big, and now he eats the most. He is in a hurry to enjoy, bah! He is in a hurry to recover his strength, so that he can wait to fight the great devil. Sorry. I only noticed that the previous immortal looked at the Monkey King who drank the super god water a little soon. The previous article has been changed. Chapter 12. Boom. 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 A salute exploded in the sky. Celebrations are taking place in the royal capital, the King's Palace, and the King's declaration of peace is being broadcast live on television around the world. On the top of a domed building not far from Wang, Qi Tian sat on the edge of the building and watched the bustle from afar. It's been a day, hasn't the great demon King Vic come yet? Qi Tian propped his chin, he felt bored. He had been here since yesterday afternoon, but as a result, the great demon King of Vic had not yet arrived. Because he had watched the Dragon Ball a long time ago, Qi Tian did not remember the plot in the early stage very well, and he had not forgotten the fact that the Vic Great Demon King came back to find the king after he recovered his youth, but he remembered it very vaguely in terms of time. But I think that with the arrogant personality of the Great Demon King of Bike, I will definitely come here as soon as I recover my youth. Qi Tian, who was bored, frowned and couldn't help but look up at the sky, with a hesitant look on his face. There. Something like something. Qi Tian was a little inexplicable. I don't know why he had such an idea, but that's what his instinct told him. That direction made him very uncomfortable. Frowning, Qi Tian kept staring closely at the direction he perceived. After only 5 minutes, a huge airship appeared in the sky, and Qi Tian's brows furrowed even more. That's it, what Qi Tian sensed 5 minutes ago was that airship. No, it should be said that someone in the airship was right. This. Qi Tian scratched his chin, and his eyes showed a thoughtful look. It suddenly occurred to him that he had felt this way yesterday afternoon when he was eating, but it only disappeared in an instant, far less clearly than he perceived this time. Not to mention seeing the physical object that makes him feel. And this kind of thing, in Qi Tian's impression, is very similar to the method of Z warriors in the middle and late Dragon Ball to perceive enemies with Qi. But in terms of using Qi, he definitely belongs to the rookie level. How could he be able to apply this kind of Qi profoundly? No, there's no time to think about that anymore. Qi Tian shook his head and looked at the airship in the distance with solemn eyes. If he guessed correctly, the airship over there, no, it should be said that the person in the airship he perceived should be the Vic Great Demon who has recovered his youth. However, why do I feel like that guy is not very strong? Qi Tian's face was faintly strange. If his uncomfortable instinct is really Qi induction, maybe his trip this time will be very smooth. On the top floor of the Pirav airship, Vic sitting on the huge throne suddenly frowned. How long until you get here to the palace of the kingdom? Vic asked in a deep voice. On the side, a pterosaur-like demon in charge of piloting the airship screamed and responded, back to the great demon king of Bike, you can already see the king's palace here, and you will reach your destination in less than 2 minutes. 2 minutes, beat Bike's sharp nails on the throne, and then paused. Park the airship here and we'll fly over. Fly over. The winged dragon demon race was obviously a little strange, but it obeyed and adjusted the airship to hover mode, and then opened the top layer at the top. Over there. There's a guy who doesn't know if he's alive or dead waiting for us. Vic flew out of thin air and grinned, just use that guy's life as a sacrifice to announce the arrival of the new master of this land. Are there any martial artists who don't know if they are dead or alive? The winged dragon demon race also reacted, and used the dancing void technique to keep up with the Vic Great Demon King. Here it comes. Without the inexplicable perception of suspected Qi induction, Qi Tian could already see the figure of the Great Demon King of Vic from a distance. A solemn gaze looked at the flying figure in the distance. Although his intuition told him that the Vic Great Demon King was not very strong, but the name of the human shadow tree, Qi Tian had only gained strength for a few days, and Qi Tian still instinctively doubted this kind of thing intuition. In short, be careful, you can't go wrong. Qi Tian's mind moved, and the qi in his body surged, lifted him up, and flew into the air, flying towards the direction of the great demon king of Bike. Vic flew fast, even if the other party did not deliberately fly fast, it was much faster than the huge and bulky airship. That is, in about 30 seconds, the figures of Vic and the winged dragon demon race had already flown over and landed in front of the door of the king's palace, and Qi Tian also happened to land in front of the gate of the king's palace. Vic Great Devil! Qi Tian looked up at the other party and spoke. It's me. Perhaps the power of regaining his youth made Vic confident, and he answered the question of Qi Tian and answered lightly. You're a lot taller than I thought. Qi Tian looked at the Vic in front of him, compared with the Vic in the late Dragon Ball in his impression, it was a little similar, but his body size was much larger, and he looked a lot more gloomy. You're a lot stronger than I expected. Vic grinned, you should be the king's guardian. Guardian? Qi Tianyi was stunned, a little confused. I think killing you in front of countless people should be enough courage to destroy this country. Vic did not pay attention to Qi Tian's dazedness, but said to himself. Qi Tian understood. The great demon king Vic regarded him as the guardian of the country, a martial artist. If you think about it, a person who can become a king, no matter how much he loves the people as a son and loves peace, must have great power in his hands. In Bike's impression, the strongest human beings are those martial artists who have come to fight against him. But it's a pity that Vic thought wrong. Although he is not sure, Qi Tian remembers that the king of this country seems to be the ancestor and his Dragon Ball wish to become the king, and the strongest in his hand is only the army. Qi Tian did not mean to explain to the great demon king of Bike, but directly put on a fight, and the fighting spirit rose in his heart. Don't say those useless nonsense, let's fight. Since you are in a hurry to find death, then you go and die. Vic didn't say anything, his eyes lit up directly, and two laser-like Qigong waves shot out from his eyes. Swish! The moment Qi Tian saw the other party's eyes light up, he understood Bike's tricks, and without the slightest hesitation, he took 2 steps back directly under his feet and dodged. With a sizzling sound, 2 more tiny pitfalls of unknown depth instantly appeared in the place where Qi Tian was fighting just now. Qi Tian was not simply dodging. After taking 2 steps back, his right foot immediately exerted force, and his body was sideways, rushing towards the great demon king Vic dynasty. At the same time, Qi Tian's right arm was already wrapped in a white wave of qi, and a punch blasted out, the sound wave exploded, and the powerful and unparalleled power burst towards the Vic Great Devil. At this time, in the face of such a huge punch, Vic suddenly grinned. It turned out to be a rookie. Fighting is not the stronger the momentum, for martial artists with advanced martial arts, using the power of qi to counteract air resistance, so that the direct fist power can be 100% exerted, is the foundation of the foundation. And as the evil body of the martial artist Heavenly God, who was once called a genius, Bike's martial arts cultivation is not weak, and you can see at a glance that there is no trace of martial arts in Qi Tian's movements. Qigong surging, and the Vic Great Demon King very indifferently stretched out his right hand to block Qi Tian's fist. There are too many extra movements in your movements. Boom! With a muffled sound, Bike's right arm disappeared in half, and blood and flesh splashed everywhere. What did you say? Qi Tian looked at Vic in front of him closely, with a mocking face, while the other fist quickly bombarded the abdomen of the Vic Great Devil. Bastard! The Vic Archdemon King felt the pain coming from his empty arm, his eyes burst out, but he quickly burst out with all his strength to defend his abdomen. Boom! With a loud bang, the whole person of the Great Demon King of Vic was directly blasted out by Qi Tian, directly crashed into the gate of the king's palace, and smashed heavily on the wall of the palace. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Bike's mouth. He never imagined how it was just a rookie with a weak breath and no martial arts, how could he have such power? Vic didn't know how terrifying Qi Tian's current power was. Qi Tian ate a lot of food ingredients in the gourmet world when the gourmet cell awakened, and after the gourmet cell awakened, its activity was strengthened to a very high level in one go. Then he discovered the power of qi, and under the increase, the already strong power skyrocketed in a tenfold violent posture. Moreover, even Bik could see that Qi Tian's strength was extremely weak, and how could Qi Tian himself not be clear, so as early as the beginning, Qi Tian was trying to make up for it. Although a few days is too short for Qi Tian to become a martial arts master, it is just a correct punching posture and basic steps, so that Qi Tian's punching power and speed can be combined normally, and Qi Tian can still easily learn. Messing around with stuff. The strong Qi suddenly burst out, and Vic directly collapsed the stones that fell around him, and Vic, who was wrapped in raging anger, glared at Qi Tian angrily at this time. And then he was flown out again by Qi Tian's punch hammer that rushed over. Qi Tian doesn't have the habit of standing in place and staring at the enemy after the attack to recover. As a novice in fighting the falling water dog is the best choice. Stepping on the steps of the foundation with speed and instant explosive power, Qi Tian closely followed around Bike. His fists burst out one after another. And missing half of his arm, even if the martial arts mastery far exceeded Qi Tian's Vic Great Devil, there was no way to get rid of Qi Tian's simple and unpretentious combat method of stepping on the foundation and waving his fists. Hit by Qi Tian's fist one after another, even the Vic Great Demon King, who did not carelessly defend with Qi, could not help but be short of breath. The most important thing is, hold back. Invaders, you have broken into the king's palace, stop your actions immediately, or we will act violently. Suddenly, in the palace not far away, dozens of soldiers holding guns rushed out and surrounded Qi Tian and Bike. Among them, the captain of the soldiers looked at the power caused by Qi Tian and Vic in the battle. His face changed slightly, and then he directly gave the order, "Shoot me!" Tapta tapta. With the dense gunfire, countless bullets burst out from the muzzles in all directions. Guns. Qi Tian, who was fighting fiercely with the Vic Great Devil, frowned slightly, although he is now extremely strong, but in the face of firearms, he will subconsciously feel threatened, and his movements are inevitable. Vic was a flash of joy in Qi Tian's eyes at this moment. Here comes the opportunity. Vic was pleasantly surprised in his heart, and regardless of the chaotic aura, he drank directly, and the terrifying Qi directly burst out, and the piercing golden light shone around Vic Kerr. With a boom, a terrifying explosion occurred directly around Vic Ek. In mid-air, Qi Tian, who jumped high and dodged at the moment when the qigong shone around Vic Qigong, looked at the smoke and dust that permeated below, and his face couldn't help but show a dignified color. Abominable. He ran away. Chapter 13. Abominable. He ran away. In mid-air, Qi Tian's face was solemn. Although he just pressed the Vic Great Demon King to fight, he never forgot that compared to his skills, he was just a rookie after all, and Vic was a talented martial arts master. Before he could press Vic to fight, it was because Vic was careless at the beginning and was broken by Qi Tian with a palm, and then there was no time to breathe under a rush attack, and that situation would occur. But now, because of the intervention of the king's army, the outbreak of Vic has slowed down from his offensive, and after the breath, it will be troublesome. And Qi Tian has not forgotten that Vic, who is a nemesis, has the ability to regenerate with severed limbs, but his forearm has not consumed much physical strength from the other party. Really? A violent wave of qi erupted from the position of the Vic Great Demon King below, and the smoke and dust set off by the previous explosion were directly blown away, and in the center of the previous explosion, the Vic Great Devil, whose arm had been restored, was staring at Qi Tian in midair. As for the group of soldiers who had disrupted the rhythm of Qi Tian's battle before, it was naturally impossible to survive under that explosion. Wu! Gently exhaling a turbid breath, Qi Tian understood that the more he was at this time, the more he could not panic. He didn't have much fighting skills himself. If he panicked, then he was really not an opponent in the face of the Vic Great Devil. On the contrary, as long as you stay calm, with your strength and speed, even if you only have a 3-board axe, you can definitely deal with the Vic Great Demon for a long time, and even defeat the Vic Great Devil. Thinking like this in his heart, Qi Tian manipulated his qi and slowly flew down. On the ground, because of the previous battle in Qi Tian and the explosion caused by Vic Qi, the lawn on the ground has disappeared, and even the ruins of the surrounding palace have been blown out and turned into a large open space. Although I was careless, in hundreds of years, you are the first human being who can make me suffer in a head-to-head battle. Vic looked at the landing Qi Tian and smiled. Although he said this, the killing intent flashed in Vic Chen's eyes, but there was no concealment of meaning. Then you are really pitiful, as far as I know, you have been sealed for hundreds of years. Qi Tian said mockingly. Losers do not lose, mouth cannons must win. Hearing Qi Tian's taunt, Bike's forehead bulged, and the killing intent in his heart rose. Being sealed for hundreds of years was originally his shame, plus Qi Tian was not his first opponent after breaking the seal, not even the second opponent. The first opponent after Vic broke the seal was to let him eat a blow to the Monkey King carelessly, although he killed the Monkey King in seconds after becoming serious, but it was indeed a small loss. The second opponent is the Turtle Immortal who used the magic seal wave to sneak attack. If it is not for the Turtle Immortal who has not contacted the magic seal wave and caused the problem of the accurate head, I am afraid that he will be sealed again now. It can be said that since he broke the seal, he has suffered losses in all three battles. Sharp-toothed imps. Vic gritted his teeth and cursed lowly, his feet were vigorous, and he rushed directly towards Qi Tian, adding his fists and feet. In the fierce battle, Qi Tian was repeatedly retreated by the fast attack of the Vic Great Devil. What's wrong? Weren't you arrogant just now? Hit me! The Vic Great Demon King kept mocking Qi Tian, and his keen sense of martial arts allowed him to easily find the best way to deal with Qi Tian, relying on the advantage of long hands and feet to keep his distance and constantly attacking Qi Tian. The body is strong, in the defense of Qi, even if he is hit by the Great Demon King of Bike, Qi Tian is not really injured, but Qi Tian, who has not practiced martial arts, and has extremely little combat experience, obviously has no way to break the game. He can only rely on speed and strength to barely defend against the attack of the Vic Great Devil. But keeping the old will be lost. This is the same as Qi Tian just now with the advantage to press the Vic Great Demon King. Qi Tian was brought into the rhythm of the other party by the Vic Great Devil. No, you have to find a way to break the game. Qi Tian gritted his teeth and thought while resisting the Great Demon King Vic Dynasty. Advantages. You have to think about my strengths. And then find a way to fight back. The bitter thinking while fighting undoubtedly made Qi Tian's movements more weak, and he was hit with more and more punches and feet, but with the dual defense of physical fitness and qi strengthened by the gourmet cells, Qi Tian withstood it abruptly. The fighting remains deadlocked. And with the stalemate in the battle, the scope of the battle between Qi Tian and the Great Demon King of Vic is also increasing, and the damage caused by the aftermath is becoming more and more serious. In the sky, in a shuttle. Your Majesty, evacuate quickly, a non-commissioned officer hurriedly persuaded the king. Oh no, to the king. Are you going to make me abandon my people and run away alone? The Snow King shouted. Your Majesty, your safety is the most important thing, and I have informed the army that soon a large force will come and take down those two madmen. The non-commissioned officer persuaded one after another. Needless to say, the Snow King raised his hand and said righteously, I will not run away, I will stand firm with my people, waiting for the arrival of the army. Your Majesty. The non-commissioned officer on the side looked anxious, but looking at the resolute Snow King, he finally opened his mouth and did not say anything. However, he silently adjusted the direction of the shuttle, quietly adjusting the height at the same time, but also quietly away from the two people fighting below. However, what the non-commissioned officer did not know was how panic was in the heart under the serious face of the Snow King at this time. You can't be wrong, that face. That face is definitely the face of that great devil. The Snow King was flustered, although he only glanced at it as he left. But the Snow King undoubtedly recognized the face of the Vic Archdevil. Although the people have forgotten history, as the king of the family lineage, his family records the disasters that ravaged the earth hundreds of years ago. The terrifying Great Demon King and his monsters wantonly destroyed and killed people all over the world, and the world order collapsed, although it only lasted a few years before the Great Demon King disappeared and normal order was restored, but it was undoubtedly one of the dark eras in world history. Could it be? Does the missing Great Demon still have an heir? The Snow King didn't even think that the one below was the Vic Great Demon. After all, in 300 years, even the Great Demon King could not have changed without the slightest. But who is that human fighting against the Great Demon King? Is he good or bad? The Snow King clenched his fists as he pondered, looking at the stalemate below. His decision is likely to directly affect the situation of the war. And yet, neither the Great Demon King of Vic nor Qi Tian cared about the so-called king and the armies that might appear around them. It was just that Qi Tian had not yet gotten used to the changes brought about by his power for a while. In fact, before dodging, when he was hit by several bullets and did not even break the qi on his body. Firearms, even shells, could no longer do him the slightest damage. Without thinking so much, Qi Tian was still thinking bitterly about where his advantage was over the Great Demon King of Bibic. Before, I was able to suppress the Great Demon King Vic because he was carelessly interrupted by me, and then I didn't give him a chance to breathe under the attack. No. My strength is still stronger than that of the Vic Great Devil. Qi Tian suddenly thought. The reason why he was able to suppress the Vic Great Demon King before was not only because he broke one of the opponent's hands, but also because the strength of each of his punches would make the Vic Great Demon King parry hard, so he would find the opportunity to attack one after another. Nope. Not only that, strength, speed, defense, and even qi, I am stronger than the Great Demon King of Bike. Qi Tian suddenly reacted. In fact, his previous instinctive induction had clearly told him, Vic Great Devil. It's not that strong. The only thing that makes the Vic Great Demon King stronger than him is his superb kung fu, combat experience, and skillful use of qi. If he was really weaker than the Great Demon King of Bike, under the other party's superb kung fu that far surpassed him, he couldn't resist for so long. It is precisely because his strength, speed, and defense are stronger than the Great Demon King in all aspects that he will be able to hold on because his kung fu is far inferior to the other party. It's just that his strength is not strong enough to completely crush the Great Demon King of Bike, which is why it will cause this situation of double suppression. So the only way I want to win is to break it with force. Qi Tian's heart suddenly became clear. Thinking of a way to break the game, Qi Tian naturally did not need to be distracted, and devoted himself to the battle with full attention, quietly observing the timing of the break. On the other side of the earth, the top of the Tower of Kalen. After drinking the super divine water, Sun Wukong, who had been struggling painfully for 6 hours, suddenly opened his eyes, and a carp stood up directly. Quietly felt the incredible power in his body. Gaku, you're awake. The cat fairy standing on the chair looking at the water tank also turned his head to look at Gaku. Hey, you're awake Gaku. Archie Loeb, who was watching the water tank with the cat fairy on the side, wondered. But I don't see much change in you. Yachirobe looked at Sun Wukong strangely and said, that super divine water can't be fake. No, I can feel an incredible force. Gaku clenched his fists. A look of confidence on his face. This time, I will definitely be able to defeat that guy from the Great Demon King of Bike. No thanks, said Archie Loeb suddenly, that Vic guy is dying. Hey! Sun Wukong was directly stunned. I don't believe you, come and see. Archirobe pointed to the water tank and said, a guy who jumped out of nowhere faced the Great Demon King Vic and had already injured the Great Demon King and was about to kill him. Swoosh! Hearing Archie Loeb's words, Sun Wukong jumped directly onto the rim of the cylinder with a flash and looked down. And the TV that belongs to the Karin Immortals. Oh no, it's the picture in the immortal jar, which is exactly the scene at the gate of the palace of the king of the royal capital. Qi Tian presses the missing Vic fight. Looking at the picture in the water tank, Sun Wukong's brows frowned slightly, and he said softly, "Something is wrong. I can feel that there is a powerful qi and a huge evil qi over there, both of which are very strong, and they don't look like they are seriously injured at all. I didn't expect you to be able to feel such distant qi, but you're right." The Karan immortal licked the cat's claw and spoke, "The Vic Great Demon King is not an ordinary human, and the injury of a severed limb only takes a little physical strength for him to grow, and now, he is only suppressed for a while. But that kid on the other side doesn't have the ability to suppress him all the time." The Kalan immortal's tone was flat. "I'm going to bring him down." Sun Wukong spoke directly. "Oh," the Karan immortal looked at Sun Wukong, his narrowed little eyes swept over, feeling the power in Sun Wukong's body, and then chuckled. "Well, I bet you win." Saying that, the crutch in the hand of the Karan immortal shouted in one fell swoop, "Du Yun! Du Yun!" Was Monkey King stunned. In the distance, a large yellow cloud floated in the sky. "It's so big." The boss with Sun Wukong's mouth open looked at this large piece of somersault cloud in disbelief. Looking at the disappearing backs of Du Yun and Gaku, the cat immortal looked up at the sky, his face faintly showed a sad color, and sighed softly, "Heavenly God." Chapter 14. Just looking at the changes before and after Qi Tian, the great demon king of Vic roughly guessed Qi Tian's thoughts. Since he would adopt this kind of rapid attack method of continuous flow of technology, he naturally knew that Qi Tian was stronger than him in terms of simple strength. Although he didn't want to believe that there were people in this world who were stronger than him than the great demon king, as a party who had been suppressed before, he was very aware of Qi Tian's strange power. "It's useless, I won't give you a chance to fight back." The great demon king of Vic shouted loudly, and the movements of his hands and feet were actually 3 points faster, directly pushing the battle situation that had just improved to the other side again, and suppressing Qi Tian to death. "Damn, this cunning old Yin Bai!" Qi Tian secretly gritted his teeth, his eyes quickly captured the movements of the Vic Great Devil, and his hands clenched into fists to quickly strike out to intercept. However, this kind of high-speed battle, Qi Tian is not very adaptable. The moment the fists and feet intersect, the strength cannot be exerted at all, and if he wants to be hard hit by Bike's attack and rush up, Bike retreats faster than a rabbit, plus Bike's Kigong bomb face, Qi Tian can't catch up at all. "Haha, that's it, it's good, it's this expression, with endless grievance, and then die." Bike laughed, and his hands kept banging out Kigong waves to hit Qi Tian, making it difficult for Qi Tian to advance. Qi Tian can't avoid it yet. If he dodged, it would be not only the king's palace at their feet that would be in ruins, but a small half of the city. Even if he hasn't learned to use qi sensing, Qi Tian can see with his eyes that there are many people in the distance watching the excitement because of the movement on this side. Damn! Qi Tian gritted his teeth. People in this city don't know how to hide quickly when they encounter danger? Before, too, if it weren't for the intervention of the king's army that disrupted the rhythm of his initial seizure, now he would not be so uncomfortable. Although he knew that this was not all weird, Qi Tian just felt unhappy in his heart. It was as if he had no intention of fighting directly. Who would have thought that the Vic Great Demon King would be able to perform this trick of qi sensing at this time? He was discovered early and began fighting. Swoosh! Qi Tian carried out the dancing void technique, soared into the sky and galloped towards the distance. Don't try to run! Looking at Qi Tian, who was soaring into the sky, Bike's face changed slightly, and he quickly launched the dance void technique and followed. Just by looking at his face, he could see that Qi Tian's age was not very old. If he couldn't take Qi Tian today, he would wait for a while for Qi Tian's cultivation to be stronger, or make up for his shortcomings. He wasn't sure if he could beat the other side. Good, sure enough, followed. Qi Tian glanced at the Vic Great Demon King who was only following behind him, and as soon as his heart moved, a large amount of qi surged out of his body, enveloping Qi Tian's entire person. Whoosh! At the moment when Qi Tian's whole person was wrapped in azure white qi, the already extremely fast flight speed instantly soared a lot, and a long white tail was pulled out behind him. That guy! Immediately behind. The Vic Great Demon King looked at Qi Tian in front of him, and a cold color flashed in his eyes. Yes, the flight speed will increase a lot after the burst of qi, but that is at the cost of consuming a lot of qi, even if he is strong, but the speed of consumption will not last long. Want to fight me in a war of attrition? The Vic Great Demon sneered. The Great Demon King of Vic said, and his body also erupted with a massive amount of qi, and the raging qi instantly wrapped his whole body, and he instantly followed Qi Tian extremely quickly. And the speed is much faster than Qi Tian. Moreover, while flying, his eyes and mouth kept putting qigong cannons to hinder Qi Tian. Just over a minute later, the figure of the Great Demon King of Vic directly overtook and blocked the front. Humph, boy, do you think your inferior flying skills are the opponent of this Demon King? Suspended in the air, the Vic Great Demon King looked at Qi Tian and sneered. Looking at the Vic Great Demon King who was blocking in front of him, Qi Tian's eyes flashed with a look of certainty. In the application of qi, he is really far behind. However, Qi Tian glanced at the mountains and forests below. It's still a little close, but it's good that it's already out of the city. Looking at the Great Demon King Vic who blocked in front of him, Qi Tian retracted the arrogance on his body, and a big bright smile suddenly appeared on his face. Hey, Vic Kerr, don't you think that I suddenly left to prepare to escape? Oh, don't you have set a trap here, scoffed Vic off. He was not like Qi Tian's half-hanger in terms of qi, but his qi induction could clearly feel that there was no second figure in the nearby mountains and forests except for some weak animals. I can't devise a trap that can deal with you. Qi Tian shook his head, still with that bright smile on his face. The reason why I led you here to fight is because I am afraid that I will accidentally destroy the entire city with all my strength. What nonsense are you talking about? The Vic Great Demon King looked at Qi Tian mockingly. Combat is different from specialized destruction. When you want to destroy the city, the qi does not need special condensation, but needs to spread as much as possible to have that huge explosive area. But in battle, qi needs to be condensed before it can have strong enough destructive power. Hee. Qi Tian grinned. Of course he knew about the destructive power and scope of destruction of qi, at least in the case of this combat power. On the first day he got the qi, he knew it when he experimented. But next, Qi Tian said, the muscles that were already bulging on his body swelled out of thin air, and when he said the end, his body had already become larger and larger out of thin air, and his voice suddenly became extremely rough. This. Looking at Qi Tian's changes, a bad feeling suddenly appeared in the heart of the Great Demon King of Bike. The next moment. Don't die easily. Qi Tian's voice sounded from the ears of the Great Demon King Vic, and at the same time, also sent was the fist the size of a casserole. Boom! The huge fist bombarded Bike's abdomen, and the strong energy instantly passed through Bike's body and rushed out wantonly from behind the opponent. After about 700 or 800 meters, the condensed energy slowly dissipated. Vic spurted out a mouthful of blood, holding his stomach with a look of disbelief. He didn't even see Qi Tian's movements. You. Qi Tian did not talk nonsense with the Great Demon King of Bike. His figure flashed again, appeared above Buick's head, his hands were fisted, and he smashed down suddenly, and the terrifying power burst out, and Bic in midair was smashed down by Qi Tian without the slightest ability to resist. Like a meteorite, it smashed heavily into the mountains and forests below. Like the previous punch, the terrifying power that filled Vic's body was wantonly vented the moment it touched the ground, and the earthquake trembled. A hill hit by Vic shattered almost instantly. Whew! In midair, Qi Tian gently exhaled a turbid breath, and the terrifying muscles around his body gradually recovered. I really don't want to use this power. Feeling the soreness coming from all over his body, the corners of Qi Tian's mouth tugged slightly. Gourmet cells, when awakened in people with enough potential, usually have the demon choice of appetite lurking in them, which is proof of potential, and at the same time, another source of strength for those who have gourmet cells. People who host demons in their cells usually have the natural power and even skills of demons in a subtle way, and after the gourmet cells reach a certain strength, they can directly use the power of appetite demons or even take them for themselves. And Qi Tian, when awakening the gourmet cells, understood. His cells, no demon chose to enter. Of course. It's not that he lacks potential, but no demon dared to settle in Qi Tian's cells. This was the message transmitted to him by the void catalogue. And through Qi Tian's inadvertent brain hole, he found a way similar to the food demon, that is, the power of Qi. Although Qi Tian didn't quite understand why the Qi produced by his body would give him that kind of power after being swallowed by the gourmet cells, there was no doubt that this was the spark of the collision of the two power systems. It is. The consumption is slightly large, and it is difficult to control. Just 2 punches down, Qi Tian's body is faintly torn apart, and he can't withstand it. Slowly falling to the ground, Qi Tian looked at the direction where the great demon king of Vic fell not far away. Although he was not sure of Bike's life or death, Qi Tian's 2 punches just now absolutely destroyed most of the internal organs and bones of the Vic Great Devil. Even if Vic has the strong recovery power of rebirth from a severed limb, this kind of injury will definitely not survive. Sure enough, Qi Tian walked into the sinkhole where the Vic Great Demon King fell, looking at the Vic Great Demon King who was buried in the soil in the middle of the sky, and there was a breath coming in and out, grinning and wanting to laugh, but the sore spot at the corner of his mouth made him unable to laugh. Suddenly, the belly of the Vic Great Demon King below bulged, and then moved upwards, finally revealing a corner in front of his mouth. Egg. It was a huge egg. Is the second generation of Vic going to be born? Qi Tian was stunned, looking at the scene below and hesitating slightly. He was thinking about whether to interrupt the Vic Great Demon King below now. However, only a slight hesitation. Poof! The egg rose directly into the sky, and almost instantly rushed out of the big pit. But click click! The cracks on the eggshell spread rapidly, and after only a second or two, they broke directly, and then a reminder of the huge lizardman came out of the egg. Lizard monster! Qi Tian was a little confused. Isn't it the second generation of Bic? Give me death! At this time, the lizardman spread out a small pair of wings, screaming and rushing towards Qi Tian, his eyes full of crazy killing intent. Apparently, he inherited Bike's last resentment before his death. Qi Tian simply manipulated the qi in his body and poured it into his fist. Boom! The head of the lizardman who flew over screaming was directly shattered by Qi Tian's punch. This kind of goods, even if Qi Tian is not small now, it is just a punch. What's more, Qi Tian actually left a lot of spare strength, and he was not as weak as he appeared. But now the key point is, Qi Tian looked at Vic who vomited an egg below and died of anger, and couldn't help but fall silent. What he did seemed to be a little overdone. Obviously, he just wanted to show his position against the Vic Great Demon King so that he could trade the immortal bean. Why did he inexplicably start fighting and kill the Vic Great Devil? And the second generation of Vic seems to have been completely destroyed by him like this. What about the plot inertia that says good? This is also a little too weak. Just as Vic swallowed his breath on this side, on the other side, the celestial realm, the edge of the temple. Okay Bobo, Vic, he is about to be killed by that guy right now. You have to remember, after I die, invite that guy to the temple and ask the Karin immortals to guide him to the right path. Tenjin calmly instructed Bobo, who was tearful on the side. Tenjin! Bobo burst into tears. Bobo! The god looked calm. Bobo, Tenjin! Tenjin, Bobo! Bobo oh, _Tenjin! Wave. Why am I still alive? The god looked at Vic, who had swallowed his breath in the nether, and was looking at himself alive and well. Confused face. Chapter 15. Words. What should I do now? Qi Tian sat on a boulder in deep thought. Looking for the Karin immortals to trade fairy beans? But his purpose in finding the Vic Great Demon King was to get to know the Monkey King and get the location of the Kylan Tower, but now. Qi Tian propped his chin and looked at the sinkhole where the Great Demon King was buried not far away. The Vic Archdemon is all solved, but Sun Wukong and the other Z warriors, none of them have yet come. He's too hard. Alas! Qi Tian let out a long sigh and bit most of the banana cucumber in his hand. Crunch crunch crunch! This is a crisp banana that tastes so interesting. Qi Tian's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he quickly ate all the bananas in his hand. Then he picked up another apple-like, but indeed weird purple fruit. Is it a grape-flavored apple this time? Haha, this is durian smelly orange. Although the oranges are delicious, they really only smell of durian. Poof, what is this? There are potatoes in the watermelon. This is the vegetable bar, how is it in the fruit I bought? Qi Tian kept eating in a pile of small mountains of fruit, because many of the books he had read before were usually all kinds of knowledge in the wild, and he basically didn't know anything about the ingredients he could buy. This kind of taste without eating it, as if it is the fun of digging for treasure, makes Qi Tian happy to hunt in the mountain like Fruit Mountain. Minimal. When Sun Wukong, who stepped on the clouds, came here, he saw that his stomach was swollen and round, and Qi Tian fell to the ground with a happy face. After the tiring work of a big war, it's really a blessing to be able to enjoy the food to your heart's content. Qi Tian patted his stomach with a satisfied face. Although they are all fruits, they are definitely not inferior in delicacy and energy to those high-grade beasts. The exhaustion and injuries of the battle are not visible at all, which has long since recovered. Hey, where is the Great Demon King Vic? The childish voice that suddenly sounded made Qi Tian, who was savoring the aftertaste of the liang in his mouth, open his eyes. Then I saw a child with a yellow cloud on his feet. Monkey King. Qi Tian was startled. The child who appeared in front of him stepping on the yellow clouds was not Sun Wukong, who else could be? You are the one who fought with the Vic Great Demon King just now. Where did the Vic Great Demon King go? Why can't I feel his anger? Asked Sun Wukong, looking at Qi Tian with a curious look. In the big pit over there, go and see for yourself, replied Qi Tian casually. Although he really wanted to get the position of the Kylan Tower from Sun Wukong's mouth, since he had already seen Sun Wukong, he naturally would not be in a hurry. The big pit over there. Sun Wukong was stunned, thinking of the strange or likely sinkhole he saw when flying in the sky just now, and the somersault cloud under his feet flew directly towards that side. Soon. Dead. Sun Wukong looked at the Vic Great Demon King who fell in the strange pit, and his heart was shocked. Although it is said to be naive, but Sun Wukong is not profane. It's still a bit silly, but when it comes to fighting, his spirituality is complete. Before, he just sensed the evil chi of the Vic Great Demon King and the Qi Tian Kai flying towards this side here, and he felt it on the way. And the Vic Great Devil King's chi disappeared very suddenly. There is no decrease, there is no weakening, it just disappears, and the other chi also becomes weak. At that time, he thought that another person had been defeated, and the Vic Great Demon used inexplicable methods to hide his chi. But he didn't expect that the Vic Great Demon King was actually dead. That said, the Great Demon King of Vic was killed in an instant in his heyday. Listening to Sun Wukong's exclamation over there, Qi Tian also grinned. Although it is very troublesome to fight with the Vic Great Devil, this strange feeling of being able to grab the future number one on the earth and the top powerhouse in the universe is really a little exciting. Not long after the exclamation sounded, Sun Wukong stepped on the cloud and flew back, jumped to Qi Tian's side, and looked at Qi Tian with surprised eyes. Thank you for bringing down the Great Demon King Vic, said Monkey King. Little meaning, see that guy is not happy, and he will be killed. Qi Tian waved his hand and said very pretentiously. You're strong. Sun Wukong said. I know. Qi Tian nodded. That is, Sun Wukong is very pure, otherwise he would definitely want to beat someone here by pretending to be a man of the sky. Let's fight, the Monkey King suddenly challenged. Hey! Qi Tian was startled, and the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth twitched as he looked at him. Is this a battle maniac? Don't. Qi Tian decisively shook his head and refused. He didn't forget the battle with the Vic Great Demon King so quickly, and now Sun Wukong is definitely only stronger than the Vic Great Devil, whether it is Kung Fu or strength, it is definitely stronger than the Vic Great Devil. Until he makes up for his shortcomings, he will definitely not fight this kind of suffocating battle. And hearing Qi Tian's refusal, Sun Wukong unexpectedly did not entangle, which made Qi Tian couldn't help but feel surprised. What Qi Tian didn't know was that Sun Wukong's heart was actually very strange at this time. In order to defeat the Vic Great Devil, he chose to desperately drink the Super God water, and as a result, the Great Demon King Vic actually died. No matter how simple it was, there was always an unpleasant feeling in his heart. That's why the ghost sent out a challenge. Of course, this kind of thinking came and went quickly for the current Wukong, and after being rejected by Qi Tian, he simply let go. Hey, boy, you're from the Kali Tower. Qi Tian suddenly spoke, because he didn't know Sun Wukong yet, so he didn't call his name directly. How do you know? Sun Wukong looked at Qi Tian with a surprised expression. Haha, that cloud you kid stepped on just now. But what about the specialty of the Kalen Tower under the temple? Unless the Karin immortals allow it, even if it is the heart of the child, you will not be able to command it. Qi Tian said with a smile. So it is. Sun Wukong suddenly realized, no wonder there are so many somersault clouds in Karin Tat, I couldn't call it when my cloud was broken before. Looking at Sun Wukong, who looked simple and asked what to say, Qi Tian couldn't help but laugh. Now at this time, it can be described as the most simple time for Sun Wukong. Qi Tian stood up and patted the dirt on his body, looking at Sun Wukong. I happen to be going to Karin Tat, let's go together. Well, I really should talk to the Karlin immortals. Sun Wukong nodded. Then let's go together. Saying that, Sun Wukong jumped on the somersault cloud. Looking at the somersault cloud that was trampled under Wukong's feet, although Qi Tian was a little curious, he did not go up and try it without being interested, but used the dance technique to fly. On the Kalen Tower. Really, that nerd. The Karin immortal looked at Sun Wukong and Qi Tian who were advancing side by side in the water tank, and they couldn't help but have a headache. Hey, you actually know the monster who defeated the Great Demon King of Bike. Why did you let Goku gamble his life to drink the Super God water? On the side, Archie Loeb looked at the Karin immortal on the side strangely. Are you stupid too? Karin immortal looked speechless. I don't know that guy. Sun Wukong's nerd was just deceived. No, he can't say he was deceived, and that guy didn't say he knew me. He just said that he came to Kailan Tower with Sun Wukong. You don't know that guy, then he... Archirobe reacted instantly. He was not Goku's kind of pure guy after all. What a cunning guy. Archirobe's face suddenly startled. Wait a minute, that monster wants to come to the Kailan Tower with Goku, is it possible? Are you looking for revenge? Archirobe looked scared. Hey, big cat, don't you really know that guy? Hey, the Karin immortal had a black line. The old man is an immortal, a cat immortal, not a big cat, and I haven't been under the Kailan Tower for 800 years, how can there be enemies? And yet... Archirobe's figure had disappeared into the Kailan Tower. The corner of Karin immortal's mouth twitched. This bastard. It's really fast. Is that the Kailan Ta there? Qi Tian looked at a black line faintly reaching into the sky in the distance. The location is really remote, said Qi Tian darkly. During the flight, there are basically no people in the remote wilderness below. If it were not for Sun Wukong leading the way, I am afraid that he may not be able to find it for a year on the earth. Since they could already see the Kylin Tower from a distance, Sun Wukong and Qi Tian also began to fly into the sky. Whether it was Qi Tian or Sun Wukong, they didn't have the consciousness to rush to the Kylin Tower first and slowly climb up from the bottom. Through the layer of white clouds, soon Qi Tian saw the flat top of the Kylin Tower above the clouds, and the big white cat who had long been watching this side on the edge of the top of the Kylin Tower, the Kylin Immortal. Kylin Immortal, the Vic Great Demon has been killed. Sun Wukong waved at the Kylin Immortal from a distance and shouted. When the words fell, Sun Wukong and Qi Tian had already flown to the side of the Kylin Tower and jumped directly to the top of the tower. I already know. The Kylin Immortal, who was holding a large crutch, nodded, and then looked at Qi Tian on the side and spoke, "Young man, did you come to find the old man for something?" "Long time up, Kylin Immortal, the purpose of my coming this time is to hear that you have a magical immortal bean in your hand, which cannot be hungry for 10 days after eating, so I want to exchange some with you." Qi Tian did not deter and directly stated his purpose. Listening to the strange conversation between the two, Sun Wukong on the side did not feel strange. Chatting all the way, Qi Tian had already told him that he didn't know about the Kylin Immortals, after all. Qi Tian was just looking at Sun Wukong's silly appearance before, making a joke, but he didn't want to deceive the other party. Sendu. The Kylin Immortal was a little surprised, obviously not expecting that Qi Tianlai's purpose was actually immortal bean. "The fairy beans are over there, if you want, take them yourself," said the Kylin Immortal without caring and pointed to the fairy bean jar on the side. For him, this kind of thing is just something he eats as a meal, and after eating it for 800 years, even if he knows that fairy beans are magical, it has long been wrong. "Myself. Take it." Qi Tian was stunned, looking at the fairy bean jar pointed out to him by the other party. Obviously he didn't expect the Kylin Immortal to be so atmospheric. "Then I'm welcome." Chapter 16. Then I'm welcome. The Kylin Immortal is so bold, and Qi Tian is not ambiguous. Walked directly over there and threw out a universal capsule, took out a box, picked up the fairy bean jar and poured it in. Looking at Qi Tian's bold take method, the Kylin Immortal was also stunned, and then a black line, "Hey, I let you take it yourself, but I didn't let you take it all, that's my food, you take it all, what do I eat? Can't you take them all?" Qi Tian pretended to be stupid, the movements in his hands did not stop at all, and the fairy beans kept pouring into the box. "Enough, enough." The Kylin Immortal couldn't care about the high-ranking people at this time, and quickly stepped forward to take the fairy bean jar away from Qi Tian's hand. Of course, if Qi Tian didn't let go, the Kylin Immortals wouldn't be able to take it away, but that kind of behavior is a bandit. Qi Tianke is not that kind of person. "My fairy beans." The Kylin Immortal looked at the less than 1/3 of the fairy beans left in the jar, and his face hurt. Even if he didn't care about Xiando, but this was his accumulation for 800 years, and he was lost 2/3 at once, how could he not be distressed? Looking at the appearance of the Kylin Immortal, Qi Tian reluctantly looked at least 1/3 of the remaining immortal bean jar, and then quickly closed the box in his hand, and then turned back into a universal capsule hand. In this era when the immortal beans have not been ruined by Archie-Loeb, 2/3 of this jar, at least a few thousand. Qi Tian also wondered, obviously one immortal bean cannot be hungry for 10 days, how did Yachirobe manage to waste so many immortal beans in a few years? Casually pinched a fairy bean and threw it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing, Qi Tian felt the changes in his body. Sure enough, all the qi that flew over from performing the dance void technique had all recovered, and although there was no feeling of fullness in his stomach, Qi Tian could clearly feel that his body was full. "It's really a fetish." Qi Tian's eyes lit up. "Thank you for the gift from the Kylin Immortals. This is some fish fresh that I originally prepared to exchange with the Kylin Immortals for fairy beans, but now it seems that I am stingy. These will be given to the immortals, and there will definitely be heavy thanks in the future. Qi Tian is not joking. If he is using Yuxian and Karin Immortal to exchange immortal beans, then this is a deal, but since it is not a transaction, even if the Karin Immortals may not know the importance of immortal beans, but Qi Tian he must admit it. Thousands or even tens of thousands of immortal beans, for Qi Tian, may be countless opportunities to turn danger into safety. This is not an ordinary big feeling. Yuxian, you have a heart. Looking at the universal capsule handed over by Qi Tian, the Karin Immortal said angrily, however, no need, you just don't keep staring at my ration. Although it is only a new contact, people. The cat is old and fine, and the Karin Immortals probably see Qi Tian's character, but there is no initial rejection. Qi Tian smiled and looked away from the immortal bean jar in the hand of the Karin Immortal. Although this immortal bean is yours by the Karin Immortal, I still want to remind you that this kind of fetish is too wasteful to use as food. Qi Tian said. Divine object. The Karin Immortal could hear the piety in Qi Tian's words, and couldn't help but wonder, how can it be called a fetish? Maybe the Karin Immortals have not noticed, after eating this immortal bean, not only is it not hungry for 10 days, but even the physical strength and qi will all recover, and as long as it is not a serious injury to the mutilated body, it can be healed immediately. For martial artists, this small immortal bean is definitely a life-saving holy product. Qi Tian said solemnly. Although he said that the remaining immortal beans were no longer staring, but if he was spoiled by Archirobe as in the original book, then he would definitely die of heartache. The Karin Immortal looked at the fairy beans in the jar in his hand, revealing a look of surprise. As a cultivator, he actually knew the ability of the fairy beans. Just since he cultivated fairy beans 800 years ago, he has been eating them as rations, and it has been so for hundreds of years, and there is no chance of serious injury on the Kailan Tower, and the only few people who climb the Kailan Tower are only used as dry food for each other. Even if you occasionally come up with a serious injury like Sun Wukong and eat fairy beans to recover, over time, you subconsciously ignore the importance of fairy beans. But now listening to Qi Tian's words, the Karin Immortals couldn't help but pay attention to it. Since this immortal bean is so precious, Qi Tian boy, you. My. Qi Tian instantly put the universal capsule containing the fairy beans in his hand back into the box, and then took the box into his arms. The corner of Karin Immortal's mouth twitched. Since I sent you, I won't come back. I want you to help me find some vegetable seeds, and I will grow some vegetables on Karin Ta to eat in the future. Wrap it up in me, and I'll definitely get you a bunch of super delicious vegetable seeds you've never eaten. Qi Tian patted his chest and said in a grand manner. In terms of ingredients, where in this world is more proud than him in the captive world who relies on food, vegetable seeds, just what can be bought in the market, can make the Karin Immortals eat for 10 years in a row, and there is no heavy sample. By the way, look at these fish fresh. Qi Tian handed the 10,000 capsule in his hand to the Karin Immortal. No need, I'm an immortal and don't eat ordinary food. The Karin Immortal shook his head and refused. I've never eaten such delicious fish, said Monkey King's mouth full of inarticulate words. Of course, even if you search the earth, you will never find such a delicious fish. Qi Tian smiled. If in terms of pure combat effectiveness, the Dragon Ball world faintly exceeds the captive world of food, but in terms of food, even the human world has thrown out more than one galaxy. This fish. It's not a product of the earth. The Karin Immortal felt the impact from his taste buds, looked at Qi Tian and said. It's not. Qi Tian nodded generously. Not only is it not Earth's, this is not the food of this universe at all. Hearing Qi Tian's response, the Karin Immortal also glanced at Qi Tian thoughtfully, but did not say anything more. From ancient times to the present, there have been more aliens who have come to the Earth, and even he knows that even the current gods are probably not Earthlings. As long as there is no malice towards the Earth, even aliens do not matter. After eating and drinking Pat his stomach, Sun Wukong is ready to leave. Karin Immortal, Qi Tian, goodbye, I still have to find Dragon Ball, resurrect Klin and the other killed people, said Sun Wukong, ready to call out to Duyun to leave. Can't do it, the Dragon Ball has been destroyed. Qi Tian suddenly spoke. Seriously, if Sun Wukong hadn't said this, he would have almost forgotten about it. Sun Wukong, who was about to jump on the somersault cloud, suddenly froze, and then turned around and looked at Qi Tian in disbelief. What did you say? The dragon is dead, killed by the Vic Great Demon after making a wish to regain his youth. Qi Tian said. The Karin Immortal on the side was also stunned. The dragon is dead? Klin, can't he be resurrected? Goku looked incredulous. When the divine dragon dies, the person killed by the great demon king of Vic is miserable, and the soul of the person killed by the demon race cannot go to the netherworld to reincarnate, and can only wander in this universe. Abominable! Abominable, abominable Vic the great devil! Goku's face was furious, and for the first time he was filled with hatred for a dead person. But the Karin Immortal suddenly changed his tone. It's not out of the question, the divine dragon is dead, but as far as I know, the person who created the divine dragon is still in the world. The one who created the dragon. Sun Wukong looked surprised. Not only Sun Wukong, but even Qi Tian was stunned at this time. God! Still alive? But the Vic Great Demon King has obviously been killed by him, and as a contemporary, the gods should also die together. This is also the reason why I used to say that Dragon Ball was ruined. Could it be? Did the Great Demon King Vic still give birth to the eggs of the second generation of Vic dynasty, but when? Sun Wukong and the Karin Immortal did not notice Qi Tian's rich mental activities at this time. Because of the words of the Karin Immortal, Sun Wukong, who instantly turned from anger to joy, asked who the Karin Immortal created the Dragon Ball with a look of excitement. It was not humans who created the Dragon Ball Divine Dragon, but the celestial gods. The Karin Immortals did not mean to deter, and directly told Sun Wukong all the news about the heavenly gods. With a wishful stick, you can reach the temple. Sun Wukong looked at the Ruyi stick in his hand with a look of joy. Then I will go to the gods now and ask him to resurrect Klin and them. Wait! The Karin Immortal stopped Goku and handed him a bell. This is a token, without this to the temple, it will be expelled. Thank you Karin Immortal. Taking the token, Sun Wukong directly turned to the top of the Karin Tower. On the top of the tower, a Ruyi stick extended sounded, and on the top of the Karin Tower, only the Karin Immortal and Qi Tian were left. Aren't you leaving yet? Asked the Karin Immortal as he looked at Qi Tian on the side strangely. No rush. I still have something to ask the Karin Immortals, said Qi Tian with a smile. Although the species are a little different, the cat immortal who has lived for 800 years, martial arts should be enough to point him out. Don't pass the martial arts. Qi Tian looked at the cat immortal with a stunned expression. Yes, the Karin Immortal nodded. Martial Dao was created by you humans. I am a cat, how can it be martial arts? But you. Didn't you guide the Turtle Immortals and the Monkey King? Asked Qi Tian. I didn't instruct them, I was just training, said the Karin Immortal, licking his paws. I think you should have heard that cat's reaction speed is much stronger than most humans, different from human eyes. Our cat's eyes have a large perspective and beards and keen hearing can assist observation, so they are usually very sharp, plus special body structures can complete many actions that humans can't do, so they will appear very agile. And as a fairy cat, my quality is much higher than those ordinary cats, so I can sparring for Wushan and Wukong, who are superb in martial arts, but you are different. If I'm not mistaken, you've never practiced fist and foot kung fu, said the Karin Immortal. Qi Tian nodded subconsciously. In addition, your physical fitness and reflexes are far beyond me, so I don't have the ability to guide you. The Karin Immortal said flatly. As far as I know, the only person on earth who can guide your martial arts is the one above, except for that old ghost Wuxian. Heavenly God. Qi Tian suddenly wanted to laugh. After a long day, he should have gone to the temple with Sun Wukong just now. Ding-ling. A crisp bell rings. Qi Tian subconsciously took a bell. This is. If you can dance the air art, you won't need the ruyi stick, fly up yourself, with this bell, the temple will not refuse you entry. Thank you. Qi Tian quickly thanked him. You don't have to thank you, just don't forget to promise me vegetable seeds. Of course, if you have to thank you, you can also get more fresh fish. The Karin immortal chuckled. Qi Tian, I don't dare to say more, but in terms of food. Just wait to bite your tongue off. Qi Tian looked confident. Chapter 17. I don't know if the speed of the ruyi rod is too fast, or Qi Tian's dancing air technique is flying too slowly. In short, when Qi Tian spent a lot of time flying to the temple, what he saw happened to be Monkey King holding his crotch, as well as the god of heaven and Bobo who fell to the ground. This scene. Whether it is the heavenly god or Bobo, there is no doubt that they are all proficient in the induction of qi, and even Sun Wukong can feel the powerful qi. For example, Qi Tian. Feeling the burning gaze of these two pairs of eyes from afar, Qi Tian was slightly embarrassed. So what, did he bother? The celestial god and Bobo who fell to the ground quickly got up. Bobo, take Sun Wukong to the toilet first, ordered the heavenly god with a light cough, and then faced Qi Tian. Watching Gaku follow Bobo into the temple, Qi Tian also flew to the front of the heavenly god and landed. I was recommended by the Karin immortals to practice martial arts. Qi Tian took out the bell in his hand, and the jingle of the bell shook twice and said. Except for the gloomy glow, the god of heaven, who looked almost exactly like old Bike, nodded calmly, I know. Looking at the calm face of the god, Qi Tian knew that the biggest voyeur on the earth had probably noticed him a long time ago, and even the battle between him and Vic was watched live throughout the whole process. With your merits in defeating the Vic Great Devil, you can already qualify for further training in the temple, but aren't you curious? I'm just like the great demon of Bike. The god said in a deep voice. What's so strange about this, isn't it the same race? Said Qi Tian shaking his head. Is it strange that the gods and the devil are one family? What, the son of God falls in love with the devil maiden, the story of the overbearing demon king and the goddess has to tell are now those novels in the world have long been written badly, okay. As for looking the same, then the king of this world, I still can't tell how different he looks from the other Xuanerui, said Qi Tian with a pout. The heavenly god looked at Qi Tian speechlessly. Is it so exciting to play in the world now? In that case, let's start practicing, said the god. Qi Tian was scrappy, he was always ready, for the common. He's always ready for rigorous training. Tenjin. So, don't you need to go to the bathroom first or something? Asked Tenjin. Hey. Qi Tian looked confused. Since you don't need to go to the toilet, let's start training. Tenjin coughed twice in embarrassment, and the expression on his face gradually became serious. You are different from the Monkey King who came before, although you are very strong in terms of physical quality and qi, and even you are much better than him, but your martial arts cultivation is too low, and you can even be said to have nothing at all. Tenjin said. Qi Tian nodded, his power came from the awakening of the gourmet cells, and then while the body was strong, the qi sleeping in the body also naturally awakened. As for martial arts, he didn't even learn dance. If what Sun Wukong lacks is the realm of martial arts, then what you need is the basic moves of martial arts. Tian Shen said, the crutch in his right hand was a little, and a large box appeared out of thin air in front of Qi Tian. In this, these are all the secret books compiled by the moves of some martial arts schools in the human realm. You should first read these books to learn the various martial arts moves in them. If you have questions you don't understand, you can ask me. or God-servant Bobo. Understood. Qi Tian nodded, held the big box and sat down on the side steps and began to look at it. And it didn't take long to look at it. A chaotic voice came from Qi Tian's ears, which made Qi Tian couldn't help but look up. In the vast open space in front of the temple, Sun Wukong is fighting against Bobo. However, in contrast, it is more like one-sided abuse, and Sun Wukong's attack cannot attack Bobo at all, but is constantly knocked to the ground by Bobo. From Qi Tian's point of view, it was as if Sun Wukong, who didn't understand Kung Fu, attacked indiscriminately, and then all of them were easily dodged by the martial arts master. Of course, Qi Tian certainly knew that Sun Wukong's Kung Fu was still very good, at least much stronger than him, but the gap with the Bobo realm, who I don't know how many years I have been a god's servant, is a little big. After a few glances, Qi Tian once again shifted his gaze to the book in his hand, which... that's what he should be looking at now. Not far away, the heavenly god naturally took in everything. Watching Qi Tian's movements, he couldn't help nodding. Being able to focus on where you need it is already qualified. Meanwhile, in front of the turtle house, a funeral. 3 piles of firewood were neatly arranged, and the remains of the turtle immortal, Klin, and dumplings were placed on it. Dumplings. Wushan Sensei. The 6 figures of Tianjin Rice, Yamcha, Boomer, Oolong, Puer, and Turtle all had sad faces, and Tianjin Rice and Turtles cried tears. Yamcha said with a sad face, "At the very least, let them go to the earth first. As for the missing Vic Great Devil, we will definitely find him and then defeat him to avenge them. And Goku's body, we must also find it out and let him go to the earth." Boomer said with a sob. "Let's ignite it." Tianjin Fan forced the tears in his eyes, looked at the dumplings with a peaceful face, and said in a low voice, "Then I'll just..." The Oolong with the torch was just about to step forward, but there was a sudden dazzling golden light in the turtle house on the side, and the original clear sky was instantly shrouded in dense dark clouds. This is... Everyone present had seen this scene more or less or even more than once, and naturally reacted quickly. Ong! A dragon groan sounded, accompanied by 10,000 golden rays of light, and the divine dragon slammed through the ceiling from the turtle house and directly soared into the sky. Shenlong _____________ dash, it's been hundreds of years, and it's been the first time I've been summoned from the house. God! Shenlong! You're not dead? Boomer looked surprised. The dragon is not dead, which means that everyone who dies can be resurrected. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. It was Sun Wukong who asked the gods to revive me. And yet... what smell? Pleasantly surprised, Boomer suddenly shrugged his nose and turned to look over. Fire! The fire burned. Originally. At the moment when the divine dragon appeared, the Oolong who was startled. The torch in his hand fell. After a period of hecticism, the lit firewood was thrown far away. Shenlong! What did you just say? Asked Boomer as he turned around, puzzled. I said, it was Sun Wukong who asked the gods to revive me. Shenlong was silent for a moment and repeated. Goku? Goku, he's not dead. Is there really a god in this world? Face numerous problems. The corners of Shenlong's mouth twitched slightly. Sun Wukong, he is not dead, and now he is receiving guidance from the heavenly gods and cultivating with the hero who defeated the great demon king of Vic in the heavenly realm. Goku and the hero who defeated the great demon king of Bike, cultivating in the celestial realm. Receiving guidance from the gods. Another wave of problems is coming. Well, I already know your wishes, resurrect those killed in this Vic Great Demon King incident, said Shenlong, his scarlet eyes shining, and the power of wishes shrouded the corpses of everyone who died in this incident. Your wish has come true. Goodbye. When the words fell, the divine dragon disappeared instantly, turning into a dazzling golden light, and then soared into the sky, and the 7 dragon balls turned into golden light in the sky and flew away. Above the 3 piles of firewood, the turtle immortal, Klin, and Dumpling opened their eyes in confusion, sat up, and fell silent as they saw the mess and the broken turtle house in front of them. My Kamea! The miserable cry of the turtle immortal rose up into the sky, circling the beam for 3 days, and the reverberations were endless. Time passes day by day. Celestial Temple. In the clearing, there is still a battle between Bobo and Sun Wukong, but after a few days of practice, although Sun Wukong still can't hit Bobo, he can already block Bobo's attacks occasionally. Qi Tian, on the other hand, was still sitting on the steps looking at the large box of books. Of course, as a martial arts cheat, Qi Tian couldn't help but stand up and compare the moves and experience the power in the moves. Having read books for so many days in a row, Qi Tian also had a general understanding of the basic martial arts of the Dragon Ball world. The basic martial arts of this world, like various martial arts, how to better exert their maximum strength, but because of the existence of Qi, it is inevitable that there are more tricks that look very magical. Of course, for Qi Tian, these fighting techniques teach people how to punch, how to dodge, and how to counterattack, which is what he lacks the most at present. Closing the last book in his hand, Qi Tian let out a long breath, closed his eyes, and the pictures flashed in his mind. Although these books seem to be a lot, after Qi Tian flipped through them one by one, there are not many words in them, but they are all pictures of moves, detailing the various postures of the body and the way of luck. Okay. I basically wrote it down. Qi Tian opened his eyes, put the book in his hand back into the box, stood up and walked to the open space in front, and then began to practice the various moves in the secret book one by one. All kinds of fist techniques, palm techniques, leg techniques, and body techniques Qi Tian hit down one by one, although the moves are very rigid, but Qi Tian dares to guarantee that his every move and style will definitely not have the slightest mistake. And after beating down the moves over and over again, Qi Tian can feel very smooth, and his strength can knock out the entire body with one move. And even drive the power of Qi, not just his previous brute force and rough manipulation Qi. The feeling, really, is very comfortable. Not far away, the heavenly god was watching Qi Tian punching one by one, and there was a look of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that in just a few days, Qi Tian actually wrote down all the cheats in that box. Although it was just a drill, he originally just let Qi Tian be familiar with the power of those moves, and did not let Qi Tian really learn all those moves to be proficient. At this level, it is already possible to start the next stage of training, that is, real combat. Chapter 18. Dragon Ball World, the Temple Above the Earth. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound. Above the temple, Qi Tian and the heavenly god kept colliding in mid-air. That's right, that's it, your physical fitness and Qi are already very strong, so you don't need to practice slowly, you are now changing your moves, constantly changing moves, finding your most comfortable way to fight back in battle, and then slowly familiarizing yourself with the battle. The heavenly god guided Qi Tian while feeding him. Change your move. Change moves. In the face of the same attack of the heavenly god, Qi Tian's eyes stared at the heavenly god tightly, and he would try to use different counterattack methods to deal with it every time. However, Qi Tian's brows were constantly wrinkled. I don't know why, I was obviously very happy when I punched below before, but now I fight in a pair, and I always feel it's so unpleasant. Stop for a moment. Qi Tian suddenly flew backwards and withdrew from the battle. What's wrong? The heavenly god stopped, looking at Qi Tian strangely. I don't know. Qi Tian shook his head and frowned, but it feels like the battle just now. It's very uncomfortable, there is a kind of inexplicable feeling of humiliation. After holding back for a long time, Qi Tian found the right adjective and said it. The feeling of holding back. Tian Shen frowned slightly. Just now your move application is very good, the combination of strength and qi is also very good, although it is not subtle, but how can there be a feeling of holding back? It's not clear. Qi Tian shook his head, his face was also very dazed. This feeling is not the kind of grievance that can't fight back when fighting the great demon Vic King, but it's like the fist is half out, and half of it doesn't feel like it's out, but I can't find where the fist that hasn't been punched out is. In this way, the Tenjin frowned, and after a moment of silence, he spoke, in that case, then your training today should be cancelled first and think about it. Qi Tian nodded, and then performed the dance void technique and flew down directly, sitting in front of the temple and thinking. What the hell is this? What went wrong? Qi Tian's brows furrowed and thought, the feeling of holding back that he couldn't find the source, as if he was itching on his body and wanted to scratch it, but in the meat, he couldn't catch it. It's hard to describe the unpleasant feeling. Sitting cross-kneeled on the steps of the temple, Qi Tian stared blankly ahead, thinking in his mind. And at this time, out of the corner of Qi Tian's eyes, he happened to see Sun Wukong and Bobo, who were constantly fighting on the side, and after a few days of training, Sun Wukong was already able to fight back and forth with Bobo, instead of being unilaterally abused a few days ago. This speed of progress, even if it is Bobo and Tenjin, is extremely shocking to Goku's progress speed in normal times. Qi Tian from a distance watched Sun Wukong clinging to Bobo with a hearty punch and kick, and an inexplicable flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. But he didn't catch it. Qi Tian's face at this time was extremely ugly, wave after wave, originally because of the feeling of holding back in that battle, but this flashed another light, and he didn't even grab his tail. Angry, don't want to eat. Qi Tian directly lifted the burden and did not do it. This feeling of holding back has always surrounded his heart, making people remember to be on fire, but the more anxious he is, the more he can't think of it. Very crisp. Qi Tian found his universal capsule, took out the super large amount of various snacks he had prepared and ate it directly. Well, it's delicious, this is a chocolate flower. Qi Tian looked at the black chocolate flower in the shape of a flower in his hand, smelled it carefully, and even smelled the flower. But the taste is indeed delicate and smooth, with a slightly bitter taste that instantly fills the mouth, and the taste of cocoa is not affected by the floral aroma. On the contrary, the combination of the two flavors produces a wonderful chemical reaction. Even Qi Tian, who didn't like to eat dark chocolate very much in his previous life, the corners of his mouth rose slightly at this time, and he unconsciously revealed a sweet smile. What a wonderful taste! There is a feeling of first love. The sudden sound made Qi Tian tremble, and he instantly exited that enjoyment mode, looking at the three people who didn't know when they appeared in front of him. The corners of Qi Tian's mouth twitched slightly. In a few days, Qi Tian, Heavenly God Bobo and Sun Wukong were basically acquainted, and the delicacies they carried on their bodies were naturally not stingy. Qi Tian is also happy to share food. But the person who was talking just now was... Oh gods! Qi Tian looked at the celestial god who was a nemesis and couldn't help but be silent. This girl actually has a first love. This makes him a single dog. Tenjin, first love. Is it as delicious as this flower? Asked the pure Goku with a curious look. Ahem. Tenjin himself reflected, his pleated face blushing slightly. No, I'm just praising the deliciousness of this chocolate. By the way, the Northern Hemisphere seems to have found the traces of the second generation of bike. I will search it now. Saying that, the old god walked directly towards the other side of the temple, and the footsteps were not at all as calm as before. Poof haha! Qi Tian laughed directly. The footsteps of the gods became faster and faster. Although Bobo on the side did not smile, on a serious face, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Only Goku scratched his head and looked at the laughing Qi Tian strangely. However, smiling and laughing, Qi Tian suddenly thought of the reason why the heavenly god left quickly. I lean on, Heavenly God, he actually had a girlfriend. The smile on Qi Tian's face suddenly stiffened, and sadness fell from the sky for a while. Qi Tian looked up at the sky, his eyes full of melancholy and sadness. Humph, what's good about my girlfriend? Does he have chocolate flowers that are delicious? Is Qigong fun? Can it make me stronger like a gourmet cell? After entertaining himself for a while, Qi Tian's mood was much better. The unknown feeling of humiliation has completely disappeared, and even the chagrin of not grasping inspiration has not known when it will dissipate. Sure enough, it's better to enjoy the food than fighting. It's comfortable. Ah! Qi Tian suddenly jumped up. He understood. He thought that his sense of grievance might have come from there. Qi Tian. I don't want to be a martial artist at all. Although Qi Tian's future is unpredictable. As a former ordinary person, Qi Tian doesn't like to fight with people at all, this kind of thing. He couldn't enjoy it at all. Compared to fighting people, Qi Tian feels definitely not as good as fighting a few delicious beasts over there in the food world, and then enjoying a delicious meal. After all, the battle gods and horses, is there any delicacy delicious? He's not a battle maniac. Qi Tian looked at his hands, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It turns out that you are reminding me that you don't like this martial art of fighting against people. Hand, no, I didn't say, don't blame people. The moment he figured it out, Qi Tian suddenly felt refreshed, his body was cheering, and even the flow of qi in his body couldn't help but speed up a little. Gas, don't talk nonsense, I don't. From the beginning, I thought wrong, combat skills, I should indeed learn, but should not learn so deeply the martial arts and fighting skills against people here. I just need to know how to dodge, how to counterattack, how to maximize strength, should learn how to apply qi, how to fight with qi is enough. With these, it is enough. No wonder the previous battle with the great demon king of Vic was so humiliating, it turned out that my way of fighting was wrong from the beginning. Qi Tian's pace became brisk. Another time in the temple, the celestial god was looking at the nether with a serious eye. He's just not kidding, he's really spotting the activity of the second generation of Bic in the northern hemisphere. Well, in the northern hemisphere, after Qi Tian fought with the old Vic Great Devil, the sinkhole where the old Vic Great Demon King was buried was left underground, and the eggshell of the second generation Vic was found. Tenjin, Tenjin! Qi Tian shouted in the distance. Hey! The heavenly god turned to look at Qi Tian, who was running this way in confusion. Let's fight again, it's not a fight, it's a real fight. Qi Tian said. Oh, the heavenly god looked at the smiling Qi Tian and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Do you understand what that feeling of holding back was before? Qi Tian nodded, showing a big smile. Let's try it now, right? Tenjin paused for a moment, and then showed a smile. Well, next, I will give my all. In the center of the open space of the temple, Qi Tian and the heavenly god looked at each other more than 10 meters apart. On the side, Bobo and Sun Wukong did not fight or train, but looked at Qi Tian and Tian Shen too. In the air, a gentle breeze blows by. Ugh! Qi Tian's feet suddenly erupted, and the whole rushed towards the heavenly god, and in an instant, he came directly to the heavenly god, and his right hand clenched his fist and blasted out without hesitation. In the face of Qi Tian's attack, the heavenly god was unhurried, his right hand was lightly raised, directly blocking in front of Qi Tian's fist, and the other one attacked towards Qi Tian at the same time. However, looking at the actions of the heavenly god, the corners of Qi Tian's mouth grinned. Boom! The muscles of his right hand suddenly expanded, and a layer of furious aura instantly covered his arm, and the already huge strength instantly skyrocketed. This is... The corner of Tenjin's eyes jumped. He knew Qi Tian's strange power, and if he didn't respond, he would eat this punch, and he had already foreseen how miserable his old body would be. The heavenly god originally wanted to change his steps forward, rushed forward and dodged directly to the side, directly dodging Qi Tian's fist. The right hand that originally blocked Qi Tian's fist was smashed towards Qi Tian's side. However, the swinging fist did not catch Qi Tian off guard, but followed the force of the fist, and the whole person jumped up in the air, flipped in mid-air, and directly dodged the attack of the heavenly god, and the fist bombarded the ground of the temple. The hard temple floor was instantly smashed by Qi Tian's punch, and the rubble was like bullets flying under Qi Tian's huge force. However, neither Qi Tian nor the heavenly god cared about this crashing stone. Qi Tian, who punched the ground, suddenly shot up into the sky with this force, and directly collided with the dodging heavenly god here. Without hesitation, he punched out here. Of course, this time there was no previous outbreak, but an ordinary punch and kick. This is in the face of Qi Tian's offensive. While the heavenly god was fighting, his eyebrows couldn't help but rise. He could see that in every punch and kick of Qi Tian, there was also a very obvious shadow of the books he gave Qi Tian, just like when he fed him before, immature and rigid. But momentum and the fighting style is completely different. The heavenly god felt the change in Qi Tian's offensive. If it is said that when feeding and fighting before, Qi Tian was like a fledgling martial artist performing his moves at a glance, then the current Qi Tian is a little more wild, as if it is the fledgling ferocious beast is slowly familiar with its fangs and claws, honing its hunting skills, and waiting for the moment when the tiger roars in the mountains and forests. A trance flashed in the eyes of the heavenly god. He didn't understand why Qi Tian had changed so much just for a while. Tenjin, the next time you lose your mind in battle, I won't show mercy to my subordinates. Qi Tian suddenly paused, suddenly jumped back and said in a deep voice. No need. The heavenly god shook his head, stopped the fighting posture, stared at Qi Tian and spoke, this stage of your training is over. No, it should be said that this stage of your training in the temple is over, and your training at this stage should not and cannot be carried out in the temple next. When you can be as calm as the sky and move faster than lightning, you can leave the temple. The god said, turning and walking towards the temple. Hearing the words of the heavenly god, the corners of Qi Tian's mouth grinned. Truly, his next training shouldn't be here. If he is still a fledgling beast in nature, the next step should be to learn how to turn this beast into a cunning hunter. Chapter 19. Gourmet Earth. Wu. It's been a long time since the air of the food world. Qi Tian took a deep breath, not knowing if the illusion was real or true. He actually felt that the air in this world was much sweeter. Because of the time difference, although Qi Tian brought 10 days in the Dragon Ball world, Qi Tian in the food world was equivalent to leaving for more than 2 hours. The traces of his 2 huge crisper boxes on the ground and the rut marks of the previous truck are still clearly visible. However, someone around should be watching him. Qi Tian looked at the rut marks of the extra row of cars on the side and raised his eyebrows. Of course, Qi Tian can roughly guess who should be Igo. After all, since coming to this world, the person Qi Tian has come into contact with is Jiro alone, and the organization that can take the trouble to monitor him, except for the Igo, which has some relationship with Jiro, there should be no one else. Looking around, a smile appeared at the corner of Qi Tian's mouth. If Qi Tian couldn't do this kind of thing before returning to Dragon Ball, but now Qi Tian only activated the Qi and sensed it slightly. There are about 26 Qi creatures around, of which 18 are non-humans, 13 underground, 5 above ground, and only 8 humans are distributed in 3 directions. He didn't mean to trouble the group of monitors. If the other party wants to see it, then keep watching. Qi Tian waved his hand in 3 directions to say hello, and then directly performed the dancing void technique, and the whole person flew directly up and flew towards the Zishi city not far away. In the distance, 5 kilometers away, a black car with a bright Igo. Did he spot us? Said a black-suited clerk who was observing Qi Tian's Igo. Be confident. Take it off. Another person next to him patted him on the shoulder and said helplessly, "It is impossible to think that it is no coincidence that he will greet us in 3 surveillance directions at the same time." Saying that, he reported the things that had been discovered. The other 2 observation points probably did the same. Thousands of miles away, Yulong at the IGO headquarters also received the news at this time. "Haha, have you already found out?" Ichiryu grinned as he looked at the information received. Because Qi Tian is special, this observation activity of Qi Tian is directly under the responsibility of Yulong without going through any of the high level of IGO. And the staff in charge of observation did not know the information of Qi Tian that was observed by them. It seems that the old man is also going to find time to take a trip. Yulong looked at the sky outside the window with a beard at the corner of his mouth, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. The void. Walker. Qi Tian didn't know about IGO's actions and Yulong's decision, but this was exactly what Qi Tian wanted to see. He has a lot of things to do in this world next, learning the knowledge of hunting and survival in the wild, as well as finding the ingredients that suit him, evolving the gourmet cells that he has reached the bottleneck, learning the skills of fighting between the strong and the beasts of this world to form his battle system, developing his own tricks and many other things. And if you fool, if you can get the assistance of the huge organization of IGO, and the guidance of Yulong, the top powerhouse in the human world, it will definitely take a lot less detours. Zishi City. Qi Tian ate a large number of snacks he bought casually from a roadside stall. It should be said, is it worthy of the Zishi market? Qi Tian looked at the brain teaser on the Q&A soup bag in his hand, his face was speechless. He came to the Zishi market for a few days, he has been soaking in the library, or he went to the food wholesale market, rarely shopping. He didn't expect that the food sold in the Zishi market was so distinctive. The answer to the brain-sharp turn was said to the Q&A soup bag, and the question was answered correctly, and the Qi Tian's Q&A soup bun in his hand instantly became soft and steaming. Of course, even if you answer the wrong food, keep guessing until you answer correctly. After all, no matter how you say it, this is also the ingredients that are taken out for sale, and naturally it will not be so coffee. However, Qi Tian had heard that there was an ultimate exam somewhere in Zishi City. The ultimate quiz ingredients, there are 1,000 difficult questions on it. The more correct the answers, the more delicious the ingredients will become, and if the correct rate is less than 60%, the ingredients will become super unpalatable. Moreover, it must also be eaten. Otherwise, you will never be able to challenge any Q&A ingredients in the future. Holding a bunch of Q&A ingredients with simple questions, by the time Qi Tian arrived at the library, he had already eaten everything. After washing away the oil stains from the hand-cleaning pool set up outside the library, Qi Tianke walked into the library built in the shape of a sea bowl. "Hey, Lao Li, I'm bothering you again today." Qi Tian greeted the aging administrator at the door of the library. "It's all said, it's true that my name is Rix, but my surname is not Li." The old man rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "What book do you want to read today?" In addition to the 3 books on survival in the wild, there are 2 books on ingredients, 2 basic books on pointing, and by the way, do you have the kind of books here that teach people to fight?" Qi Tian said thoughtfully. "Fighting? Is that kind of thing called a book? That's a martial arts cheat." Rix rolled his eyes at Qi Tian. Even if it's a food library, it's impossible to show people casually. Whether it is the secret code in the mouth of Qi Tian or Rix, it is naturally not the kind of book that you buy a bunch of books on the market, but a true secret legend, an incredible martial arts secret that can make people powerful after cultivation. Can't just show me casually, that's yes. Qi Tian suddenly became interested. He originally asked casually, but he didn't expect to have an unexpected joy. Of course, the food library is the largest and most complete library in the world, and there are not too many martial arts secrets. Rix said with a proud look. For the people of Zishi City, the food library is their pride, and at the same time, it is also the goal that each of them strives for. Only those with the most profound knowledge can work in the food library and have the qualifications to view many secret books. Then, how can I borrow those martial arts secrets from the food library? Qi Tian asked with some curiosity. Of course, he knows that there are also martial arts in this world, and even said that there are many good martial artists among martial artists. Such as a martial artist of the soy sauce party among the staff of the Future Zero Ecological Zone. However, compared to the martial artists of the Dragon Ball world, here, martial artists are better at fighting all kinds of ferocious beasts. If you want to borrow those unique cheats, you must first have enough qualifications, for example, to find the ultimate quiz ingredients hidden in the food market, and answer more than 90% of them. By the way, it is said that the question bank of the ultimate quiz ingredients is linked to the food library, and all the questions are difficult questions randomly selected from the vast sea of books in the food library. Chris said with a smile. Then forget it, change it to 2 geographical books for me, said Qi Tian with a shrug. Okay, table 3356. Rix nodded, started on the screen in front of him, and placed the order. That's right, the order was placed. The library here is the same as the restaurant. Of course, if you want to look up the information specifically, you can also find the book yourself. Just like when ordering food in the restaurant, you can watch the ingredients in the back kitchen and order. By the way, the 4th, 13th, and 20th packages are each serving me 3. Qi Tian suddenly remembered, and quickly added some snacks for reading. Chris didn't answer, just gave Qi Tian an okay gesture. When Qi Tian walked to table 3356 on the 3rd floor, there were 9 stacked books and 3 sets of 3 times the size on a book-like plate. Of course, the snacks prepared in the library belong to the kind that cannot stain the books no matter how they are done, and they also have some special effects. Qi Tian sat on the seat, casually took a somewhat dry flour-like snack and put it in his mouth, and then grabbed the transparent pulp on the side and put it in his mouth, and his body instinctively snorted, Mint-flavored meditation flour, the effect of meditation is so strong, and there are many pieces of this steamed fruit, which explodes in the mouth, and the cold juice suddenly calms the mood. With a sigh, Qi Tian picked up the book on the side and read it. To be honest, the food provided in the library is adding the ink fragrance of books, and Qi Tian really has a feeling of eating knowledge while reading books here. Chapter 20. Sorry, but in the recent period, I have temporarily not accepted the commission due to some personal matters. That's a shame. In a food house called Make a Vow, a middle-aged man in a suit walked out with a regretful face, and the person behind him was Qi Tian. It's just that it is a Qi Tian who is more than 1 meter 9 meters tall and has extremely strong muscles. Sending the guests away, Qi Tian also turned around and walked back to the food house. Make a vow, make a wish. This is a food house opened by Qi Tian as a food hunter. The decoration in the house is ordinary and not so luxurious. The only thing that catches the eye is a wall plastered with various photos. Inside are all selfies of Qi Tian in various dangerous areas of the human world. But anyone with a little insight will understand the strength of Qi Tian, who can take selfies in the places in these photos after seeing this photo wall and judging that it is not a PS photo. After admiring his handsome selfie photos, Qi Tian returned to the bar and searched for information on various ingredients on the official website dedicated to food hunters. To be honest, there is no description of the group of food hunters in the original book of The Captive of Food, and the people who appear are basically ordinary people or very weak rookie hunters, completely covered by the light of the 4 heavenly kings such as Au. But in fact, as one of the most important groups of the food era, the food hunter industry is quite prosperous. The entire gourmet earth has a population of about 31 billion, and among them, the gourmet hunters are not said to be hundreds of millions, but at least there are tens of millions of people. If you add people who are directly related to food hunters, it is no less than 1 billion people. As for indirect, more than 95% of the people throughout the food era have their careers related to food hunters. After all, it is the many food hunters who capture the ingredients that are the cornerstone of the food era. Among these tens of millions of food hunters, perhaps most of them are ordinary people who are not very strong, and the ingredients captured are also some relatively low-grade ingredients, but the good hands are also countless. Even the powerful food hunters who can go to the food world are not too, but the huge group of food hunters is extremely loose. No, it should not be called a group at all, just peers. And Qi Tian, he is undoubtedly a member of this huge system now. Sure enough, if you have to go to a regular website, the intelligence here is too moisture. Qi Tian couldn't help sighing as he looked at the various information on the web page. But the point is that regular intelligence websites are expensive, and occasionally there are some rare ingredients on such websites that cannot be bought even by regular intelligence websites. Though there is usually little intelligence in the message. Jingle bell. Just as Qi Tian lamented this website, the door of the food house was retreated, and the wind chimes hanging at the door rang. Sorry, but in the recent period, I have temporarily not accepted the commission due to some personal matters. Qi Tian subconsciously said. Wow, the old man didn't come to commission the capture of ingredients. A hearty laugh came from the doorway. This laughter. Qi Tian was startled, and then looked up. Standing in the doorway was a tall man in a very fashionable floral shirt, trousers, sunglasses, dark brown complexion, yellow hair and beard, and a cynical smile on his face. How could Qi Tian not know the man in front of him? The strongest in the human world. The president of the organization of Ego is Yulong, and his strength is definitely the strongest in the world. However, isn't this the president of the Ego Ichiryu? Qi Tian said weakly. Of course it's for you. Yulong walked into the store with a smile, sat down directly at the bar, and looked at the various drinks on the bar. You have a lot of good things here, bring me a glass of Barilla juice. Hey! Qi Tian answered casually, stood up and took a bottle of Barilla juice from the bar and poured it into the cup for Yulong, then gave himself another cup and sat down face to face with Yulong. Oh, it's delicious, this Barilla juice is definitely the juice of fresh Barilla juice you went to find yourself, said Ichiryu with a smile. As a food hunter, it's a shame to pay for the ingredients in your store. Qi Tian said indifferently as he drank the juice. Hey, young man, don't be so lifeless, be energetic. Yulong persuaded with a smile as he looked at Qi Tian with a calm face. My energy. It has long been worn out in 3 years. Qi Tian stared at Yulong with a pair of dead fish eyes. Once, he thought that Ichiryu would come to see him soon or invite him to the headquarters of the Ego, but Qi Tian did not expect that the surveillance of Ego would leave directly after being discovered by him. However, one dragon was also completely missing. Wait. After a month in Zishi City, Qi Tian still did not see a dragon. And then Qi Tian simply broke into the captive world of food by himself, with good strength plus a lot of knowledge learned in Zishi City. Qi Tian's start was also perfect. In the past 3 years, Qi Tian has even opened a food house, and now Maki Vao's reputation is also very famous in the industry. This guy is old, his memory is a little poor, and the Ego has a lot of work, so. Hey! Ichiryu said with a smile. Nope. No, I have no agreement with President Yulong, and I haven't said anything good, let alone 3 years, even in 8 years, there is no problem for President Yulong to come and find it. Qi Tian said casually. 8 years. This is not a random number that Qi Tian said, the calendar of the world of prisoners of gastronomy is not mentioned, just the quadrennial gourmet cooking festival as a calendar to measure time. This year, the 48th food festival will be held at this time, which is 2 times away from the 50th food festival in the original book, that is, the 8 years in Qi Tian's mouth. Namely, Ichiryu's original death date. This is also. Yulong also agreed with Qi Tian's words, nodded, and the smile on his face began to dissipate, replaced by an extremely serious voice, and said in a deep voice, "However, I am really curious." "Curious? You won't wait 3 years." Qi Tian pouted. He knew Yulong's personality, and he was full of confidence in his heart, but the tone in which he spoke to Yulong was unceremonious. "That's the ego busy. In the past 5 years, my husband and I have not taken a vacation for 5 years." Ichiryu said with a pretending sigh. The 3 disciples of Acacia, Dragon Wolf Tiger, not to mention the 3 tigers who have eaten for hundreds of years, that is, Jiro. After retirement, they all lived a small life of soaking in wine 8 days a week. Obviously they have the strength to live better, and they don't need to be busy, and they should be busy. Although Qi Tian said this, Qi Tian actually admired Yulong, ego, from a small agency of the United Nations at the beginning to today's behemoth, among them. Yulong definitely did a great job. And most crucially, Yulong created this huge organization not for himself, but for the table of hundreds of millions of people, and it has remained the same for hundreds of years. Anyway, if Qi Tian comes, Qi Tian will definitely not be able to do this kind of thing. Listening to Qi Tian's words, it was naturally not difficult for Qi Tian's true emotions to be seen, and he smiled and did not speak. The scene fell silent for a while. Qi Tian looked at me eyes drinking the barilla juice in the cup without speaking. Yulong couldn't help but helpless, and preemptively spoke, "You just don't want to ask something?" "No, what Yujiro told me is enough." Yulong grinned at Qi Tian. 3 years ago, Qi Tian paid the death of Ichiryu, Jiro, and Sanhu to entrust Jiro to take him out of the food world and come to the human world. Although what Qi Tian told Jiro was only the death of the 3 brothers, the information contained in it was not ordinary. Hidden in the news of Ichiryu's death was the attitude of Sanhu towards their families, which Ichiryu wanted to know the most, and the intelligence that Blue Nitro had begun to act again. Jiro's death hides Acacia's actions and Neos' intelligence. The news of Sanhu's death hides information about Sanhu's repentance and the outcome of the final war. When Qi Tian gave Jiro these 3 death news, he didn't think too much, and he also figured it out at the same time. For a bigwig-level figure like Ichiryu who almost saw through life and death, it was not important to die or not, and it was enough to know the final outcome. However, one of my personal hobbies is to let some people who come with curiosity leave with a heavy heart, and you are naturally no exception, President Yulong. Qi Tian looked at the collar in front of him and chuckled at the corner of his mouth. "Oh." Yulong looked at Qi Tian for a moment, then raised his eyebrows, showing a flirtatious smile, "If my mood is not heavy enough, I won't pay." 8 years later, on the day you die, the gourmet spices of the 3 tigers contained great malice to the food era descended on the human world, although you prepared a defense net to control the sacrifice to a minimum, but the entire human world collapsed directly. The number of victims was 25 billion, and the main organs of more than 100 countries collapsed and became incapacitated. The land hit by the spice meteorite is all barren, and more than 90% of the entire human world has become unsuitable for the growth of ingredients. Famine, this ranking that has long been controlled in a very small number of areas in the world instantly spread throughout the world, lasting more than 400 years of the era of food, instantly retreating to the era of the century war that lasted for 100 years hundreds of years ago, and even worse. As Qi Tian spoke, the smile on Yulong's face gradually disappeared, although he had long expected this result, but every time he thought of that scene, as a dragon who had lived in that war era, he couldn't help but feel heavy. "I lived in the era of the Great War of the Century, so even if the food era collapses, it is absolutely necessary to keep people's tables. This point, old man, and I have long been ready." Yulong's voice was low. But this tragedy lasted for a year and a half. Qi Tian's faint words instantly tore open Yulong's inner defense. As the world's top powerhouse, whether it is strength or courage, Yulong is undoubtedly the top, and there is no flawed top. Even the love and care of loved ones can never be called a flaw in the dragon. But there is only one point, which can be called the flaw of a dragon. That is, the obsession with people's tables. Seriously, in the original work, even if Yulong dies, it can be said that everything is arranged, whether it is people's safety or the dining table, he has all prepared the secret weapon to guard. And yet, what he didn't expect was that he hid his life menu too secretly. Because after Komatsu was captured, Ayu was depressed and lacked Ayu, and even Sani, Coco, and Zebra had almost locked the approximate location of the last item of Ichiryu's life menu in the huge first ecological region, but it took a year and a half and they could not find the final main meal. Then, a full year and a half later, Ayu returned from the food world and finally found the final main meal, the infinity bird egg. Welcome to come back next time. With a refreshing smile, Qi Tian sent Yulong with a gloomy face out of the food house. Back at the food house, Qi Tian looked at the 3 books left by Yulong, and a strong sense of satisfaction arose in his heart. Very good, finally feel comfortable. Qi Tian stretched out, his face was relieved. Next, it's time to pick up and go hunting, the gift is not ready yet. Chapter 21. Winter Mountain Range. With a total length of more than 13,000 kilometers, an average width of more than 3,000 kilometers, and a total area of more than 3,300 square kilometers, it is affected by the monsoon, and it is covered in silver all year round, and it is also pregnant with countless ingredients full of winter taste. This snowy scenery is really beautiful. Suspended in the sky, Qi Tian admired the ethereal snow scenery that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. After admiring for a short while, Qi Tian landed. He came to the winter mountain range this time not to enjoy the snowy scenery, but to collect ingredients, and it was not some kind of powerful beast, but plant-based ingredients. Therefore, the gas induction cannot help, can only be found in it on foot, and the intelligence has not been collected too much. But look for the ingredients he wants in this vast place. Let's bet and see, my food luck. Qi Tian looked at the vast Dongshan mountain range, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hike into the silver-clad jungle. Walking in this huge jungle, although the surrounding tens of meters of tall trees block the direct sunlight, the silver-covered snow shines the entire forest very clearly. It is clear that walking in the jungle with dense foliage, but it is not dim at all. Walking in the thick snow, Qi Tian's feet creaked. Well, that's over there. Qi Tian looked at the dazzling ice edge under a large treetop in front of him from a distance, his eyes couldn't help but light up, his steps couldn't help but speed up, and he quickly walked over. It's really a natural popsicle, a delicious ice cream. Qi Tian licked the ice in his hand with a smile. The orange-flavored ice cream is delicious, here is strawberry flavor, and chocolate flavor. It didn't take long to grind. It was rare for Dongshan to encounter a season without a blizzard. Holding an ice stick in one hand, Qi Tian continued to move forward while eating. Over there is. Only in cold areas, can there be chocolate rocks. Qi Tian looked in surprise at the black rocks exposed on the surface not far away. Chocolate is an ingredient that melts easily as long as the temperature is slightly high, so only in this cold area will chocolate-like rocks appear. And this kind of hard rock-like chocolate melted to make chocolate, its unique taste is excellent. Collect some well. Qi Tian stepped forward 1 or 2 steps, walked to the chocolate rock that was about 3 cubic meters exposed on the surface, put his right hand on it, and the surging energy suddenly entered the chocolate rock in front of him. Drink! Qi Tian's 5 fingers were directly inserted into the chocolate rock, and he suddenly used force. Snap snap! An undetectable shattering sound sounded, and then the huge chocolate rock was directly broken out of the ground by Qi Tian, and looking around the crater left below, it was obvious that under the large silver under Qi Tian's feet was probably an incomparably huge chocolate rock on the ground. Haha, it's good, this piece is big enough. Looking at the chocolate rock that was almost 10 meters long and wide, Qi Tian showed a satisfied smile. After taking out the universal capsule and putting it away, Qi Tian flicked his right hand, and the qi surged, sweeping the surrounding large area of snow and refilling the big pit in the ground. It's much better. Such a beautiful view, I can't spoil it. Boom! In a tuft of grass about 30 or 40 meters away from Qi Tian, it was clear that there was no wind blowing, and the empty grass and trees actually trembled slightly. Walking in the forest, a smile appeared at the corner of Qi Tian's mouth. As a special dangerous area, in addition to the ice and snow and delicious food, Dongshan is naturally indispensable for ferocious beasts. Snowy spiders, didn't you expect that there are insects living in cold areas here, taking advantage of the blizzard to stop and hunt outside? Qi Tian looked at the group of huge spiders that seemed to be ice crystals that surrounded him. Unlike the webbed predation of ordinary spiders, this snowy spider, which is 3 or 2 times larger than ordinary adults, usually acts in groups and actively captures prey. The habit of swarming allows the snow spider to capture a level of up to 30. The snowy spiders stared at Qi Tian, who was surrounded in the middle with their dense compound eyes. Originally, in the face of such a small meat prey in the sky, the snowy spider group would rarely rise up. After all, there was too little meat for them to eat. But Qi Tian is different. As predators, the snow domain spiders could clearly feel the nutrients. Just a small bite of Qi Tian is enough to make them much stronger. Zzz. A weird scream sounded. Dozens of snowy spiders spit out silk threads from around at the same time, densely forming a huge web in mid-air, covering Qi Tian in the middle. Such a beautiful spider silk! Qi Tian looked at the ice-blue spider silk web in the sky, and his face showed a look of admiration. He had long heard that the silk of ordinary spiders was a very strong material, and if it had enough quantity, it would be tougher than steel wire if woven into rope. And how tough will the thumb-thick ice-blue cobwebs spew out of the mouth of this snowy spider be? What a surprise! I originally thought that I was unlucky to meet a beast that couldn't be eaten. Yikes! The figure of Qi Tian, who was originally trapped in the middle and was about to be covered by cobwebs, suddenly disappeared. Bang bang bang! After a few punches and kicks, the surrounding swarms of snowy spiders had all fallen to the ground. Sure enough, insect-like beasts are difficult caves. Qi Tian rubbed his wrists with a depressed expression. He obviously went to the point with every blow, and as a result, dozens of snowy spiders, 3 or 2 who successfully pointed the point, and the rest were all fainted by the hammer. However, when Qi Tian looked at the ice-blue cobweb in the middle, which was almost more than 20 meters in diameter, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Taking a step or two, Qi Tian's right hand surged with energy, and with Qi Tian's thoughts, a pair of azure-blue giant chopsticks gradually took shape. It's funny to say, in fact, in the early days, Qi Tian also pursued the condensation of qi and condensed the qi into the eating technique of Ao's knife and fork in the original work, but he has never been able to find a way to form qi. However, Qi Tian didn't remember exactly when, as he ate with chopsticks for many years, unconsciously, he was able to condense the appearance of chopsticks with qi. Not to mention the power, just the convenient nature of being able to take out chopsticks to eat anytime, anywhere makes Qi Tian very satisfied. He picked up the cobwebs with chopsticks, and then twisted them in circles, and soon the cobwebs on the ground had been collected by Qi Tian. Take out a universal capsule and put it away. At night, the whole winter mountain is howling, and the blizzard, which stopped during the day, is very rampant at night. This kind of fierce wind, even if it can't affect Qi Tian's actions, but in the Dongshan mountain range in the storm, it is difficult to continue to find ingredients. So Qi Tian simply stopped and found some ice cubes around to build a small igloo. In the igloo, alcohol lamps burned, bringing a hint of light to the harsh winter under this dark night. Even if it's not too cold, it's comfortable to drink some wine in an icy environment, sighed Qi Tian as he drank the wine-flavored ice cream in the gourmet ice cream found during the melted day. Similarly, the branches of the snowcake tree found during the day are placed on the side of Qi Tian, and the small pot hanging from the alcohol lamp is heated with chocolate rocks. almost. Qi Tian poured the melted chocolate rocks in the pot onto the branches of the snow cake, and after sprinkling the grated fruit-flavored gourmet ice cream, a simple snow chocolate cake was completed. Thanks to all the ingredients in the world. Put your hands together and subconsciously close your eyes and pray. After staying in this world for 3 years, plus 3 years in the Dragon Ball world, 6 years, Qi Tian has also developed this subconscious habit. Opening his eyes, Qi Tian looked at the cake in front of him, and without hesitation, Gu Xian picked up the small spoon on the side, and directly dug out a large piece and put it in his mouth. Whew! It's so cold! Qi Tian subconsciously exhaled. The heated chocolate rock still has a hint of temperature after cooling and hardening, but when you bite into the outermost layer of chocolate, the cold snow cake wrapped inside gushes out. The delicacy that has been nurtured by years of shaking instantly occupies the taste buds of Qi Tian, mixed with the various flavors of food ice, like a kaleidoscope of delicacy. Every time you chew, there is a different taste. Delicious! Qi Tian involuntarily sighed. Although he has been in this world for a long time, Qi Tian still has not learned to use gorgeous words to describe the delicacy of this world, and some are just the simplest and simple feelings. The cold wind was howling outside, but in the warm igloo, Qi Tian was drinking hot chocolate and eating delicious and sweet snow-hidden chocolate cake. It's wonderful. In the igloo, idle is also boring. Qi Tian took out a few books left by Yulong in his food house and read them. The 3 books, one is a book that records the secret technique of pointing, one is a book that records a precious martial arts secret book, and the other is a stacked map that records the location of the Shilin temple that Qi Tian has been looking for all these years. And what Qi Tian is looking at now is that martial arts secret book. Strictly speaking, this is not a martial arts cheat. Unlike the move cheats that Qi Tian got in the Dragon Ball world, this book only records how to mobilize the gourmet energy in the body to maximize the power of the gourmet cells in the body. Not only strengthening, speed, physique, resilience, nerve response, speed up the body's consumption and absorption of nutrients, and many other ways to strengthen with gourmet cells. Just by looking at it so cursorily, Qi Tian felt that he had benefited a lot. This inheritance is different from not having an inheritance and groping yourself. Qi Tian sighed. If he had obtained this secret book 3 years earlier, maybe Qi Tian's strength would be several times stronger now. Chapter 22. At night, in the jungle where the snowstorm howls. Run away, run away! That monster is about to catch up. 7 or 8 heavily armed food hunters frantically fled from the jungle with a terrified look, one by one, with a look of panic. Among them, there was this teenage girl who didn't look like a food hunter at all. If it weren't for me, everyone wouldn't. The girl bit her lip, and a tear appeared in the corner of her eye as she ran forward desperately. Roar! A roar of fury. A huge figure in the dense forest behind rampaged, pushed into a large area of woods and rushed towards everyone. This is a big white bear that is about 10 meters old and covered in white crystals. Ice crystal white bear, capture level 39, the whole body is covered with hard and strange ice crystal armor. In the ice and snow, that ice crystal armor can make the other party perfectly integrated into the environment, difficult to find. What the hell is going on? Why is there an ice crystal white bear on the periphery of the Dongshan mountain range? A few food hunters desperately fleeing shouted in disbelief. What's the use of saying that now? If you are caught up by that guy, you will definitely be beaten into meat sauce. I don't want to die. I haven't eaten enough in this world. Some of them are timid and can't help but cry. As people who have been working together for many years, of course, they understand the combat power of their team and capture level 39 beasts, which are monsters that they can't fight against. If it weren't for the dense mountains and forests around them and their rich experience, I'm afraid they would have died by now. Split up! Suddenly, the captain of the food hunters shouted. But captain! If separated, how can we live in a place like Dongshan? Someone shouted. We can't care so much, we all scatter and escape, and we can run a few." The captain shouted anxiously, and at the same time, he turned his head to look at the girl in the middle. "I'm sorry, Miss Beria, we can't continue to protect you." "It's okay." A far-fetched smile appeared on the girl's face. "If I hadn't hired you to come to Dongshan, I wouldn't have encountered this kind of thing. I'm really sorry." "No, it's our job. How can we blame Miss Beria?" The captain shook his head, and then looked solemn. "Miss Belia, you run, we will help you delay the time of that monster and then escape." "But..." Beria's face showed a look of unbearability. "It would be a great shame to let the employer die in front of us." "Run," said the captain in a deep voice, already stopping. Moreover, several other food hunters around also stopped. "Run, Miss Beria! Don't stop, keep running!" Obviously, he was afraid of death just now, but now he stopped one by one without hesitation. "Miss Beria, run, after you run far, we will immediately scatter and flee. The faster you run now, the greater the chance of our survival," the captain shouted. "Everyone!" Feeling the determination of everyone, Beria ran forward with tears in her eyes. She could feel the will in the hearts of others, and the phrase echoed in her ears: the faster she ran, the greater the chance of survival for everyone. Soon, Beria's figure disappeared into the dense jungle. But behind Beria, there is also the figure of the group of food hunters. One night without a word. Early the next morning, the howling snowstorm outside had long stopped. But unlike yesterday's clear sky, today's sky was constantly snowing. "Ah!" Opening his mouth, Qi Tian tried to taste the taste of the snow in this winter mountain, moved his mouth, and Qi Tian felt the melting snowflakes in his mouth. It's cool and cool, it's very simple snow." Qi Tian smacked his tongue. He thought that he could meet the rumored taste of snow. "Forget it, keep going, there is no snow to eat, but the snowy mountains that can be eaten in front are waiting for me." Walking on the road, Qi Tian paid attention to the surroundings, while also experimenting with various secret techniques he saw yesterday. Mobilizing a trace amount of qi in the body to stimulate the gourmet cells in the body, feeling the difference between gourmet cells before and after, although it is not as strong as every time gourmet cells evolve. But stimulated by qi, the evolution speed of the active gourmet cells after eating food in Qi Tian is definitely much stronger than before. Suddenly, it seems that someone over there will be chased and killed again. Qi Tian couldn't help frowning, and turned his head to look into the distance. Whoosh! Qi Tian's figure disappeared instantly. "No, I'm going to be unable to run." Beria stumbled through the snow. Less than 20 meters behind him, the huge ice crystal white bear was roaring and swatting the tree in front of him and charging towards her. "But Big Bear has been chasing me, those uncles must have managed to escape." Belia listened to the roar close behind her. Her eyes looked at the snow in front of her in confusion, and one stumbled to the ground. "Is it already over? It's really unwilling to become the best chef and restore peace to your hometown." Beria lay on the snow in despair, struggling to climb forward. However, she has been running for a long, long time, and she has no strength to play at all. Roar! The ice crystal white bear looked at the girl who fell in front of him and suddenly showed a smile, and ran happily. The distance of 20 or 30 meters was just a jump for him. The tender and delicious deliciousness is just around the corner. "Can't you do something like cannibalism in front of me that affects your appetite, big stupid bear?" The sudden sound made the ice crystal white bear suddenly feel bad. Then I saw the girl who fell to the ground, and a figure appeared very abruptly on the side. "Is he?" The ice crystal white bear was suddenly startled. He knew the figure. Just like the girl who fell to the ground, there was a coveted aroma on his body, but yesterday, he personally watched the other party solve a group of big spiders that seemed tricky to him. This scene made him give up directly, who was originally ready to prey. Roar! Giving up before did not mean that he was afraid. Looking at the seductive girl who fell to the side, and the more alluring Qi Tian, the ice crystal white bear roared angrily and suddenly pounced. Chopsticks! Qi Tian's right hand was weakly held, and a azure blue chopstick instantly appeared in his hand, and then suddenly instantly piercing the jaw of the ice crystal white bear, and then piercing out from the back of the head. Predator, be prepared to become a hunter too, said Qi Tian with a smile as he looked at the ice crystal white bear he was picking on his chopsticks. The chopsticks dissipated, and the ice crystal white bear fell directly to the ground. Only then did Qi Tian turn his head to look at the girl on the side. Fainted. Qi Tian scratched his head. Trouble. It's so warm. Dimly, Beria felt warm and comfortable on her body. Isn't it dead yet? Beria opened her eyes, feeling her sore body, looking at the sky that had cleared, with a hint of confusion in her eyes. She remembered that when she finally fell, the ice crystal white bear was already behind her. How she survived. Okay, don't lie on the bed when you wake up, get up quickly. Qi Tian's voice sounded in Belia's ears. The sound that sounded made Belia wake up from her dazedness, and quickly sat up, and Beria looked in the direction where the sound sounded and saw Qi Tian sitting in front of the fire. Come and drink some hot chocolate to warm up and replenish some strength. Qi Tian beckoned at Beria. Beria instantly understood that she was saved by someone. Looking at Qi Tian with a grateful face, Beria was ready to get up, and then she saw something on her body that made her feel warm before, a huge snow-white fur covered in the snow. This is ice crystal white bear. Beria looked at the snow-white fur beneath her in disbelief. How could she not know what it was? She had been chased for a long time. Don't. Belia looked at Qi Tian not far away in disbelief. She originally thought that she was rescued and escaped from the bear's paw, but as a result, it turned out that someone had brought down that monster. Did he do it? Beria looked at Qi Tian in disbelief. In her opinion, although Qi Tian was strong, he was definitely not very old. How could he defeat the monsters that even the powerful food hunters he hired could not deal with? Crawling out of the warm fur, Belia also saw the whole picture under her. Sure enough, it was the ice crystal white bear that had been chasing her for a long time, but the ice crystals originally covered by the other party's body have disappeared. My name is Belia, thank you for saving me. Beria walked to Qi Tian's side, not rushing to get hot cocoa, but bowing gratefully to thank her. Don't be so polite, just go with it. Qi Tian waved his hand. Sit, you should have been running for a long time before, let's hurry up and drink some hot chocolate to replenish some energy. Beria nodded obediently, sat down, took the crystal clear ice crystal bowl with hot chocolate, and drank it. So warm. Drinking the hot chocolate in her mouth, Beria suddenly felt that her body warmed up from the inside out, and her previously tired and sore body also recovered quickly. It's nice to be alive and eat. Belia closed her eyes and sighed softly. Oh! Looking at the girl in front of him, a flash of essence flashed in Qi Tian's eyes. If he was not mistaken, this girl seemed to be. Chapter 23. Beria, right. You should be a chef, right? How could you appear here in the Dongshan mountain range alone? Asked Qi Tian. Hey, Beria startled, how did the benefactor know I was a cook? Haha, don't call me benefactor, my name is Qi Tian, I am a food hunter. As for knowing that you are a chef, but you have a fairly strong food aroma on your hands, which is a taste that can only be soaked in fresh ingredients for many years, and there is also the smell of oil and seasonings on your body. Qi Tian grinned. Well, that's awesome, Beria exclaimed with a look of amazement. My sense of smell is not very sensitive, which many people can do, but food hunters have a nose that can be recognized by a sniff that even the ingredients you have touched in the past few days. Qi Tian said without care. In other words, you still haven't answered my question, how can a chef appear alone in such a high-risk area as Dongshan? In fact, when I was cooking ingredients in the kitchen all day, I suddenly wanted to see the moment when the ingredients were captured, and I wanted to see how the ingredients I cooked lived and were captured. Belia paused for a moment, then blushed. This way? Qi Tian nodded. Actually, I don't know why, but I suddenly had this idea and took action. Isn't it strange? Beria's face was red. No, it's a normal idea, although no one has said it publicly, but the top chefs of this era cannot be cultivated in the kitchen, only by being in nature can you hone your real cooking skills, that is. Qi Tian said with a chuckle. Hearing Qi Tian's words, the blush on Beria's face suddenly became more obvious, but there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. This was the first time she said what she thought, but she didn't expect to be recognized by a powerful food hunter. After hearing the long cavity in Qi Tian's mouth, he suddenly looked curious. Just what? It's just that people are a little stupid, and a person dares to run to a place like the Dongshan mountain range. Qi Tian said with a smile. I hired a team of food hunters, but they stopped the big bear in order to let me escape. We ran away. Speaking of this, Beria's face also showed a hint of worry. I don't know if they're safe now. Hired a team of food hunters. Qi Tian's face showed a look of surprise, and he spoke, Hey, you won't hire a team of rookie hunters, will you? Captain, they are very professional, and in order to let me escape, they stopped to buy me time to escape before dispersing. Belia couldn't help but retort. Gotta. Qi Tian's face was speechless. He could understand that this silly girl hired not only a team of rookie hunters, but also a team of ruthless rookie hunters. Silly girl, to give you a general knowledge, the bear's sense of smell is very good, you can smell it from several kilometers, and the crystal white bear's sense of smell is even stronger than I am now, and the smell of high-grade ingredients on your body is simply not too obvious for him. Hey! Belia looked dazed, not understanding what Qi Tian's words meant. Qi Tian helplessly raised his forehead and said again, simply put, all food hunters, even rookies, will definitely prepare something that can cover the taste on their bodies, and you, obviously know, for the crystal white bear, on the one hand, there is a weak aroma, and on the other side is a tempting delicacy. You said he will chase that side. You mean? Beria's face changed slightly, she was not really a fool after all, and immediately understood the meaning of Qi Tian's words. It's impossible, Captain, they stayed to buy me time to fight the big white bear. The point is that when I captured the crystal white bear, there was no trace of battle on this bear, not a single loss. Qi Tian spread his hands. Beria was silent, but there was still a little disbelief in her eyes. Since it is a food hunter who cannot deal with a beast of the level of a crystal white bear, he usually carries a firearm on his body. Did you hear the sound of battle when you fled? And you said that the captain bought time for you to escape, but you think you can survive here in Winter Mountain alone and still find a way out. With Qi Tian's words, the disbelief in Beria's eyes completely disappeared, replaced by a thick sadness, and then turned into anger. After all, Beria and the group of food hunters are not companions, just employment relationships, and the sadness that was thrown up was only because Beria subconsciously regarded them as lifesavers, but now. Benefactor, bah! Qi Tian naturally understood this, so he said it bluntly. Beria puffed out her face, angrily held the crystal bowl in her hand and gulped. Obviously this was turning grief and anger into food and venting the anger in her heart. Looking at Beria's childish behavior, Qi Tian couldn't help laughing. Hearing Qi Tian's laughter, Beria's little face suddenly turned red, and then completely buried in the bowl. In a moment of anger, she had just forgotten that this was not at home, but outside, and in front of other people. Qi Tian just laughed and did not continue to stimulate Beria. Another bowl? Asked Qi Tian. Beria nodded slightly, her voice faint, and handed over the empty bowl in her hand. Qi Tian directly poured a full bowl back to Beria. The body has warmed up a lot, and it is not very hungry, so Beria is not in a hurry but takes small sips. And Qi Tian looked at Beria's rosy face, and his heart suddenly became clear. By the way, Beria, you shouldn't be in a hurry to go back these days, asked Qi Tian suddenly. In order to come to the winter mountain range this time, I specially took a week's vacation, and now there are 5 days left. Beria nodded a little strangely. 5 days. Qi Tian's brows furrowed slightly. There is not enough time. Not enough time. Beria looked dazed and looked at Qi Tian for no apparent reason. Well, I heard that a certain ingredient will appear recently, so I came to Dongshan, so I need to go deep into the Dongshan mountain range, and I can't leave here for a short time, but even if this is only the periphery of the Dongshan mountain range, you can't leave here alone, just right, you want to see how the ingredients are captured, so I'm going to take you with me, but 5 days may not be enough, this time the shortest is a week, and the long may take half a month. It's okay with me. As soon as Qi Tian's words fell, Beria said directly. The benefactor doesn't mind me being a burden and taking me with him, how can I bring trouble to the benefactor because of my own affairs? Beria said with a serious look. Okay then, since you said so. Qi Tian looked at the serious Beria, did not hesitate, and directly answered. Hearing Qi Tian's agreement, a smile suddenly appeared on Beria's face. And you're not a burden. Qi Tian suddenly spoke. Ah! Beria listened to Qi Tian's sudden words, and her face suddenly turned red. She's not a burden, can she? One by one, scenes from romance TV dramas that she had glimpsed on TV during her break emerged. You're the chef, and the meals along the way will be handed over to you. Qi Tian said. Hey! Beria was startled, and the blush that had just disappeared on her face suddenly reappeared. Hey! Qi Tian looked at Beria suspiciously. Didn't. Nothing, leave it to me. Beria said quickly. Qi Tian looked at Beria, who was inexplicably shy, strangely. This girl is also too easy to shy. My intuition as a food hunter tells me that he's delicious. Said Qi Tian, pointing to the crystal white bear next to him. This bear. Beria looked at the crystal white bear that was more than a meter tall lying on the ground, and her eyes suddenly showed a difficult color, but I didn't bring cooking tools that could handle such a large amount of prey, and I didn't have a suitable side sauce on hand. I have cooking tools. Qi Tian said, throwing out a universal capsule at random, and suddenly a large number of various cooking tools appeared in the open space on the side. This is... Beria was startled, looking incredulously at the various cooking tools that suddenly appeared in front of her. Not paying attention to Beria's shock, Qi Tian continued to speak, as for seasonings and side dishes, the forests of Dongshan are everywhere. Beria followed Qi Tian in a trance and walked out of the forest. Behind Beria, there was a large pile of tied prey, tied together by a thick spider silk, and pulled by Qi Tian in his hand. And Beria couldn't come back to her senses for a long time at this time. When Qi Tian defeated the crystal grizzly bear before, he had fainted so he didn't see it, but this time he was awake and followed behind Qi Tian, and she also saw the capture scene of the real food hunter. Unlike the team of food hunters she hired before, who shot from a distance and set bait traps, Qi Tian's capture method was very direct. Seeing the beast rushing up and punching, clean and scary. The point is, the impact is too strong. The big monster several meters tall flew out more than 10 meters with one punch, and even smashed several towering trees, and several beasts that were not light in tonnage at a glance were tied together, and they were pulled back by one hand, and even if it was a hand, it looked very relaxed. In the camp, the first subconscious sentence of Belia, who had been watching Qi Tian, came back to her senses was, "Are you a monster?" Qi Tian. Chapter 24. Winter Hill Camp. In order to cook many huge beasts, Qi Tian also built a simple kitchen according to Beria's design. Of course, although the kitchen is rudimentary, all kinds of kitchenware are available. Anyway, there are universal capsules, and they don't take up a place to carry, so Qi Tian brings a lot of useful things like kitchenware. In the makeshift kitchen, Beria took off the hat on her head and the goggles on her face. Qi Tian also saw the full picture of Beria for the first time, originally a silver-white shawl, long hair tied up behind her clean ponytail. White face did not have any traces of use of cosmetics, skin pink and tender bullet did not have the slightest feeling of contact with oil smoke all day. The just right facial features make people feel incomparably harmonious at a glance, but the big watery eyes are staring intently at the ingredients in front of them at this time. To be honest, Qi Tian was really a little surprised. Of course, the way Beria handled the beast, which made Qi Tian feel even more amazing, was clean and terrifying. Obviously, he said before that it was an ingredient that he had never seen before, but Qi Tian did not see Beria cut a second knife in the same place, and Qi Tian couldn't fault Beria at all, and even in many places, the handling methods are not small in unison. It didn't take long for the beast to be completely dismembered under Beria's pleasing performance and divided into a portion of ingredients waiting to be cooked. Found the treasure. This was the only thought in Qi Tian's mind at this time. Mr. Qi Tian, can you please prepare more dishes? These beasts may not be enough if they are all cooked. Beria said suddenly. Just call me Qi Tian. Qi Tian said, prepare more dishes. Saying that, Qi Tian walked to the side of the crystal on the crystal white bear that he knocked down before, stretched out his right hand, wrapped his qi around his palm, and then quickly lengthened and straightened. Qigong blade. This is a kind of Qigong usage that makes qi thinner and sharper, whether it is fighting or living, it is a convenient use. Yike! Qi Tian's right hand waved quickly, and the irregular crystals turned into brilliant and beautiful dishes under Qi Tian's hand. This wasn't the first time he had processed this thing, and the pots and bowls he used to drink hot chocolate were made from this crystal. Under Qi Tian's skillful movements, that pile of crystals had all turned into an incomparably gorgeous tragedy, but Qi Tian compared the huge crystal grizzly bear and the huge size of the mushroom chicken, polar swimming fish, ice sauce pig and other prey caught in the forest just now, and silently walked into the forest. After a while, there was a loud noise in the forest, and a towering tree was put down. A few minutes later, Qi Tian walked out of the forest with a large pile of oversized cutlery. That should add up to almost enough. Qi Tian put down the side of those crystal cutlery with the cutlery in his hand. Qi Tian's movement during the entire preparation process was not small, but Beria, who was immersed in the cooking, did not glance here from beginning to end. The smoke of cooking slowly rises in this icy jungle. About 4 or 5 kilometers away from Qi Tian's camp, a figure at the top of a big tree looked at the rising cooking smoke and suddenly had a happy face. With the cooking progress of Beria, an incomparably attractive aroma gradually became stronger over time, about to set off a storm of aroma in this deserted mountain forest. Can't let you spread. Qi Tian sniffed the delicacy in the air, and when his mind moved, a not very strong updraft suddenly set off around his body, blowing all the diffused aroma into the sky. After a long wait that Qi Tian felt extremely long. It's done, came Beria's voice. Is it finally okay? Qi Tian's greedy gaze stared at the dinner plate in the hand of Beria, who walked over. Pan-fried bear liver and pan-fried bear bile. After so many years in this world, Qi Tian is not the silly teenager who can't even recognize the liver and gallbladder before, even if it is golden on both sides that are cut into pieces and fried. Qi Tian also recognized the ingredients on the dinner plate in Beria's hand at a glance. That's right. Beria smiled and placed the plate in front of Qi Tian. As an appetizer, there is nothing more suitable than liver and gallbladder. Qi Tian clasped his hands together, and then his right hand was shaken, and a pair of chopsticks condensed with qi appeared directly in his hand, and his right hand flashed, and the next moment, the dinner plate in Beria's hand had become empty. Beria looked at her empty plate with a question mark on her face. Her strength is naturally invisible to Qi Tian's movements. Delicious. Qi Tian's excited voice suddenly entered Beria's ears. Whether it is the golden crispiness of the liver or gallbladder, what is hidden is an incomparably delicate softness, full of layering, with fresh and salty sauce, wonderful deliciousness, and the two different ingredients are indeed almost the same way of cooking, and the subtle taste gap chewed in the mouth is like a brother in the family. It's a wonderful match. Chewing heavily, Qi Tian looked satisfied. Already eaten up. When Belia heard Qi Tian's words, she immediately understood what happened to the plate that instantly became empty in her hand just now, but even so, she was a little unbelievable. Although the plate just now was not the liver and gallbladder of all the crystal white bears, the amount was definitely not light. This delicacy, I can't wait. Qi Tian suddenly opened his eyes, he no longer wanted to wait for Belia to deliver the dishes one by one. Besides, this is in the wilderness, not in some fine dining restaurant. Standing up suddenly, Qi Tian walked directly to the temporary kitchen. No. Now it should be called a temporary restaurant. Looking at the ingredients in the pot and waiting for the ingredients to be plated, Qi Tian directly started to load the plate himself. And Beria on the side was dumbfounded looking at her kitchen as if there were more than a dozen Qi Tian plates at the same time. If she was allowed to come, it would take at least 10 or 20 minutes to complete the many dishes. Almost in less than half a minute, all of them had been completed. Belia, hurry up and eat. Qi Tian shouted at Beria who stayed on the side. Me? Beria was startled, and then quickly waved her hand. I don't need it, these ingredients are. If you don't come, then I won't have the face to eat it alone. Qi Tian directly interrupted Beria's words and said. But Beria still wanted to say something. Stop talking nonsense, come and sit down. Qi Tian rolled his eyes, obviously the food was in front of him, and it was still so grinding. It was the first time he had seen such a troublesome chef, and directly stepped forward and dragged Beria to sit down. If it's in a restaurant, it's fine, but in the wild, if even the chef who cooks the dishes is not qualified to eat, then the title of the jewel of the chef's gastronomic era is simply thrown away. Listening to Qi Tian's words, Beria, who was originally a little restrained, also reacted. Here, it seems that it is not the restaurant where she works, but in the wild. Therefore, compared to her own ideas, it is more important to listen to the opinions of Qi Tian, a veteran. Then You're welcome, said Belia in a low voice. You're welcome. Qi Tian said helplessly. Thanks to all the ingredients in the world I got it going. In front of the chef, Qi Tian also started to say what he never said on weekdays, which was a reminder to Belia. Looking at Qi Tian's appearance, Belia also carefully learned to put her hands together, and only opened her eyes when she heard me move. Carefully picked up the cutlery and ate the dish she made herself in front of her. Delicious! Beria's eyes suddenly brightened, and the movements on her hands couldn't help but speed up, and she ate it in small bites. Although her cooking skills are very good, and she has a lot of contact with high-grade ingredients on weekdays, she usually only tastes it when she wants to understand the taste, and rarely eats it, and she really eats high-grade ingredients like crystal white bear for the first time. On the other side, Qi Tian gulped down the food in front of him. Although the action of eating is fast, the taste of each dish fully lingers in his taste buds, allowing him to carefully taste the delicacy. How to say it? The flavors of various beasts caught in Qi Tian, such as the mellow bear meat, the mushroom chicken with mountain flavor, and the fresh polar swimming fish, are perfectly integrated in this dish. Even with a hint of delicacy, Qi Tian could feel as if a pair of extremely gentle palms protected it, and this feeling was the first time Qi Tian tasted it. Feeling the deliciousness coming from the taste buds, Qi Tian looked at the cooking skills of this shy little girl in front of him and had a deeper understanding. This is definitely an excellent chef whose craftsmanship is comparable to the chef of a large hotel with more than 7 stars, A&D. Qi Tian watched Belia eat the food in front of him in small bites with afterlight, feeling the gradually stronger aura in the other party's body, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved. Suddenly, Qi Tian sensed several breaths of human beings. Brows slightly furrowed, Qi Tian turned his head to look at the jungle on the side, and he sensed that 6 people, each of them were strong adult men, were approaching this side. Is it the food hunter who entered Dongshan? Qi Tian tilted his head without meaning to care, and continued to turn around and eat. It was not far from the gang to this side, and there were no beasts in between, and he didn't need to help at all and wait for them to come by themselves. It's so fragrant. I smell the fragrance. Help! As the group approached, one after another voices came, and even Beria heard the sound of conversation, but Beria listened to this voice, but her face changed slightly, and she couldn't help but turn her head and look over. Oh! Looking at the changes in Beria, Qi Tian suddenly thought of something. And there was a playful look in his eyes, looking in the direction where the voice came from. Without a moment's effort, the voice of the chat became louder and louder, and then 6 figures emerged from the woods. And when she saw those figures, Beria's face suddenly showed a touch of atmosphere. Although she had known it from Qi Tian for a long time, when she really watched this squad gather together, she couldn't help but feel a sense of anger that had been deceived. Chapter 25. Beria looked at the 6 figures that emerged from the forest, and her face suddenly showed a look of anger. Obviously, the few people who came out were the same food hunter squad she had hired before. However, Beria didn't say much. She knew very well that the relationship between herself and Qi Tian was between the rescuer and the rescued. She didn't have any right to say something to her benefactor, and her personality also doomed her to say that kind of thing. Therefore, Beria just turned her head and didn't look at the people at all. At this time, the hunter team that came out of the forest also saw Qi Tian and Beria. Of course, the first thing they saw was the table that occupied the line of sight and was extremely tempting. A flash of greed flashed in the eyes of these 6 people looking at this table, but then they were suppressed. Although the strength is not very strong, none of them are fools, and they can still enjoy this scale of cuisine in a dangerous place like Dongshan. Apparently, it is the people they cannot afford to offend. 2 friends. One of the hunter squad stepped forward and said directly, but suddenly he stopped talking and saw Beria among the 2. As a hunter squad hired with Beria, they had naturally seen Beria's face. Even if it was just a side face, he recognized their employer Beria. And looking at this hunter squad and Beria's expression, Qi Tian suddenly affirmed in his heart, this is the hunter squad that threw Beria away and used it as bait. Thinking of this, Qi Tian didn't even have the mood to talk to these people, and snorted coldly. Get out! Friend, the hunter captain's face changed, and he quickly wanted to speak. Do you still need me to say it a second time? Qi Tian glanced at them lightly, his eyes cold. Nope. No need anymore. The hunter captain looked at Qi Tian's cold face, and then looked at the graceful Beria on the side, not knowing what his brain had made up. His face changed several times in succession, and then he quickly said. After saying that, he beckoned several of his companions to leave quickly. Looking at the departing hunter squad, Beria's face on the side improved a little, showing a smile, and quickly thanked Qi Tian. Thank you, brother Qi Tian. No thanks, I don't like that scum either. Qi Tian shook his head slightly. If he didn't want to get his hands dirty, he might have left those people behind today. With a faint glance at the direction that the squad left, Qi Tian's face did not fluctuate in the slightest. If in other periods, this squad might be able to leave the periphery of the Dongshan mountain range safely. But now it's different. Qi Tian, why did he blurt out when he heard that Beria had hired a squad to come to Winter Mountain, that it was she who hired a pair of rookies? It will occur once in an average of 40 years, and the high-level beasts in the Winter Mountain range will migrate to the periphery to escape the white demon that is about to go berserk in the center of the mountain range. During this period, the Dongshan mountain range, even the outermost periphery, would appear sporadically with high-level beasts, and the places near the inner periphery were almost occupied by various powerful beasts. Therefore, Usually most of the senior food hunters will not easily come in, even if the few food hunters who are willing to come in, they are basically strong guys. Unfortunately, Qi Tian's current position, although it is not close to the inner perimeter, but it is by no means the outermost area. Just looking at the number of beasts with a capture level of more than 30 that Qi Tian has encountered in the past 2 days, Qi Tian can imagine the fate of the team of food hunters who left. Leave your lives to nature. Qi Tian whispered in his heart. Of course, these things, Qi Tian did not mean to tell Beria. The annoying person left, and Beria suddenly felt that the already delicious food in her mouth was more delicious and delicious, feeling the enjoyment from her taste buds, and Beria couldn't help but immerse herself in the deliciousness. And when she came back to her senses, nope, it's gone. Beria looked at the pair of empty plates and empty bowls in front of her in shock. No, it's all eaten. On the side, Qi Tian, who was lying directly in the snow, patted his belly, which had grown a lot, with a smile on his face. But those... Beria is incoherent. If she remembers correctly, the food she cooked should have been a bear that could stand up more than 15 meters tall, a mushroom chicken 1 story tall, a polar swimming fish more than 3 meters long, and a sauce pig weighing at least 2 tons. Those amounts, not to mention more, are at least enough for 100 big stomach kings to eat for more than a week. But now... haha, what a waste it is not to eat such a delicious meal. Qi Tian sat up and looked at Beria with a smile on his face. Beria, your cooking skills are definitely one of the best among the chefs I have ever eaten. Hearing Qi Tian's praise, Beria's face suddenly turned red, but she did show a happy smile. For chefs, diner satisfaction is undoubtedly the best compliment, especially the praise of a veteran food hunter who has eaten countless delicacies, which can already be regarded as a chef's meritorious medal. Boom! With a loud bang, several towering trees in the forest fell one after another. Haha, it's such good luck. Ice cream tigers are powerful beasts that are rare even in the vast winter mountain range. Qi Tian laughed and collected the loot ice cream from the ice cream tiger that fell to the ground. Okay, you can go. Qi Tian casually slapped the ice cream tiger and flew out. And Qi Tian flew out, and the bear ice cream tiger on his body did not mean to shout, and quickly rushed out of the jungle with his tail between his legs. Qi Tian did not mean to kill this tiger, for this kind of beast that carries regenerative food, there are usually few food hunters who choose to kill each other. It is said to contain super thick and easily absorbed sugar, and just a small spoonful can turn an ordinary person into a 300-pound fat person. Beria, who came over on the side, looked curiously at the ice cream collected by Qi Tian. However, she didn't mean to eat in the slightest. Weight is always the ultimate enemy of women. Haha, it's not that exaggerated. Qi Tian waved his hand, randomly dug a spoonful of ice cream into his mouth, and then said, if you want to grow to 300 catties, you have to eat at least 3 spoons, but eating this thing will not affect your health even if ordinary people become fat. And if it can be processed with some special ingredients, it can make ordinary people ignore the sugar and taste the deliciousness. Qi Tian enjoyed the sweetness in his mouth and spoke. How about it, do you want to taste it? It's delicious. Nope. Forget it. Beria quickly shook her head and refused, only this kind of ingredient, even if it was delicious, she didn't want to eat it much. This ice cream is a super delicious ice cream that lives in the deep ice cream mountain of winter and eats a variety of natural high-grade ice cream that has taken years or even decades to accumulate, and if you miss this time, you may not be able to eat it a second time in your life. Qi Tian explained in an exaggerated tone, and at the same time took a bite, his face also showing an exaggerated expression of enjoyment. This. Beria's mouth couldn't help but empty. You know, in this world of food, all individuals, that are basically big foodies, and for girls, ice cream snacks, that is super tempting. Don't eat. Beria turned her head, and then stepped forward directly, not looking at Qi Tian behind her. Looking at Beria walking in front, Qi Tian also grinned, did not continue to joke, and took Beria forward for 3 days. With Beria's cheerful and simple personality, Qi Tian was basically acquainted with her. Of course, he was not interested in Beria's information, and Qi Tian was most interested in the superb strength that Beria showed every day. And the speed of progress that is visible to the naked eye. Full of potential. Qi Tian was more and more satisfied the more he looked, and he also had a plan in his heart. Of course, it was not some conspiracy. That didn't fit Qi Tian's personality. Yay! Suddenly, there was a scream from Beria in front. However, Qi Tian was not in a hurry. Beria's scream was not a shock, but a surprise, and they were now in the inner layer of the Winter Mountain Range, except for powerful beasts with a high capture level of 62 such as the ice cream tiger that had not completely left. Most of the beasts had already left the inner area. And his Qi induction has been turned on. There are no fierce beasts in the surrounding kilometers, of course. More importantly, this is not the first time Qi Tian has heard this scream. Really? Beria's surprised voice followed. It's a matsutake tree that only grows in the cold, and it is very touching that a matsutake tree that only blooms 1 day a year can meet a matsutake tree that has already bloomed, and the bowl is huge. And when Qi Tian arrived slowly, he saw Beria, who had climbed a huge matsutake-like tree and picked matsutake flowers under the fungus cap. This is not the first time they have come this way, whether it is beast ingredients or plant ingredients. Qi Tian has basically collected all kinds of gourmet ingredients with names and surnames in the Dongshan mountain range. For example, the ice cream tiger released by Qi Tian just now, even in such a vast Dongshan mountain range, I am afraid that it will live in less than 3 figures. And that kind of strong strength, Qi Tian estimated that the other party was probably the strongest one, and the strongest meant the best food. It's not good, this silly girl is still a child of food luck who is favored by food luck. Looking at Beria who hugged the matsutake tree, Qi Tian secretly said in his heart. After all, in his previous experience, Qi Tian had never been so smooth. You know, the map of the food world is huge, and many ingredients are hidden in the vast nature, if you want to capture. In addition to strength, it is more important to be able to encounter. Therefore, even if Qi Tian is strong, he can't drag nature's neck to forcibly extort ingredients, and he can only obediently and slowly search for them. Moreover, if you think about it carefully, with Beria's physical strength, she can escape from the tracking of a beast of the level of the crystal white bear, and in a panic, she can escape from such a vast forest to Qi Tian's surroundings and hold on until she is rescued by Qi Tian, which is not a manifestation of strong food luck. This time, it seems that he really picked up the treasure. Qi Tian looked at Beria who was smiling and waving at him like a flower. Chapter 26. Wu! Wu! The wind like a ghost crying echoed between heaven and earth. Are you kidding? Said Beria consciously raising her voice because of the sound of the wind, although for Qi Tian, even if she spoke quietly, she could hear it. Shall we go in there? Of course I'm not kidding. Qi Tian's voice was not loud, but it strangely overwhelmed the roar of the howling wind around him into Beria's ears. Didn't notice that. Beria still looked incredulous at this time, pointing to the sky and shouting in the distance, that thing is where people can enter. Rest assured, there is no danger. Qi Tian looked at Beria, who was full of distrust, and couldn't help but helpless. This tornado just looks bluffing, although the scope is a little wider, but the destructive power is actually not very strong. Beria looked like you were teasing me. Tornado, this is a supernatural disaster, you tell me that the destructive power is not very strong? Looking at Beria with such an expression, Qi Tian was also helpless. Girl sitting in a well and watching the sky, you have never seen real power. Seeing that it didn't make sense, Qi Tian simply didn't explain, stepped forward, and directly hugged Beria horizontally. Hey, what are you going to do? Beria's eyes widened, and she wanted to struggle out of Qi Tian's arms. And yet, Qi Tian completely ignored Baria's struggle, and with his mind together, his whole body suddenly emitted a bright white light to protect his body. That's his gas. If it wasn't for the protection of Baria, this little wind and wave, he could have relied on his flesh to pass recklessly. This is... Baria looked at the white aura that shrouded her whole body, and her eyes unconsciously revealed a soft color. What a warm feeling. The same in the arms of the mother. Qi Tian. Ignoring the girl who was inexplicably quiet in his arms, Qi Tian directly rose up into the sky and rushed towards the white tornado that followed the sky. From a distance, it looks like a small worm trying to challenge the giant without any strength. Unfortunately, Qi Tian is not a small bug, and that tornado is not a giant. Wrapped in a raging arrogance, Qi Tian plunged headlong into the howling tornado, but neither he nor Balia could feel the slightest wind at all. All the wind and snow were blocked by Qi Tiankai. Qi Tian, on the other hand, emits small qigong waves from time to time, and the wood and stone that have not yet been torn and crushed by the tornado will be blown into powder. Seriously, Qi Tian doesn't like to use qigong waves in this world. The destructive power is too strong. Obviously he wants to catch the beast and eat meat, but as a result, at least 9/10 less, and 1/10 is also bombed beyond recognition, and the half-cooked can't be eaten. The scope of this tornado is very wide, and it cannot even be called a small natural disaster such as a tornado, but a large-scale natural disaster similar to a typhoon. The vast scope of influence brings a thick enough wind wall. According to Qi Tian's estimates, this thick wind wall has at least a thickness of more than 10 kilometers. Inside the wind wall of the super tornado, Qi Tian and Balia, who were wrapped in white qi, emerged from the wind wall and entered a calm area similar to the eye of a typhoon. At this time, Baria had not yet recovered from what happened just now. Shrinking into Qi Tian's arms and hugging Qi Tian's neck with a blank face. Let her calm down and take a good look. She just now flew out of thin air. And then flew into a terrifying tornado. And then crossed the hurricane and came to the eye of the wind? Oh my god! Balia finally cried out, her face full of disbelief. We actually crossed a tornado just now. If Qi Tian's easy defeat of those scary-looking monsters could still make her reluctantly accept it, then the scene of crossing the hurricane just now made her feel unbelievable. Mankind. How is it possible to fight against natural disasters? This kind of tornado, even the most advanced fighter tanks of mankind may not be able to drive in safely. Did you calm down? After a while, Qi Tiankai asked easily. Baria shook her head repeatedly. How could this kind of thing calm down so quickly? We're not far from our destination. Qi Tian smiled and pointed to the huge mountain range not far away wrapped in a tornado. Well. All right. Baria quickly answered as she looked at the terrifying whistling hurricane wall behind her, and quickly answered as she looked at the calm mountain ahead of her. Unlike the outside world, where there is a snowstorm due to the influence of the hurricane, the central area of this tornado is very calm, and only very small snowflakes are fluttering in the sky. Even the temperature has risen to about -10 degrees, not like the ultra-low temperature below -30 degrees outside. Even if Balia takes off her fire suit at this time and changes into ordinary cotton clothes, I am afraid it will not be too cold. It's just that the snow on the ground is half a meter deep for Baria. Brother Qi Tian, I don't seem to have heard you say what the target ingredients are to be captured this time, asked Baria curiously. Didn't I say that? Qi Tian was slightly startled. The target ingredient I want this time is the legendary dream cream that appears once in 40 years in the hard candy cave deep in the Winter Mountain range. Is there still this ingredient in Winter Mountain? Was a little surprised that she had gathered information about Winter Mountain before going to Winter Mountain. Although she didn't expect to meet, she remembered all the ingredients that Fuyuyama had names and surnames, but... Dream cream, how come she hasn't heard of it? As if seeing Baria's doubts, Qi Tian explained by opening his mouth. The spring of Dream Cream is located deep in the Winter Mountain range. and there are countless beasts along the way. Just the difficulty of reaching the Spring Mountain range where we are now is converted into a capture level of 73, and there is a group of guardians, which makes the capture difficulty soar to more than 90, so almost not many food hunters know that there is a fountain of dream cream here, and the information has not been circulated. The difficulty of getting to where they are now is equivalent to the capture level 73. Berea blinked, a little incredulous. Although she didn't know how difficult it was to capture level 73, she understood a little when she thought of the many beasts she encountered along the way and the hurricane wall she had just crossed. But what kind of fantasy cream's capture level actually soared to more than 90 because of a group of guardians? The difficulty level of crossing the hurricane wall is 20 levels higher than countless beasts. Berea couldn't imagine what a guardian it was. Didn't Brother Chi Tian, you still take me as a tow oil bottle to face such a high-level capture level beast? Obviously you can leave me alone and leave me here. Berea suddenly spoke, a look of guilt on her face. It's okay, those guardians are just weak chickens, and later, there is a time when you can show off your skills as a chef. Chi Tian said casually. It's all weak chickens? Cook, I show my skills. Berea was dazed. Without waiting for her to ask questions. In the mountains and forests in the distance, a series of shrill and leisurely voices came out from the mountains and forests. SHH. SHH. The earthquake trembled, and the huge trees tens of meters high in the distance trembled violently, and some fierce beasts were rushing here. That's... Berea's face changed slightly as she looked at the change in the distance, and instantly thought of the guardian Chi Tian said before, and subconsciously hid behind Chi Tian. But then I remembered something, and I wanted to hide to the side. Don't move. Just hide behind me. Chi Tian looked at the jungle in the distance and suddenly spoke softly. Oh. Berea replied weakly, I don't know why. Obviously she didn't plan to make a mess for Chi Tian, but as soon as Chi Tian just said, she stopped her movements, obediently hid behind Chi Tian and continued to walk forward. The tremor was getting stronger, and Berea heard a very dense stampede. SHH. SHH. The leisurely shrill voice echoed again. Swish. Dense ice thorns burst out from the forest, completely covering the area where Chi Tian and Berea were. Drink. Chi Tian drank lightly, and his right hand clenched his fist and swung violently. With a roar, the air in front of Chi Tian seemed to have changed into a physical object, and it was directly punched out by Chi Tian, and a column of air with a diameter of more than 3 meters shot out, directly shattering all the ice thorns along the way. Even the snow on the ground was cleared for a road that led straight into the distant jungle and blasted a corner of the jungle. In the corner of the jungle, the face of the attacker was already revealed. Deer. It wears a huge blue-white horned deer. This is Sword Bone. Chi Tian looked at the huge horned deer that suddenly appeared in front of him and immediately recognized, although the color was a little different, but isn't this the Warcraft sword beast that inhabits near the hive prison? The capture level of a single one is as high as 70, and it is a group of 30 or 40 Warcraft that acts in groups. However, Chi Tian looked at this group of huge horned deer that were at least 30 meters tall and ice blue. The capture level of this group of guys is definitely much higher than the sword bone group near the hive prison, and the capture level of a single one is at least more than 80. Chi Tian said darkly. Although the capture level of animal groups is not much different overall, it is not static, and the food that is delicious enough and fits the cells of that group can make the other party break the cell barrier and evolve stronger like a carrier of gourmet cells in humans. That is, have these guys eaten the right ingredients? Chi Tian instantly thought of the ingredients guarded by this group of guys called guardians. No, it shouldn't be a suitable ingredient, it's just because the nutrition of the ingredients is too high. So it is right to forcibly raise their strength. Chi Tian said darkly. If it is really cell evolution, judging from the original capture level of the sword bone, I am afraid it is not level 80, and it has reached the top level of the human realm above 90. However, it can forcibly raise the limit of cells. How rich is this nutrient? When he thought of this, Qi Tian couldn't help but speak and was full of expectation. People, winky face, there was something temporary yesterday, only 2 chapters were updated, and today and tomorrow I will pick time and 4 to return it. Chapter 27. SHH. In the cracked jungle gap, the sword bone that knocked Qi Tian out of the air shouted loudly, as if he already knew that their attack method was useless to Qi Tian, and all the sword bones were not firing ice ling. Phew! Ice blue mist exhaled from the mouth of each sword bone, and the cold qi spewed from the mouth of dozens of sword bones finally gathered together and blew in the direction of Qi Tian. Want to compare lung capacity with me? Qi Tianyi grinned and inhaled sharply. Although it is a little different, but his power. But angry. Wu. With a mouth, the turbulent airflow was squeezed out by Qi Tian's lungs, and instantly turned into a small storm, directly dispersing the ice blue mist in mid-air, and then swept it over. Ha ha! Qi Tian stopped exhaling and looked at the frozen sword bone in the distant jungle and suddenly laughed. Of course, the battle doesn't end so easily. A group of sword bones only moved their bodies slightly, shattered the thin ice that they blew out into thin ice, broke free, and then spread their hooves and rushed towards Qi Tian. Qi Tian looked at the group of sword bones rushing over with sharp horns, moving his wrists. If he was the only one here at this time, maybe he would really entangle with these guys for a while and try the fun of fighting for a long time. It's a pity. There's a weak little girl behind us. Qi Tianyi grinned, his right hand suddenly raised, and his roaring aura ignited and then quickly contracted back into his arm. Bang! Bang! The muscles trembled. Qi Tian seemed to have an extra heart beating with full power, and his right arm suddenly swelled, which was extremely incongruous compared to the entire body. In the next instant, Qi Tian's figure instantly disappeared in place. No. A clear afterimage was also left in place. Bang bang bang! An almost continuous sound of blows came, and in the next instant, Qi Tian's figure had already returned to its original place, overlapping with the afterimage that had not yet had time to dissipate. From Belia's point of view, Qi Tian's right arm instantly swelled and then recovered. But the dozens of sword bones that originally blocked in front of them, they had all fallen to the ground. This. Belia was dazed for a moment, and then reacted with her small mouth opening in shock, and her gaze towards Qi Tian couldn't help but change. According to what Qi Tian said before, this group of fierce beasts raised the difficulty of capturing the ingredients of that fantasy cream by more than 20 levels, but now. Qi Tian felt Beria's gaze and couldn't help but feel a little awkward. After all, anyone who looks at you as if you're not human will feel uncomfortable. Okay, let's keep going. Qi Tian coughed lightly and said quickly. Don't you put them away, asked Beria, pointing to the group of fallen sword bones. She had seen Qi Tian along the way, and every time she reached the prey, she would solemnly put it into a magical little capsule. I didn't kill them, I just stunned, although the capture level is very high, but in fact, the sword bone is an inedible beast, the only value is the sword horn on their head and the bone. It is said to be a good material, but I am a food hunter, and it is useless to collect that material, so I simply don't bother to kill them. Qi Tian said as he walked past the group of fallen sword bones and walked forward. Can't eat. Don't you kill. Belia strangely understood what Qi Tian meant, and a bright smile instantly appeared on her face. It's really gentle, brother Qi Tian. No way. Bah. The corner of Qi Tian's mouth twitched, and he was almost taken into a ditch. As for not killing, it's not that Qi Tian has the same belief as the so-called original protagonist Au, but it's just a habit since childhood. Having lived as an ordinary person who has not even killed a chicken for more than 20 years, the impact on Qi Tian is not small, and the decisiveness of killing now is too exciting at the beginning, and the spirit subconsciously ignores it. Later, when he came to his senses, Qi Tian found that he didn't feel much about killing, but even so, meaningless killing, Qi Tian will still subconsciously reject. There is no doubt that the strength of the power will undoubtedly affect the state of mind, and the current decisive mentality of killing is that the mentality of being as indifferent as water is also. Qi Tian does not deny that his personality has changed a lot. But the power. It will never be a reason for him to kill unscrupulously and arbitrarily. On the other side, Beria naturally didn't know Qi Tian's mental activities, but looking at the sword bones who fell to the ground, her mood was inexplicably much better. It was as if it were a little girl who followed. There were many traces of sword bone activity in the jungle, and since it was already known that the sword bone was skyrocketing in strength because of the dream cream, Qi Tian naturally tracked the past based on the traces of the sword bone. Soon, Qi Tian and Belia searched almost all the nearby mountains and forests, and finally found a cave located halfway up the cliff. Qi Tian flew into the cave with Belia in his arms. The location of the cave was about 100 meters from the ground, and it was diagonally upward in the cliff, and there were rocks to shield it. Whether it was from below or from above, it was difficult to notice that there was such a huge stone cave on this mountain wall. If it weren't for the fact that a lot of traces of sword bone activity were found nearby, I am afraid that it would be difficult for Qi Tian to find this cave. What a sweet aroma! As soon as she entered the cave, Belia spoke directly. The mountains near here are the hard candy mountains, and the rocks on them are not ordinary stones, but hard candies of various flavors, and the fountain of fantasy cream is in the deepest part of this hard candy cave. Qi Tian spoke, casually buttoned a small piece of candy on the rock wall on the side and handed it to Beria, and then buttoned another piece and put it in his mouth. It's a fruit-flavored hard candy, with apples, oranges, bananas, and grapes, and it's cold and delicious. Beria's eyes lit up, and she said with hard candy in her mouth. Then your luck is really good, my piece is just milky-flavored hard candy. Qi Tian also said with the hard candy in his mouth. There is no reasonable division of hard candy in the hard candy cave, each hard candy may contain a different taste, no one knows what taste it is until you eat it, and the fingertip-sized hard candy contains 4 flavors. This can only be said to be luck so good. Perhaps because of the frequent sword bones, since entering this cave, Qi Tian and Belia have not encountered the slightest danger, and along the traces of the sword bones, they have easily walked from the deepest part of the labyrinthine huge cave. The colorful brilliance is constantly shining, the depths of the cave are colorful, and the strangely shaped hard candy stalactites around it seem to be glowing, dazzling. In the innermost part of this huge space, a bubbling spring is the most eye-catching. Qi Tian remembered that there was a passage on the earth he lived in that was about colorful black, and there was no doubt that the spring that appeared in front of him at this time was the opposite of the colorful white. It exudes a light that is not brilliant but divine, and just looking at this light makes people feel that their hearts have been thoroughly cleansed. It's beautiful. Belia looked at the sacred spring, and her face showed a look of longing. This is Dream Cream Spring. Qi Tian looked in surprise at the spring not far away like a fountain, gurgling with color-changing cream. However, is it really cream? Usually, when you think of cream, it's a white sticky foam like gelatinous food, but what appears in front of them now is that in addition to the changing color, it is more like the texture of clear water. Nope. This is cream, and although it looks like the texture of clear water, it is actually a sticky foam. Qi Tian said as he looked at the drop of cream that the fountain was sticking to his hand. Really? Beria rubbed the cream on her hands. This delicate and smooth feel is creamy, and when you rub it, it seems to be absorbed by the skin of the body. So smooth. Beria looked at the cream on her hand that became shiny and elastic after absorbing the cream. She could feel it. This smooth and delicate is not just a layer on the surface, but a whitening effect that goes deep into the cellular level. Therefore, even if it is a foodie, as long as it is the first time a woman sees this effect, she will only think of the skincare effect. Come and taste it, the taste of fantasy cream. 2 spoons suddenly appeared in Qi Tian's right hand, one of which he handed to Beria. So light. Although it looks like water in the spring, when scooped up with a spoon, it is clear that it is not like clear water, but a large piece is directly dug out. Thanks to all the ingredients in the world, X2. Opening her eyes, Beria looked at the dream cream on the small spoon in her hand and put it in her mouth without hesitation. By the way, I forgot to say, this dream cream is the same as the ice cream on the ice cream tiger, super easy to absorb, and contains energy far more than hundreds of times that of ice cream tiger. If you take a bite, maybe you can really grow 300 pounds of meat. Qi Tian suddenly paused, and then turned to Beria and said, "Hey." Beria had already put the spoon into her mouth at this time, and her mouth had subconsciously closed, and suddenly heard Qi Tian say this. Her mouth instantly froze and stopped, but the hand was shaking. The dream cream fell directly on the tongue. Melts in the mouth, and the words of this adjective are undoubtedly appropriate, and the dream cream directly transforms into the taste buds of Beria the moment it falls on the tip of Beria's tongue. Groaned. The delicious taste from the tip of the tongue instantly made Beria lose her mind, and she didn't even have the heart to think about Qi Tian's joke, just feel the delicacy that seems to fill your whole body. The joke did not come to fruition. Qi Tian shrugged his shoulders. Qi Tian looked at Beria with a happy face, and then put the spoon in his hand into his mouth. Wow! At the moment of entry, Qi Tian's whole spirit suddenly shook, and the dream cream that fell in his mouth and melted instantly did not disappear, but turned into a delicacy. A sweet delicacy gradually spreads from the taste buds throughout the body, rich but not sweet at all, milk, eggs, candy, fruit. Qi Tian seemed to taste the sweetness of countless ingredients. Qi Tian's face unconsciously showed a happy smile, but in his heart. As a single dog with a mental age of almost 30 years old, Qi Tian said that this dream cream is so sweet. Chapter 28. It's so sweet. Coming back from the delicacy, Qi Tian obviously had a happy smile on his face, but there was a touch of disgust in his eyes, of course, not for the ingredients, but I don't want to become 300 pounds. Also recovering from the deliciousness of the dream cream, Beria suddenly screamed, and then quickly checked the changes in her body. Alas! Beria exclaimed, what's going on? Qi Tian also turned his head to look at Beria. At this time, Beria did not become a 300-pound fat man as Qi Tian said before, but was a body. And the skin of the whole body exudes this lustrous luster, as if you applied cream on your arms before. No, it is more beautiful than that luster. This is suitable ingredients. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qi Tian's face changed a little, although he guessed. He never expected that dream cream was actually an ingredient suitable for Beria cells. Congratulations, your gourmet cells have evolved, said Qi Tian with a chuckle. He could feel at this time that Beria's breath of life was 10 times stronger than before. Food cell, evolution, was strange Beria because of the strange changes in her body, looking at Qi Tian suspiciously. Well, gourmet cells are rarely circulated among ordinary people. This is a cell discovered by the food god Acacia, and the current gastronomic era is also based on the power of this cell, and at the same time, it is also the source of extraordinary power for us powerful food hunters or other professions. Qi Tian didn't mean to hide it, and explained everything he knew about the gourmet cell to Beria. In fact, as early as the first meeting, when Beria drank the hot chocolate handed over by Qi Tian already suspected that the other party was a carrier of gourmet cells. And also a natural gourmet cell carrier. After all, not everyone can be chased by a crystal white bear in the winter mountains for so long, just sleep and drink some hot chocolate to recover their strength. This characteristic of quick recovery after eating is typical of people with gourmet cells. As for the power of Beria, according to Qi Tian's estimates, although Beria is a natural carrier of gourmet cells, and since birth, I am afraid that she has not eaten too many high-grade ingredients, resulting in the gourmet cells in the body have never evolved, so the power of gourmet cells is not obvious. As a chef, Berea rarely gets injured in battle, so she has not found her abnormality. At most it is to recover her strength faster after eating, but it is normal to recover her strength after eating, and ordinary people will not suspect that they have extraordinary strength because of such a small thing. As for the current evolution, Qi Tian felt a little late. After all, along the way, he fed Berea a lot of high-grade ingredients, plus this time the dream cream. After listening to Qi Tian's explanation, Berea looked stunned, and her small mouth opened into an O shape. Brother Qi Tian, you are saying that I am a carrier of that gourmet cell, and in the future, as long as I keep eating, I can become a terrifying monster like you in 3 or 2 strokes, and I can also fight natural disasters such as tornadoes. Berea asked incredulously. Almost. Qi Tian nodded. The evolution of gourmet cells is not just about eating non-stop, but also needs to find some ingredients suitable for cells. Qi Tian just finished speaking. And then he thought that the girl in front of him was not someone else. It's a girl who seems to be favored by food luck. Find ingredients suitable for cell activation, perhaps. It didn't take him so much effort at all. Of course, those fierce beasts after being strong are definitely not a problem. As for conquering natural disasters and being as strong as me, it depends on how hard you work in the future. Conquering nature is more difficult than you think, and my strength is definitely stronger than you think, said Qi Tian with a smile. Born with gourmet cells, as well as suspected huge food luck, even if Berea wasted decades of time because she didn't know, but if you catch up, it's really hard to say what the future holds, but it's certain that it won't be a small person. Moreover, Qi Tian looked at the corner of Berea's mouth hooked a curve. He wanted to make the other party his partner for this girl who was excellent at cooking. Of course, this is just an idea, and it is difficult to say whether Berea will agree or not. Wait a minute. Berea's eyes widened, and she suddenly thought of something. Food cells become stronger by eating. Doesn't that mean that I don't need to control the amount of food at all? No matter how much I eat, I don't have to worry about weight and getting fat. Then don't I eat if I want to? Qi Tian looked at the curious Berea and couldn't help but be speechless, almost. Well, it's just that the weight will skyrocket. Qi Tian thought that he now weighed more than 300 kilograms, and silently added in his heart. Turning his head, Qi Tian looked at the colorful white with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He was not simply joking with Berea before. This dream cream really contains a very large amount of easily absorbed energy, and for people like Qi Tian and Berea who have gourmet cells, this dream cream may not be much. But ordinary people go down with a small spoonful, not to mention that it is exaggerated to grow to 300 catties, but it is still easy to rise from 130-40 to 200. And Qi Tian captured this dream cream just to eat it for ordinary people. Ichiryu's petty ghost only said that he could find ingredients around the fantasy cream that would not change ordinary people, but he didn't tell him what the ingredients were. It is also said that food hunters should discover the ingredients themselves, which is why Qi Tian will tell Berea at the beginning that a week may not be enough. As soon as he thought of this, Qi Tian became angry. Didn't he just make Yulong's heart unhappy for a while, and he was returned in turn? Alas, put it away first, let's find it slowly with the ingredients. Qi Tian shook his head and said softly. Matching ingredients, said Berea on the side, but said strangely. Well, I didn't lie to you before, dream cream contains extremely large and easily absorbed rich nutrients. Ordinary people may not cause illness if they eat it, but it is still very simple to gain 70 or 80 pounds in one bite. Qi Tian said while taking out the attack to collect the dream cream. However, it is said that there is also a matching ingredient near the dream cream, which, if combined, will not only make this dream cream more delicious, but also will not make ordinary people eat it fat. This way. Hearing Qi Tian's explanation, Berea's eyes showed a touch of understanding. And at the same time a look of thought appeared in her eyes. After a while, Belia suddenly thought of something, but hesitated and did not dare to speak. "What's wrong?" Qi Tian gave Beria a strange look. "That. If I want to match this dream cream, I seem to have an idea, it's just." Beria's face showed a hint of confusion. "Have an idea?" Qi Tian was startled, and then looked at Beria's eyes with a hint of surprise, and then spoke, "Tell me about it." "It's the group of deer we encountered when we came in," Beria said after a moment's hesitation. "I always feel that the ice emitted by the group of deer when attacking is edible. Just need to go with something." Saying that, Beria glanced at the dream cream spring next to her. "Hey!" Qi Tian looked dazed. "People attack the condensed ice. Can it be eaten? It's a real hammer, this is a real foodie." Qi Tian was a little suspicious, but thinking of the guess in his heart, Qi Tian still gave it a try, walked out of the hard candy cave, and found the swordbone group outside to rob a little ice. And then, Qi Tian looked at the flickering golden multicolored white in front of him with an incredulous expression. Is that really how it works? It worked, and sure enough, my feelings weren't wrong. Beria looked at the scene in front of her with a look of surprise, and then couldn't wait to dig a spoonful of processed dream cream. There is more cold than the original, and the sweetness is also more mellow. Delicious, said Belia softly with a happy smile on her face. Although he had received it in his heart, looking at Beria, Qi Tian still tried to dig a spoonful into his mouth, feeling the different impact from his taste buds. Obviously, there is only a hint of coldness, but the taste of eating it is indeed completely different. In terms of Qi Tian's feeling, after eating the original dream cream, it is like a couple in love, and the sweetness of showing affection together all day long. Then the current dream cream is the unchanging sweetness of love after decades of wind and rain. Delicious. Qi Tian opened his eyes, and the happy arc at the corner of his mouth could not be dissipated. At the same time, there was also a touch of eagerness in the gaze that looked at Beria. The sound of ingredients. Belia definitely heard the sound of the ingredients. Looking at Beria, who was immersed in the delicacy in her mouth, Qi Tian seemed to be looking at an inexhaustible treasure girl. From the beautiful girl she rescued at the beginning to now, it has only been 4 or 5 days. But Qi Tian had a faint feeling that her partner had to be her. This may be its fate. Or rather, my food luck. The corner of Qi Tian's mouth chuckled twice, although he had already decided in his heart that he did not mean to be in a hurry. This kind of thing is never unilaterally determined. Just as a male peacock will show his beautiful tail feathers to court, what he needs is to show his ability and charm as a food hunter, so that Belia can also be willing. After all, strictly speaking, they have only known each other for less than a week now. Compared to the distance when coming, the return journey is undoubtedly much easier. However, along the way, it was inevitable that many ingredients attracted by Beria's food luck allowed Qi Tian to collect a lot of ingredients. And they also picked time for Beria to experiment and get used to her current strength. Born with gourmet cells, coupled with the help of various high-grade ingredients and dream cream in the past few days, after just one activation, Beria's strength is already not to be underestimated. This is the same as Qi Tian, who awakened the gourmet cell at the beginning because of eating ingredients from the food world, and the activated gourmet cell reached a new peak bottleneck in one breath. At this time, at the entrance of the Dongshan mountain range, a silhouette stopped. The ultimate dessert ingredient, dream cream, the visitor grinned, revealing a mouthful of big fangs. My intuition tells me that a food hunter should be able to catch it this time, so I can save some effort. With the strange laughter of quacking, this silhouette did not step into the winter mountain range. Chapter 29. The Chef of the Gourmet Hotel. Qi Tian looked at Beria with some surprise. Of course, the food hotel where Beria works is not the original group Pet Komatsu, but another. The food hotel was originally a large chain of 5-star hotels under Igo, which is located in many cities. Of course, each hotel still has differences due to different services and chefs, as if which hotel in the original book was upgraded to 6 stars because of Komatsu. Berea also has a slight pride in her heart, and being the head chef of a 5-star hotel in her early 20s is definitely not something that can be achieved casually. No wonder the cooking is so good. And I can already hear the sound of ingredients. Qi Tian muttered softly in his heart. As a 5-star chef, although the various high-end ingredients that I contact on weekdays are not countless, but they are definitely indispensable. This time the evolution of gourmet cells and the experience in the wild have made this experience accumulated over the years completely bloom. It's really... Hey! Just as he was about to sigh, Qi Tian's brows suddenly frowned and looked into the distance. There, a strong qi is rapidly approaching, and there is a hint of malice. What's wrong? Qi Tian suddenly looked serious, and Berea was also vigilant. She was not a vase, although she was simpler, but she was not stupid and sweet. There are evil guests coming to the door. Qi Tian spoke softly. Evil guest, said Berea's nervous look. Just a vicious guest can make Qi Tian, who has not been nervous in the face of various beast natural disasters in the past few days, look serious, and she is faintly nervous. Without waiting for her to speak again. In the distant jungle, a linear creature suddenly rose up into the sky, and then catapulted in their direction, extremely fast, and in a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of them from 4 or 5 kilometers away. This is... what? Berea looked at the pool that appeared in front of her for a moment, a little confused. Quack! There was a shrill laugh from the pool of black, mud-like things. I'm on you. Smelling the wonderful sweet smell, it looks like you've managed to capture dream cream, right? With a sad laugh, a figure in the pool gradually stood up. Tall and slender figure, slightly hunched over, with a smile on his face, and a sharp mouth of beast-like teeth in his mouth. Hand over all your ingredients and money. Robbery. Qi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized the guy in front of him, although he only appeared once in the original book of The Prisoner of Food. But with Qi Tian's current memory, he still hasn't forgotten. One of the employees of the Igo Zero Eco Zone, the gourmet thief, the goblin. What a thing! Haven't you been invited by that old man of Yulong to join the Zero Ecological Zone yet? Muttered Qi Tian in his heart, but he didn't think much about it. That kind of thing didn't matter at all. Go up to the first 2 steps. Qi Tian walked in front of the goblin. Although he was leaning over, the goblin's height was still higher than Qi Tian. However, at this time, Berea, who was standing on the side, suddenly had the feeling that the giant was looking down on its prey. Are you trying to rob my prey? Qi Tian's voice was flat. It's terrible. Quack, are you scaring me? The goblin grinned. Qi Tian's flat gaze, goblin's playful eyes, the two looked at each other. Without warning. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 fists collided, and then the goblin flew straight out, dragging a long trail on the ground before stopping. So that's the case, because I have a lot of confidence in my own strength. The goblin looked up at Qi Tian, not feeling the slightest nervous because he had fallen into the downwind. Qi Tian, on the other hand, frowned and shook his hand. It doesn't feel right. Just now, it was obviously a fist, but Qi Tian did not have the feeling of punching on the flesh and blood, that kind of elasticity, but more like hit on top of heavy rubber. Nice sandbag. Qi Tian looked at the goblin on the opposite side who was unharmed and moved his wrist. Although you can feel that the other party is very strong from the qi, but after the fist, Qi Tian can really determine that the other party. It's really nice. Qi Tian glanced at Berea next to him. It is now the outer area of the Dongshan mountain range, and there is no other powerful aura around. With Berea's current strength, there will be no danger. Fighting with me, you even dare to be distracted. With the goblin's scream, a fist with an outstretched arm flew over. Just move your hands and feet, relax. Qi Tianzhou's body suddenly rose up, and that arrogance directly blew out the flying fist. The next moment, Qi Tian's figure suddenly appeared above the goblin, as if a flaming fist was swung out mercilessly. Boom! The earth is trembling. Qi Tian's unreserved fist bombarded the goblin's body, and then passed into the earth without the slightest delay. The perceptual animals living around the mountain forest had already begun to flee madly after the first collision between Qi Tian and the goblin. Is that keen perception of living all day in the cruel jungle of the jungle? Don't leave, we'll die. And in this instant, the mountain forest collapsed. A sinkhole with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared in this nearly shattered mountain forest with a heaven-shaking roar. Landing lightly on the edge of the sinkhole, Qi Tian flicked his wrist. Slightly. It's a bit overkill. Although he had been practicing in the celestial realm for a long time, the strength of the gourmet cell had increased too fast, so he had never been able to control his power to the smallest extent. It's good that the strength is not large, but as long as the force is too strong, it is easy for this power to leak out and affect the surrounding environment. It really hurts. In the sinkhole, the low roar of the goblin came out. It was obviously hit head-on by Qi Tian and withstood most of the force, but at the bottom of the sinkhole, the food thief goblin stood up without the slightest sluggishness. It's as if, unharmed. What a peculiar body! Qi Tian whispered to himself. Between the transmission of the heavy blow just now, he also perceived the goblin's body structure more clearly, much like the rubber he had sensed before, but it was different. Tougher, softer than rubber, and more resistant to punches. No wonder in the future, he was invited by that old man of Ichilong to join the Zero. This strength, as well as the momentary judgment of moderate examination, is really very good. Looking at the figure below who got up and rushed towards him, Qi Tian didn't care much. Give me death! The goblin's right hand clenched into a fist and stretched behind him, as if it were Luffy, the protagonist of the anime Voyager that Qi Tian had watched. Bang! Qi Tian's right hand swung rapidly, instantly shattering the half-body of the figure rushing over. The lower body was inertia after taking a few steps forward before falling to the ground weakly. Yay! Beria on the side exclaimed, Brother Qi Tian, you killed him. No, turned around, Qi Tian looked bored, that guy has already fled. As if to confirm Qi Tian's words, the remaining half of the fallen body had already turned into a pool of dark unknown substances at this time. Let's go. I'll take you home first. This trip went smoothly, there is still time, and your vacation should not be over yet. Oh. Beria looked at the dark mass of unknown matter for a moment before she suddenly followed. At this time, more than 10 kilometers away, a slender figure came out of the ground, and then turned into a human form, which was the food thief goblin who was still robbing in front of Qi Tian just now. The goblin's mouth spat out bright red blood, but his face was helpless. Really? When did the human world run out again, such a ruthless person? Why haven't I heard the wind at all? Scratching his head, the goblin did not care about his injuries, but instead looked distressed. This time offended such a ruthless person, the area of activity of the robbery is going to be reduced again, it's really. Do you really want to promise that old man to wash his hands? On the other side, Qi Tian obviously didn't know that the goblins on this side were considering the question of whether to be good or not because of his relationship. Already ready to leave, Qi Tian did not delay, and directly threw out a universal capsule containing the plane. Fly. And it's so big. Although I have seen Qi Tian use universal capsules many times, I still can't help but feel magical when I look at the plane that suddenly appears more than 20 meters long and looks a little bloated. In mid-air, Beria looked at the snow-capped mountains below from the glass of the dome, and her eyes showed an incomparably complex look. This whim, the gains and surprises brought to her are too many, too many. Goodbye. Fuyuyama. With the tail flame of the plane, Qi Tian and Belia left with a full load. The Dongshan mountain range, which contains the taste of winter, still has wind and snow. It's been a week since I returned from Fuyuyama. Good morning, Chef Beria. Chef Beria. Oh, is the handsome guy next to Beria a boyfriend? Walking behind Beria in the gourmet hotel, Qi Tian looked at the waiters around him, the lobby manager, and even some guests smiled and greeted Beria. He even joked about this Qi Tian. Your popularity is really good. Finally came to the sparsely populated place, Qi Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In other words, he is not very good at handling interpersonal relationships, but he has never experienced this kind of treatment. Because everyone is a very good person. Beria smiled at Qi Tian. It's too. Qi Tian smiled, for Beria, who had a simple personality, these people were her sincere friends, and treated people with sincerity, dare not say all, but most of them would return with sincerity. Here, this is it. Beria didn't notice Qi Tian's smile, and led Qi Tian all the way to the kitchen door of a gourmet hotel. Pushing open the door, Qi Tian suddenly saw the huge cake placed in the middle of the room. Just by looking over, a smile appeared on Qi Tian's face. Perfect. Chapter 30. Qi Tian looked at the huge cake placed in the middle of the room, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. The cake represents pure white, there are 6 layers, the bottom cake is about 1 meter in diameter, and the upper layer decreases, and the surrounding cake of each layer is dotted with many cream stamens, spiraling clockwise upward. At a glance, it looks like a white wedding dress decorated with pure flowers. Perfect. The corner of Qi Tian's mouth hooked. Brother Qi Tian, this is a wedding cake that is completely customized according to your requirements, and a special means have been used to suppress the colorful white of the dream cream at the moment of cutting, and the surrounding food box has also set up the best preservation environment, and there is no need to worry about the taste change within 2 weeks. On the side, Beria introduced softly. Totally beyond my expectations. Sure enough, Beria, it's really right to ask you to help. Qi Tian looked at the cake in front of him and praised it in his mouth. Didn't. It's all thanks to the ingredients that Qi Tian collected. It's a matter of course that so many high-grade ingredients are made like this, said Beria with a slight blush on her face. Even the best ingredients need top chefs to cook, otherwise the taste will be greatly reduced. Qi Tian said, took out the universal capsule in his arms, and prepared to put away the cake. Brother Qi Tian. Beria suddenly spoke, and asked in a curious whisper, is this cake for you to propose to someone? How is it possible? This is a wedding cake, and why do you want a cake when you propose? Qi Tian looked strange. Wedding cake? Are you going to get married? Asked Beria with curiosity. She had been curious when Qi Tian asked her to make a wedding cake with dream cream and some high-grade ingredients. Nope. It is a wedding gift for a friend. Qi Tian shook his head and said, although I thought about giving other things as gifts, I thought about it for a long time and realized that the only thing I could give was these ingredients. But for him, this gift is definitely the most to his heart. Qi Tian thought of something, and couldn't help shaking his head and chuckling helplessly. Brother Qi Tian, a friend's wedding. Beria whispered to herself, not knowing why, her heart suddenly breathed an inexplicable sigh of relief at this time. That's right. Putting the cake away, Qi Tian suddenly turned his head and spoke, Beria, do you still want to go to the hunting site now and see the moment of hunting ingredients with your own eyes? Hunting ingredients? The moment? Beria was startled, her heart trembled suddenly, and then she nodded involuntarily. Well. After a while, you see, when there is a holiday, there is an ingredient, I have been looking forward to it for a long time, but there is no way to catch it, so I need your help. Need? My help? Beria was a little surprised, although it was only the tip of the iceberg. She also had an understanding of Qi Tian's strong strength, with Qi Tian's strength, capturing ingredients. Do you even need her help? Time passes. Almost 3 years have passed since the world of food, and the world of Dragon Ball should have been only a third or a year away. But the Void Atlas successively found the coordinates of many worlds in the void, not the only 2 worlds, causing Qi Tian to spend a lot of time every time he traveled to explore the new world, resulting in the time of the Dragon Ball world catching up with the time of the food world, which was also 3 years later. But what made Qi Tian's heart sad was, after spending a lot of time exploring the coordinates of the world found in the void one after another, there are modern worlds, ancient worlds, and super ancient apes and dinosaur times, but they can basically be determined to be ordinary worlds without extraordinary powers. That is, the so-called daily world. Dragon Ball World Earth, Temple. The world's first martial arts conference. Qi Tian sat in the open space in front of the temple thoughtfully, although the difference in strength was a bit big, but it seems quite interesting to participate. Is the world's first martial arts conference about to start? On the side, Sun Wukong, who had grown taller, was delighted. It's great, I can finally test the results of my practice. Qi Tian, you go too, although your strength is very strong, but you have been bored in the temple, which is not conducive to cultivation. The heavenly god on the side looked at Qi Tian and said. Although Qi Tian often traveled to other worlds and did not stay bored, in the impression of the heavenly god, since he ascended the temple 3 years ago, except for occasionally going to the Karan Tower, Qi Tian basically never left. Yes. Qi Tian nodded, he had planned to go too. And after this world's first martial arts conference, Qi Tian also plans to leave the temple, practicing here for 3 years, plus the practice of 3 times the time difference of other worlds, for more than 10 years, for the martial arts realm of the Dragon Ball world. Qi Tian has reached the point where the heavenly gods cannot guide. The world turmoil here is still 6 years away, and during these 6 years he plans to find a city to settle down, use it as a place to rest, and then concentrate on preparing to conquer the world of gastronomy and explore a large number of other discoveries of the world. Qi Tian, do you also want to participate in the world's first martial arts conference? Sun Wukong on the side showed a look of excitement on his face. Can you finally fight again? Looking at the excited Monkey King, Qi Tian's face suddenly showed a smile. After 3 years of getting along, Qi Tian and the so-called protagonist of this Dragon Ball world have long been mixed up friends. Is that why you want to fight me? Of course. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his eyes full of fighting spirit. You are the goal of my cultivation in the past 3 years. First of all, when the game comes, I won't show mercy to my subordinates, and at that time, the gap may be so big that you are desperate. Qi Tian said softly, and an incomparably deep aura emanated. Sun Wukong, who has not seen the universe and has experienced enough crises to erupt into the potential of the true child of destiny, is far from his current opponent. Let me despair. Feeling Qi Tian's breath, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly shrunk, and his face showed a dignified expression. It's terrifying, this Qi that seems to be a bottomless abyss. Is this Qi Tian's current strength? On the side, Heavenly God and Bobo showed an incredulous look on their faces. 3 years ago, did that clumsy boy who was just quite strong in physique reach such a terrifying realm in only 3 years? Feeling that trembling breath, Sun Wukong's body trembled slightly. He could feel the great horror contained in that wisp of breath, but because of this, his eyes were extremely excited. Sure enough, martial arts are broader than I thought. Papaya Island, rainy and rainy. The world's first martial arts festival, which has been held again after 3 years, is about to begin, and even if it is rainy, the island is bustling, and the streets are full of tourists from all over the world with umbrellas. Registration is almost over. At the registration booth of the conference, Lan Chi looked around with an umbrella, while the turtle immortal in a solemn black suit looked at the watch on his wrist, his brows furrowed slightly. Crunch! With a shrill brake, a taxi stopped, and on the taxi, several figures came down. Boomer, over here! Lan Chi quickly waved in greeting. Lan Kai. Long time no see. Wearing a tight and sexy leather skirt, Boomer waved hello to Lan Kai with an umbrella, and the turtle immortal on the side also raised his hand and waved with a smile on his face. Snap! Even if you die once, you old ghost will still die. Boomer slapped away the slap that wanted to get closer. Woohoo! Even because I died once, I understand more about the preciousness of girls. The turtle immortal covered his hands and muttered in a low voice with a grievance. I think if I die once, I don't want to die, said Oolong on the side with a grin. By the way, Puer, what about Yamcha? Lan Chi suddenly asked. Young Master Yamcha left as soon as he arrived in the western capital 3 years ago, saying that he wanted to cultivate alone. Puer said in a crooked whisper. It was the first time he had been separated from Yamcha for 3 years. Don't mention that bastard. I didn't even know to come back to see me once in 3 years. Boomer on the side was annoyed. Is it easy for her to talk about a boyfriend, but it only took a few days, and she ran directly and silently for 3 years, which is her. If she changed a girl, I am afraid that she would have broken up long ago and prepared to start a new relationship. Clin also said without saying a word 3 years ago that he wanted to cultivate and leave, and he didn't come back once in 3 years. Lan Chi on the side also spoke. They were all stimulated by what happened 3 years ago, and Wukong, who practiced in the celestial realm, said the turtle immortal with a shake of his head. You give me a long memory. Boomer's forehead throbbed, and she slapped her palm on the face of the turtle immortal who unconsciously covered her buttocks. Can't help it, can't help it. The turtle immortal smiled. On the side of the road, a 4 or 5-year-old girl ran after a rabbit balloon, and the balloon happened to be stuck on a branch, and because of his height, Boomer tried to help enough for half a day without removing it. Give. A figure with an umbrella raised his hand to take down the balloon, squatted down and handed it to the little girl on the side. Thank you, big brother, the little girl thanked sweetly. Haha, next time, you can grab the balloon tightly. Chi Tian smiled and rubbed the little girl's wet head, and then handed over the umbrella in his hand. This one is also for you. What about you, big brother? The little girl did not answer, but asked. I don't need it, you see. Chi Tian smiled, and then pointed to the top of his head. It was clear that there was still fine rain around him, but there was strangely no trace of rain falling above Chi Tian's head, and all of them seemed to have encountered an invisible barrier and slipped to the side. Such a subtle chi! On the side, the eyes under the turtle immortal's sunglasses shrank. If it weren't for the rain, he wouldn't even be able to feel the chi in front of him, which made him a little unbelievable. This boy is by no means an ordinary person. That's amazing, the little girl looked surprised. Okay, go find your mother. Chi Tian patted the little girl and smiled. That. Thank you, big brother, and big sister, thank you, this is your umbrella. The little girl said thank you before taking the umbrella, and then thanked Boomer on the side, and handed over the umbrella that Bulma had just given her. Nope. You're welcome. Boomer blushed slightly, she didn't help much, and then he secretly glanced at Chi Tian on the side, with embarrassment in his eyes. But I don't know why, she felt that Chi Tian in front of her seemed to have a lost and familiar eye. Chi Tian! Chi Tian! Suddenly, a shout sounded behind Chi Tian, and then a young man trotted over. Wukong, you're so slow. Chi Tian deliberately ignored the group of Boomer turtle immortals, turned around and said with a smile. Hearing Chi Tian's words, Sun Wukong said helplessly, can't you show some anger? Enlightenment. It's really you. Boomer's eyes widened, looking at the Monkey King who had grown up next to Chi Tian, with a look of disbelief. Chapter 31. So. You are the hero who killed the great demon of Vic and saved the world. The turtle immortal looked at Chi Tian with a shocked expression, with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. After all, for him, who has experienced the disaster of the Vic Great Devil, the Vic Great Demon is undoubtedly his inner demon, and although he dares to face it, he is still afraid. And he can be resurrected, except for Sun Wukong, who asked the divine dragon, Qi Tian, who killed Bike, must not be said to have no merit. Oh! I remembered. On the side, Boomer suddenly exclaimed, I remember that you are the same boy who fought the great demon King Vic at the press conference of the King's Peace Declaration and completely demolished the King's palace, and it is said that the King is still offering a reward to you. Hey! Qi Tian looked confused. For them, it may only be 3 years, but for Qi Tian, it has been 10 years, and that unimportant thing has long been blurred. Listening to Boomer's mention, I remembered that when he seemed to fight Bike, he really demolished a building. The wanted god horses. It's really excessive. I also helped defeat the great demon King Vic too, okay. Qi Tian shook his head helplessly. So what? After all, before the great demon King of Vic could destroy, he was stopped by you, and the king couldn't tell you what you had contributed. The turtle immortal shook his head and said. Forget it, that kind of thing doesn't matter, anyway, that schnauzer pulling the world's army over, it can't beat me. Qi Tian pouted indifferently. Snow. Schnauzer. Boomer froze for a moment, and then suddenly had a black line. Among the people present, I am afraid that he can understand the meaning of Qi Tian's words. Let's go, Wukong, go register first. Saying that, Qi Tian casually walked to the registration office on the side and signed his name. Oh, Grandpa, Boomer, I'll sign up first. Sun Wukong answered, then turned his head and said to a few people before quickly stepping forward to sign up. After signing up, Qi Tian was idle and had nothing to do, simply sitting on the side, watching Wukong and a few people chatting about interesting things about practicing in the celestial realm, and from time to time he also interjected a sentence or two and waited for the remaining few people together. As the time passed, the rain gradually became smaller and finally stopped, but they still did not arrive. The sun sets in the west and the sky is dark. The registration time for the world's first martial arts conference was about to end, but those few people still did not come. Really, what the hell are they doing? Aren't they going to participate in this competition? Boomer was already waiting a little impatiently, and most importantly, the registration time was about to end in 5 minutes, but there were still no figures on the road. Have they forgotten the time of this competition? Said Oolong with a look of indifference. No, young Master Yamcha, it is impossible for him to forget the date of this competition. Having said that, Puer, who was flying in midair, couldn't help but become anxious. I'll go find young Master Yamcha. Dropped the words, and flew away. Could it be? Are you entangled in something? The turtle immortal couldn't help but frown. Don't worry, Klin, they'll be able to arrive. Gaku on the side said with an indifferent smile. Although I don't know the people you are talking about, if you are good at martial arts, there are about 4 people who are rushing towards this side in the direction of that side, and you can feel it in about 4 minutes. Qi Tian suddenly spoke, casually pointing to the square in front of him and said. 4 martial arts masters? That must be Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin rice, and dumplings. Sun Wukong on the side said with certainty. But except for Sun Wukong, several other people did not believe it. There are still 4 minutes to rush over, so far away. How do you know? I see, or I turned them into them to sign them up, and there are still 4 minutes, plus PUER, 4 people are enough. Oolong said with a casual look. Good idea, let's do it. On the side, Boomer's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, first register for them, and then tomorrow if they can come, they will participate in the competition, and if they don't come, they will be regarded as abstaining. And then, Qi Tian watched Puer and Wulong who flew back transform into 4 people one after another, make a name for them, and then, saying that, everyone left directly. Feeling the 4 people who were still a minute away, Qi Tian silently mourned for them for 0.03 seconds in his heart, and then directly followed a few people and left directly. At night, everyone found a hotel on the island and stayed there. Outside the window, the rain that had just stopped for a long time became heavy again, and it was even more violent than during the day, and the storm was mixed with lightning and thunder, and the pedestrians on the street were hurried. Boom! With a loud bang, a thunder thundered and hit the clock tower in town. The location where the clock tower was hit collapsed, huge stones and fragments of the clock fell from the sky, and pedestrians below the clock tower fled. But there are still people who are too frightened to move, and there is no time to escape. Boom! A Qigong cannon suddenly flashed, and the stones smashed from mid-air were directly blown to pieces, and in the shrouded area of falling stones under the bell tower, a green figure with an indifferent expression snorted coldly, lowered his arm, and continued to walk forward. Boring! The night of wind and rain, the next morning, the sky cleared early, the air on the street that had just rained was extremely fresh, the sky was cloudless and sunny, except for a puddle on the ground, there was no trace of last night's rainstorm. In the venue of the world's first martial arts conference, the crowd was buzzing. "Is this the clothes you specifically asked the heavenly god to make for you?" Qi Tian raised his eyebrows as he looked at the orange martial arts suit with the word turtle on Sun Wukong's chest and back. This outfit. In the future, with the Monkey King, he defeated countless powerful and heinous enemies one after another. Haha, this is my martial arts uniform when I practiced at Grandpa Turtle. How about it? It looks good. Sun Wukong rubbed his nose proudly. Well, it's pretty good, it's a little easy to bump. Qi Tian pointed to two figures not far away that were almost identical to Sun Wukong. That was Qin and Yamuti. Sun Wukong looked at Qi Tian reassuringly, and suddenly shouted with a look of surprise. Hey! Hearing Sun Wukong's shout, Qin and Yamcha, who were wearing the Turtle Immortal Flow martial arts costume in front, turned around and saw Sun Wukong. Are you? Yamcha looked at Sun Wukong's martial arts uniform in Turtle Immortal Flow, a little confused. Gaku. As positive. Best friend, Clinton recognized Gaku at a glance and shouted out in surprise. Haha, Clin, it's been a few gone, you're getting shorter again, said Monkey King with a smile. The black line at the end of Clinton, who was still surprised just now, looked at Sun Wukong, who had directly sneaked to more than 1 meter and 7 meters. His face suddenly showed sourness. You've grown taller, said Clin, holding his breath. Haha, yesterday Boomer said the same. Sun Wukong smiled. You? Is it really Wukong? Yamcha on the side still couldn't believe that the 1m75 Monkey King in front of him was the little one who was less than 1m2 3 years ago. Oh, Yamcha hasn't seen you for a long time, greeted Sun Wukong. Watching Sun Wukong and his friends get together, Qi Tian did not come up, but walked around the venue, looking for something. There is. Qi Tian's gaze suddenly froze, staring at a green figure who was also looking for people in the venue. The second-generation Vic Great Devil, or Vic Lord. Qi Tian looked at the figure wearing a hat and a cape, almost identical to the Vic in the Dragon Ball he remembered, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He could feel Bike's breath. Compared with the previous Vic Great Devil, Vic Qi is undoubtedly much purer, without the slightest disgusting demon aura, and the current Vic is not so much the Great Demon King, but rather that he is half a nemesis person. And Qi Tian's unconcealed gaze undoubtedly caused Vic's reaction, and a pair of cold eyes were directly released. It's him. Vic was shocked suddenly, and the killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Sure enough, he really came here. Although Qi Tian's changes were not small, as a father-killer Vic still recognized Qi Tian at a glance, the previous cold indifference completely disappeared, and all that remained was endless killing intent. I'll kill you, Vic said with a cold glaring at Qi Tian. When you see me, your face is scared green, and you dare to talk ruthlessly. Qi Tianyi pouted, deliberately pretending to be fierce and quipping. Vic. Your uncle. Your uncle's face was originally green. Qi Tian, ***. With a stinking face, Vic glared at Qi Tian fiercely, and then turned away. The corner of Qi Tian's mouth smiled, and there was no reaction. Now on the timeline of the Dragon Ball world, combat power is not interesting to Qi Tian at all. In contrast, seeing these familiar characters on the screen makes him feel very close. The target has been found, and Qi Tian is not hanging around, but standing in place, waiting for the start of the game, and at this time, a breathless Cheongsam girl walks in front of Qi Tian, muttering about the scoundrel Wukong and the like. That's Kiki, was it quite cute when you were young, marrying Goku was wronged by him. Qi Tian looked at the Cheongsam girl who walked over and shook his head. A naive girl turned into a calculating yellow-faced woman after marrying Goku, which shows what Goku has become. However, he didn't have any other ideas, and besides, as a friend, Qi Tian couldn't watch Goku really turn into the poor and destitute appearance in the original book. With the power of Goku, even if he does not take a crooked path, wealth is obviously within reach. With the voice of the staff on the radio, all the contestants present lined up to draw their lots. However, I don't know if it was luck or Dumpling's superpower interference, Qi Tian and Wukong were not in the same division. And looking at the order on the competition list, even if Qi Tian almost can't remember the details of this plot, he can roughly guess the final 8 finalist list. Division 1, Vic under the pseudonym Demon Boy. Division 2, Tianjin Rice. Division 3, Monkey King, Anonymous Kikai in Division 4, Dumplings in Division 5, Klin in Division 6, Qi Tian in Division 7, Yamcha in Division 8. The competitions in each division were in full swing, and the final result was no different from Qi Tian's guess. After the qualifiers, the remaining quarterfinals were also transferred from indoor to outdoor open-air matches, and many spectators on the periphery could not wait to watch the exciting matches. Vic. Looking at Vic, who was the first to play, Qi Tian smacked his tongue, and there was a pity in his eyes, it seemed. In this competition, he had no chance to tease the freshman Vic. After the chapter of the world's first martial arts conference, you will enter a long chapter of food captives and other worlds, and then when you write Dragon Ball again, it is time to enter the Dragon Ball Z chapter. Chapter 32. After the qualifiers of the world's first martial arts conference, Qi Tian did not follow Sun Wukong and get together with those people, but instead performed the dance void art and went to thousands of meters in the air. Why are you here? On a flying stand, Tenjin and Bobo stared down. Feel your chi nearby, come and take a look. Qi Tian said and sat cross-kneeled on the flying carpet casually. How is the observation of the second generation of bike? Silent. Tenjin and Bobo were silent for a moment. As early as a few years ago, they had actually discovered the traces of the second generation of bike and have been observing it ever since. Although inherited the power of bike. But there is no doubt that he did not inherit the other party's magic heart. Tenjin said calmly. However, Qi Tian could hear the feeling of relief from these calm words. I didn't feel the smell of demons in his body. Qi Tian also grinned. Although it is difficult to forgive the fact that there is still a murderous aura, but as a heavenly god, you don't care, then there is no need for me as an outsider to interfere. Qi Tian shrugged his shoulders. I have arranged those dead. The souls of the dead killed by the non-demon race will go to the yellow spring of the Earth Mansion, and with the position of the heavenly god, I reluctantly interceded with Lord Yan Luo, so that they could be reincarnated to go to the good people's house. Tenjin said softly. If you want to open it. Qi Tian casually said that in the Dragon Ball world, there are gods and hells, whether it is strong or weak, after death is not the end, reincarnation is not an empty word. Although Qi Tian believes that although they are the same soul after being reincarnated after washing away their memories and reincarnating, they can no longer be called the same person. But even if the position of the heavenly god is low, it is already a priesthood, overlooking the human world for hundreds of years, seeing all the vicissitudes of the world. Although it has not changed, the heart is cold, but it is always impossible to be as emotionally rich as ordinary people. At the end of the day, I'm just hypocrisy. Qi Tian had no expression on his face. After all, those who died at the hands of Vic Qi Tian did not even know their names, did not know them, although they sighed, but did not have the slightest intention of avenging them. After all, in Qi Tian's subconscious, those unknown people who died were far less important than Bike, the person who once brought him childhood laughter on the big screen. The game is about to start. Doesn't it matter if you don't go down, said Bobo flatly. Well, my game is the last, it doesn't matter. Qi Tian returned to his senses and said with a chuckle. Bobo didn't respond, just lowered his head and continued to look down. And Qi Tian didn't care. In 3 years, he had long been familiar with such a move by Bobo. Are you Vic Great Demon King? On the ring of the world's first martial arts conference, Tianjin Fan solemnly looked at Vic, who was opposite the pseudonym Demon Boy, and said in a deep voice. You know me? Vic tilted his head and looked at Tianjin Rice without a trace of emotion in his eyes. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the back of Tianjin Fan's head. 3 years ago, my best friend and benefactor was killed by the great Demon King Vic in front of me. And I will never forget your face in this life. Is it? Then you are really lucky. This martial arts will not kill people. At least, I can't kill until I meet that guy. Vic said very indifferently. But I will kill you, without hesitation. Tianjin Fan put on a posture, and the unreserved momentum burst out, and the whole rushed over. Nice momentum, Vic praised. In the face of the incoming Tianjin Rice, it was unusually indifferent. The battle began. Almost 99% of the spectators had difficulty seeing the battle in the ring. In the ring, in addition to the muffled sound in the air, the arms of Tianjin Fan and Vic seemed to disappear. You are very good at being able to keep up with my speed. Vic kept waving his hands, grabbing his fists and tearing them, and all kinds of martial arts on his hands emerged. Originally, it was obviously Tianjin Rice to rush to attack, but in just a moment, it was reversed by Bike's offensive and passively turned into a defensive parry. What a terrifying speed! Tianjin Fan clenched his teeth and waved his arms vigorously to resist Bike's attack, and even the 3 eyes on his forehead were all urged to the limit. The eyes kept moving, catching every tiny movement of Bike, however. Boom! Bike's right leg, which had not moved, kicked out without warning, and directly kicked Tianjin Fan out. Your speed, strength, and eyesight are good, but I've played enough, Vic said. Play. Enough playing. Tianjin Fan struggled to get up from the ground, however, it was this simple work that made Tianjin Fan discover his body. In the short and rapid battle just now, reached the limit. My arm. My gas. How could it be so fast? Tianjin Fan felt the trembling hands and felt the torn muscles. Your strength is very good, but alas, the strength of the body has not yet been exercised, the application of qi is also, and the body is not completely accustomed to the explosion of qi with full strength. What a pity! Vic said casually, walking towards the direction of Tianjin Rice. Gas! Burst out with all his might. Tianjin Fan gasped. He suddenly understood that in the short and rapid battle just now, Vic slowly increased this speed, causing him to unknowingly burst out with speed and qi far beyond his limit. No wonder. My body was so exhausted. Tianjin Fan gasped, looking at the Vic Great Demon King in front of him, and a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The gap is too big. You can go down. Vic stood in front of Tianjin Fan, and as soon as he raised his foot, he was ready to kick Tianjin Fan down. And yet, a pair of arms directly blocked Bike's kick. Hey, said Vic, looking strangely at the Tianjin Rice at his feet. Hand. 2 hands grew on the back of Tianjin Rice, 2 hands that could move. The battle isn't over yet. Tianjin Fan raised his head, half squinted and gasped as he grinned at Bike. Boring trick. Vic took a few steps back, looked at Tianjin Fan who had an arm on his back and pouted disdainfully, and then burst out of anger, and the whole person flashed in an instant, and suddenly appeared in front of Tianjin Fan. I said, I've played enough. With Bike's soft voice, a powerful kick suddenly came out, and the speed of this kick far exceeded the speed of the battle between Vic and Tianjin Rice just now. Look. I can't see it. Tianjin Fan, who was hit hard, looked incredulous, coughed up a mouthful of blood. And the whole person's consciousness became blurred. Lose. Lost. This is the last consciousness of Tianjin Fan, who fell off the ring. Oops. Sun Wukong, who had long been ready to go, instantly appeared under the ring, took out a fairy bean from his waist, and put it in the mouth of Tianjin Rice. Then. It's amazing, you can't see the speed of their fighting, it's a thrilling match, but in the end, the Tianjin Rice player fell off the field, the Demon Boy player, and won the first game. Off stage, the host announced loudly and excitedly. The spectators in the surrounding stands also cheered. Although it is not clear to see, just by listening to the sound and the appearance of the arms disappearing, you can imagine the intensity of the battle, which is naturally exciting for these martial arts enthusiasts. Sure enough, I still lost to him. It's really unwilling, obviously I have been cultivating so hard for 3 years. It turned out to be no match for the great Demon King of Bike. After eating the fairy beans to regain consciousness, Tianjin Rice stood up unwillingly. Then. Vic Great Devil. Klin and Yamcha, who had just rushed over on the side, suddenly froze, looking at Tianjin Rice in disbelief. Didn't the great Demon King Vic die 3 years ago? He's the freshman Bike. Back then, Qi Tian had exhausted all his strength when he defeated the Vic Great Devil, so he could not find that before he died, the Vic Great Demon King left an egg and was reborn. Sun Wukong explained. His strength is very strong, he inherited the power of the previous Vic Great Devil, and after 3 years of cultivation, he is much stronger than the Vic Great Demon King of the 3 years. Gaku spoke softly, not comforting and exhorting, but rising fighting spirit. As if hearing the Monkey King and his companions explain his existence, Vic turned his head to look at the Monkey King below the ring. Don't worry. You're next. Vic looked at the Monkey King below, made a lip shape for this sentence, and then turned away without hesitation. After the first wonderful match, let's welcome the players of the second match, the runner-up of the last world's first martial arts conference, the Monkey King, and the unknown players who are reluctant to tell us their names. The host shouted the atmosphere. In the ring, Kiki and Sun Wukong stood looking at each other. Why do you keep huffing? Sun Wukong scratched his cheeks and looked at the girl in front of him inexplicably. It's good not to ask. Sun Wukong's question suddenly made Kiki even more angry. It's really me off, have you really forgotten all of them? Kiki angrily rushed directly towards Sun Wukong and launched an attack. Each punch and foot contained enough strength, and the advance and retreat attacks were also quite methodical. Obviously the martial arts skills were not weak. But for the Monkey King, it was too weak. Just by swinging his body at will, he easily dodged all of Kiki's attacks, and after a series of battles, the intertwining of fists and shadows on the field dazzled the audience. The cheers were even stronger than the last one. However, Kiki is just an ordinary person who has learned martial arts after all, and even the level of using chi has not reached the level, and he is already panting and sweating after a rush, but Gaku does not even have the slightest disorder in breathing. I can't remember who you are, asked Monkey King with a blank look. In fact, you can't blame Sun Wukong. Compared to Sun Wukong, who has not changed much even when he grows up, Kiki's changes in the past 3 years are quite huge, and it is not surprising that he can't recognize it. Bastard, you don't understand girls at all, but I've been waiting for you for a long time, have you forgotten the agreement between us? Kiki angrily raised her breath and stormed Sun Wukong again. Do you have any agreement with me? Said Monkey King looking at Kiki strangely. Bastard! Kiki was angry and roared directly, didn't you say that you want to marry me as a wife? Wife! Wife! Sun Wukong looked confused, what is that? Kiki! Looking at the confused Monkey King, she. Isn't it time to think about it? Chapter 33. Stupid! A wife is that you are going to marry her and live with her all the time. Qin Qiang on the side held back the envy in his heart and roared out. Hey, have you always lived together? Sun Wukong, who was still dazed just now, suddenly looked surprised, and turned his head to look at Kiki, with you. Kiki nodded vigorously. Should you always tell me what your name is? Sun Wukong was still at a loss, looking at Sun Wukong who had not yet remembered to this extent. The anger in Kiki's heart suddenly burned, and she snorted coldly, if you beat me, I will tell you. Great, you said that if you defeated you, just tell me your name, I thought I was going to live with someone who didn't know the name. Sun Wukong smiled heartily, obviously. He hadn't realized it yet. Be careful, I'm going to make a move. Humph, I won't lose to you on purpose, if I defeat you the other way, I will show you what hell is. Kiki snorted coldly. It's so cunning that guy Gaku actually agreed to marry such a cute girl. The height comparison is just that, but even the female relationship is not comparable to Gaku. Already not ready to passively attack, Sun Wukong also entered the posture of battle, the whole person exuded a sense of oppression, and then the right hand punched out forcefully, stirring up a strong wind, the wind howled, accompanied by a sound of breaking the air. Kiki exclaimed that the whole person was directly hit by this punch wind and was knocked out of the ring. Hey! The scene in front of everyone couldn't help but be stunned, obviously the husband and wife file that was so fierce and inseparable before, why did it suddenly end so comedy? The anonymous player fell out of the field, the Monkey King player won. The fastest reaction was the host who quickly announced loudly. Awakened by the host's voice, although it was still a little inexplicable, the audience did not hesitate to cheer and applaud the two who presented them with a wonderful battle. But in the eyes of those who saw the void, it suddenly gave birth to a solemn color, and the energy burst out of the punch that Gaku suddenly threw just now, even if it was the tip of the iceberg, allowed them to glimpse a trace of Goku's strength. Hey, are you okay? Said Sun Wukong, crouching at the edge of the ring, looking at Kiki sitting on the ground. It hurts, but it's worthy of you, as my Kiki's husband, it should be so powerful. Kiki got up from the ground and rubbed her head and said to Gaku, don't you remember yet, I'm Kiki, Kiki, the daughter of the Bull Demon King. Sun Wukong blinked and looked at Kiki in front of him, with a touch of disbelief in his eyes. You, Kiki? Kiki nodded, you finally remembered. You look completely different, you have changed so much. Sun Wukong looked at Kiki with a strange expression. 18 changes in women, this is normal. Kiki looked shy, well, when are we going to get married? Married? I remembered that at that time, I thought my wife was delicious, but it wasn't. Sun Wukong looked thoughtful, but then laughed heartily, in that case, I mean what I say, let's get married. Bang! Everyone present fell to the ground speechless. And Kiki was really happy to hear Goku's words, and the whole person threw himself directly on Sun Wukong, holding Goku's arm and not letting go. Oh, here everyone! The Monkey King player and the anonymous Kiki player are getting married. This is the first time to appear at the scene of our world's first martial arts conference, let's bless them. The host saw the stitches and quickly stirred up the atmosphere, and the loud gong sounded around at the right time. Oh, don't hold it so tight, it's so awkward. Sun Wukong was obviously not comfortable with Kiki playing with his hand, and his face was embarrassed, but Kiki did not let go at all and hugged Gaku tightly, as if he was afraid that if he let go, he would be run away by Gaku. Gaku, that kid! Do you really understand what marriage is all about? On the side, looking at the two people stuck together, Klin's face was speechless, and he even forgot the loss of envy and jealousy in his heart. Of course, no matter how much he blessed, it was obviously impossible for the conference to delay the holding of the world's first martial arts conference, and the third Final Four battle would soon begin. Klin, and the battle between the two of Dumplings soon began, but Dumplings there is Klin's opponent. Maybe 3 years ago Klin still needed to bully Dumplings' brains are not good, but after 3 years of hard training, the strength is already very different. Dumplings were easily defeated by Klin. The result of the third game is also in, and the battle between the two old rivals is still our Klin victory. As a good host, how could he ignore such a good gimmick and loudly hype the atmosphere? Next is the last match of the Final Four, and the 8 finalists of the last martial arts conference of the last world. Yamcha will fight against the Chi Tien player who easily won the 8 finals in the first competition, and invite 2 players to take the stage. Oh, it's time for me to play. Yamcha smiled and prepared to play. After this fight, it's my turn to fight you. Haha, I won't lose to you. Klin, who had just finished the game, smiled confidently. Yamcha, Klin, don't underestimate the enemy, Chi Tien, he is very strong. Sun Wukong, who was entangled by Kiki on the side, took the time to shout at them. Hey! Yamcha and Klin were both startled, but the referee had already urged again, and Yamcha didn't have time to ask more and hurriedly played. Gaku, that Chi Tien, is that someone you know? Asked Klin as he leaned over and asked curiously. Well, it's a companion who cultivates together in the celestial realm. Sun Wukong nodded. In the celestial realm? Practicing together, isn't that it? Wait a minute, Chi Tien, I remember you just said that the person who defeated the great demon king of Vic seems to be called Chi Tien. Klin's face changed abruptly. Although he didn't hear it at the time of resurrection, the Turtle Immortal and others also told him that the hero who defeated the great demon king of Vic and practiced in the celestial realm with Sun Wukong, adding Wukong's words before. Sun Wukong nodded directly and looked solemnly at the field. It was Chi Tien who defeated the Vic Great Devil. Not far away, the second generation Vic could obviously hear the conversation here, and his already ugly face was a little blue. Looking at Chi Tien on the field, the killing intent in his eyes was not concealed in the slightest. Yamcha, who had already played, obviously did not expect the beginning and end, and walked onto the stage with a confident face. And Chi Tien also jumped down from the sky when the host called out his name, and directly landed in the center of the venue with a high profile. Looking at Chi Tien who landed lightly on the field, Yamcha's eyes lit up. Such a handsome kung fu, worthy of being Wukong's friend. Oh, did Gaku mention me to you? Asked Chi Tien curiously. Well, he said you're strong, but I think I'm better. Yamcha raised his arm confidently. Oh. Chi Tien raised his eyebrows. I hope you don't hit it later. With the host's order, Yamcha drank violently, rushing towards Chi Tien with full confidence, while Chi Tien stood motionless and watched Yamcha's movements with a smile. Motionless. Looking at Chi Tien's smile, Yamcha frowned. Are you looking down on me? The remaining strength that originally had 3 points was also instantly put away, and burst out with all his strength. And yet, the gap is too big. The gap between Yamcha and Chi Tien at this time can no longer be described by numbers. This is the gap of the dimension. At the moment when Yamcha rushed to Chi Tien's body, Chi Tien moved, slowly raised his right hand, intertwined his index finger and thumb, and then gently spread his strength. Boom! Yamacha's figure flew out directly at a speed 10 times higher than when it came, smashed heavily on the wall of the martial arts dojo, fell out of the field and fainted. The host was obviously stunned, not expecting that the victory and defeat would appear so quickly. Then, the game is over. The Yamcha player fell out of the field and was out. It was the Qi Tian player who won the game. Hair. What happened? Qin's head was in a cold sweat, overwhelmed. He obviously didn't even see Qi Tian's relatively slow movement of raising his hand, but only saw Yamcha rushing over and then flying out again. Well. So strong. In front of the martial Dao temple, Wukong's eyes straightened. He was obviously the most able to see the power of Qi Tian's blow just now. Gaku, do you know what just happened? Asked Kiki on the side curiously. Gaku nodded, stretched out his right hand and made a snap of his fingers. Qi Tian, that's how he raised his hand just now and flicked it gently. Bounced it. Kiki looked at Goku's gestures, obviously in disbelief. Don't say it's her, even if Qin on the side listens to Goku's explanation, he can't believe it, just flicked his head and defeated Yamcha? How big is the gap? Worthy of being the one who defeated the great demon King Vic. The gap is much bigger than expected. The turtle immortal in the audience was also solemn. Although he is, as a martial arts grandmaster, his strength may have been surpassed by Wukong and others, but his vision is still vicious, if others just saw Yamcha being easily knocked out. What he saw was Qi Tian's exquisite control ability. Obviously it was the strength to stun Yamcha's good hand, but when he hit the wall, there was not even the slightest crack. This only means the gap between Yamcha and him is far from what a flash kill can describe. What a troubled boy, the turtle immortal sighed, looking at Yamcha who had fainted with a trace of sympathy in his eyes. He remembered that 6 years ago, he also defeated Yamcha with such an easy wave of his hand, and the last time, Yamcha was also easily broken by Tianjin rice. That bastard! So strong! Bic, who was standing on the wall of the martial Dao temple, also had a solemn look at this time. Obviously he could also see how terrifying the strength Qi Tian displayed. After Biwa stepped down, looking at the Yamcha that was moved back by Qin, Qi Tian didn't feel anything, although it was a bit of a blow, but let him suppress the power and fight the other party slowly, then forget it. You are really strong, Qi Tian. Sun Wukong looked at Qi Tian's fighting intent. Gaku, you're also very powerful. Qi Tian sighed deeply as he looked at Kiki, who was holding Gaku on the side and did not let go. Although it felt a little wrong, Sun Wukong replied, I'm looking forward to waiting for the battle between us. Well, I'll wait. Qi Tian nodded, of course, to fight Wukong this kind of thing, of course, as soon as possible. Vike. Qin. Chapter 34. Next up is the semi-finals of the world's first martial arts conference, and the two sides waiting for the showdown are Sun Wukong, the runner-up of the last world's first martial arts conference, and the demon boy who cleanly defeated the previous champion Tianjin Rice in the last round. The host shouted with an excited expression. The audience in the audience also looked at the ring expectantly, cheering continuously. Come on Gaku, I don't want to become a little widow just after getting married. Kiki shouted at Gaku on stage. Defeat him, Gaku. Qin also cheered Gaku loudly. The voices of the two are not inferior to the other. Is this starting to compete for favors? The corners of Qi Tian's mouth twitched slightly, looking at the two people next to him who were unconsciously competing, and couldn't help but be speechless. Seriously, when watching Dragon Ball back then, Qi Tian felt more than once that compared to Kiki, Qin was more like the main palace, and think about how many times Gaku almost understood because of how many times Qin exploded. How suddenly it feels so cold. Qin instinctively shivered, and his heart felt a little hairy. Yikes! Qi Tian did not squint, turning his head to look at the battle that was about to begin in the ring. Vic the Great Devil! Sun Wukong stared at Vic in front of him and said in a deep voice. You know me too. Vic's eyes narrowed, and he said with an evil smile, in that case, then you should understand the horror of my Vic Great Devil, or go down obediently. My target is not you. I know. Sun Wukong nodded and pouted to the side. Your target is Qi Tian who is standing there, you want to kill him to avenge your father. Revenge? I don't have that ridiculous emotion. Vic sneered disdainfully, his face was evil. My goal has always been to conquer the world. Conquer the world, that kind of thing, I won't allow. Saying that, Sun Wukong directly put on the starting pose of the turtle fairy flow, and a strong momentum suddenly rose. And the moment Vic rose up with Goku's momentum, the expression on his face became solemn, and the same incomparably suppressed momentum oozed out from Vic's body. Well! What a terrible standoff! On the side, Klin, Tianjin Rice, the three people who woke up Yamcha, and the few good hands of the turtle immortals in the audience who could sense chi were all in shock. By feeling, they thought that if they appeared in front of anyone on the stage, they might not be able to last a second. Damn, didn't that guy get serious at all before? Tianjin Fan didn't dare to hammer against the wall. I take back what I just said. Vic stared at Monkey King, you. It will also be a stumbling block for me to conquer the world, so here I will kill you first, and then I will kill that bastard. Saying that, Vic glanced at Chi Tian outside the ring, and it was this glance that made him almost angry half to death, only to see Chi Tian, who he regarded as a stumbling block and must be killed. At this time he actually took out a large number of snacks and sat on the side and watched. Hey, hurry up and fight! I'm getting impatient! Chi Tian shouted at the two people in the ring, but he came to this world's first martial arts conference specifically just to watch the live-action version of the Dragon Ball. That's right! Don't stand silly, come and make it, and eat the snacks here. Chi Tian beckoned at Clinky and the others. However, it is a pity that these people obviously do not have Chi Tian's leisure and elegance, and their bodies are trembling nervously at this time, and they have no intention of being with Chi Tian at all. That bastard! The anger in Vic at this time was almost devouring him, and he turned his head sharply. Vic glared angrily at Sun Wukong, and he reacted. If it is one-on-one, he is definitely not afraid of anyone, but if the Monkey King in front of him and that bastard join forces, even if it is him, he will feel trouble. Humph, if you are unlucky, you will be buried here obediently today. Vic roared, and in an instant the whole person turned into an afterimage that was difficult to see with the naked eye, and rushed towards Sun Wukong. What a speed! Even Sun Wukong was startled by the speed of Vic's explosion at this time, but he had long ceased to simply use vision to capture the enemy's location, but used chi. With a horizontal arm, Goku directly blocked the attack of Vic, who attacked from the side, without the slightest nonsense. After being blocked by Goku, Vic successively aimed at Goku's eyes, heart, neck, and other lethal weaknesses and stormed, looking like he wanted to kill Sun Wukong. On the other side, Goku is not inferior in the slightest, although it seems that the speed is not fast, but he can block Bike's fierce killing moves in time. The two knocked down the edge of the ring from the middle of the ring, and knocked down the other corner from the edge of the ring, and every second the two would collide 10 or even dozens of times, and the ring that the two fought and walked through was also broken, and the danger of the battle made several people on the side look cold sweat and fear. Even a group of layman viewers who did not understand were shocked by the momentum of the aftermath of the two fighting, and they all stared intently, and did not dare to take a breath. Well, it's not bad, although the strength, speed and the foundation of chi are almost there, but the subtlety of the moves and the use of chi are already qualified. At this time, the only person who was still in the mood to speak was Chi Tian, who was sitting on the side watching the play and eating snacks. Although this popcorn is delicious, it is almost meaningful, and when I go back to see if the BB corn in the jungle is good, and Crystal Coke also finds an opportunity to change to Sweet Coke. At this time, Chi Tian still had time to think about something. In the ring, Vic and Goku came and went, and the battle with all their might continued, and the figures of the two were getting faster and faster with the battle, and even the few people next to Klin next to them could not see the figures of the two clearly, and they could only hear the rumbling collision sound in their ears, almost connected into a line, without the slightest pause. On the ground and in the air, the moment of the collision of the two fists and feet is intertwined, the dazzling flashes of Qigong collision are faintly appearing, and on the side of the ring, because the fight between the two is already difficult to capture, but it makes the host and the audience, these ordinary people, proudly escape the oppressive atmosphere. But even so, everyone was stunned when they looked at the scene on the field. Is it really something that humans can do? The host's dumb voice undoubtedly spoke the hearts of the audience, and most of them nodded instinctively. With another loud bang, the two people who had disappeared from everyone's sight suddenly appeared in the two corners of the ring, panting and confronting. Really? It's really strong, said Sun Wukong, but there was an excited smile at the corner of his mouth. This kind of blood-boiling, heart-pounding battle simply made him want to stop. It's really tenacious enough. Vic wiped the sweat from his face and looked at Goku's gloomy face. If he couldn't even defeat a Monkey King, why should he conquer the world? Monkey King, I underestimated you, but the warm-up is over, and I'm going to use all my strength to kill you next. Me too, grinned Monkey King. Warm-up? Is it over? All out? Are the two of them monsters? Listening to the voices of the two people in the ring, except for Qi Tian, there was one person who had such a thought in their hearts. And then, everyone present was stunned to see Sun Wukong and Bic make almost identical movements. One unfastened the heavyweight jacket on his body, and the other took off the weight cloak on his body. Oh! Qi Tian was a little surprised. He knew that Goku had a weight on him, but he remembered that when Vic first appeared, it seemed that he did not train with weights. But this kind of trivial matter, Qi Tian was just surprised and didn't care. Whether it is Sun Wukong or Bic, there is a dimensional gap between the two and him now. In the ring, both Sun Wukong and Vic looked at each other in surprise, obviously not expecting that they would have the same training method. And Tianjin Rice-Kellen and others on the side were stunned, just now. The kind of battle just now turned out to be the case of the two of them carrying that heavy load. I didn't expect you to exercise in this weight-bearing way, said Monkey King with a grin, looking at Vic in front of him. Abominable. Vic looked at Sun Wukong, who had unloaded the weight that was no lighter than him. His face was gloomy. Originally he thought that he could easily take down Sun Wukong after using his full strength, but now it seems little hope. Mess around. Vic gritted his teeth. He didn't care about Qi Tian at all now, just glared angrily at the Monkey King in front of him. This guy, he must die today. Drink! With a loud shout, Vic suddenly burst out powerful energy, and the piercing Qigong waves instantly condensed in front of his hands. Sun Wukong, you will give me an obedient death here. Wait, that kind of attack. Sun Wukong's face changed suddenly when he looked at the energy condensed by Bike. If he said that he would not be afraid of Bic in the slightest, but if that kind of Qigong broke out here, everyone else around would not be able to survive. But Vic obviously didn't have Sun Wukong's kind of thoughts, and the Qigong cannon in his hand burst out towards him without hesitation. Bastard! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and roared lowly, suddenly condensing the qi in his body on his hands, and facing the Qigong head-on without dodging or dodging. Ha! With a loud shout, Sun Wukong directly ejected the fired Qigong towards the distance. In the end, that Qigong fell on a big mountain more than 10 kilometers away, and with the visible explosion fire and the roar that resounded in the sky, the mountain peak hundreds of meters high was directly blown up by half. Bastard, are you going to kill everyone? Flicked off the Qigong wave, and Sun Wukong roared angrily at Bike. I don't care about that kind of thing. Vic snorted coldly, and said with a cruel smile on his face, I was originally the great demon king who wanted to conquer the world, and what if hundreds of people here were killed? Bastard, you won't be allowed to act recklessly. Sun Wukong's face was cold, and his feet suddenly rushed towards Bic, attacking first. The endless fists and feet entangled Bike, not giving Vic the opportunity to release that powerful Qigong wave at all, and the battle momentum of Wukong and Bike, who unloaded the weight and lifted the Qi battle with all their strength, was undoubtedly more terrifying than before. The aftermath of the fist and foot collision rolled up the wind, and the sound of collision after collision was like a bomb detonating at close range, making people want to cover their ears. Chapter 35. The aftermath of the fist and foot collision rolled up the wind, and the sound of collision after collision was like a bomb detonating at close range, making people want to cover their ears. And this increasingly exaggerated fighting posture also made the surrounding martial arts enthusiasts crazy. Even if they faced such a dangerous situation, there were still many people who stayed in place and stared. I don't know how long the battle lasted. In short, at this time, the ring of the world's first martial arts conference was already full of huge potholes, and even the ground of dirt could be seen in some places, and the soil was burned by the energy of the collision of the two people extremely hot, and even wisps of green smoke were emitted. Grunt. Clin on the side said subconsciously, perhaps in shock, they. When the hell is it going to be defeated? However, he got the answer. It's almost over, Gaku is about to win. Qi Tian suddenly spoke. Gaku is going to win. Several people present looked at Qi Tian when they heard this. Qi Tian raised his head to look at the sky that seemed to be empty. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Compared to Bike, Goku's application and reserves of Qi are stronger, and when they fight to this extent, they are almost running out of oil, and if they compete for endurance, the final winner will definitely be Gaku. As if to confirm Qi Tian's words, at the moment when Qi Tian's words fell, a figure fell heavily from the sky and landed on the ground, and the figure fell to the ground, not the ring. Another figure followed and landed on the ring. Gaku! It's my Gaku who won, shouted excitedly as she looked at the figure standing in the ring, obviously proud that the final winner of this shocking battle was her husband. Swoosh! A breaking wind sounded. Snap! In the ring, Gaku raised his palm and directly used the thrown thing. Senbean! Appearing in Goku's hands are two fairy beans. This! Wukong looked at Qi Tian, who had already stood up, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. And Qi Tian just smiled. As a Dragon Ball fan of the year, how could he not be clear about Sun Wukong's character? Thank you. Sun Wukong grinned with difficulty, thanked Qi Tian, and then directly ate the fairy bean in his hand. As for receiving a fairy bean, it was directly thrown to Vic, who fell to the ground outside the ring and lost the ability to fight again. This is... Vic looked at the beans in his hand and frowned, but looking at the new Gaku after eating the fairy beans in the ring, his heart suddenly showed surprise. Tentatively put the fairy bean into his mouth, and the next moment, Bike's eyes showed an incredible color. How is this possible? Physical strength all restored. Vic stood up directly with a carp, and watched in disbelief as his body became strong and powerful again. Hey, Sun Wukong, this miracle medicine, you give it to me directly? No, is it really good to let me know? Vic looked at the Monkey King in the ring with a look of puzzlement in his eyes. When the time comes, I'll beat and stop you. Sun Wukong was honest, directly laughed innocently. He didn't joke or brush favors. His muscles in his mind completely thought like this. You. A complicated glint appeared in Vic's eyes, and then suddenly turned into a fierce gaze. Don't expect me to be grateful to you. One day I will kill you and conquer the world. I'm not going to die. Sun Wukong said extremely seriously. Shocked. The amazing battle is over. Perhaps the conversation between the two woke up the host, who was hiding not far away, looking at the two people who were in the ring and the other under the ring, and quickly shouted loudly, the winner of this match is Monkey King. On the side, the Turtle Immortals were speechless, looking at the venue that almost ran out of audience under the ravages of the battle between Gaku and Bike. This host is really dedicated enough. Humph. Hearing the host's voice, Vic snorted coldly and did not stop, and then flew straight away. At this time, Clin and the others came back to their senses, looking at Vic, who flew away, and Goku's actions before, not knowing what to say. That's the great demon king of Bike, isn't it really good to kill the other party without taking the opportunity to let the other party go? Let's go, Klin, Gaku, their game is over, and it's up to us next. Chi Tian stood up, patted Klin on the shoulder and walked to the tattered ring. Fight! Klin was stunned, only then remembered that the battle just now was only the first half of the semifinals, and the second half of the duel between him and Chi Tian would determine the other player in the final. No. He's just going through the motions. The finalists have already been determined at the very beginning. Klin looked at the potholes in the ring, and the fierce battle just now appeared in his mind, and then when he thought that Chi Tian in front of him was also an opponent of the same level, his legs were a little about to swing. However, in the end, it was the will of the martial artist that prevailed, and he walked into the ring and faced Chi Tian face to face. His eyes were resolute. Even if it's not an opponent, I have to know how far I am. With this in mind, Klin raised his fighting spirit. Chi Tian on the other side also chuckled at the corner of his mouth. Should it be said that it is worthy of being the strongest ordinary earthling in the future? Hey! Chi Tian suddenly chuckled, and in his mind, the Void Catalog passed a message to him. Discover New World Coordinates. New World Coordinates. Chi Tian didn't have any ideas, just passed the number 116 of the discovered world coordinates to the Void Atlas in order, asking him to mark it. And then, Chi Tian, who came back to his senses, found that the battle, it seems, is over. The specific process is something like this. Chi Tian received the message, Chi Tian lost his mind, Klin found that Chi Tian was distracted, Klin thought that this was an opportunity, Klin rushed out, Klin poured all his strength into a leg and kicked out, Klin's leg was broken, the battle was over, Chi Tian returned to his senses. Chi Tian looked at Klin, who fell to the ground holding his legs and shouted to admit defeat, with some embarrassment. Can he take back what he praised earlier? Carrying Klin down, a fairy bean was fed, and he instantly returned to his alive appearance. Compared with the exciting and fierce battle in the first half, the dramatic end of the second half semi-final obviously left everyone speechless to the extreme. Both semi-finals are over, and the final is next. Because of the relationship between immortal beings, Wukong, who had fought a big battle before, had long since returned to his heyday, looking at Chi Tian on the opposite side with a fighting intent. Finally! I can fight you! I won't release water, I hope you don't get hit. Chi Tian shook his head slightly and said. Drink! With a loud shout, Wukong suddenly rushed up. After a big battle, Sun Wukong's strength is obviously better than before, perhaps in the eyes of others, this is Sun Wukong's talent, but Chi Tian understands that this is the Scion bloodline in Sun Wukong's body. But even so, it is. It's too weak. Chi Tian looked at Wukong who rushed over, just like in the first game, slowly raised his palm, intersected his index finger and thumb, and flicked gently. Hee hee. Gaku suddenly grinned at this time, the previous attack disappeared in an instant, and his hands suddenly appeared on his forehead, blocking the front of Chi Tian's snap of his fingers. A lot of cleverness. Chi Tian looked at the grinning Wukong also with some emotion, usually stupid, but when the battle started, all kinds of cleverness were one after another. However, bang! With a muffled sound, Sun Wukong, who put his hands on his forehead and defended with all his strength, was directly flown out by Chi Tian's finger flick, and kept rolling in the ring. Almost in the blink of an eye, he rolled down the tattered ring, hit the wall on the side and fainted. Gaku! Kiki on the side screamed directly and rushed over. The others on the side were dumbfounded in place. One hit second kill. Another hit second kill. The earth-shattering Monkey King player who fought with the Demon Boy player before against the Chi Tian player turned out to be like the Yamcha player, and was killed by one blow in a second, which is really incredible. The host was still the most dedicated, the first to react, and shouted excitedly, and this incredible scene also means that the champion of the 23rd Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference has appeared. He is Snap Your Fingers Superman Qi Tian player. Hey, the black line on Qi Tian's face. Superman? He also snapped his fingers. What kind of nickname? This host is really not dedicated. The world's first martial arts conference ended, and everyone also gathered together. It's true, although I know that Qi Tian is very strong, I didn't expect the gap to be so big. Sun Wukong said inarticulately while eating the food. I told you a long time ago that there is a dimensional gap between us. Qi Tian shrugged his shoulders. Dimension, what is that? Sun Wukong looked dazed. Qi Tian. Well, he's playing the piano to the cow. At the table, Qi Tian and Sun Wukong chatted casually, while the others were as if they had not eaten at this time, frantically grabbing the delicious food on the table and putting it in their mouths. It is natural that there will be a scene in front of you. These ingredients are delicious and can be taken out by Qi Tian to survive, not randomly looking for restaurants. Sun Wukong can chat with him after eating, because he has been eating in the celestial realm for 3 years, but these people have never eaten such delicious food, and even the 3 daughters of Boomer, Kiki, and Lankai, who want to pay attention to the image, are feverishly competing with others at this time. And when you have eaten and drunk and started chatting, it was already half an hour later. And in the face of the problem of everyone like a wolf, Qi Tian just shirked the sentence that it was an alien planet's ingredients. And the earth did not have anywhere else except that he planted in the heavenly realm, and he could not survive, so he extinguished the hearts of this group of new foodies. Of course. Whether it is really extinguished, then Qi Tian is not clear. That's right. Qi Tian suddenly thought of something, took out a universal capsule from his pocket, and handed it to Kiki. This is the wedding gift that Tenjin asked me to give to you and Gaku before. Tenjin. Wedding gifts. Kiki took the universal capsule a little blankly. Yes. Qi Tian nodded. Before Gaku and I practiced in the celestial realm, so I know Gaku very well. If it's okay to live together, but if you get married and live a life, Goku's personality is not anything that will make money, so Tianjin found some valuable shipwrecks on Earth and made some maps, so that you can try to salvage with Gaku in your spare time. Shipwreck. Treasure. As soon as these words came out, don't say Kiki, even the surrounding turtle immortal Klin and the others instantly turned red, and none of them were very rich. That is, Boomer, who is one of the richest families in the world, is indifferent. As for the wedding gift I gave you, how about a super delicious wedding cake and a wedding banquet made with ingredients that are even more delicious than today, said Qi Tian. Ugh! This time, even Boomer on the side instantly turned red. Thank you, brother Qi Tian. Kikai's eyes lit up, and she shouted in an instant. Gaku, don't forget to call us for your guy's wedding ceremony. Klin on the side said faintly. Yamcha, Tianjin Han, and Turtle Immortal on the side also couldn't help nodding. Wedding ceremony? What is that? Sun Wukong looked dazed. Kiki. Qi Tian. Everyone. It's unreasonable that this guy is married, _. Chapter 36. After a week of preparation, the wedding of Sun Wukong and Kiki was finally held in the newly built castle of the Frying Pan Mountain Bull Demon King. On the wedding day, the relatives and friends of Kikai's mother's family did not mention it, and the relatives and friends on Sun Wukong's side sat at a large table. Boomer, Klin, Tianjin Rice, Yamcha, and others all came, and the whole wedding scene was lively to the extreme, which lasted all day before it finally ended. And the arrival of the Turtle Immortal made the Bull Demon King, the second disciple who was once not valued, feel honored, and he was even more satisfied with Wukong in disguise. And the wedding cake and the wedding banquet made of food and wine brought by Qi Tian's appearance made everyone almost bite off their tongues that day, and everyone was drunk, and they all wailed in their mouths about how to be good if they couldn't eat such a delicious delicacy in the future. The day after the wedding, Sun Wukong and Kiki returned to live in Bun Mountain. although the wedding was held in Frying Pan Mountain very touching to her, but if you live, you should still live in her husband's house. This is Kiki's original words. On Bun Mountain, Chi Tian did not hurry to leave in order to recognize the door, and drove Wukong and Kiki to Bun Mountain. Looking at the dilapidated cottage where Sun Wukong used to live, Chi Tian raised his eyebrows and spoke, "Wukong, if you have time, you still take Kiki to dig up those shipwrecked treasures sent by the gods to exchange for some money. Kiki married you and became your wife, you can't be wronged, people know." "Well, I see." Gaku scratched his head, although he was a little unclear, but he still agreed, and he could feel Chi Tian's kindness at this time. And Chi Tian looked at Kiki, who was packing his luggage from the universal capsule at this time, and said with a smile, "Although it may be a little too much, but I and this guy Wukong can be regarded as practicing together for 3 years, and I can also be regarded as understanding this guy, although it looks a little silly, but Wukong just lacks common sense, does not understand the world, and is a simple martial idiot, so get along. I'm afraid you need to worry more about Kiki." Seriously, although Chi Tian treated Wukong as a friend earlier, but after a few years, especially when Wukong had not grown taller and was as silly as a child, it was simple and pleasant, and unconsciously, Chi Tian treated Wukong as his own brother. Otherwise, where would he bother so much to prepare that wedding cake? "Well, I know big brother Chi Tian, Wukong is my husband, this is the responsibility of a wife." Kiki also nodded and replied, although she had not had a few contacts with Chi Tian, she could feel that Chi Tian was kind to Wukong to her. "That's good." Chi Tian also smiled. For Kiki, he is naturally clear, although the temper has become a lot worse in the middle and late stages of the original work, but it is basically enlightened. Bun Mountain is originally uninhabited, Sun Wukong is still cultivating for a few years without going home, and he doesn't earn a penny by himself to work the whole family. Seriously, there is no trouble with Wukong. In Chi Tian's opinion, it is Kiki's temperament is good. Looking at the little couple, Chi Tian was not ready to continue to disturb, leaving Wukong a sentence that when martial arts practice is difficult to progress. "You can find Boomer to make a gravity room with the help of gravity practice." Chi Tian said goodbye and left. After saying goodbye to the two, Chi Tian did not hide it, directly communicated with the void catalog in the sea of consciousness, and instantly disappeared in place, leaving Wukong, whose eyes were shining in place, and Kiki, who was wide-eyed, looking at the place where Chi Tian disappeared. In the void corridor between worlds and worlds. Chi Tian has long been not the weak one who could not even detect the weak wind shuttling, although it was still short-lived, but Chi Tian could also see the incomparably brilliant void corridor standing in the void. This is the mighty power of the void catalog. Chi Tian looked at everything around him with some distraction, even if Chi Tian could now detect the process of shuttling, but the speed in the void corridor was too fast, even the long distance between the worlds was almost in the blink of an eye, and Chi Tian's eyes could not capture the scene of the void corridor when crossing at all. Although the current void catalog showed only the ability to traverse and help him integrate his power, even so, Chi Tian could clearly feel the power of this treasure. And yet, just when Chi Tian thought so, as if sensing Chi Tian's thoughts, the void atlas in the sea of his consciousness instantly conveyed a faint dissatisfaction to him. "Haha, praise, you are amazing, you are not happy." Chi Tian couldn't help but laugh. The void atlas has consciousness that he knows, but this consciousness seems to have just been born, and it is still very weak, and even when the void atlas shuttles through the world to show great power, Chi Tian can clearly feel the meaning he wants to express. At other times, even if Chi Tian took the initiative to communicate, although he could feel the conscious answer of the void catalog, it was very vague and completely unable to understand. And hearing Chi Tian's laughter, the void atlas continued to transmit dissatisfaction to Chi Tian, and at the same time passed a somewhat random message to Chi Tian. Although there was some confusion, it roughly meant that his power came from Chi Tian's needs, and Chi Tian had not mentioned the needs at all. How could he give birth to other abilities? Hey! Chi Tian was stunned, just wanted to ask clearly. Snap! He was kicked out of the void corridor. The void train, the prisoner of food has arrived. But Qi Tian, who was kicked out, was still pondering at this time, wondering what the void atlas wanted to convey to him. However, after thinking for a long time, there were all kinds of guesses, and without the answer of the void catalogue, Qi Tian could not be sure of what it was. Speed of reaction. It's still too slow. Qi Tian shook his head, looking at the sky speechlessly. If his speed was faster, he must have enough time to ask clearly even in the void corridor. Forget it, let's ask later. Qi Tian shook his head and put this matter aside first. Anyway, the void atlas was in his sea of consciousness. If he wanted to ask, he would be the same when he next traveled through the void. Now his priority is to start preparing for entering the food world. In the past few years, he was more pursuing the evolution of gourmet cells, rarely carried out bad weather habit practice, and has already obtained the location of Shilin Temple, and the practice of food should also be put on the agenda. By the way, and Beria. To invite her to be a partner, and then even her gourmet cells need to train together. If you want to break into the food world, how can you lack a chef? Qi Tian has not rushed to enter the food world in the past, and it is inevitable that it is because he has not found a satisfactory chef to become a partner. Think about it, there are really a lot of things. Qi Tian scratched his head, and it wasn't just this world, he also needed time to explore new worlds in his spare time. There are a lot of things. I obviously want to be a salted fish, but I have lived such a fulfilling life, sighed Qi Tian. Eat a city, a food city. It is the heart of the human world, a mecca where all ingredients are gathered, a place that all gourmets yearn for, and the most central gourmet tower is a mecca for almost all chefs. Gourmet Central Station. Didn't you say you were going to hunt in the wild? How did you come to Food City? Asked Beria in a cool white dress, following Qi Tian, while looking around curiously. Haha, I don't ask you to rub it before I go out and suffer, then you regret it later. What should I do if I complain? Qi Tian said jokingly. Compensation for the suffering of travel, then be careful that I eat you poorly. Belia suddenly grimaced, revealing two small tiger teeth to scare Qi Tian. Although let go of your stomach and eat, if you are poor, I will not be able to kidnap you and sell you for a good price. The chef of the 5-star hotel is sure to sell well. Qi Tian raised his eyebrows. Wow, you actually want to sell me? You have bad intentions. I will definitely not show mercy this time. Beria stared at Qi Tian with pretend annoyance. The word fate is really wonderful. Obviously they have only stayed together in Dongshan for a few days, but Qi Tian and Beria are like friends who have known each other for many years, and they don't care about it when they joke. Even Qi Tian just asked Belia if she wanted to capture the ingredients together, but Belia did not hesitate and agreed in one bite. This kind of trust simply made Qi Tian not too moved. Qi Tian chatted with Beria, and soon came to the entrance of the food city. Qi Tian took out his gold card food ID, and Beria's food ID is also an unusual silver. When you enter the food city, the first thing you see is the rows of vending machines, which are equipped with everything from high-end ingredients to ordinary dishes. After sitting in the car for so long, what to drink? Asked Qi Tian as he turned his head to look at Beria. Regular juice will do. Beria obviously didn't notice the appearance of the vending machine at Qi Tian's station and the price in it, and she was now completely attracted by the food city in front of her. The endless flow of people, the faint shop food street in the distance, and the tempting aroma of various foods mixed in the air. This. Is it a city of food, a food city? Muttered Beria. Hiss. It's so cool, exclaimed Beria. Then he saw Qi Tian, who had successfully snickered in a prank, and Qi Tian smiled and handed the juice in his hand to Beria. How old is it to play this trick? It's not childish. Beria looked at Qi Tian without anger, took the juice handed over by Qi Tian, and simply unscrewed the cap of the bottle and drank it without looking closely. Beria glared. Of course, it's not that it's bad, it's too delicious. As soon as the cold juice was in the mouth, the incomparable delicacy began to stimulate the taste buds, and then with the coolness penetrating the whole body, in just a few seconds, Beria tasted the taste of apples, oranges, peaches, bananas, grapes, cantaloupe, and more than a dozen other distinct but perfectly blended fresh fruits from the juice. This. Beria looked at the juice package in her hand with a look of surprise. Isn't this high-grade juice that can only be bought in 3-star specialty stores? Yes. Qi Tian nodded, drinking the cloudberry juice in his hand, and said casually, that vending machine just now is 3-star. Hey, 3-star vending machine? Belia looked stunned. In the impression of Beria, who had never been to the food city, the things in the vending machine were generally not expensive ingredients, right? Well, that kind of thing doesn't matter. I booked the restaurant at 7 o'clock in the evening, so let's take a look at the food city before that. Is brother Qi Tian also here for the first time? Was Beria a little surprised? Well, because the world is really big and there are many interesting places, I have only been a food hunter for 3 years, and I have not yet visited the food city. Qi Tian explained casually. My words are that I want to come back when I can be alone and open my own shop here in Food City. Without waiting for Qi Tianwen, Belia took the initiative to explain. With Belia's cooking skills, this kind of thing can be done very quickly. Qi Tian said with a smile. He was more confident than Beria herself. Chapter 37. This is Health, a 7-star barbecue restaurant on the 273rd floor of the food tower, and there is a special private room. Brother Qi Tian, the heat has arrived, you can eat. Beria, who had been paying attention to the fire, said. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. There was a silver thread at the corner of Qi Tian's mouth, and the chopsticks in his hand directly clamped the roast meat on the charcoal fire in front of him. It's moving. Well, it's delicious, just the right heat to melt the meat in the mouth. This mellow meat flavor completely fills the taste buds, worthy of the cow, pig, and bird. Qi Tian couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Cows, pigs, and birds, you can see from the name, this is a mixture of cows, pigs, and birds. Its parts have the taste of beef, pork, and bird meat. Bones can boil out a mellow soup. Milk also has an incredible thick delicacy. Rare whole body is wrapped in delicious high-grade ingredients. Capture level up to 35, and is a rare beast in nature. Even Qi Tian has not been caught from the wild. New pig bird, this ingredient is rarely such a high-grade ingredient even in our gourmet hotel. Belia was also excited to look at the beef slices on the charcoal fire, but compared to the taste, what interested Beria more was the characteristics of the ingredients of the cows, pigs, and birds, the quality of the meat, the temperature of cooking, and how to think about how to match them to be more delicious. By the way, the high-grade pork beef, high-quality beef tenderloin, high-grade tripe, and special beef offal here are all similar. Beria said. Is it baked so quickly? The main course hasn't been served yet. Qi Tian laughed, but without the slightest hesitation in his hand, he quickly clipped out the meat that had been examined. Main course? Isn't the meat already served? Beria on the side was startled. Haha! The main dish of this barbecue restaurant is not meat, but vegetables. As soon as Qi Tian's words fell, a waiter knocked on the door and came in, and the dining car was full of colorful fresh vegetables. Here it comes. Qi Tian's face was overjoyed, and he directly got up to help put all the vegetables on the table. Then he directly picked up a piece of green snack lettuce, wrapped the meat of the cow, pig, and bird, and handed it to Beria, who had been roasting meat on the side. Try it. These vegetables are the real feature of this store. Beria was also not polite, and took the snack lettuce holding the meat from Qi Tian's hand and ate it directly. Good crisp taste, like a freshly picked apple. The moment you want to go down, I thought that there would be juice flowing out. The sweetness of refreshing lettuce and the sweetness of the meat complement each other, and the fat of the meat enhances the refreshing taste of the birth dish. This simple combination, that is, delicious and healthy, worthy of a 7-star restaurant. The chef of this restaurant must be a master of nutritional matching. Beria did not hesitate to praise. Only a chef can understand how much thought has been put into this seemingly simple combination. And Qi Tian also smiled and put the roasted vegetables into his mouth, feeling the deliciousness of the refreshing vegetables in his mouth, and a smile appeared on his face. Even if you have gourmet cells, if you eat meat all the time, you will feel tired. Bacon leaves, pumpkin potatoes, onions, pine bamboo mushrooms, sweet cabbage, carrot potatoes, lotus root and large roots entered the stomachs of Qi Tian and Beria. The two of them are both big stomach kings with gourmet cells, and after tasting almost all the dishes in the restaurant for an hour, they sat in the restaurant contentedly and drank after dinner wine. Someone once told me that the food scene here is not inferior to the food world. I always thought it was a joke, but I didn't expect it to be true. The scenery is too, the deliciousness is too, and there is no inferior to the food world here. Qi Tian looked at the city in the lights below, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Food world. Beria was stunned. Brother Qi Tian, have you been to the legendary food world? Qi Tian nodded. Because of an accident, I strayed into the food world 3 years ago. Fortunately I met the legendary food hunter Jiro, was rescued and sent back to the human world, and thanks to this, I had the honor to taste the cuisine of the food world once, and my food cells also awakened at that time. Oh! Beria suddenly became interested. Brother Qi Tian, how do the ingredients taste in the food world? Do you taste? Qi Tian deliberately pulled the long cavity, seeing the increasingly anxious expression on Beria's face, before he stopped selling guanzi and spoke. Let's put it this way. Even the roughest cooking methods made by ordinary people who are not skilled in cooking are no less delicious than the delicious dishes prepared by the top chefs. Listening to Qi Tian's description, Beria's face suddenly showed a touch of shock, and she muttered in disbelief, the way ordinary people cook, make the delicacy carefully cooked by top chefs. Yes. Qi Tian nodded, and his face couldn't help but show a look of longing, and not only the taste. The most amazing thing about the ingredients in the food world is the nutrition contained in them. For the gourmet cells of people like us, the kind of enjoyment of eating it wholeheartedly is incomparable to most of the ingredients in the human world. Listening to Brother Qi Tian, I kind of want to taste it. Beria couldn't help but say, and. She is more curious about the exaggerated delicacy of ingredients that even ordinary people can make delicious if carefully cooked. Just thinking about it, Beria felt like she wanted to try. There will be a chance. Qi Tian chuckled and whispered. Beria turned her head suspiciously. What did you say? Nothing. Qi Tian shook his head and quickly changed the topic. By the way, it seems that I haven't told you the destination of this trip and the target ingredients. It seems to be. Obviously, she also reacted. As soon as she heard Qi Tian invite her to go out hunting, she subconsciously agreed directly, and as a result, Beria stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. Looking at Beria's cute appearance, Qi Tian laughed and sold guanzidao. Speaking of which, I will book in this store and it has something to do with the goal this time. This shop. Does it have anything to do with goals? A thoughtful look appeared in Beria's eyes, and she said thoughtfully, could it be that Brother Qi Tian, your target ingredient this time is vegetables? Yes. Qi Tian nodded, the target this time is vegetables, and it is the king of vegetables, ozone grass. Ozone grass. Beria was suddenly shocked, it is the ozone grass. The king of vegetables, that grows in the legendary vegetable paradise sky vegetable garden tens of thousands of meters high. Yes, how about it? Do you want to go? Qi Tian said with a smile. Of course I go. Beria nodded vigorously, that's the culmination of the legendary vegetables that no restaurant can eat, the king of vegetables, ozone grass. It is said that you can taste the blessing from the sky that is more delicious than all the vegetables on the ground in one bite. And you can also go to the legendary vegetable paradise where you are said to fall in love with vegetables wherever you come back. Of course. Beria said, the excitement and anticipation on her face could not be stopped. Sky vine is a huge vine hanging down from tens of thousands of meters in the sky vegetable garden. The average diameter of the vine is more than 300 meters, many large leaves can even be used as a landing platform for aircraft, and along this vine all the way up to reach the legendary sky vegetable garden, so it is also known as an invitation from the sky. What an amazing vine! Coming down from the plane, Beria looked at a leaf that could stop the sky vine of their plane without wavering, and with a look of surprise, it fell from tens of thousands of meters in the air. It was the first time she saw such a huge vine. From here, about 30,000 meters up is the vegetable garden in the sky. Qi Tian put away the plane, looked up at the sky vines that were getting thinner and thinner up until he couldn't see clearly. Before climbing the vines in the sky, let me briefly talk about the problems that will be faced next. Qi Tian looked at Beria and spoke. Now the temperature on the sea surface is about 30 degrees, the altitude here is about 1000 meters, that is, 24 degrees, and as the altitude increases, the final temperature will even reach below -80 degrees, and the air is gradually thinning with the increase of altitude. And because it's at sea, there's a high chance you'll encounter cumulonimbus clouds later, and you'll face an enemy called nature. As Qi Tian spoke, Beria's face gradually became serious. After all, she had just awakened the gourmet cell, she hadn't even gotten used to her supernatural power, and suddenly heard Qi Tian say this, instinctively nervous. Of course. With my strength, if I protect you like the wind wall of Dongshan, I can easily cross this environment and directly reach the sky vegetable garden, but... Qi Tiandao, this journey is very dangerous, but it is also good training. Training? Beria was startled. That's right, hunting in the wild, in addition to visible enemies, the natural environment is also extremely difficult, low temperature, high temperature, low oxygen and other extreme environments, are all problems that will be faced when hunting in the wild. Qi Tian said easily. Looking up at the sky vines that had no return, Beria's face did not have the slightest confusion, and then revealed a big smile. Does this still need to be said? Of course, you climb up and fight hard to have a sense of accomplishment. Although he had already guessed Beria's answer, when he heard the answer he wanted to hear, Qi Tian's face suddenly showed a smile, and he took out a long rope from the universal capsule. This is the spider silk woven safety rope of the spider in the snowy domain, although it is only the thickness of the thumb. But the pull force of less than 500 tons can definitely withstand it easily. After taking the safety rope in Qi Tian's hand and tying it around his waist, the two began to climb. Sky vines snake down from the sky, some parts can run like flat ground, while more places are vertical or diagonal, and must be climbed on all fours. But in the end, whether it is Qi Tian or Beria, the two are not ordinary people, even if they are completely vertical. For the two of them, it is just a little more physical strength. Today there are friends who are going to get married, go out to celebrate, just came back, there is one chapter left, it will be late. Chapter 38. The sun is shining, revealing countless bright stars in the sky. At an altitude of 5,000 meters, because there is already a 5,000 meter difference from sea level, plus nights, the temperature is now below zero, and Beria and Qi Tian produce a lot of white gas between every breath. Without unnecessary obstruction, the sky is far clearer than it can be seen on the ground, and there are many more stars. It's beautiful. Beria looked at the bright sky with a bright smile on her face. Beautiful. Qi Tian also followed suit, just. I don't know if I'm talking about the stars in the sky, or about people smiling at the stars. If you still have time to see the scenery all night, come and drink some water first. Water vapor at high altitude is scarce, and the air is dry and it is easy to dehydrate. Qi Tian shouted, there is also hot chocolate, the oxygen here should be less than half of the ground, raise rare, the body's digestive ability will be reduced. Chocolate is a high-energy food is the most suitable for replenishing physical strength. Here it comes. Beria answered and quickly turned around. Hey! Suddenly, a look of pain flashed across Beria's face. It's okay. Qi Tian stepped forward and helped Beria to sit down. Brother Qi Tian, I'm already fine. After a short while, Beria smiled at Qi Tian and said. Now it's 5,000 meters above sea level, oxygen is thin, you haven't been to this altitude before, it's easy to get altitude sickness, move carefully, try to adapt to the environment here first. Qi Tian brought a cup of hot chocolate and handed it over. Already slowly got used to it. Belia took the hot chocolate and smiled. After all, she was not a weak woman, but a transcendent human with gourmet cells. Well, while the current environment is suitable and there is still time, I just teach you to cope with breathing in this low temperature and low oxygen environment. Qi Tian said. Breathing. Beria was a little puzzled. Qi Tian nodded and said, tomorrow, as we continue to climb up, the temperature is good, you are wearing a corset, but the oxygen content will decrease rapidly, and it is difficult to continue climbing if there is no suitable breathing method. The breathing method that Qi Tian wanted to give to Belia is exactly the breathing method that you comprehended here in the Skyvine in the original work, which is also one of the best ways to deal with low temperature and low oxygen environments. First of all, when the oxygen content is low, you must maintain the amount of oxygen in the lungs as much as possible, so that the oxygen carried by the blood is more sufficient, and at the same time, you need to sense your body and generate gourmet cells that only need a small amount of oxygen to produce a lot of energy as much as possible. This kind of thing. Can it be done too? Beria looked surprised. Our gourmet cell is a near universal cell, as long as you carefully sense, and with the help of the environmental stimulation here, it should not be difficult to achieve this level. Qi Tian explained. Next is the second step, that is, to retain the oxygen in the breathed air, in the low temperature environment. The reason why we will spit out white gas, is because the air spit out also contains a lot of oxygen, so, low temperature and low oxygen environment, breathing needs to stop in the throat, and then with the help of the low temperature outside. The highest boiling point in the exhalation of the highest boiling point of carbon dioxide freeze, at this moment the frozen carbon dioxide is spit out, and then body temperature, moisture and oxygen in all swallowed. After listening to Qi Tian's explanation, although Belia looked incredulous, she still tried to breathe. Compared with the first item, which allows the body to produce gourmet cells that consume less oxygen and produce large energy, the second breathing method is undoubtedly simpler. Although the surrounding environment is not considered cold, so it is still a little difficult to apply, but there is no doubt that after a night of contact, Beria has gradually adapted to this method of breathing smoothly. At this time, Qi Tian was not idle, and after quickly familiarizing himself with the breathing method, he tried to generate gourmet cells that consumed less oxygen and produced more energy. Perhaps thanks to the experience of using qi-sensing gourmet cells in recent years, or perhaps this kind of thing is not difficult for gourmet cells, Qi Tian did not spend much effort to communicate with gourmet cells and try to generate gourmet cells that consume less oxygen. Following. After eating a high-energy breakfast in the morning, Qi Tian and Belia climbed up again. Perhaps it was really Beria's strong food luck, and the two climbed directly to an altitude of 10,000 meters above sea level, and did not encounter any fierce beasts except for some weak beasts on the way. And there is no need to fight. In addition to climbing, Belia also has more time, gradually adapting to the surrounding environment, and gradually, Qi Tian can also find that the amount of white gas spit out of Beria's mouth is plummeting. When he reached an altitude of 10,000 meters, Qi Tian could not even see the white qi in Beria's mouth. As for the fact that the generation consumption is smaller and the gourmet cells that produce more energy, whether he does it or not, Qi Tian does not mean to force it. How long he awakens the gourmet cells, and how long does Beria awaken? It was genius to be able to do it, it was normal not to be able to do it, and with the existence of Accorded, Belia did not need to master this during her travels here. And just when Qi Tian sighed that the trip was smooth, under the vine, a large amount of water vapor turned into an updraft, and it rushed into the sky in an instant. The sky was almost visible to the naked eye, the already cold temperature plummeted, and a torrential airflow instantly attacked Qi Tian and Belia in the climbing. Fortunately, the moment the airflow plummeted on his body to form thin ice, Qi Tian's body trembled rapidly, and a large amount of energy was converted into heat, melting the ice and snow on the surface of his body. At the same time, Qi Tian quickly felt Beria's side, and his palm was close to Beria's face that was not covered by a fire suit, and the heat melted the frost that appeared on Beria's face. "Beria, it's okay." Qi Tian stopped trembling and asked. Belia nodded quickly. Qi Tian had melted the frost on her face, and now it was much better. The moment the temperature plummeted just now, she almost thought she would die. "Looks like our good luck is over." Qi Tian looked up at the black clouds around him, and his face had a solemn expression. Restricted area of the sky, cumulonimbus clouds. On the earth where Qi Tian lived before, the climate of cumulonimbus clouds can reach up to 10,000 meters in the sky, and the food earth is even larger, and the thickness of the atmosphere is obviously not a grade, so the cumulonimbus clouds here, a height of 10,000 meters, may just be the beginning. Come up. The next difficulty is not the level you can face right now. Qi Tian carried Belia on his back, pressed his whole body and trembled twice, and instructed, "Try to keep your face behind me, and remember to keep the breath I taught you at all times." Beria answered quietly. She obviously also understood the horror of cumulonimbus clouds, and now all she could do was not to add chaos to Qi Tian as much as possible. Lying on Qi Tian's back, Beria looked at the ordinary clothes Qi Tian was wearing with a distressed look in her eyes. Even if she wore a cold artifact such as a fire tights, she couldn't imagine how Qi Tian was feeling at this time. Boom! Thunder and lightning are constantly shuttling in the black clouds near Qi Tian, and the thunder that is close at hand. Even Qi Tian's muscles are tense, and the sensing ability of Qi is fully stimulated, and the 5 senses plus the 6th sense are dead guarding against the attack of thunder. It's not that he can't carry it, but he still has Belia behind him, and if he is hit by the thunder here, he may be safe, but Beria will definitely have little hope. Let's try to see how far I can do without using Qi Talisman and Dancing Void technique. Qi Tian's eyes flashed a frenzy, kicked hard under his feet. The whole person resisted the violent hurricane, with the induction of Qi to determine the position of the sky vine, jumped up one after another. Each jump, Qi Tian must mobilize the strength of the whole body to fight the hurricane, and every time he stopped, Qi Tian's hands and feet must be firmly buckled into the sky vine and grabbed deadly. But this cumulonimbus cloud is obviously more than the slightest test of dark wind and thunder. The huge cumulonimbus cloud froze the air into an incomparably huge hail at an ultra-low temperature of -50 degrees, and countless huge hailstones with a diameter of more than 3 meters poured down like raindrops under the help of the storm, hitting the already crazy swaying skyvines with a deafening roar, but also making it more difficult for the skyvines to find a suitable foothold. Qigong Cannon. Qi Tian's eyes flashed, and the 2 beams of Qigong directly smashed the ice blocks that were smashing towards them, and among the broken ice slag, Qi Tian carried Belia through quickly. The light of the lightning and the flash of the Qigong explosion allowed Beria behind Qi Tian to see Qi Tian's back. I don't know why, obviously in the dangerous cumulonimbus cloud, Beria felt more reassuring than in her own bed. And gradually, the warm back made her not even afraid of the ultra-low temperature around her. What a warm feeling! Lying on Qi Tian's back, Beria murmured in her heart. Even though the environment is extremely harsh, Qi Tian's climbing action is not the slightest sluggishness, and even under the full burst, it is even faster than when it was calm before. See! Qi Tian's eyes suddenly trembled, and in the dark environment, the faint light above was so conspicuous. Very good, it's about to get out of the cumulonimbus clouds. Qi Tian instantly understood the current situation, but even so, he did not dare to relax in the slightest. And as Qi Tian's climbing surroundings gradually lit up, the temperature was much warmer than just now. Already in the tropopause. Qi Tian secretly said in his heart, using his hands and feet together, Qi Tian directly rushed out of the thick clouds in one breath and came to the top of the sky vine. The bright sun shines again on the clouds, and Qi Tian and Bulia are in the clouds as if they are in a fairyland. In the distance, there is a vast verdant grassland, the majestic wind blows, and the grass sways like the waves, which is pleasant. It's beautiful. Varia, who was lying behind Qi Tian, murmured unconsciously. A big smile appeared on Qi Tian's face. It's here, vegetable paradise, sky vegetable garden. Chapter 39. It's amazing. There really is a continent in the sky. Stepping on the soft grass of the sky vegetable garden, Varia looked at the distance with curiosity. The white clouds in the distance were scattered, and the verdant grass blanket was like a grassland, and the edge could not be seen at all. How did the continent here form and float in the sky? There is a saying among food hunters that the clouds here in the sky vegetable garden are not clouds of water vapor, but the massive volcanic ash erupted by the Pengluo volcanic group not far below froze up at high altitude to form this special nutrient-rich cloud. Some grass species that fell here took root and sprouted here, and over the years, the dense root system has spread all over this cloud continent, and finally became what it is now. Qi Tian explained. It feels great. Varia marveled. Of course, there is some truth in this statement, but it certainly cannot be so simple, and the detailed reasons for the formation can only be answered after a detailed investigation by specialized gastronomic geologists. Qi Tian spread his hands. The world's strange geomorphology and food are more, even if he has read the original work, Qi Tian cannot say that he knows everything. After all, the description in the original book is just around the protagonist's group. In short, it is enough to grow this delicious vegetable on this magical cloud continent. Varia said with a playful smile. That's right. Qi Tian smiled and nodded. One of them is a food hunter and the other is a chef, and although they will be a little curious, they can't really change careers and study these things. Brother Qi Tian, follow me. I already smell a good aroma. Varia jumped and walked into a grove of trees. Qi Tian followed without hurry. There are no fierce beasts here in the sky vegetable garden, so there is absolutely no problem in terms of safety. After passing through that small piece of jungle, what came into the eyes of Qi Tian and Bulia was the endless country of vegetables, white radish, carrots, tomatoes, pumpkins, as well as huge green onions, huge broccoli trees and countless other vegetables spread all over the earth. Looking into the distance, Qi Tian could not even see the edge of this vegetable carpet. Such a rich aroma, this is not inferior to the rich aroma of meat, full of green vitality. I can't believe that this smell is actually from vegetables. Varia looked at the spectacular vegetable field in front of her and took a deep breath, took 3 steps and made 2 steps, directly entered the vegetable field, and picked a red tomato. And Qi Tian also walked into the vegetable field, directly pulled out a basketball-sized cabbage from the field, so fragrant. Holding the big cabbage, Qi Tian's face showed a look of intoxication. Thanks to all the ingredients in the world. With a one-handed prayer, Qi Tian directly tore off a page of cabbage and put it in his mouth. It's so crisp. Qi Tian's face showed surprise. This clicky taste is simply like eating potato chips, and after chewing, the cabbage actually melts on the tip of the tongue, as if it is a thick cheese with cabbage flavor, which is really delicious. This tomato is so sweet. The juice is also so full, it's just like fruit. Varia was also pleasantly surprised to look at the tomato in her hand. It is worthy of being a vegetable paradise. Obviously it is just the most ordinary vegetable, but it turns out that it is only because it grows here, and it has given birth to such an amazing delicacy. Qi Tian said while eating. What he can taste, whether it is the cabbage in his hand or the tomato in Varia's hand, is actually not a special taste, and it can be said that it is all the credit of the Sky Vegetable Garden to have such a delicacy. Belia also nodded repeatedly. No wonder people who go back from here will become vegetarians, and the taste of the vegetables here is not inferior to the meat dishes of those high-end restaurants just by eating them like this. Haha, I hope the vegetables here don't turn us into pure vegetarianism, otherwise we will miss a lot of delicious food. Qi Tian said with a smile, and at the same time pulled out a giant white radish from the field, and as soon as his energy turned, the skin of the white radish stained with soil was directly cut off by Qi Tian. This radish is not spicy at all, and there is a lot of fiber, and the moisture is also scary, and the taste is also, although it is a very refreshing radish flavor when eaten, but the more you chew, the stronger the taste, it is simply like a thoroughly boiled oden. Qi Tian said while chewing. The yellow light over here too. Obviously, the taste of so much moisture should be very weak, but the taste is amazingly rich, and the just right saltiness gradually spreads in the mouth. Beria said, but the skin on her face became extremely tender and smooth, and this obvious effect made Beria immediately nibble on 2 cucumbers. The soft marshmallow pumpkin, the flesh is as soft as a marshmallow when eaten, and it melts quickly in the mouth without chewing at all, and the sweetness of the pumpkin is vividly displayed. The fries in the fry spring are fried just right, and they are naturally salty, and when paired with the tomato pulp found in the Sky Vegetable Garden, the natural sauce tomato is simply excellent. The huge broccoli tree, the soft taste of a bite is as if it has been blanched in water, and the liquid like Kyandeo sauce oozes out of the bite, as if tasting a naturally grown salad, and you can't stop eating it. Oversized green onions, even if eaten raw, are not bitter or spicy at all, but the more chewed they are, the sweeter they get. Lettuce, almond cabbage, these vegetables can also be found on land, but grown in the Sky Vegetable Garden, the taste and texture of the ingredients are simply different from the ground. The same vegetables or natural vegetable dishes entered the belly of Qi Tian and Beria. Thanks to the existence of gourmet cells, the stomachs of the two seemed to be connected to a different dimensional space. Even if each vegetable was eaten open, it still swept a large vegetable field, and countless vegetables were eaten by the two. However, the vegetables grown in the Sky Vegetable Garden are rich in minerals, vitamins, and plant fiber, and are low in fat and extremely high in nutritional value, allowing the body to quickly digest everything it eats without any burden, which is another reason why in addition to gourmet cells, the two can eat so much. What a shame! Beria stood up with a red face, looked at the crime scene behind her, and kicked some dirt to cover it up. It is obviously a pleasant grassland, but Beria is shy, has no other thoughts at all, and wanders around here, not wanting to go back so quickly. And just as Beria strolled to a hillside, her steps stopped, and she was shocked by the endless sea of white clouds on the other side of the hillside, and the beautiful flowers blooming one after another above the sea of white clouds. Are these comfortable? Qi Tian lifted his pants and stood up. His face was comfortable, this incomparably smooth breath to expel all the waste in the body, it was simply not too cool. Suddenly, "Brother Qi Tian, come quickly! Brother Qi Tian!" came Beria's excited shout in the distance. Hey! Qi Tian was stunned, but then reacted, his eyes suddenly lit up, and the only thing that could make Beria so excited at this time was, ozone grass was found. Without the slightest ink blot, Qi Tian rose directly into the sky and galloped towards the direction of Beria in the distance. Swoosh! Qi Tian's whole body burned with white qi and landed beside Beria on the hillside, looking at the large ozone grass field above the white clouds with a happy face. Hey! Beria on the side was suddenly stunned. Strange, it was obviously on just now. How did I turn around, and I closed it all? On. Listening to Beria's whisper, Qi Tian's face suddenly showed a big smile. That's because Beria you were accepted by ozone grass. Qi Tian opened his mouth to answer Beria's question. Accepted by ozone grass. Beria was startled and looked at Qi Tian for no apparent reason. The ingredients, in fact, will choose the chef who cooks it, and the person who tastes it, but most of the ingredients do not have the ability to express, and ozone grass is an ingredient that takes this ability to the extreme. Qi Tian said. It will open unreservedly to the chef and taster it accepts, and to the diner it has no choice, it will close the leaf that cannot be eaten and show rejection. And this kind of thing. Belia looked at Qi Tian in surprise. As a chef, her understanding of ingredients is not deep, but this is the first time she has heard of this kind of thing. That is, Beria, you have not fully mastered the ability to listen to the sound of ingredients, otherwise it is easy for chefs who can listen to the sound of ingredients to detect this. Qi Tian said. In a remote corner of the food city, Ms. Jina has a small shop that receives customers at irregular times, and many people think that it is to see the mood of Ms. Setsunao, but in fact, Ms. Setsunao decides the opening time completely according to the mood of the ingredients. Beria nodded thoughtfully. She had also heard about the Food National Treasure Festival Ladies Festival Cafeteria. Originally she thought that Ms. Setsunao opened the shop according to her mood, but she did not expect that according to Ms. Setsuna's mood, but the mood of the ingredients. And Qi Tian was also full of joy at this time, although it had almost been confirmed before, but being accepted by ozone grass so simply shows that Belia is definitely a chef who loves ingredients. Chapter 40. On top of the white clouds, Qi Tian and Belia walked into the ozone grass, which they didn't think about on the hillside before, but after getting closer to the ozone grass, they found that it was really big. Each ozone grass is about 15 or 6 meters tall. What smell? Just approaching the ozone grass, Beria suddenly covered her nose, the expression on her face was distorted, and a tear came out of the corner of her eyes. Ozone grass, of course, the smell of ozone. Qi Tian patted the ozone grass. This huge outer layer of leaves can't actually be eaten, all that can be eaten is this layer of thick and pungent leaves wrapped in the center. The most central piece. Belia suddenly thought of the scene of ozone grass blooming that she had seen before, the leaves blooming like petals, and the stamens in the middle were together, as if wrapped in something. Is that ozonated grass? Beria muttered. However, ozone grass is a special cooking ingredient, and it is not easy to catch ozone grass. In addition to being actively accepted by ozone grass like Beria, it is not easy to peel off this layer of pico. Qi Tian patted the thick skin of the ozone grass and smiled. Special cooking ingredients. As a chef, of course, Beria knows what special cooking ingredients are, and you can't use ordinary cooking techniques, but require special cooking sequences or cooking methods to inspire her delicious ingredients. Beria looked up at the ozone grass, her eyes showed a trance, and she subconsciously muttered in her mouth, it seems to be. 2 leaves need to be peeled off at the same time. Hey! Qi Tian was shocked, and looked at Beria, who still had a trance on her face, and was surprised in her heart. He just reminded him that it was a special cooking ingredient, and he discovered the way the dish was captured, which meant that Beria could already hear the sound of the ingredients clearly. I remember. Belia, she seems to be only 21 years old this year. Qi Tian was amazed in his heart. You must know that in the original book, Komatsu first heard the sound of ingredients at the age of 25, starting from the cuisine of the century soup, and the experience of fighting that time made his more than 10 years of cooking experience completely bloom, and finally he could slowly listen to the sound of the ingredients skillfully. But Qi Tian hadn't heard of Beria, she had any similar experience, which stimulated the chef's soul to awaken. Peel off 2 leaves at the same time. Beria blinked, turned her head to look at Qi Tian and said, the special cooking method of ozone grass should be to peel off 2 leaves at the same time. Qi Tian nodded, and a wry smile suddenly appeared on his face. 1 point is through, 1 point is through, this should be the so-called genius. However, what made Qi Tian feel slightly strange was that with Belia's talent and food luck, even if Dongshan was not saved by him, it should not fall early, and its blooming light would definitely be dazzling enough, but why did it appear among the captives without food? Although his appearance in this world will disrupt the so-called plot, it should not cause some people to skyrocket their talents or suddenly receive the love of food luck. However, such thoughts are only fleeting. After all, there is no point in pursuing this issue, and there is no way to investigate it further. Belia. Can you feel that we should take both leaves at the same time? Qi Tian asked. Peel off those 2 leaves. Beria looked at the huge ozone grass, spun around, and then stopped in front of a leaf. Just this piece, and the 3rd piece on your right-hand side, brother Qi Tian. Beria said with some uncertainty. 3rd piece. Qi came to the 3rd piece on the right-hand side. Beria, you count 1, 2, 3, I'll cooperate with you to pull down this leaf at the same time. Good. Beria nodded, looking at the huge ozone grass in front of her, and instantly entered the cooking state. The confusion and hesitation on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by extremely concentrated attention. 2, 3. As Beria's sound fell, Beria directly pulled the huge leaves of the ozone grass and dragged them down hard, while Qi Tian on the other side cooperated to rip the leaves away at the same speed at the moment Beria moved. No change. The ozone grass that was ripped off by Qi Tian and Belia did not change in the slightest, which its success. First step. The 3rd leaf on the right. Beria shouted at Qi Tian, while grabbing another leaf herself. With the same 1, 2, 3 orders, 2 more leaves were ripped off intact. About 10 minutes later. Looking at the leaves that were only the last layer left, Qi Tian and Belia looked at each other. 1, 2, 3. As the last 2 leaves were ripped off, the ozone grass leaves curled up in the center stretched, and the crystal clear tender green leaves splashed with gentle swinging, as if it was a pearl shimmering in the sun. The thick leaves were tender as if they could be broken, and if you listened carefully, you could hear the pulsating sound of the leaves. This is ozone grass. This is the first time I have seen such a vibrant vegetable. Beria looked at the ozone grass, her eyes seemed to be shining, and at the same time a blush on her face flashed quietly. This is the leaves that are fully bathed in sunlight and fully absorbed enough nutrients from the mineral-rich grey cloud, and the outer layers of wrapped leaves absorb the toxic ingredients and emit a pungent smell. How much ozone grass will have the aroma of fresh food that is abnormally appetizing? Qi Tian could not even control the saliva at the corners of his mouth, and Superman's senses were faced with temptations and stimuli countless times more than ordinary people at this time. Brother Qi Tian, in addition to the special cooking method, this ozone grass seems special tastings are also required. Beria pulled the sleeves of Rosician and spoke in a low voice, and at the same time, a blush had quietly appeared on her face. Do you want 2 people to bite it at the same time? Qi Tian turned his head to look at Beria and said with a smile. Ah, brother Qi Tian, you know. Beria looked surprised. Of course. Qi Tian nodded, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Didn't I say it before I came? The goal this time is an ingredient that I can't capture alone. Beria remembered, Qi Tian seemed to have really said this. But Qi Tian has long known that the words mean. Beria looked at Qi Tian, and there was a hint of shyness in her eyes. You did it on purpose. Beria didn't have a good airway. What on purpose? Qi Tian had an expression that I couldn't understand, and said innocently, can ozone grass still eat it? Eat? Beria gave Qi Tian a blank look and agreed without the slightest hesitation. It was also the shouts of Beria as a chef, almost face to face. Qi Tian and Beria looked at each other and bit down at the same time. It's so strong, you can feel the amazing elasticity of ozone grass just by chewing your teeth lightly, and these vibrations are fiber? A lot of fibers. The moment the bite is broken, all kinds of vibrations are transmitted back to the upper and lower jaws. Chewing can even become enjoyment. The crisp and refreshing delicacy and the just right bitterness of the leaves burst out at the same time. This delicacy undoubtedly surpasses all the vegetables in the sky vegetable garden. Qi Tian was tasting the delicacy in his mouth, and the muscles of his body quickly swelled. Although the gourmet cell has not evolved, it has become a lot stronger, and it really doesn't hurt to eat more vegetarian. Qi Tian looked at the swollen muscles on his body and turned his head. I saw Beria, who had her eyes closed and her whole body emitting a brilliant white light. This. Qi Tian was stunned. In his perception, the breath of life of Beria is rapidly increasing, and there is no doubt that the gourmet cell is evolving. Walter. Qi Tian looked confused. If he remembered correctly, in Winter Mountain, it seemed that Beria's cells had just evolved, and it had only been a long time. Beria is the protagonist of this world. The corner of Qi Tian's mouth twitched. This kind of speed, in the evolution twice, Beria's cell level may be able to enter the food world. My cells. Awakening from the delicacy, Beria felt the familiar sense of power in her body, and she was also a little dazed. It's obvious, it's evolved again. Qi Tian's voice also seemed a little helpless. In addition to the first gourmet cell awakening, and the increase in strength during the later Qi awakening, the evolution of his gourmet cells at other times took a lot of effort. Belia, is the evolution of gastronomic cells so simple? Trust me, you are special. Qi Tian shrugged. Beria blinked and looked at Qi Tian. Ahem. Coughing lightly twice, Qi Tian looked at Beria and suddenly spoke, do you want to try to form a partner? Belia, hey. I mean, do you want to form a partner with me? Just like in the previous Winter Mountain, I am in charge of hunting ingredients, and you will cook. Qi Tian looked at Belia seriously and said. Partner. Beria hesitated slightly, that. Is this the meaning of confession? Confession. Originally, Qi Tian was still a little disappointed when he looked at Beria's hesitation, but after hearing Beria's question, he couldn't laugh or cry. You must know that from the realization now, all the time together may not exceed 10 days, if this situation is obvious, it must be a gluttonous body. The key is people's cooking. Of course not, just a hunting partner for food hunters and chefs. Qi Tian said. Just a food hunter and chef's partner. Hearing Qi Tian's explanation, Beria was immediately relieved, although he said that he had saved her in Dongshan and took her through all kinds of extremely wonderful journeys that she had never experienced before, but after all, they had not known each other for a long time. If they are together so soon, she is really a little difficult to accept. I agree. Beria replied with a sigh of relief. Yay! Qi Tian's mood suddenly became excited. Excellent chefs in the human world cannot be found, especially in the food world, the power of superb chefs is even more essential. Qi Tian suddenly rolled his eyes, pointed to the ozone grass that had only taken 2 bites, and said, Beria. As the first meal of the partner, you have to eat all the left. Eat it all. Beria looked at the ozone grass on the side, and the scene of the two eating all the ozone grass in one bite suddenly appeared in her mind, especially the last bite, that. Belia's face suddenly flew red. Her decision was not done rashly. Chapter 41. AQ. On the sea level, Qi Tian held Belia and flew in the air. Qi Tian's body was wrapped with raging anger, wrapping Qi Tian and wrapping Beria. However, even so, Beria kept sneezing. Looking at Beria in his arms, Qi Tian's face showed a rare look of embarrassment. This time it was indeed his fault. Thinking that the Sky Vegetable Garden did not have beasts and peace and stability, he relaxed his vigilance, and underestimated the horror of the Sky Vegetable Garden. He also didn't expect that a second ago they were eating ozone grass and enjoying the sunset at an altitude of 20,000 meters, and as a result, the sun had just set, and the environment of the vegetable garden in the sky changed drastically. The first is the temperature. The disappearance of the huge energy source of the sun makes the temperature of the Sky Vegetable Garden plummet. The temperature soon reached an ultra-low temperature of about -80 degrees. This terrifying temperature difference between day and night, no wonder the vegetables in the Sky Vegetable Garden will be so amazingly sweet. Then followed by the lack of oxygen, during the day because of the full sun, the countless green plants in the huge sky vegetable garden are photosynthetic to release enough oxygen, so that the oxygen here is almost level with the ground. However, at night, the countless green plants not only stop photosynthesis to release oxygen, but even turn to respiration. Oxygen is consumed in large quantities, and carbon dioxide constantly encroaches on the space of the original oxygen, but in just 1 minute, the oxygen concentration instantly drops to less than 1/20th of the previous level. This sudden drop in oxygen concentration, even Qi Tian could not adapt to it instantly. As for Beria, if it weren't for the evolution of gourmet cells just before, plus Qi Tian's quick reaction, directly holding Beria through the clouds of the sky vegetable garden and returning to the ground, I'm afraid. Now it's not just a matter of 1 or 2 sneezes. Sorry, I didn't expect to let you go through this kind of thing just after forming a partner. Qi Tian looked apologetic. No, you can't blame brother Qi Tian. Beria shook her head. No one would have thought that the gap between day and night in a peaceful place like the sky vegetable garden would be so large. No, I didn't think it through. The stratospheric has a huge temperature difference between day and night, and green plants absorb oxygen for respiration after no sunlight. These are basic common sense. Qi Tian shook his head. It was his mistake, he would not push back. And this experience can be regarded as a good lesson for him, in any situation. We can't let our guard down, especially if we underestimate nature. He is also glad that if this lesson is in the food world, maybe he will not die, but something will definitely happen that he will regret for the rest of his life. Belia, I assure you, this is the first and will be the last such thing. Qi Tian looked serious. I believe in brother Qi Tian. Beria smiled, because she returned to the ground, and with Qi Tian's warm qi, her body had also recovered. After all, she was no longer the weak woman who had no chicken power before. Beria lay in Qi Tian's arms, and a look of determination appeared in Qi Tian's eyes where Qi Tian couldn't see. Although Qi Tian took everything on herself, the most fundamental reason for this matter was that she was too weak after all, and if she could adapt to that low temperature and low oxygen environment, this time it was not worth making a fuss about. Back in the human city, Qi Tian opened a room directly in a high-end hotel. Beria, I asked them to prepare some easily absorbed ingredients, and after eating them, they will rest well tonight. I'm sending you home tomorrow. At the door of the hotel room, Qi Tian ordered. I know. Beria walked into the room and spread it directly on the big bed of the hotel, recalling Qi Tian's previous concern in her mind, and the corners of her mouth slightly curved. After a night without a word, the next day, Qi Tian first visited the city's famous food streets, food playgrounds, and some famous food shops with Beria before sending Belia home. After returning to the residence alone, Qi Tian was actually a little dissatisfied with this journey. In addition to the sky vegetable garden, Qi Tian actually prepared another journey this time. A journey ready to be smuggled into the world of gastronomy through the sky vegetable garden. Qi Tian also discovered after some secret investigations, and there are some other secret paths in the human world to the food world, in addition to those 3 well-known roads. The sky vegetable garden is one of them, and at the very edge of the grey cloud of the sky vegetable garden, there is a small area that protrudes into the food world. Although the area is small and the species located in the sky are not very rich, the food world is the food world, and the ingredients in it definitely have the quality of most ingredients far beyond most of the human world. Forget it, if you can't go, you can't go. It just so happens that this incident also shows that I want to break into the food world, and I am still a little short of fire after all. Qi Tian shook his head, put this matter behind him, took out a thick book from his arms, and then unfolded it to study it. It turned out that it was not a book, but an incomparably huge map folded up. Map of the Lost Forest, the largest sea of trees on Earth. The Lost Forest, the most extensive forest in the world, even has a total area of 30 million square kilometers, and because of the special magnetic field and electromagnetic wave interference, all GPS and compasses are simply invalid, claiming that once you get lost in this lost forest, you will never want to come out of this forest for the rest of your life. And on this map, it also marked the road to the Shulin temple that Qi Tian had been looking for. As early as not long after coming to this world, Qi Tian had already set his sights on the Shulin temple. Whether it was food righteousness, food, or soap bubble fruit, all of them were the existence that Qi Tian coveted. But the location of the Shulin temple is really unfriendly. What is the concept of 30 million square kilometers? The area of Africa in the 7 continents is 30.2 million square kilometers, that is to say, the Lost Forest is equivalent to the size of an entire Africa, and the Shulin temple, the total area is probably only 10 square kilometers. Finding a small food forest in the Lost Forest, which covers a total area of 30 million square kilometers, is simply hellish. At the beginning, when he inquired, there was almost no gain, and Qi Tian was almost ready to use his brain to do something. And then turned himself in and let ego send him to the Shulin temple to labor camp. It has almost been determined, the exact location of the Shulin temple can be found out in 3 days at most. After studying carefully for a while, Qi Tian sighed with relief at the numerous maps in front of him, even if he got the map of the Lost Forest marked with the Shulin temple from Yulong's hand. But if you don't study it clearly, it's hard to find Shorinji temple with just a map. Qi Tian lay on his back on the sofa made of soft marshmallow rock and stretched. Exactly, first rest for a week, and I have to ask Beria if she wants to go to the Shulin temple for further study. Although he said this, Qi Tian did not think that Beria would refuse to go to the Food Forest Temple for further study, knowing that the mastery of food righteousness could not only improve combat effectiveness, but even the basic skills of cooking would make a qualitative leap because of the practice of food righteousness. Kiloria. Although it has airports and stations that are connected to many countries, it is one of the real non-ego member countries. The shadow of war and the cloud of poverty have hung over the country for more than 100 years, and famine has been the norm in the country. And Beria, who was born in this country, is one of the very few poor people who have been able to leave the country with hard work and talent. But even though she had left the country, Beria often came back to see it, bringing a lot of ordinary ingredients that she had saved up for a while to buy and return to her hometown. Sister Beria. It's Sister Beria coming. Before entering the town, many yellow-faced and skinny children in the distance beckoned happily at Beria. When Beria entered the town, there were already many people waiting for Beria. Among them, the leader is an old man who is not small, and like the children around him, the old man is also yellow-skinned and skinny. Grandpa Valen, how many times have I told you, you have bad legs and feet, you don't have to come to pick me up every time. Beria said and quickly stepped forward to help the old man. Out of the way, out of the way. Old man Valen waved his hand with a smile. It's only been a few days since you came last time, how come you have time to come back? I missed Grandpa Valen, and naturally I came back. Beria smiled sweetly. By the way, Grandpa Valen, what about Polut? I brought a lot of ingredients this time, enough for everyone to eat for a while, let Polut help them divide it. Oh Porut! They went to farm, and a few days after you came last time, we passed by a kind Regener-sama who helped regenerate a large area of wasteland and left a lot of seeds, and now we can cultivate and survive. The smile on old man Valen's face was unusually bright. Really? That's great. Beria was also pleasantly surprised. Of course, she understands the truth that teaching people to fish is not as good as teaching people to fish, but in the past, she was only barely able to survive in the outside world while trying to help a little, and she had no ability to teach people to fish. Grandpa Valen, what is the name of that Regener? I must find an opportunity to thank him properly. Beria asked happily. That regenerative master called himself Pujan, and he looked like a teenage girl, but the regeneration technology was really speechless. And in 3 or 2 strokes it turned our wasteland into fertile land. Old man Valen said with a look of emotion, and walked on the road and said all the way. Pujin? I remembered. Belia also listened carefully. If she didn't have the ability before, she could only silently pray for well-wishers in her heart, but now that she has the ability, she will definitely find an opportunity to repay. Grandpa Valen, then I will go to the master first, and when they come back, don't forget to let them go to the master's house to find me to get the ingredients. Sending the old man Varun home, Beria continued deep into the dilapidated town, and finally stopped at a remote alley. Belia smiled and knocked on the door of a room in the alley. Master, I came to see you, this time I really brought good wine. Hiccup. Wine? Strange, didn't smell alcohol? With a drunken sound, the door opened, and a scruffy middle-aged man with a tall figure but no flesh walked out of the house. I just Hiccup said that the rabbit cub dares to joke with wine, it turns out that you are back with Bayetu. The middle-aged man burped drunkenly and looked at Beria with impatience. Master, you are not in good health, it is better to drink less. Beria did not care about the middle-aged attitude at all, and walked into the room with a smile. Chapter 42. Master, you are not in good health, it is better to drink less alcohol. Beria couldn't help sighing as she looked at the room full of wine bottles, and cleaned up as she spoke. As for the middle-aged man called the master, he picked up the wine bottle in his hand without saying a word, drank it directly, burped and threw the bottle away. Beria also sighed helplessly. For more than 10 years, she has been advising her master to stop drinking or drinking less, but the current situation, obviously, completely useless. After cleaning up the house, Beria took out a universal capsule from her arms, pressed it casually and threw it on the ground, accompanied by a puff of smoke, and several large boxes appeared out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, a tempting aroma of wine spread. Obviously, this box is full of wine, and it is all good wine. After more than 10 years of persuasion, Beria did not persuade, and if she did not deliver wine, her master would drink a lot of inferior wine that she did not know where to get. In contrast, Beria still chooses some good wine that does little harm to the body and sends it over regularly. And Beria's master, except for the moment when Beria threw out the universal capsule, his eyes fluttered, and the rest of the time he just lay on the sofa and drank silently. Beria walked into the simple kitchen on the side familiarly, while talking to the decadent middle-aged about her, even about partnering with Qi Tian, and while talking, she opened the meal, and soon, the table was full of colorful and fragrant meals. But Beria's master never looked at it, just lying on the sofa and drinking. And Beria is obviously used to it, and even the meals prepared are some dishes that will not change the taste too much when they are cooled. When Beria finished cooking, it was almost noon, and at this time, there was another knock on the door outside, but this time Beria's master lay on the sofa without the slightest movement, and Beria also consciously went over to open the door. There was a fairly tall man standing outside the door, just like the people nearby, some yellow-faced and thin, and the skeleton could be seen all over the body, and there were many people and tools such as small carts standing next to the man. Sister Beria. The tall man grinned. Sister Beria. A group of people outside the door also shouted respectfully. Although Beria was silly and naive when she was with Qi Tian before, in fact, she was also a child king back then, just. Her child, Wang was not bought by fighting or other means. Instead, with cooking skills and knowledge of ingredients, he took a group of children to search for something to eat in the wild. For children born in such underfed countries, Belia, who can help them find something to eat in what seems to be a wilderness and is willing to share it with them, and even teach them what to eat, what is poisonous or how to poison, is undoubtedly leading their big sister. Even after so many years, this friendship has not changed, but has become more and more intense. Porut, you are here, let's move the ingredients first, everything is placed in the yard, I will say hello to the master and go over. Beria said with a smile, then turned and walked into the house to speak, then walked out, and together with everyone, busily carried the several large boxes of ingredients that Beria had put in the yard in advance onto the small cart. And in the room, looking at the departing Beria's group, the decadent middle-aged man who drank wine only held up the wine bottle and looked at the ceiling and muttered incoherently. Lily, Bayeta's cooking skills are getting better and better, and she is becoming more and more like you, and besides, Bayeta seems to have met a good food hunter. That's nice. She can be fed enough, which is better than you, and met a useless food hunter. The decadent middle-aged muttered less and less, and finally tilted his head and fell asleep directly on the sofa. Perhaps because of falling asleep, a rich sad look appeared on the face of the middle-aged decadent who had no spirit. Yes. Qi Tian waved his hand excitedly. Finally, it can be completed, and the best map to the temple is completed. Qi Tian looked at the map after map of his injuries, and his heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. In other words, most of the special ingredients in the Lost Forest I remember should be special cooking ingredients. Belia has not practiced food righteousness. I don't know if I can handle it. Or is it that after practicing food from the Shokurenji temple, he is deep into the Lost Forest? Just thinking about it, suddenly, a wisp of vague aura appeared around him. Who suddenly got up? Qi Tian's eyes shone with cold light, and he entered the state of imminent battle in just an instant, and someone sneaked around him without missing the slightest breath. This kind of behavior, the person who came was not good. With that wisp of vague breath, Qi Tian jumped out of the window without hesitation, cautiously vigilant around, and quickly tracked along that breath. It didn't take long, just a minute or two before Qi Tian saw the owner of the breath. It was a man who was shrouded in a wide black robe, and he could only see a relatively tall figure. There was no momentum in his body, but the previous breath move, as well as Qi Tian's intuition, faintly told him that this person in front of him was very dangerous. What are you? What is the purpose? Qi Tian looked at the person who came and said coldly. At the same time, Qi Tian was also thinking quickly, thinking about things that might intersect with such characters after he came to this world. It's nothing, it's just that I didn't expect that a young man of your strength suddenly appeared in the human world, and under curiosity, he wanted to compete with you. The voice of the man in black is very strange. It should be using a special technique to change the voice, and he can't hear men and women. While speaking, the body of the man in black exuded a very dangerous aura. This breath. Qi Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his right hand did not hesitate to hold the qi and condense, and a 3-meter-long chopstick seemed to be a cannon, attacking first and throwing it directly. The man in black chuckled, his feet moved slightly, and he stretched out his right hand under the black robe without hurry, and his thick arm clenched into a fist, seemingly slowly but directly bombarded the tip of the chopstick cannon with amazing speed. With a roar, Qi Tian's chopsticks that were condensed by Qi Tian were actually shattered by a punch. But the man in black was not completely unharmed. The colliding fist was bloody, and even the bone slag could be clearly seen, but after just 1 or 2 breaths, the injury was already recovering. Knock on the bowl and chopsticks. Qi Tian's figure at this time had already burst into the not far distance of the man in black, and a blue chopstick held in his right hand and slammed down. However, the right hand of the man in black had already gathered above his head and directly set up Qi Tian's chopsticks, and Qi Tian's power was vented towards the man in black through the chopsticks without reservation. And yet, the earth under the feet of the man in black cracked, and dense cracks quickly spread from under the feet of the man in black, but he himself did not move. What a subtle means of unloading! Qi Tian's gaze froze, and he could see that the man in black had just unloaded almost all of his cathartic power into the ground, and this method made Qi Tian feel horrified, and he took a few steps back directly under his feet to open the distance. However, the man in black did not make a move, but instead looked at Qi Tian and asked, "Boy, what is your relationship with Ego President Yulong? How could he use his food skills?" Qi Tian's brows furrowed slightly, and he did not answer silently. He had not yet faced the enemy and talked about the sky first. As if seeing Qi Tian's thoughts, the man in black actually sat down directly cross-kneeled, and his momentum converged and relaxed, completely without the intention of fighting before. "Who the hell are you?" Qi Tian frowned and looked at the man in black and asked coldly. He was a little confused about what this guy meant. Just now he obviously released that dangerous aura, but now he was sitting in front of him without any vigilance. "Is it because of confidence in your own strength?" Qi Tian secretly said in his heart, and the majestic aura in his body was about to move. "Don't be nervous, I'm just commissioned by an old guy to test your strength. The degree you showed just now is enough." The man in black shrugged. "Of course, who commissioned it, can't tell you. Now, can you satisfy my curiosity? How can you use the chopsticks of the Ego President Ichiryu's food skills? What is your relationship with him? Will you even teach the food skills, illegitimate son?" Listening to the question on the other side, Qi Tian's face did not have the slightest expression fluctuation. Although he usually looks good-tempered, he was first provoked for no reason, and then asked him about gossip with a playful smile. Even if he was good-tempered, Qi Tian couldn't answer in a good voice. Qi Tian's body burned with a roaring arrogance, and the terrifying power did not have the catharsis reserved by number 4, and a black hair rose up into the sky, and the surrounding earth trembled under the influence of this force. And at the moment when Qi Tian's power broke out, the entire human world, no, it was not that small scope, but the entire food earth, including the food world, seemed to be able to feel the power of Qi Tian's explosion. Ichiryu at the Ego headquarters, Jiro, who was drunk in the Juhao Islands, and Setsuna, who was cooking, all stopped their injured movements and looked solemnly in the direction of Qi Tian, and even the boss Sanhu located at the headquarters of the food industry food club glanced at it seemingly casually. And more weak people or beasts are also dignified. Qi Tian didn't know the waves caused by his explosive power, and looked coldly at the man in black on the opposite side. "Say who let you come, and then roll." "This." The black shadow man, who was originally sitting in place full of confidence, froze his whole body, looking at the godlike Qi Tian. The corner of his eyes twitched, and his throat swallowed empty. "Howler, let's get out." The man in black smiled and wanted to get up and leave. "Ugh!" Qi Tian's figure instantly appeared behind the man in black, staring coldly at the man in black. "Goo!" The man in black was very bitter in his heart at this time, and he could think that a rookie food hunter who had not even entered the food world had such terrifying power. He really wanted to give the bastard who entrusted him a good beating now, but we also have professional ethics. The client this kind of thing, if you agree to not say it, you won't say it, it's a big deal. "I don't want this body, give it to you." The man in black completely let go, and the whole person lay on the ground, playing scoundrel. "Isn't it ontology?" A different color flashed in Qi Tian's eyes. Since just now, he felt that the breath of this guy in front of him was wrong, and he didn't look like a normal human, but he never thought that this person was not an entity. You know, what Qi Tian is facing now is not a GT robot, but a real flesh and blood. Chapter 43. If you want to kill or kill, you are casual. Looking at the man in black lying on the ground without the slightest defense, hob flesh-like, Qi Tian's eyes flashed coldly, and his right hand directly grabbed the other party, and the azure blue chi wrapped the other party. "Do you think I dare not kill you? It's all said, you are casual is. Anyway, I'm just a matter of changing my body." The man in black pouted, and his tone was completely your tone. "Yes." Qi Tian squinted slightly. It was also at this time that he noticed that the black clothes around the man in black were not real clothes, but similar to fur growing on the body. This discovery undoubtedly increases the possibility that the other party is not the entity. Even if it's not the body, I don't believe that the price spent on you cultivating such a body will be small. Qi Tian said coldly. "Lao Tzu is rich, Lao Tzu is willing, hurry up and kill. After killing Lao Tzu, I still have to go to eat. The man in black shouted that the dead pig was not afraid of boiling water. After killing, go back to eat. Qi Tian's eyes narrowed. What if I don't kill you? If you don't kill, can't Lao Tzu commit suicide? As soon as the man in black pouted, looking at Qi Tian's heart in front of him, the energy in his body began to rage in his body. Almost instantly, it was covered with dense cracks, and red light flashed under the cracks. Self-explosion. Qi Tian frowned. He didn't expect this man in black to be so crisp, and he originally wanted to try a set of words. As soon as his mind moved, the qi that enveloped the man in black's whole body burst out. With a heaven-shattering roar, the blinding light bloomed in the middle of the night. Not far from the location of the explosion, Qi Tian sensed the central area of the explosion through the qi. There was nothing left in the center of the explosion, and there was not even the slightest trace left under the double explosion of the man in black. He thought again. Wondering who might hire someone to test him, he had several ideas, but the clues were too few to be sure. And to be honest, Qi Tian didn't care much about this so-called temptation, although it was a little reckless, but there was no doubt that he and the vast majority of people in this world were not on the same level. After Qi Tian stood in place and was silent for a while, he flew directly out of here. And at this time, somewhere in the food world, in a cave, a monster man who looked like a monster, covered in green skin, had scaly meat buns on his face, and was full of white hair came out cursing. Damn little ghost, it was so thorough, there was no fragment left, it was a shell that Lao Tzu spent a lot of resources to cultivate. This monster man is also the manipulator behind the man in black who attacked Qi Tian before, but he now wants to die more than Qi Tian imagined. Originally, the reason why he died so impassionedly and heroically was because although the body he cultivated was flesh and blood, it was not a human being, and it could not kill that body in terms of death for humans. And there are also properties similar to some plants, as long as there are residual parts, he will spend resources to respawn them, but now. What kind of explosion can still leave a hair? Wait, if my Lord King Luo Luo doesn't take revenge, then I won't. The monster man's face was grim. And then the power that Qi Tian burst out appeared in his mind. Just one day of hunger strike, no, I will go on a hunger strike for 3 days. The monster man said viciously. Ego HQ. A dragon who was originally working stood on the edge of the roof and stared at the distance where he had sensed the direction of the huge energy before. Although the energy he sensed before was not as good as him, there was no doubt that it would not be difficult for that force to burst out and destroy the human world. Another one. Yulong's voice was low, and his eyes were extremely deep. For Yulong, who is about to guard the human table in the human world, everyone who has the ability to destroy the human world is a time bomb-like existence. Hopefully. You don't want to be an enemy, or else. Brother, I'm afraid he won't be able to sit still now. Eventful autumn, really eventful autumn. The drunken Jiro stood up from the wine spring and couldn't help shaking his head. I don't know if my old man can rest for a few years. If Qi Tian had been present at this time, I am afraid that Jiro's face and the anesthetic nail on his body that represented the power of the seal had disappeared without a trace. Lost City. It is a city located outside the Lost Forest, the largest sea of trees in the human world. As the saying goes, relying on the mountains and the sea, and backed by the Lost Forest, Lost City naturally also relies on the Lost Forest to survive, and a large number of food hunters here basically rely on many ingredients on the periphery of the Lost Forest. This is a 3-leaf ham grass, and the leaves that can hardly be distinguished by the naked eye must be picked in order of small, medium, and large before you can eat it. Market vendors point to the gigantic clover-like ingredients in their baskets. A harvested shemweed can sell for 10,000 yuan, but only 1,000 yuan if you don't pick it. How about a lady? Do you want to bet on your luck? Bring me 2. Said Beria with a smile and handed out 2,000 yuan. Okay. The vendor took the money with a smile on his face. He had been selling this clover ham grass for a while, and he was not uncommon for such confident guests. I took out 2 3-leaf ham grasses from the basket, and I didn't see any movement from Beria, so she picked off the 3 leaves casually, and then the green on the remaining rhizome quickly faded, revealing the flame-like red below. "Give, brother Qi Tian." Belia handed it directly to Qi Tian, and then took out another 3-leaf ham grass and ate it after picking the leaves. "This strong taste is really like ham sausage. It tastes great." Qi Tian and Beria continued to walk forward while eating and laughing. "That's awesome." The vendor on the side of the road looked at the back of the 2 people leaving in amazement, and then looked at the 6 leaves that were placed on his stall and couldn't help but show envy. If he could do this kind of thing, his basket of 3-leaf ham grass would be worth 10 times. It's a city close to the Lost Forest, and the market is full of Lost Forest's special ingredients. Beria said with emotion. After all, the Lost Forest is quite rich in food resources, and there are not many dangerous creatures living in the periphery. As long as you don't go deep, there is basically no danger of getting lost. However, our goal is quite deep in the Lost Forest. It's not just a matter of getting lost, but even high-level beasts are absolutely indispensable. Qi Tian said with a smile. This is a question that brother Qi Tian has to consider. I'm just a chef in charge of ingredients. Beria smiled playfully. Want to be lazy? That can't be done. The entire Lost Forest is full of countless special cooking ingredients, and these are all your jobs. And the universal capsule on my body this time did not carry ingredients. Qi Tian smiled, and then directly quickened his pace and walked forward. Beria blinked, and then reacted instantly. Special cooking ingredients, ingredients with this name, each of which is extremely troublesome. Compared with this, the difficulty of the 3-leaf ham grass just now is not even 1% of Ben. How can this be? Brother Qi Tian, you have to bring some ingredients. Belia hurriedly chased after him. The reason why he didn't go directly to the Lost Forest to look for the Shulan Temple but came to Lost City first was not that Lost City had anything to ask here, it was just time's up. Night. Qi Tian entered the hotel, communicated the void catalog in his mind, and Qi Tian's figure instantly disappeared on the big bed in the room. In the void corridor, Qi Tian clasped his hands to his chest, his face helpless. It's true. It feels more and more that a world can only stay for 30 days. Shaking his head, Qi Tian closed his eyes and began to try to communicate with the Void Atlas in the Sea of Consciousness to ask the question from last time. Soon, the Void Atlas passed back the answer Qi Tian wanted. Sluggish. Qi Tian felt the answer given by the Void Catalog in his mind and fell into sluggishness. The so-called The meaning of ability coming from Qi Tian's needs was like a word that Qi Tian used to describe the Void Atlas before. Customized. Simply put, it is what function Qi Tian wants, and the Void Atlas can evolve what ability on its own, but as a price, it needs to consume an energy. This energy was automatically absorbed from that world by the Void Atlas every time Qi Tian traveled to a newly discovered world, and each world could only be obtained once. And every void world, regardless of its Chinese, whether it has life or not, what its level of life, can only have and only a little bit of energy. And the Void Atlas derives an ability according to Qi Tian's needs, and no matter what the ability is, it only needs to consume a little energy. Looking at the information transmitted by the Void Atlas in his mind, Qi Tian fell into a loss of concentration. It should be said. Is it worthy of being a treasure of great refining? This ability is simply explosive. Waking up from the excitement, Qi Tian quickly reacted. He now has limited time, and he needs to quickly pass the needs to the Void Catalog. Because of the urgency of time, Qi Tian was not in the mood to think about it slowly, but quickly passed the ability he needed in his mind to the Void Atlas. And at this moment, Qi Tian didn't even have time to check the results, and he was directly kicked out of the Void Corridor. Dragon Ball World. In a mountain range not far from Bunza Mountain, Qi Tian's figure suddenly appeared. Qi Tian's face had a look of excitement and hesitation, and he was not sure whether he had succeeded in transmitting the information to the Void Atlas in the last moment. Taking a deep breath, Qi Tian spoke softly. Personal panel open. Chapter 44. Personal panel open. With Qi Tian's call, a translucent light curtain that only Qi Tian could see slowly unfolded in front of Qi Tian. This situation was just like when the system he had seen on the day he had just crossed over. Yes, this was Qi Tian's first thought after learning about the ability of the Void Atlas. The system, although abandoned, but Qi Tian cannot deny, the system panel at a glance is really very convenient and practical ability. Change your skin. The corner of Qi Tian's mouth twitched and he spoke directly. Ugh! The translucent light curtain instantly changed into a translucent azure blue scroll, slowly unfolding. Void Catalog Personal Panel. Name, Qi Tian. Age, 28, ignoring the previous life, starting at the age of 16, then 3 years have passed in the Dragon Ball world, traveling through other worlds for a month every 10 days, and spending a total of 9 years in other worlds for 3 years, a total of 12 years. Ability System, Dragon Ball Chi, 11.16 million, plus, Gourmet Cell, 6 evolutions, plus. Bound World, Dragon Ball World, accumulates energy to travel to other worlds every 10 days, replaceable, costs 1 void point. Other world coordinates, the captive world of gastronomy, No 01 No 116 world. Imaginary point, 68 equals 73-5, a total of 118 worlds. The Dragon Ball world has passed 3 years, and can travel through 108 times more than once, of which the captive world of food has been spent for 3 years, that is, about 36 times. Personal panel ability, unlimited point ability, world time scale adjustment, storage space, carry people through. Time ratio adjustment, every time you put a virtual point in a world, the time that can be left is increased tenfold, and the time ratio with the bound world is increased tenfold, equivalent to returning to the bound world as the same time as before. Unlimited storage space, infinite void in volume, no time passing. Crossing with people, 1 person per world consumes 1 void point, regardless of strength or weakness, and cannot stay alone. It's different from what I thought. Qi Tian looked at the personal panel that appeared in front of him, and silently closed the personal panel and looked at the sky speechlessly. The Void Atlas ability he thought was created, unlimited open and hang. And the real Void Atlas ability is created, dead for money, unlimited opening. This is one more step, that is, a completely different meaning. The host. This is the difference between the ability to spawn and the self-derived ability of the Void Catalog. Qi Tian's mind conveyed such a meaning in the Void Atlas. Qi Tian, who has practiced for a long time and has developed a big heart, will naturally not be startled or fussed like ordinary people. You are consciousness of the Void Atlas? Strictly speaking, I am the spiritual master of the Void Catalog. Spirituality. That's right, spiritual intelligence is the essence of thinking that describes intelligent life, and spirituality is the spirituality of the spiritual nature of objects, not the thinking ability of treasures. Aren't you only able to communicate with me in the Void Corridor? Qi Tian couldn't help but wonder. This is the magic of the Void Point, although it is generated, but each Void Point is used to increase my ability, so every time the Master derives a function from the Void Point, the Void Catalog will naturally be stronger, and now in the non-Void Corridor, the Master can also communicate with me at any time. This way. Qi Tian expressed understanding. Then what do you mean by the difference between the ability to spawn and the self-derived ability of the Void Atlas just now? Self-derived abilities, like the ability to search the Void World, shuttle the world, and balance the Master's cultivation system, each use does not need to consume Void Points, but the ability generated by the Master's use of Void Points, each use needs to consume void points, and the ability to use multiple times is doubled every time it is used. Hey? Am I not losing a lot then? Qi Tian suddenly frowned. You must know that he originally wanted to make some kind of Heavens and Realms lottery or some kind of copying ability and other functions like the novel he was reading, but looking at the current situation, he has accumulated void points for 3 years, and it seems that he can't support him much. From a normal point of view, yes. Normal angle? What do you mean? Qi Tian wondered. The Void Atlas is not an ordinary treasure, but an unrefined void-level treasure, and the time for self-derivative ability is at least calculated in units of 100 million years, and the use of void points only requires the owner to generate such an idea, and after investing, the Void Atlas will independently derive the ability. Hundreds of millions of years? Then forget it. Qi Tian's face was embarrassed. Even if Qi Tian had the ability to live forever in the future, 100 million or even hundreds of millions of years have passed, maybe he will be tired of living and committing suicide. Therefore, he, who has not even lived for 100 years, should not stare at the standard scale of hundreds of millions of years. Lose a point, lose a point. If you can be cool. Qi Tian comforted himself. After comforting his young heart, Qi Tian looked at the personal panel derived from the Void Catalog again. It's all made, it's better to try it more. Qi Tian looked at the plus signs on the personal panel and felt anxious in his heart. Although he is not too much of a void point, it is definitely not less, and it will automatically increase every once in a while, just waste 1 or 2 points, he still uses it. Let's try it first. Qi Tian thought in his heart, and then operated it on the personal panel. The first is behind the gas. Qi Tian nodded. Boom! The qi in Qi Tian's body skyrocketed instantly, but as if it had been painstakingly trained, it could still be perfectly controlled by Qi Tian. Gas! Doubled! Qi Tian looked at the panel in amazement, and the back of the qi turned into a combat power of 22.32 million. Could it be? Is the gas directly doubled in combat effectiveness every time it clicked? Qi Tian couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't think that it would be a coincidence. Just add 11.16 million combat strength. What a strong extra ability! Qi Tian felt the qi in his body that was still like an arm waving his fingers, and he couldn't help but be shocked. His current void point still has 68 points, if all of them are on qi, he can still point it up to 5 times, and if he doubles it each time, after 5 times, Qi Tian's combat power will reach more than 700 million combat power. Just 6 points have a 64-fold increase in combat effectiveness. And if Qi Tian does not increase the amplitude, but exercises himself, every 10 million increase in combat effectiveness now, then the combat effectiveness after 5 increases represents 300 million more. And if you have a little qi now, it is definitely the least cost-effective. After all, this kind of thing, his own training can also be enhanced, although it is just that the Earthlings cannot be the same as the Scions who cannot move billions and billions at every turn, but with gourmet cells, every time it evolves, it will mean that the ceiling of Qi Tian's body is broken, and the increase in qi associated with it is absolutely impossible to stop progressing. Of course, Qi Tian is still unclear whether he underestimated the ability to add points. Can't continue to waste. Qi Tian understood the true use of this plus point function at a glance. This is not simply to increase his qi and increase combat effectiveness, the best way to use it should be to break through the bottleneck. Like what? Gourmet cells. Although gourmet cells say that it is an ability to evolve infinitely by eating non-stop, it does not mean that there is no bottleneck in evolution. On the contrary, every bottleneck breakthrough of gourmet cells is hard-won. Moreover, there is a ceiling in the evolution of gourmet cells on the gourmet earth, and after reaching this ceiling, even if you eat more food, in the right food, you cannot continue to evolve. This ceiling, that is, the 8 kings of the gastronomic world and the ranks of Acacia and Ichiryu, Jiro, and Santoru. And to break this ceiling, only the 8 ingredients of the planet full meal, that is, the Western full meal of acacia, only by eating these 8 ingredients can the gourmet cells be truly owned by themselves and truly become infinitely stronger. But for Qi Tian, who can add points, this ceiling can be completely ignored. I'm really a hanger. Qi Tian couldn't help but sigh. Although he had long known that crossers were all hang-ups, but after working hard for 3 years before, he thought he was an exception who needed to fight hard. Outcome. I didn't expect it. No matter how calm Qi Tian is, he can't be calm when he is hit by this surprise. Removing the universal capsule, Qi Tian successfully turned out an ordinary-looking branch from a pile of debris and held it in his mouth, and the fingertip Qigong launch was directly lit. Phew! Taking a deep breath, Qi Tian exhaled a long breath. To be honest, except for the curious purchase of some cigar trees and tasting them, Qi Tian smoked this thing for the first time. Don't say it yet. The effect of calming is superb. After smoking a whole stick, Qi Tian's mind had calmed down. Although the hang is there, it is still far from invincible. Qi Tian looked up at the sky. Not to mention the world of Dragon Ball, even if he is a prisoner of food, it is nothing for him to open this plug-in, it can only be said that it can help him walk more smoothly. Next, it's about how to use the void point efficiently. A thoughtful look flashed in Qi Tian's eyes. First of all, the stay time of the captive world of gastronomy must increase. This is the world I need to stay in a lot at the moment, and it doesn't cost me valuable opportunities to explore new worlds to obtain void points. As for the other void points, let's save it first. Qi Tian gritted his teeth. God knows how difficult it was for him to make this decision to give up the low-hanging fruit after weighing the pros and cons. To know that if all his current void points are added to gourmet cells, 6 times, gourmet cells that evolve 12 times, God knows how strong he will be, maybe it will not be difficult to dominate the gourmet earth. But then what? What is the future? The way to add points to the void points is destined to be more wasteful the earlier the point, and he can only get up to 36 void points per year now, which simply cannot support his such a bold waste method. Alas! Qi Tian directly closed the personal panel, forcing himself not to look at the plus. Looking up at the clear blue sky, Qi Tian let out a long sigh. Obviously I opened the hanging, but I had to open up and throttle, tighten my belt to live, it's painful. Just a strong code word went. I didn't think it was already 150,000 words, Philo is usually 120,000 words on the shelf, I have accidentally exceeded, so, tomorrow in the code 10,000 words, the day after tomorrow on the shelf, I hope everyone will support more. Eunuchs will definitely not be eunuchs, even if their grades are not good, they will not be eunuchs, they will only speed up some rhythm, please rest assured, character guarantee. Chapter 45. I'm going crazy. Beria looked madly at the large pile of ingredients she was facing, and then turned her head to look at Qi Tian, who was leisurely on the side, with a thick black aura on her face. What? Qi Tian took the calorie banana he picked on the roadside tree and ate it, and looked at Beria with a confused face. Peach taro. This is the ingredient that needs to be soaked in 4 salted water for a whole year after grilling to remove the creaminess and cooking. 1 million tomatoes, a special cooking ingredient that requires the removal of more than 1,000 layers of film as thin as a cicada's wing. Even the simplest seemingly bonded leeks must be cut hundreds of times in a row with the same force in the same notch to separate. Is this going to let me do it for a few months? Belia looked at Qi Tian with resentment. It's not that she can't cook these special cooking ingredients, but each ingredient is quite time-consuming to cook, and it is not a short time to make. Aren't there any ingredients over there that can be easily cooked? Qi Tian nodded at not far away. Yes. Ingredients that can be easily cooked. Rice bowl fruits that can be eaten directly when the lid is opened, sweet potatoes that can be eaten by a little roasting, calorie bananas that can be eaten without having to deal with the skin, crispy sausage cauliflower, and toddler barbecue trees, are all ingredients that can be eaten without cooking. Balia's face darkened. For chefs, there is nothing more shocking than this whole bunch of ingredients that naturally don't require any cooking. No way. The Lost Forest is full of this ingredient. It's either very troublesome to cook, or you don't need to cook at all. That's why I said I don't need to bring any ingredients. Qi Tian shrugged. The vast Lost Forest is very rich in food resources because of the rare human tracks, and there are not many high-level beasts inhabiting it, so there is no need for any strong combat power, so when the ingredients evolve, they have evolved in the direction of weird and difficult to cook. Obviously a lot of ingredients are in front of you, but the feeling of not having time to cook is really painful. Beria looked at the pile of ingredients in front of her that were obviously delicious, but could not be cooked for a short time, and endured the pain of putting them into a universal capsule. Looking at Beria's appearance, Qi Tian grinned and pointed out, "What you see and hear along the way will turn into motivation for the next practice." The motivation to practice. Beria, who was preparing this dish, was stunned. Qi Tian did not explain, and ate the various natural dishes prepared by Beria. Although the Lost Forest is vast, whether it is Qi Tian or Beria, the physique at this time is far different from ordinary people, plus there are not many high-level beasts. The progress is very smooth. In just 3 days, it has already penetrated into the Lost Forest. Alas! What's going on? Suddenly, the soil-suitable trees under the feet of the two disappeared, and there was nothing left in the empty place where they stood on, even if Beria's strength was not weak at this time, but this sudden scene scared her enough. However, Qi Tian knew that they had encountered a tree species called the invisible tree, which was originally a timid tree species living in the food world, and would directly mimic and hide itself when encountering powerful beasts. But I don't know if hundreds of years ago or thousands of years ago, a certain generation of teachers of the Shulin Temple brought this kind of bush food world here, and over the years, although the fertility of this tree species is not strong, it has already reproduced in the Lost Forest. Is there such an amazing tree? Hearing Qi Tian's explanation, Beria couldn't help but be surprised. You can try to be grateful and put your hands together. Qi Tianyi pointed out. Alas! Is that so? According to Qi Tian's words, Beria clasped her hands together, closed her eyes and saluted, and when Beria opened her eyes again, the dense grass appeared at her feet again, and the dense forest on the side and the soil on the ground were all restored. Although I haven't encountered a beast for a while, but in the wild, Beria, you unconsciously raised your vigilance, so there will be some unnatural leaks of breath to scare this invisible tree, so as long as you relax and let this tree feel goodwill, it will naturally appear. Qi Tian explained. It's amazing. Beria looked amazed, and kept looking at the ordinary-looking trees and dirt that reappeared everywhere. Let's go. Since you have seen the invisible tree and this special mimicry soil, it means that the Shulin Temple should not be far away, and Qi Tian looked at the path on the ground that seemed to be often walked by people thoughtfully, and began to move along the winding path. Hearing that the Shulin Temple was about to arrive, Beria's eyes also lit up, and she didn't care about these interesting invisible trees around her, and quickly followed. Along the winding path that was not very clear in the sea of trees, the two soon saw a magnificent building looming in the distant trees. The two looked at each other, a smile appeared on their faces at the same time, and then quickly walked to the end of the path and came to a temple. The temple is not magnificent, but very simple, standing in the vast sea of trees, as if it is one of them. Even standing in front of it is inconspicuous, layer by layer of stone steps that have undergone time precipitation, left knife and right fork town guard, the middle plaque on the 3 big characters Shoilin Temple solemn and solemn. Inside the temple, the shout of "I'm moving" can be faintly heard, although the sound is not loud, but this sound is huge, obviously not 100 or 200 people can shout. And standing in front of this temple ignored by Puhua, Qi Tian and Beria's originally excited mood seemed to have been washed away. This is Shorinji? Beria looked at the temple in front of her and muttered, it always feels. There is a wonderful power. This should be the spirit left by countless practitioners who have practiced food righteousness here for many years. Qi Tian spoke softly. Although it was a little mysterious, Qi Tian could indeed feel it. Just looking at the Shilin temple, he could feel it, and he couldn't help but want to thank the ingredients. This is the Temple of Rites, the Temple of Shokuyi, Shulin Temple. Snap! Beria subconsciously took a step to stand on the steps, and dense spikes pierced out from the steps, and the smooth steps instantly turned into nail boards. Beria, who was instantly pulled back by Qi Tian, looked at the scene in front of her with a cold sweat. If she had not been pulled back, I am afraid that the moment just now would have directly pierced the solace of her feet. Really? Have you forgotten what I told you, that the temple is a temple of strict rituals? If you are not serious, you will be attacked by the temple. Qi Tian rubbed Belia's head and said helplessly. Beria stuck out her tongue. Just now, I was attracted by the breath of the Shulin temple, and subconsciously raised my foot and stepped on. Let's come together. Qi Tian greeted. Standing in front of the temple, the two bowed together with their palms. In fact, the meaning of food righteousness does not refer to the special posture of clasping hands together, but refers to the gratitude for the ingredients in the heart, but has not experienced the special practice of food righteousness. Whether it is as strong as Qi Tian or a cherished Beria, there is obviously no way to maintain that gratitude unwaveringly. Maintaining the posture of clasping their hands together, Qi Tian and Belia walked up the steps step by step, while one maintained the gratitude in their hearts, and the two walked all the way to the Vermilion Gate of the Shulin Temple, and the Shulin Temple was not attacking the two. Bang bang bang! Qi Tian let go of his hand and knocked on the door. With a crunch, the temple gate was opened. The door was opened by a middle-aged man, dressed in a red cardigan with a white belt wrapped around his waist, and the most striking thing was that the word Shokuyi was marked on the front of his clothes, which was the clothing that only formal disciples of the temple could wear. When the middle-aged man saw Qi Tian and Belia standing at the door, his eyes showed a look of surprise, and he clasped his hands together and saluted the two. Master, take the liberty to disturb. We are here to learn the meaning of food at the Shulin temple. Qi Tian replied slightly, and said. Walking through the lost forest to find the temple is not easy. Come with me. The middle-aged man said softly, turned around and walked into the Shulin temple. Qi Tian and Beria looked at each other and followed. After walking along the corridor for more than 100 meters, the middle-aged man walking in front suddenly stopped and spoke. It's really rare. The first time I came to be so cheerfully accepted by the temple. The two seem to know the rules of the temple very well. I didn't gather intelligence properly, but I couldn't find this temple in the vast sea of trees. Qi Tian said softly. It is the unshirkable responsibility of Shilin Temple to teach people to learn the meaning of food. Two of you come with me. The middle-aged man chuckled, turned around and pushed open the door on the side. On the other side of the gate is a wide square where hundreds of apprentices are training in a square line. The middle-aged man stepped forward a few steps and said a few words to the substitute teacher who was teaching the apprentice before turning back. Two of you, let's join here for basic training first. Well, thank you master. Qi Tian and Beria thanked each other together. And things like Qi Tian and Belia who suddenly joined the training had obviously been many times, and the second teacher in charge of training did not mean to be disrupted in the slightest. Instead, he continues to teach the most basic of food righteousness. And neither Qi Tian nor Beira underestimated this basic cultivation mentality, and seriously followed and learned. At this time, in the depths of the Shulin Temple, the top of the Shokuyi building, surrounded by dozens of burning pine head grasses, Genzensen, a national treasure of food and meditation, quietly opened his eyes. It seems a guest has arrived. Chapter 46. Ashu. Are there guests in the temple today? Zhen walked out of the Shi'ai building with his back and looked at a disciple who was cleaning the monastery not far away and asked. Shi Fan, my name is Ajun, as for the guests. I haven't heard of it, but it is said that today 2 students who came to learn food by themselves through the lost forest came to the door. Ajun said with a respectful salute. That's them. Come to learn the meaning of food? Shiur, go and call them over. I will personally guide them in their practice. Zhen said. Teacher normal teaches himself. Ajun looked stunned, and he didn't even react to Zhen interlacing his name. Looking at the back of Zhen leaving, Ajun's heart silently mourned for the 2 Jian, Yu, Xin, Mountain, Wan, Play, Bitter, Water, who came to Shilin Temple. I hope you survive. There was silence in his heart, but Ajun's action was without the slightest hesitation, and he walked in the direction of Shii Square. You really haven't practiced food righteousness? The acting master in front of Qi Tian looked at Qi Tian in disbelief and asked. Of course not. Qi Tian shook his head. Although he had learned about food from the captives of food, but comics are comics, and they are completely different from the real world, how can he practice food with only a few words? I've never practiced food righteousness, it's incredible. It feels like your movements are much more concise and precise than your husband. The acting master stroked his beard and sighed with emotion. At the same time, he also looked at Beria on the side, although it was not as dazzling as Qi Tian, but the first time he practiced to achieve such precision, there was no doubt that he was a genius. For the hardships he suffered in order to practice food righteousness back then, even with the heart of an acting master, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. On the side, many disciples also looked at Qi Tian with great envy. Beria on the side is also very proud, although it is not her who praises, but she and Qi Tian share honor and disgrace. The movements are simple and precise. Maybe it's related to my practice of martial arts. Every move is precise and concise, and there are no unnecessary movements, which is the foundation of martial arts. Qi Tian explained. Maybe. The acting master shook his head, now saying that there was no need for that. I have no way to teach you the basics, now you can go to other acting masters and practice at a higher level. No. Qi Tian was about to speak, when the disciple who had been cleaning the courtyard in front of the Shii building in the distance trotted over, walked to the side of the acting master, and whispered something. Then the substitute teacher looked at Qi Tian and Beria with a complicated expression. The acting master's face was extremely complicated, and there were doubts, sympathy, and curiosity in his gaze when he looked at the two. Master Zhen, please come over. Teacher Zhen. Qi Tian and Beria couldn't help but glance at each other, both had a strange color. In the Shilin Temple, there is only one person who can have the title of teacher, that is, one of the national treasures of human cuisine, Zhen Town. Without dragging, Qi Tian and Beria followed the man to the depths of the Shilin Temple. What made Qi Tian and Beria very uncomfortable was that there was always a sense of pity in this guy who led the way, and there was a wisp of sympathy in the eyes that occasionally looked at them. If it weren't for the fact that the other party didn't show it clearly, perhaps Qi Tian and Beria's faces would have darkened at this time. Of course, Qi Tian knew what the other party meant. After all, it could be roughly seen from the original book that Zhen Town's way of guiding cultivation was thick branches and leaves with a loss of delicacy. Ordinary people really can't stand the kind of training that can easily encounter a life and death crisis. Master Zhen, they brought them over. Ajun said respectfully. Okay, Aju, you can step down first. Zhen nodded. I'm Ajun. Ajun added expressionlessly, and then left the courtyard. The two of you came to the Shilin Temple, I don't know what the purpose is. Zhen looked at Qi Tian and Beria in front of him and asked softly. Master Zhen, we are here to learn the meaning of food. Of course, the temple treasure soap bubble fruit of the Shilin Temple is naturally best if we can be allowed to capture it. Qi Tian said softly. That kind of thing doesn't matter, as long as you can do it. The soap bubble fruit catches as you like, but Zhenzhen's gaze swept over Beria's body, and finally fixed on Qi Tian's body. Your Excellency should be the one who released terrifying energy in the northeast a while ago. A flash of essence flashed in Zhenzhen's eyes under the small round glasses. Northeast direction. Qi Tian subconsciously went to find it. However, in the days of the Lost Forest, he was actually turned now, the kind that the sun could not make. It should be me. Qi Tian thought about it, except for him recently, there should be no one who released energy that could be called terrifying by Zhenzhen town. But there should be no stipulations that the temple is strong, so you can't come to learn such a thing. Qi Tian said. Of course not. Zhenzhen shook his head decisively, not to mention that Qi Tian just had terrifying powers, even if it was the boss of the food club, Sanhu, suddenly wanted to come to learn food righteousness, he would not turn the other party away. The old man is just curious about when there will be another strong person in the human world. Zhenzhen said calmly. This word. Well, you go and ask Ichilong. Qi Tian thought for a moment and successfully threw the pot to Yulong. Pterodactyl President. Zhenzhen was a little surprised. Qi Tian. Although Zhenzhen town is called the right name, but he feels a little strange for Mao. Since you know the Lantern President. Then the old man did not intervene much. Zhenzhen hesitated for a moment and said, as for your Excellency's desire to practice food righteousness, then let the old man guide the two of you to the ultimate meaning of food righteousness. Then thank you Master Zhen. Qi Tian agreed without hesitation. Zhen, who can be called the first person in food righteousness, how can he shirk? Thank you Master Zhen. Belia also quickly thanked her, being personally taught by Zhenzhen, a national treasure in the gourmet world, even if it was not the chef Ms. Jinai she admired the most, but it still made her excited. Oh Sunday! Your basic movement accuracy has undoubtedly reached an extremely terrifying level, but this alone is not food righteousness. The true meaning of food righteousness is never how much strength to improve, how many precise tons of moves to improve, but the ultimate gratitude, just to thank the ingredients that give us life. Zhen solemnly explained to Qi Tian the mystery of food righteousness. Just thanks. Qi Tian groaned softly in his heart, and the firelight of the 20 pine pen grasses around him was strong and powerful without the slightest flicker. After all, he had sat in similar meditation exercises before, but at that time it was just to empty his mind, and this time he needed to maintain pure gratitude. In contrast, although the mental power consumed by maintaining the consciousness needed to be grateful is much stronger than simply emptying the mind, Qi Tian itself has a deep foundation. Looking at Qi Tian, who was seriously performing food meditation, Zhen also nodded, and then walked out of the house and looked at Beria in the courtyard. Different from Qi Tian's food meditation practice, at this time, Beria was standing in front of a huge fairy ball, motionless hands folded and closed her eyes in prayer. This huge prickly ball was specially improved by the Shulin temple, and it would strictly follow the basic posture of the food to require the cultivation ingredients of the person facing it, and even the slightest deviation would emit a spike warning. At this time, the grateful fairy ball had not shot spikes to correct Beria's movements for a long time. Can it last for an hour? It's really a transcendent talent. Zhen looked at Beria, and a flash of admiration flashed in her eyes. If the Qi Tian's improvement rate in the room was based on similar training, then Beria grew up little by little. In just 3 days, I adapted from the original lack of food righteousness foundation to the content of the superior food righteousness training. This rate of progress, to be honest, Jinjin's mind often recalls the practice of food righteousness used by his genius chef partner Cho. Hit by lightning, you can stop first. Zhen shouted. Yike! The dense spikes of the Thanksgiving cactus ball instantly streaked through, and the dense spikes pierced directly into the wall behind Beria. And Beria, who had avoided before the spike flew out, couldn't help but turn her head and look at Zhen resentfully. What the hell is being struck by lightning? Tenderloin, your food is out of order. Zhen completely unconsciously preached to Berea, food righteousness is not only used when it is ready, only by integrating food righteousness into every move and maintaining gratitude at all times is the secret of the ultimate food righteousness. Yes, Master Zhen. Berea answered, clasping her hands together and bowing slightly. It's almost time, you can go to the kitchen to prepare your lunch today. Zhen spoke. Prepare lunch. Berea's eyes suddenly burned with fighting spirit. 3 days in a row, today she must successfully prepare lunch. Yes. Berea was full of fighting spirit and headed towards the kitchen. Zhen nodded as she watched Berea leave with a scrappy back, then turned and walked towards his food building, ready to start eating his lunch. At noon today, it's time to eat the sun eggs, egg roasted wheat, egg dumplings and egg skin. At this time, Qi Tian, who was practicing food meditation, accidentally entered another extremely mysterious realm. In the past 3 days, for some reason, Qi Tian has not been sticky rice, even if the consumption of Qi Tian's gourmet cells is not as terrifying as others, but after 3 days, it is already hungry, which can be called the front, heart and back. But it was this devouring hunger, Qi Tian, who was fully immersed in food meditation, seemed to clearly see every wisp of qi in his body, and also saw every cell that was swallowing pale white qi. This is... Qi Tian saw the mighty river of qi flowing in his body composed of countless points of azure white light, and also saw the scene of each cell swallowing it at the moment when the great river of qi passed, and also saw the scene of countless cells uniting after swallowing qi to emerge countless azure white qi again. Endlessly, repeatedly, never stopping. Qi Tian's expression was a little dull, and between thoughts, Qi Tian's faint feeling felt. Feeling the hunger of every cell in the body, and the exuberant appetite contained in it, it was like can swallow everything in general. For the first time, he felt that every cell was working for his life. Is this what makes up my body, my cells that form my life? Qi Tian was a little stunned, and at the same time, an involuntary deep sense of gratitude poured into his heart. It's really... Thank you so much. Chapter 47. Immersed in that thick sense of gratitude, Qi Tian did not notice that the flames burning on the 20 pine nose grasses around him suddenly became more intense. The pine nose grass, which was originally enough to burn for a month or more, has burned out in a short period of time. At this time, Qi Tian was still immersed in his gratitude. The other side. The kitchen of Shorenji. Berea looked at the bowl of egg containing rice with a solemnity in her eyes. Egg containing rice, each grain of rice is like a small egg, is a highly nutritious ingredient, but this rice-sized egg is extremely fragile, a little more force will lead to breakage, and one broken, a tank of all broken. As a chef, failing to serve food for 3 days in a row is undoubtedly a reliction of duty. I haven't eaten for 3 days in a row, even if the energy reserves in Qi Tian's body are far beyond ordinary people, but the amount of physical strength required to practice food Zen has probably reached the limit now. Berea looked at the special cultivation ingredients in the kitchen, exhaled deeply, and her eyes revealed solemnity. This time, she just has to succeed, not to fail. No, not to fail, she has succeeded. Berea looked at the bowl of egg containing rice, and there was no distraction in her heart at this moment, only gratitude for the egg containing rice that was about to become their body clothes, and the chopsticks in her hand poked into the rice jar. Although it was for such a delicate ingredient, Berea did not waver at this time, and her hands did not mean to take her time carefully, and the chopsticks kept swinging back and forth between the rice jar and the bowl in her hand. It can be seen with the naked eye that the originally empty bowl quickly filled, and in just a short time, the entire bowl was already filled. Whew! Berea stopped and exhaled as she looked at the full bowl of egg containing rice. At this point, far from the end, on the contrary, it is only the beginning. Egg containing rice is different from ordinary rice, its delicacy dooms it to be impossible to throw into the pot and add water to cook directly. It must be put into the water one by one, and then it is necessary to control the water temperature and water quantity at a high temperature but will not boil at a critical point. Very good, very smooth. Berea looked at the lidded pot and nodded, then walked to the bare pot on the other side. With her hands folded, Berea closed her eyes in thanks. Then in the pot, an inconspicuous seed quickly took root and germinated, grew rapidly and finally blossomed brilliantly, but Berea did not stop, but thank you even more. Outside the kitchen, several wings are like weird butterflies of sandwich bread flying into the kitchen. Sandwich butterflies, the favorite food is the ham flour that Berea has just spawned. And in the case of not being able to take the initiative to drive away, all Berea can do is to make the sandwich butterfly not come to eat her ham flowers with strong gratitude. A few sandwich butterflies with strange flight trajectories suddenly wanted to get close to their favorite ham flowers several times, but each time after approaching, they would be poured by Berea's strong sense of gratitude, and then staggered away. Several times down, several sandwich butterflies that flew into the kitchen flew out of the kitchen without being late. At this time, Berea opened her eyes, looked at the intact ham flour in front of her, couldn't help but be happy, picked up the towel on the side to wipe the sweat on her forehead. Obviously, this expression of gratitude similar to food zen is very physically exhausting. You know, Qi Tian has not eaten for 3 days, and Berea she is actually the same as she has not eaten for 3 days. Go ahead. There were only 2 ingredients, but there was no way to satisfy her Qi Tian's appetite. That said, it's been 3 days. It should be almost to the limit. In the food building, Zhenzhen Town, who was eating and drinking, suddenly paused, raised his head and said incoherently, "Stars and shells. Their qualifications are very good. I don't know whether they will give up, or can really do it. It's really looking forward to it." Swarkaway and Barclay. Talking to himself, Zhenzhen once again lowered her head and ate and drank. What a wonderful feeling! Qi Tian opened his eyes and broke away from the mysterious realm, but even if he broke away, Qi Tian was still the same as before. He could clearly feel the cells of the whole body and feel every wisp of qi in every cell. As soon as his mind moved, a white qigong wave slowly emerged above Qi Tian's palm. Although in the past, Qi Tian always thought that his control of qi had reached the pinnacle, but it could be regarded as reaching the level of arm-like fingers. After all, whether it was qigong waves, qi bombs, qi yuan slashes, air blades and other qi that appeared in Dragon Balls, Qi Tian could easily use it. But knowing that today Qi Tian found out, himself. In terms of the control of qi, I am afraid that he has only just started. Qi Tian looked at the qigong above his palm, and as his mind changed, this mass of qi was also undergoing this change, not just the kind of change from qigong wave flattening to qi-yuan slashing, but qi is following Qi Tian's thoughts, random deformation, flowers and trees, birds and beasts. Although it was only a rough outline, he could basically recognize the appearance of the change in the air mass in Qi Tian's hand. The reason for this situation is that under the previous state of hunger, Qi Tian almost devoured the life-sustaining heat in his body. Poor is thinking, the gourmet cell is a very adaptable cell, and naturally begins to think hungry under the predicament, trying to devour another force in his body, that is, qi. Unlike the previous Qi Tian forcibly swallowing qi through gourmet cells to increase strength, in the state of hunger, gourmet cells swallow qi just to survive. And unlike when the physical strength is abundant, the qi in Qi Tian's body is constantly flowing. At this time, in the state of hunger, the qi in Qi Tian's body is also very rare, and the speed of food cells swallowing is like babbling streams, and the water flows for a long time. But as the gourmet cells swallow qi to maintain vitality and restore energy, Qi Tian's physical strength gradually recovers, and qi. It also became stronger and stronger as Qi Tian's physical strength recovered. It is like a virtuous cycle between the two forces. The state of the gourmet cells is good, the physical strength recovers, the qi begins to recover, and the qi recovers, the faster the gourmet cells swallow, the physical strength will recover again. And I don't know if it's the difference between qi and gourmet energy, or the phase of the two is too good. Gourmet cells swallow qi to restore physical strength, and physical strength continuously converts qi, which is obviously just the energy circulation in the body, as if there will be another energy out of thin air, so that Qi Tian's almost exhausted body gradually recovered. Although it did not quickly recover to its peak, it surpassed the perfect cycle, but it greatly increased Qi Tian's recovery ability and endurance, and he would not be starved to death. He never expected that the practice of just starving and eating righteousness would have such a huge gain. Although the food is set in the mouth of Zhenzhen Town to thank the ingredients, in the end, this is just a technology that uses spirit. Under that kind of heartfelt gratitude, the gourmet cells that were originally difficult to manipulate will become handy, and the whole body will be mixed, greatly reducing the consumption of energy transmission between each cell. In the end, whether it is strength or speed, it will be greatly enhanced, and the control of the body will become stronger, and the body and energy can be manipulated more delicately. It's just that in Qi Tian's body, in addition to the power of the gourmet cell system, there is also this other Qi system. Through the practice of food righteousness, Qi Tian can use the gourmet cells to manipulate the Qi more delicately, and in turn, perceive the gourmet cells in the body more clearly through the Qi. This is another cycle, a cycle of control. The connection between the two power systems has finally been initially established. Qi Tian stood up with a faint smile on his face. The ability of the Void Atlas can ensure that Qi Tian will not conflict due to different cultivation systems, and if you want to integrate different ability systems, in addition to spending Void Points to open up new abilities, you can only rely on Qi Tian himself. And this kind of thing done by relying on your own strength is really fulfilling. The practice of food righteousness has brought me such great gains. I don't know, in the food world, the more advanced skills of the ape continent, ape martial arts, can bring me any surprises. In the world of captivity of food, Saru is one of the very few who can learn extremely clever skills. Qi Tian couldn't help but look forward to it. Brother Qi Tian, it's time for dinner. In the kitchen in the distance, came the excited shouts of Beria. Here it comes. Listening to Beria's excited shout, a smile appeared at the corner of Qi Tian's mouth. The hunger strike for 3 days in a row was not that he was confident that he would not starve to death, or that he had no food, or that there were some exercise rules in Zhenzhen Town. It's just that he believes in his partner. Here it comes. Answered, Qi Tian walked quickly to the restaurant. The dining table was already full of various ingredients at this time, and just by looking over, Qi Tian could see a variety of cultivation ingredients unique to the Shulan temple. Beria, on the other hand, was standing on the side of the dining table, with a bright smile on her somewhat pale face. Fortunately, it is not insulting. Done. I always believed in you. Qi Tian spoke softly, looking at Beria with a smile in his eyes. Let's eat together. Beria nodded vigorously, looking at Qi Tian's gaze as tender as water. Thanks to all the ingredients in the world I'm moving, X2. By the window of the restaurant, the figure of Zhenzhen Town stood there, listening to the sound of the dishes and chopsticks colliding in the restaurant. The corners of his mouth hooked a curve. What a good partner. Qi Tian. And Beria, yes. Chapter 48. In the courtyard of Shorenji Temple. Qi Tian and Belia were standing in front of a small pool, with solemn expressions. Goo. The center of the pool tumbled, and a colorful golden bubble floated out from the bottom of the water. Looking at the brilliant bubbles, in front of Ziokai, Qi Tian and Beria clasped their hands together at the same time. Thank you for all the ingredients in the world. Swish. The moment the two opened their eyes, all the distractions of the two disappeared, replaced by an incomparably rich sense of gratitude, unswervable and unshakable, which is the embodiment of the ultimate food righteousness. The two reached out their hands at the same time and grabbed the bright bubbles in midair. It was obviously a soap bubble that was so fragile that it would burst at the touch of a touch, but Beria and Qi Tian both grabbed the soap bubble in the palm of their hands, and the brilliant bubble did not have the slightest appearance of exploding. Qi Tian and Beria looked at the bubbles in their hands, glanced at each other and smiled at the same time. Very good. Zhen on the side looked at the actions of the two and nodded, but in just 2 weeks, the two of them carried out food righteousness to this point. This talent is really amazing. Although this soap bubble is only fake, the difficulty of touching it is the same as that of real soap bubble fruit, and being able to catch them shows that the food of the two of you is qualified to capture soap bubble fruit. Hearing Zhenzhen's words, Qi Tian and Belia immediately showed a big smile. A few of the people who took the initiative to come to the temple to practice did not come for soap bubble fruit. Brother Qi Tian, next is your job as a food hunter, Beria said with a grin. She hasn't forgotten her days in the Lost Forest. Looking at the smiling Beira Kishan with a grin at the corner of his mouth, he turned his head to look at Zhen on the side. Master Zhen, I heard that if the soap bubble fruit is peeled and boiled with water, it will taste much better, right? That's right. Zhen nodded, and a smile appeared on his face. The cuisine of soap bubble fruit, but the old man's partner, Chiyo's specialty. Cho? Teacher Zhen's partner is a regular customer in the top 5 of the world's list of cuisiniers, the legendary Cho lady who stabbed 100 million. Belia on the side couldn't help but be surprised. That's right. Zhen smiled and nodded. I didn't expect that Ms. Chiyo's partner turned out to be Shishi Jin. Beria couldn't help but sigh. But I think that only a strong person like Shishi Normal can become a partner with an excellent chef like Ms. Cho. Belia thought in her heart, but her eyes glanced at Qi Tian quietly, and her eyes showed determination. While the three of them were talking and laughing, under the leadership of Zhen Town, they also came to the back door of the Shilin Temple, and saw the endless bubble plain, and a winding path in the middle of the countless bubbles. This is it, Bubble Avenue, this is the only road that connects the treasure of the town temple soap bubble fruit. Zhen said softly. However, soap bubble fruit is a very shy ingredient. In addition to the very familiar old man, at most one person can be accepted at a time to follow, and the vinegar is also particularly large. You can't carry any ingredients on your body. Otherwise it's directly out. It requires that you can only look at yourself and eat yourself. Listening to Zhen Town's words, there was nothing strange about Beria and Qi Tian. Qi Tian had known for a long time, and Beria had heard Qi Tian say about soap bubble fruit. Beria, wait for the soap bubble fruit dish. It's up to you. Qi Tian said. Leave it to me. Beria looked serious. The ingredients captured by the partner must be perfectly gambling her dignity as a chef. Let's go. The way to go. But there is still a long way to go. Zhen said softly, and stepped onto the foam avenue first. Qi Tian also followed. Bubble Avenue is a strip without animals, no. There is no water, a path without any food except countless foams that enter the eye. Soap bubble fruit is actually a kind of cultivation food. Suddenly, Zhen spoke, the only way to successfully capture the soap bubble fruit is to comprehend the ultimate mystery of food. I know. Qi Tian nodded and said softly, learning to eat is also one of my ultimate goals in learning cultivation this time. Sure enough. Zhen nodded. Old Immortal asked the Thunder Dragon Guild president before, although he did not directly tell Old Immortal your identity, but from his words, Old Immortal learned that you know a lot of things, and at that time, Old Immortal was wondering if you already knew the meaning of food and obscurity. Qi Tian did not speak. Of course he knew that unlike other challengers in the past, Qi Tian knew the situation here from the beginning, and even knew that the soap bubble fruit was around him, so he had always tried his best to maintain his food righteousness and express his gratitude to the surroundings. The mystery of food is the ultimate mystery of immersed in eating, without the slightest distraction. Knowing in advance, is not a good thing, active pursuit will affect your thoughts very weakly in the subtle corners of the heart, and this millimeter difference may affect your inability to capture soap bubble fruit. Zhen Zhen sighed. I have the heart to prepare. Qi Tian said softly. Although intelligence is indeed very important, sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. This is both an advantage and a disadvantage. However, Qi Tian does not think that if you want to capture soap bubble fruit, you must go through the experience of surviving death in the original work. In the end, the capture of soap bubble fruit requires not to experience life and death on this road and still maintain this wholehearted gratitude for the ingredients. Hearing Qi Tian say this, Zhen Zhen didn't say much, just walked forward without saying a word, and Qi Tian also followed behind, clasped his hands together, and tried to perform food meditation while walking. The foam avenue fell silent for a while, except for the footsteps of the two walking and the occasional explosion of the foam. An hour has passed. The two are still walking. 3 hours have passed. The two are still walking. 8 hours. 20 hours. 3 days. 5 days. This goes. That's 7 days and 7 nights. Zhen Zhen walked in front with his hands behind his back, his expression was indifferent, and his steps did not change at all, and Qi Tian, who followed Zhen Zhen, his breath was also extremely calm. Compared to 7 days ago, it was not weakened, on the contrary. With 7 consecutive days and 7 nights of eating meditation, it was like a baptism of pilgrimage. At this time, Qi Tian's heart became more and more intense before the gratitude of the ingredients to life and all things. Silently, Zhen Zhen's footsteps stopped, turned around, and Zhen Zhen looked at the brilliant and flexible soap bubble fruits floating around Qi Tian behind him. There is no great enlightenment between life and death, but instead 7 days and 7 nights of uninterrupted food meditation, constantly washing the soul, and finally allowing food righteousness to complete the ultimate sublimation. A fine light flashed under Zhen's glasses. This kind of thing. It's the first time I've seen it. At this time, Qi Tian opened his eyes, reflecting the crystal clear golden soap bubble fruit's gaze incomparably clear, stretched out his hands, and the soap bubble fruit floating in mid-air fell into Qi Tian's hands. Feeling the warmth of the purest life in the soap bubble fruit, Qi Tian carried that incomparably strong sense of gratitude. Thanks. Ingredients from all over the world. At the entrance to Foam Avenue. Brother Qi Tian and Master Zhen have been in for 7 days. Sitting cross-kneeled at the entrance of Foam Avenue, Beria looked at Bubble Avenue with some concern. In the past, capturing the ingredients, she had never seen Qi Tian take such a long time. However, having said that, Beria never forgot what Qi Tian said before leaving, let her cook soap bubble fruit. While waiting for Worry, Beria is also practicing with bubbles that can be found everywhere on the Foam Avenue. After touching a bubble casually, the kitchen knife in Beria's hand quickly waved on the surface of the foam, and in just a moment, Beria cut out more than a dozen times on the foam. And every time the knife is retracted, Beria's blade will throw out a faint light, which is the bubble film cut by Beria. If anyone else is here, they will be shocked and speechless. After all, it is a bubble, so fragile that it is not to be touched. It is a soap bubble that will burst if it blows a little bigger. Such a fragile bubble, under the light of Beria's knife, it was cut and flew dozens of times before it finally exploded. What a horrific technology! Beria didn't care about the bubbles that exploded, but casually picked up another bubble and cut it. The surrounding bubbles, because of the different sizes, the thickness of the bubble film is also different, so the number of knives that each bubble can go down is also different, but Beria can clearly perceive her current limit. 46 knives. Has it reached its limit? I don't know. Whether this degree can handle soap bubble fruit. Belia whispered to herself. Of course. A voice suddenly sounded. Hey! Beria was directly shocked, and she who was concentrating on practice did not notice that someone was coming over, raised her head to look, and her face suddenly smiled. Brother Qi Tian. Zhenzhen Town, and Qi Tian, who was holding a bunch of golden brilliant bubbles, were already standing in front of her. Is this soap bubble fruit? It's so beautiful. Beria looked at the brilliant bubbles in Qi Tian's arms, and her eyes couldn't help but show a hint of obsession. She who is proficient in food is naturally not simply obsessed with the beauty of soap bubble fruit. But she feels the unreserved breath of life in soap bubble fruit. Just looking at it, it was as if it had turned into a part of her. Qi Tian smiled and nodded, the cooking matter will be left to you. Beria nodded heavily, her face full of confidence. Even without Zhenzhen's words just now, Beria could understand the moment she saw this soap bubble fruit. This soap bubble fruit is looking forward to her cooking, looking forward to becoming more delicious. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 49. In the kitchen of Shorinji Temple, Beria was engrossed in the soap bubble fruit. Zhenzhen said that Beria's skills were enough to deal with it before, and it was not empty words, in the 7-day incident of waiting for Qi Tian to return with soap bubble fruit. When Beria was faced with bubble membranes with a thickness of nanometers, the ultimate concentration cultivated through the practice of food righteousness. Thoroughly sublimated. Outside the kitchen, Qi Tian and Zhenzhen stood at the window and looked at Beria, who was skillfully handling one soap bubble fruit after another. The thickness of the film of the soap bubble fruit is measured in nanometers, even the naked eye of Qi Tian cannot see clearly at this time, and with the shaking of the soap bubble fruit, the thickness of each film is uncertain, sometimes thick and thin. Processing, even the slightest hesitation, will lead to the flesh to crack. Delicious flow. Qi Tian looked at Beria's knife technique with even a thick amazement in his eyes, and now every time Beria swings the kitchen knife, he is basically relying entirely on intuition. That's why he didn't choose to become a chef himself or find a random chef partner in the first place. To be honest, the basic skills of a chef are not difficult, especially for Qi Tian's strength. The control of the body has reached a terrifying level. It only takes a little learning. Knife work, stir-frying skills, and all kinds of culinary skills are absolutely handheld, and it is easy to become a superb chef. But Qi Tian and ordinary people cannot become the top chefs in this world. What a superb knife technique! I can even feel that her knife skills are no less than Cho. Zhenzhen said softly. Hearing Zhenzhen's words, Qi Tian grinned. Now it is not inferior to Cho back then, but Qi Tian believes that after a while, especially after the experience of the food world, the future Beria will definitely be able to surpass Cho. It's done. In the kitchen, Beria's voice came out. Restaurant. The 3 sat around the dining table. Looking at the beautiful and brilliant soap bubble fruit on the plate in front of them, the 3 of them clasped their palms at the same time. Thanks to all the ingredients in the world. I'm moving. Picking up the small spoon in his hand, Qi Tian raised his hand and scooped the soap bubble fruit on the plate. Unlike soap bubble fruit, which maintains a round shape when not peeled, soap bubble fruit after peeling and boiling in water is more like fluid pudding. So light. If I hadn't been able to see the flesh in the spoon, I wouldn't have even thought I hadn't scooped it up. Qi Tian was shocked. You know, his current realm of food righteousness is extremely deep. Even if the weight of a hair falls on his hand, he can clearly feel it. The moment you put a spoon in your mouth, Qi Tian's whole body suddenly golden and generous, his muscles bulged, and the gourmet cells instantly broke through the original barrier and completed the evolution. But it's delicious. Completely immersed in the delicious Qi Tian, he didn't care about the evolution of his cells. The honey-like sweet flesh is soft and sticky, and every chew is like countless foams exploding in the mouth. A large amount of carbonic acid fills the tongue, and the warm vitality instantly flows throughout the body. Qi Tian was completely immersed in this supreme delicacy, feeling the joy of every cell in his body when eating. Before the small dining table, Qi Tian was put the spoon in his hand on the empty plate by the 2 of Beria, and involuntarily clasped his hands together, full of gratitude. Thank you for the hospitality. It's really. I haven't eaten it for a long time, and the soap bubble fruit after cooking. Zhen spoke softly, looking at the soap bubble fruit on the plate with nostalgia in her eyes. Beria, thank you for your hospitality. Nope. Alas, Master Zhen, did you shout my name right? How can it be? As soon as Beria was about to speak, she immediately reacted and looked at Zhen in disbelief. The old man's memory is very good, how can he call the wrong name? Zhen said with a hearty smile. Liar, X2. Qi Tian and Beria both complained at the same time. It had been almost 20 days since they had been here, and it was the first time she had heard Zhen call a person's name correctly, and besides, hearing from the other teachers in the temple, Zhen had not called anyone's name correctly in decades except Cho. In short, on Saturday, there is also Beria, and the practice of food and righteousness for the two of you can come to an end at this point. Zhen spoke indifferently. However, there is no end to the gratitude for the ingredients, and there is no limit to the practice of food righteousness, and even if you are not in the food forest temple in the future, you must never forget to be grateful for the ingredients. Yes, Master Zhen. Beria glanced at Qi Tian proudly and replied. Obviously they met together, but they remembered their names after a meal. What a realistic old man. Qi Tian whispered. Zhen Town, riding the monkey, what did you just say? Master Zhen, I mean I caught a lot of soap bubble fruit, let everyone in Shilin Temple taste it together. Qi Tian said with a straight face. Then I am here, and I will thank everyone in the temple for their generosity. Zhen clasped his hands together and said softly. Somewhere lost in the forest. It's a pity that I finally found Union Restaurant, and it turned out that Chef Cho and Chef Chirio were not in the store. Beria shook her head in disappointment. Qi Tian was also a pity, and he was also curious about the taste of those delicate dishes in Union Restaurant. As a result, after asking the location from the Shilin Temple, the two felt that when Union Restaurant was open, there was no one in the restaurant. Only come back next time. Qi Tian shook his head and said. That's it. Beria nodded. Before leaving the Lost Forest, though, there is one more thing that needs to be done. A smile appeared at the corner of Beria's mouth. Haha, you haven't forgotten yet. Qi Tian looked at Beria's gaze, instantly understood Beria's thoughts, laughed, flipped it casually, took out the universal capsule stored in the Void Atlas, and threw it to Beria. You do this first, I'll go find some ingredients. Qi Tian smiled, and a plunge directly into the forest of the Sea of Lost Trees. In place, Beria looked at the universal capsule in her hand and snorted softly. In this universal capsule, it is this road to the Shilin Temple. Qi Tian collected all kinds of difficult-to-handle special cooking ingredients. Although Beria's cooking skills were not unable to handle these ingredients, but they all thought about consuming time. But it's different now. After practicing food meaning, general special cooking ingredients, for the difficulty of Beria, I am afraid that it is so much stronger than ordinary ingredients. Peach taro. After picking, you need to soak in 4 salted water for a year to remove mucus. Beria looked at the ingredients she once considered difficult to cook. The kitchen knife in his right hand fell quickly, and in a split second, the skin of the peach taro on the cutting board and the mucus inside the peach taro were all cut clean. And the million tomatoes that need to be removed layer by layer to eat 1000 layers of skin on the side, Beria processed a large plate in just a moment's effort. There is a special cooking ingredient that has not lasted long in the hands of Beria, who has practiced food righteousness, and this is. After practicing food, Beria progressed. The other side. In the Lost Forest, Qi Tian also gained a lot, and the ingredients that were originally captured before were very time-consuming also fell into Qi Tian's hands one after another. For Qi Tian and Beria, the Lost Forest was not the slightest difficulty in attacking. The two stayed in the Lost Forest for another week, and after sweeping all kinds of ingredients from the lost forest, the two reluctantly left the largest sea of trees in the world. Make a vow. A food house opened by Qi Tian. Taking out the key to open the door, Qi Tian pushed the door and walked in. A lot of dust has fallen in the house after not returning for more than a month, but there is a special involvement in the wine cabinet on the side, and there is no trace of dust falling. As soon as his mind moved, the qi in Qi Tian's body burst out, instantly covering the entire make a vow. The qi rolled vigorously, and the dust on the ground was quickly swept up, and then returned to Qi Tian's palm, condensing into a small ball of dust. Hehe, I can also be regarded as an immortal method. Qi Tian smiled proudly. Before changing it, the destructive energy of qi, not to mention this kind of manipulation to clean up without harming the slightest thing, I am afraid that once it breaks out, the whole house will be gone in an instant, and there is no slag left. Throwing the dust ball in his hand into the trash, Qi Tian walked into the counter, turned on the computer, and logged into the mailbox of his food house. Let me see. Have you had any interesting commissions lately? Rainbow fruit. That thing grows in the courtyard of the Igo, and I want to eat it if it is in the outside world. Puffer fish whales. There are still several years before spawning, and this fish that lives in the deep sea area has no fixed place to find, and it is not unsold on the market now. Yan demon platypus, this is okay. I remember that there should be a perch there in the Jalo volcano group, just in time to pick some BB corn along the way. Keep it first. Qi Tian said as he continued to look down. And just when Qi Tiantuan saw a commission, he immediately stopped his action and looked at the commissioned ingredients with some surprise. Jewel meat, but also comes with the location of the Ligaru mammoth that survives in nature. Jewel meat, this is an ingredient that Qi Tian has long wanted to taste. You must know that every ingredient that can appear and be described in the original book is definitely one of the most precious ingredients in the human world. Maybe it's not as good as the ingredients in the food world than energy than nutrition, but in terms of taste, it is absolutely not inferior, but unfortunately, just like the rainbow fruit, the number of Ligaru mammoths that survive in nature is too rare to find. As for the courtyard of the Igo, it is not something that you can enter casually, let alone go into hunting. After all, not everyone has a daddy of an Igo president. That's it. A smile appeared on Qi Tian's face. Chapter 50. Is this the place? Qi Tian looked at the barren plain in front of him, and his brows frowned slightly. After he accepted the commission of the jewel flesh before, he contacted him according to the contact information left by the client, and then the other party gave him an address. That's it. But the point? No matter how you look here, it doesn't look like a place where the Ligaru mammoth can live. You know, adult Ligaru mammoths usually have a body length of 1000 meters and a height of 1500 meters, and monsters of this size are not something that can be fed anywhere. And now the plain before his eyes, previously used the word barren to describe it, that is all lifted. In addition to the war zone, there is such a desolate place in this world. Qi Tian sighed. But since you have already accepted the commission, let's wait for now. Maybe this is a transit station. Crisply, Qi Tian directly took out a grill and ingredients, and directly ate the barbecue himself in the corner of this plain. Because he was waiting for someone, Qi Tian casually condensed slender chopsticks with qi. No, it should be said that it was grilled, and they were slowly roasted and eaten in strings. Sure enough, the natural spice goat, really the most suitable for barbecue, press in the addition of bully a special barbecue material, one word, really fragrant. Qi Tian sprinkled ingredients on the barbecue and learned the meaning of food, even if the cooking skills are not good, but for the heat and the amount of seasonings, Qi Tian is still quite confident. Even so, though, a small goat with almost 200 or 300 pounds was almost eaten by Qi Tian, and he had not yet seen the arrival of the client. I'm not being tricked. Qi Tian scratched his head, holding the last thought, let go of the suppressed qi perception, and looked around. Oh? Are there still people in this kind of place? Qi Tian chuckled, activated the dance void technique, and flew in the direction he perceived. To die or to die. How can there be fierce beasts in such a place? Obviously they have not come several times. A small child who looked to be 15 or 16 years old was running away quickly in the wasteland, and behind him, there was always a big cat, no, a big lion that looked lazy was chasing. Lazy lions, capturing level 5 lions, although the combat effectiveness is good, but very lazy, not hungry to the extreme will rarely prey at full strength, so even ordinary people, if they run fast enough, they can escape. And this 15 or 16-year-old boy is obviously not running slowly, but even so, being chased by a big lion is obviously very alarmed. To die or to die. If you want to die, you will die again. Qi Tian's angry voice came over, that's you. Principal. Wisher. Being able to call out Qi Tian, who has always been low-key, in the world of food hunters, it is obvious that this teenager does not just happen to pass by. Sitting cross-kneeled on the body of the lazy lion, Qi Tian looked at the teenage boy in front of him who looked a little embarrassed. I just said that the middle-aged man's voice on the phone before sounded a little strange. You used a voice changer. That. It's me. The boy smiled. I'm just afraid that my voice is too tender and people won't trust me. Now that I see people, I don't trust them much. Qi Tian said helplessly. How could an ordinary 15 or 16-year-old boy have news of such a rare ingredient as the Ligera mammoth, the jewel meat that lives in nature? You know, wherever the Ligera mammoth can roost, it is never possible for ordinary people to go. Really? I really have information about that gem flesh. Seeing Qi Tian's distrustful look, the young man suddenly became anxious, and quickly spoke. Oh. Qi Tian raised his eyebrows. To be honest, he didn't really believe it, but his intuition told him that the teenager in front of him was not lying. Can't help but be interested. Tell me about it. That. The boy hesitated. Don't worry, I'm not greedy for a child's stuff. Qi Tian almost laughed angrily, obviously entrusted it, but he even hesitated at the juncture. All right. As if to reflect, the boy also spoke. The boy's name is Xiaobing, he is 15 years old this year, his father used to be a food hunter, so he admires food hunters, but without strength, it is too difficult for just an ordinary person to become a food hunter. Xiaobing's father, on the other hand, is to fulfill Xiaobing's wishes, looking around for information about ingredients that can make ordinary people have power. As a food hunter, he has also faintly heard of the existence of gourmet cells, but unfortunately, the method of obtaining gourmet cells is impossible for more than 90% of gourmet hunters to understand and obtain. However, I don't know if it was food luck or accident, Xiaobing's father found a relic that no one had found, and it is said that there is a figure of the original gourmet jellyfish in it, which is said to be a magical jellyfish that can have gourmet cells after any creature eats it. It's a pity. After working hard to get the original gourmet jellyfish, he didn't have enough strength to leave the ruins and died there. And Xiaobing also managed to find it there based on the detailed information of his father's research that year and a loss of luck. Unfortunately, just like his father, there was not enough strength, and Xiaobing did not dare to enter that ruin, so he wanted to find a food hunter to entrust. But that relic is too precious, he dare not say it casually, so he can only find a way to collect some information about food hunters, hoping to find someone with a good enough reputation from it, and then entrusting it. And Qi Tian is the chef who is finally chosen. As for why? The reason is that Xiaobing discovered in his father's records that he had been saved by Qi Tian once in the wild. Have I ever saved? Qi Tian scratched his face, but he was completely unimpressed. But why did you use the flesh of the jewel as the content of the commission? Because the drone I put into that ruins only captured the largest Ligera mammoth, and it was destroyed, so the only ingredients in the ruins I know are gem meat. Xiaobing scratched his head in embarrassment. This way. Qi Tian nodded. In short, just have the flesh of gems. Where are the ruins? If you have a ruin, it's here. Xiaobing hurriedly said, the underground of this wasteland is the location of the ruins, and as for the entrance, it is in a cave on a low mountain east of the previously agreed place. Underground. Qi Tian was stunned, and then directly let go of the qi induction and probed downward. Good fellow, so deep. Qi Tian was surprised. No wonder this relic has never been found. It was almost at an underground position of 20,000 meters that he sensed a lot of life breath. With Xiaobing, Qi Tian came to the cave that Xiaobing said, looking at the super simple trap that seemed to have broken a hole on the ground, and the corner of Qi Tian's mouth twitched. Well, Xiaobing's father won't have found the ruins after falling into this cave. This is it, underneath this trap, there is a passage that leads directly to the ruins, but I just put a drone and did not dare to go down myself. Xiaobing said. Then go down. Qi Tian said and jumped down directly. Xiaobing also jumped down after him. This is the passage to the ruins you said. Jumping closer to the trap, Qi Tian looked at the cave on the side of the trap and asked. Xiaobing nodded and took 2 backpacks. Although it looks like a cave, it is actually a huge bottomless sinkhole, which can directly reach the ruins. Give it, this is the parachute I prepared in advance, which cost me a lot of money and bought it from a very reputable store. Parachute. Although Qi Tian couldn't use that thing, but skydiving from the ground to a bottomless cave sounds interesting. With a playful meaning, Qi Tian did not shirk. With a diameter of almost 70 or 80 meters, at a glance, Qi Tian and Xiaobing were already carrying parachutes on their backs. How? Dare to jump? Qi Tian looked at Xiaobing on the side with interest. Although he told Xiaobing that he could stay and wait for him to return with his things, he was rejected. Of course you dare. Xiaobing looked at the bottomless cave in front of him that seemed to devour, grumbled, forcibly plucked up his courage, and jumped directly. Good guts, it's a food hunter. Qi Tian looked at Xiaobing who jumped down, smiled at the corner of his mouth, and also jumped directly. Although Qi Tian's perceived breath of life was about 20,000 meters underground, in fact, 20,000 meters underground was the top layer of the ruins, and the upper layer of the ruins. After about 30 seconds of free fall from the sky, Qi Tian could see the light point below from a distance, and another 20 seconds passed. In a big hole in the sky, Qi Tian and Xiaobing fell out. Oh! Is this the place? Falling out of the big hole in the sky, Qi Tian looked up at the blue sky and white clouds, looking at the huge space below, and his eyes couldn't help but show amazement. Although I have already sensed it, it is really amazing, there are continents underground. Even after almost 10,000 meters away, Qi Tian also saw the huge size of the Ligera mammoth group running freely on the continent below. No wonder that Xiaobing would say that the drone he released only captured the Ligera mammoth. Qi Tian's gaze glanced at the figure in the sky not far away, and the corners of his mouth hooked slightly. Braised bald eagle. Another rare ingredient, really. What a surprise! Chapter 51. Tweet. 7 or 8 huge white-headed black eagles spread their wings and chirped. Each white-headed black eagle's system is 70 or 80 meters long, the wings will spread out 150 or 60 meters, the feathers of the whole body except for the head, are all as dark as steel, and the high-pitched chirping sound is extremely harsh. The eyesight of the eagle birds is undoubtedly very good, although the size is not large, and there is still a distance, but the 7 or 8 white-headed black eagles have undoubtedly found Qi Tian and Xiaobing. As soon as their wings spread, the white-headed black eagles who were originally leisurely gliding and flying instantly turned into extreme speed and rushed towards the two. That's it. The 3 or 4 drones I put in succession were all destroyed by them. Xiaobing's face on the side changed drastically, and he shouted loudly. Braised bald eagle! Capture level 42, although it is a bird, but under the steely feathers, all hidden are the best materials for stewing. Even if you just add water, you can boil high-quality stewed carvings. The corners of Qi Tian's mouth twitched. Continuous chopsticks. Qi Tian flicked his right hand. 7 pairs of azure blue chopsticks instantly condensed and formed, just blocked the path of the stewed bald eagle, and the 7 extremely fast-flying stewed bald eagles seemed to throw themselves into the net, directly colliding with Qi Tian's chopsticks. As an appetizer, it's really suitable. Haha, I'll accept it unceremoniously. Qi Tian laughed, and then instantly collected one of the largest and most delicious stewed bald eagles into his space. As for the others, they were wrapped in a pair of chopsticks and flew out. Perhaps, for Qi Tian, it was just a casual blow, but Xiao Bing next to him was dumbfounded at this time. What a behemoth with a wingspan of 150 meters! It was so easily repelled. This is the power of a powerful food hunter? Xiao Bing's eyes instantly burned. That was a yearning for this unparalleled force. And this gaze without the slightest concealment, Qi Tian can naturally feel it clearly. His brows frowned slightly, but he didn't say much. After all, his pursuit of strength back then was definitely stronger than Xiao Bing, but later he lived a rich life. Bah, later the strength became stronger, and I was slowly hooked up by the food of this world, and then gradually corrected the problem of eating for strength. And with Qi Tian's cranky thoughts, he and Xiao Bing and the two of them fell freely and began to accelerate. How? What's going on? Xiao Bing's cry came over. Small things, just close to the ground, plus a special magnetic field, so the gravity starts to get stronger. Qi Tian is very casual. This kind of thing is not once or twice in the world of prisoners of food. This gravity, if you continue to add it, the speed should be 3 times the normal skydiving speed. Qi Tian estimated and said. Not that. It's a parachute. The parachute can't be opened. Xiao Bing's hands were on the switch of the parachute, and his face was snot and tears. Hey! Qi Tian blinked, then tried to pull the parachute switch on his back. Then, with a click, the strap of the parachute broke. Qi Tian was silent, looking at the free-falling boy who was snot in mid-air not far away. He remembered that Xiao Bing seemed to have said that he had bought it from a very reputable store. Excellent reputation equals no bad reviews. Parachute shops without bad reviews equals? Sighing, Qi Tian launched the dance void technique and flew towards Xiao Bing's direction, and then flew directly with the other party's clothes. Okay, don't cry, tears and snot can't save you. Feeling the sudden stagnation of his body, Xiao Bing, who was frightened and did not dare to open his eyes, quickly opened his eyes. It's people without wings, humans in. In the fly. Xiao Bing looked up at Qi Tian, who was carrying him to fly, with a shocked face. Qi Tian did not answer Xiao Bing's words, but slowly carried Xiao Bing down, his brows slightly wrinkled. Gravity. It's almost 3 times the size of the ground. I can hold it, but Xiao Bing, an ordinary person. Qi Tian's brows frowned. He really looked like sending Xiao Bing back to the ground now. The effect of gravity has never been as simple as simply gaining weight. Strong gravity acts on the body's autonomic nerves, heartbeat, breathing, digestion, blood pressure, metabolism, etc. all require greater force than under normal gravity. For the strong, it may just be uncomfortable for a while and it takes time to adapt. But for ordinary people, even 3 times the gravity is enough to be a fatal crisis. Perhaps, I can do this. Qi Tian looked at Xiao Bing, who was caught in his hand, and tried to channel his qi into the other party's body. Sure enough. Qi Tian's eyes showed a hint of joy. Although qi is a very destructive energy, but strangely it is also extremely pure vitality energy, and can even be directly transferred to others. The experiment was successful. Qi Tian manipulated the airflow throughout the body, and after strengthening it, he finally stopped at the position of Xiao Bing's heart. Although the high-gravity environment is terrible, as long as the strength of the heart can keep up, so that the blood circulation of the whole body does not lack oxygen, then at most it is more difficult to act. Of course, this is only a temporary strengthening. The qi given by Qi Tian is not eternal. Every beating of Xiao Bing's heart will consume a part of the qi, and when all the qi is consumed, Xiao Bing's body is what it is, or what it is. Maybe it's just a little stronger because of this high-intensity workout. Wait. I found a blind spot. A thoughtful look flashed in Qi Tian's eyes. It seems feasible to strengthen the body with qi while protecting the body and strengthen the physical fitness by performing high-intensity exercises beyond the limit. As the height dropped, there were also a lot of strange birds in the surrounding sky, and Qi Tian also caught a few strange birds that felt delicious from time to time and put them away. It's on the ground. Qi Tian put down the Xiao Bing he was carrying. Snap! First he was jumped by the parachute, and then he was carried by Qi Tian and flew for a while, and Xiao Bing sat down directly with a soft leg the moment he fell to the ground. Ooh! Should it be said that it is worthy of being a ruin? As soon as it falls to the ground, there is such a rich variety of ingredients. He didn't care about Xiao Bing, but Qi Tian looked at the towering jungle around him with interest. There is pasta grass growing on the ground here, and there is hand-rolling grass and braised pasta grass. And the trees here seem to be broth fruit trees that can produce all kinds of beef and mutton soup fruits, and this good variety of sauce flowers, small meatball pods, spiced dog-tail grass, bread leaf tree, ham sandwich flowers. Oh, and this white one, this is not a marshmallow mushroom. There are also chocolate mushrooms, and here are meat matsutake mushrooms, all of which are very rare mushroom ingredients. Qi Tian looked around excitedly. Those who know it, those who don't know, but everywhere Qi Tian's eyes go, they are all ingredients, and there is no ordinary plant. Here. It's a gourmet forest. Qi Tian looked excited. Although the world is amazing, it can be said that there are ingredients everywhere, but this does not mean that there are no ordinary plants and weeds, like this situation where all the plants in the entire forest are edible and very high-grade ingredients. He really saw it for the first time. Really wow! All around are the good and expensive ingredients sold in the market. Xiao Bing also looked around incredulously. As the son of a food hunter, and also an inspirational food hunter, he also has a deep understanding of the price of many ingredients in the market. Surrounded by so many ingredients, Xiao Bing's face also showed a touch of excitement, and he subconsciously raised his hand to grab it. However, how heavy! Xiao Bing felt the weight of his body with some difficulty. This is gravity? Xiao Bing was not stupid, and soon remembered the problem of gravity that Qi Tian had said when flying in the sky before. This is. What does triple gravity feel like? The body is so heavy. Xiao Bing stood up with difficulty. Of course not. When I came down just now, I added a buff to you, except for the most basic weight gain, all other effects on your body were temporarily exempted from you. Qi Tian, who was collecting ingredients in the forest, spoke casually. Otherwise, with your ordinary physical fitness, 3 times gravity, you should now have blood returning, palpitations, dizziness, headaches, and accelerated heart rhythm. After the difficulty, it was uncomfortable for 3 or 2 minutes, and he was killed. Xiao Bing listened to Qi Tian's series of cruel adjectives and couldn't help but sweat coldly. His mouth was dry. Yet. Thank you. No need to thank you, you are also my client, although the content of the commission is a bit problematic, but you can't let you die in front of me casually, not to mention. You also brought me to such a treasure land, and I will definitely bring you back safely. Qi Tian grinned. Xiao Bing nodded and turned his head to look at the surrounding food forest, but his attention was not focused on the surrounding ingredients at all, but showed a worried look. Although what he said before was that his father died here in Qi Tian's understanding, he always believed that his father was not dead, but just missing. But just as soon as he came in, the triple gravity environment directly cracked his original firm belief. Such a dangerous place. Is his father really safe and sound? Don't die, Stinky Dad. Chapter 52. Can't you walk yet? Do you need to take a break? Qi Tian glanced at Xiaobing behind him and asked. No. I can still walk. Carrying 3 times the gravity, Xiaobing said through gritted teeth. Okay then. Qi Tian nodded. He was not worried about Xiaobing. With the qi he entered, not to mention walking, it was running for a day. In addition to being tired, Xiaobing would not be injured by gravity. While walking, Qi Tian collected all kinds of ingredients in the forest, and had opened up the ability of unlimited storage space in this world. Qi Tian only needed to avoid Xiaobing's eyes and ears, and did not worry that the food could not be released, or the food deteriorated for a long time. However, as Qi Tian collected more and more types of ingredients, Qi Tian also gradually discovered some strangeness. The ingredients here. There are so many varieties that they are not normal at all. A lot of ingredients shouldn't even be here at all, but they actually appeared, as if it is collected by man, not naturally produced. Looks like it's not empty. Qi Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at the primeval jungle behind him that had no trace of civilization at all. Well, it's so big. Xiaobing looked at the Ligera mammoths running on the grassland from a distance. Before, it was not obvious in the sky, but when it came to the ground, the Ligera mammoth, which was more than 1,500 meters long and more than 1,000 meters high, was like a running mountain. The sound of deafening footsteps can be heard even here. It seems it's a bit strong. Even after being so far away, Qi Tian could feel the vigorous aura in the body of the giant mammoth in the distance. The capture level of each one is at least above 60, or even close to 70. Qi Tian quickly figured it out, different from the Ligera mammoth, which lives on the legal plateau of the Igo-e Korjun. Here is a high-pressure area with gravity 3 times the ground, with the terrifying body weight of the Ligera mammoth. After adapting to this environment, although the body size has not become much larger, but the improvement of strength is a natural thing, not to mention, there are countless delicious ingredients here. It is strange if it does not become stronger. A stronger mammoth means more delicious gem meat. The flesh of 1 gemstone, the flesh of 2 gemstones, the flesh of 3 gemstones. A total of 11 Ligera mammoths, that is, 11 pieces of jewel flesh, developed. Thinking in his heart, the corner of Qi Tian's mouth couldn't stop the saliva flowing. Xiaobing, there is no danger around here, you wait here, I'll go back. Qi Tian explained 2 words to Xiaobing, and then directly launched the dance air technique and flew towards the Ligera mammoth group. After Qi Tian left, Xiaobing, who was originally holding hard, suddenly sat down. His body was almost soaked, 3 times the gravity. Even with Qi Tian's blessing, he would not die because of gravity on the vegetative nerve, but he tripled, more than 300 pounds of weight. Even if he exercised regularly, it was still a severe test for him. But at this time, Xiaobing was not in a hurry to rest, but quickly took out a hand-drawn simple map from his arms and looked at it. My current location is here. After a while, Xiaobing determined his current location, and then looked up to the southwest according to the map. That's it. The only lake here. Xiaobing's eyes showed a hot fire. He has ambition, great ambition. Gourmet jellyfish is just the beginning. What he wants is all the ingredients in this underground space. All. He wants it all. Power. As long as you get gourmet jellyfish, you can gain power. Xiaobing looked in the direction of Ligera mammoth from afar, his eyes narrowed. Although he couldn't see it, he knew where Qi Tian must be. My strength alone will definitely not be able to reach that side, so if you want to go over, you can only rely on him, but Xiaobing thought of the strength that Qi Tian had shown before, and his brows furrowed slightly. His strength seems to be a little too strong. On the other side, although Qi Tian knew what Xiao Bing might think, he didn't care much. The gap in strength was too big. Even if Qi Tian fell asleep and let Xiao Bing let go, it was impossible to cause him any harm. That's right. From a close look, Qi Tian is also more sure of his previous idea. The strength of the Ligera mammoth here is very strong. If the capture level of each one is calculated by ego, there can be almost 65 to 70, and the group of Ligera mammoths, the capture level is probably around 80. O Ligera mammoth! Thank you for using your precious body to breed the flesh of the incomparably delicious gemstone. You are welcome to my subordinates. Qi Tian flew in midair, his hands folded, full of gratitude. And it was this strong sense of gratitude that made the 11 mountain-like Ligera mammoths notice the existence of Qi Tian, which was small to them, like ants. Ong! A deafening chirp sounded, and 11 Ligera mammoths roared into the sky. Swish! Listening to the elephant chirping echoing in his ears, Qi Tian's gaze that opened his eyes did not have the slightest fluctuation, deep and calm. His right hand was held in vain, and a chopstick with a thick adult arm instantly condensed. Chopsticks, cave gun. Qi Tian drank lightly, the muscles of his right hand bulged, and he suddenly threw the chopsticks in his hand. In midair, the chopsticks traveled at great speed, approaching the Ligero mammoth group almost in the blink of an eye, and then in midair, they were divided into 11, respectively, and they were close to the huge heads of the 11 Ligera mammoths. Whew! Sure enough, for this huge Ligera mammoth, although the power required for points is extremely great, the requirements for accuracy are very low. Qi Tian looked at the Ligera mammoth who was anesthetized by him at the same time, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Obtaining gem flesh doesn't require killing the Ligera mammoth, so he never thought of taking the life of the Ligera mammoth. On the contrary, if he left the Ligera mammoth, although the interval was a little long, there was no doubt that this was a steady stream of gem meat. Su! Qi Tian instantly turned from extreme stillness to extreme movement, and a flash came to the open mouth of Ligera mammoth when he raised the name of the sky. Sure enough! You are welcoming me. Qi Tian looked at Ligera mammoth with emotion. Ligera mammoth, don't dare to move. Don't dare to move. From the mouth, Qi Tian came to the body of the Ligera mammoth. Unlike the vast majority of beasts, the Ligera mammoth huge reminder, there are 12 stomachs in the body, which can digest most of the food. But at the same time, because of such a vast space, even the air can circulate, and the brilliant light of the jewel flesh that is enough to illuminate the space in the body of the Ligera mammoth. There are a lot of beasts and plants living here, forming a very unique ecosystem. However, these are not Qi Tian's concerns. After entering the Ligera mammoth, Qi Tian did not mean to search slowly at all, and directly cast the search for the full speed of the dancing air technique. Although subtle, but the light source in the body of the Ligera mammoth is the flesh of the jewel, and after many reflections of the labyrinthine body of the Ligera mammoth, it illuminates the entire space. And this subtle perception of light reflection, Qi Tian at this time. According to the subtle clues, he is quickly looking for the flesh of this gem. This is the change brought about by Qi Tian's terrifying concentration after experiencing the practice of food righteousness. There you have it. During the high-speed flight, Qi Tian's nose shrugged slightly. Although it was very subtle, there was no doubt that the fragrant fragrance that Qi Tian's nose smelled at this time was undoubtedly the smell of the flesh of the gems, in that direction. The direction of Qi Tian in mid-air changed, straight over, after 7 or 8 consecutive lane changes, and several wrong directions, Qi Tian came to a palatial palace. A palace of palatial flesh. This is jewel flesh? Qi Tian looked at the jewel flesh that looked like a work of art, and the patterns of pork belly were natural, which was an art that a skilled craftsman could not make after many steps and repeated processing. Even the low gravy on the gemstone flesh was like placer gold, dazzling. And the most amazing thing is the aroma emitted by the flesh of the gem, the aroma of the rich and primitive meat, as if it can break people's reason, just a sniff, it makes people's mouths water. Standing in front of this magnificent jewel meat, this rich meat fragrance that hit the heart even made Qi Tian's mind involuntarily recall every meat he had eaten in his short life, and involuntarily clasped his hands together. To all the ingredients in the world, I am grateful. Opening his eyes, Qi Tian's eyes looking at this gemstone flesh still had a strong appetite, but he was not in a hurry to taste it, although it was incomparably delicious to eat directly, but Qi Tian did not have the habit of eating raw meat. After cutting off the huge jewel flesh and putting it away, Qi Tian quickly returned the same way, leaving the body of this huge Ligera mammoth and flying towards the next Ligera mammoth. Once born and ripened twice, with the first capture experience, Qi Tian did not have much effort to find the flesh of the second gem and the flesh of the third gem. And just when Qi Tian was working hard and harvesting the flesh of gems, in a rock palace in this underground space, a creature sat out of the sleeping sarcophagus. Its black fur was a little dry, and its body was slightly shriveled. Looking at the physical condition, I have been dormant for less than half a year, and there are intruders again. A dry voice sounded from the other party's sharp mouth. If Qi Tian was here at this time, he would definitely be able to recognize that this sharp-mouthed creature was a prime-aged Nitro. Nitro, an extremely powerful race in the captive world of food, is the appetite demon of the gourmet cell. Even the red Nitro that exists as a slave has the power to walk in the gourmet world, and the blue Nitros are the level at the top of the gourmet earth in addition to the 8 kings. At the same time, it is also the creator of the gastronomic earth today. Forget it, since you're awake, eat something, and then solve the intruder. The black Nitro muttered to himself and emerged from the sarcophagus. The room where the sarcophagus was located was empty, but Black Nitro just walked in front of a wall, and with a gentle press, the wall suddenly revealed a large door and walked in. It is a food library with a large number of ingredients, and although they are not particularly high-end ingredients, each of them is a food that can be stored for a long time and is rich in nutrients. With the continuous eating, the Black Nitro, which was still a little shriveled, completely regained its fullness, and the dry black fur became smooth and shiny. A striking momentum wrapped around Nitro. Black Nitro moved his body and walked out of the cave. It's time to get to work. Today is my sister's birthday. During the day, there is only enough time for 2 chapters. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, I will make up 1 chapter. Chapter 53. What a good harvest! Great harvest! Qi Tian looked at the 11 pieces of jewel flesh that shone like a work of art in his storage space, and the smile on his face couldn't stop at all. The purpose of his coming this time was the meat of the gemstone, but he didn't expect to get it so easily. But standing above the head of the Ligera mammoth, Qi Tian looked at the vast underground space in front of him, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. There are delicious ingredients here, but there are still a lot of them. Let's go back first. Qi Tian's heart moved, and his body was full of flames, and he flew towards the mountain where he came. This is jewel flesh. Even in the daytime, and from a distance, Xiao Bing saw at a glance the shining jewel flesh that Qi Tian was holding in his hand, and his eyes suddenly showed a touch of amazement and greed. That's right. Qi Tian nodded, and the smile on his face was not concealed in the slightest. This is the meat of the gem you commissioned this time. According to the content of the commission, half of the meat of this gemstone belongs to you, and the other half is mine. Well, it should be. Xiao Bing was stunned at first, obviously not expecting Qi Tian to say such words at this time, but after reacting, he also quickly nodded. Okay, since the commission is complete, then I'll send you away. It's too dangerous to stay long. Qi Tian said, took out the prepared food storage bag and put away the jewel meat. Send me away. No thanks, I'm not leaving. Xiao Bing quickly waved his hand and shook his head. He didn't really come for the meat of the gem this time. How could he leave now? It's dangerous here. Qi Tian frowned. Not only is it dangerous, but Xiaobing has a calculation in his heart, and he also knows that although he doesn't care, if there is any accident that disturbs him to collect ingredients, it is also trouble. No, I'm not leaving, I'm going to find my father. Xiaobing shook his head again and insisted. Your father? Qi Tian opened his mouth. In his opinion, Xiaobing's father had probably become a part of nature for a long time, so how to find it? However, this kind of thing, he is not easy to speak. Next, when hunting, I won't specifically protect you or wait for you. Qi Tian frowned and said. Well, I'll hold on. Xiaobing said with a firm face. Looking at Xiaobing's insistent look, Qi Tian also shook his head, put the meat of the jewel on his back, ignored it, and continued to move forward, although he was not experienced, but Qi Tian still held a few points for his eyesight. How could he not see the little juju that Xiaobing was fighting in his heart? Behind Qi Tian, Xiaobing's face showed a haze. Damn, doesn't it mean that this guy has a good heart? How could he have been indifferent all the time? Xiaobing gritted his teeth. When he chose Qi Tian as the target of the commission, it was naturally not because of any reason why his father had been rescued once or twice, but he just accidentally heard that in the food hunter world, Qi Tian's reputation is very good. There are many food hunters say that they have been rescued in the wild. And with a good heart, Make a Vow Food House has only been open for a little more than 2 years, the owner's age is not old. In Xiaobing's opinion, this is simply the perfect object of use. And the previous hearing of gourmet relics and gourmet jellyfish various performances also undoubtedly shows this. The plan needs to change a little. Xiaobing looked at Qi Tian's advancing back, gritted his teeth, stood up with difficulty, carried 3 times the gravity, and followed. Although it is said that it will not specifically protect Xiaobing, if Xiaobing is not too far away from him, the beast generally will not choose to approach, and those who are close. Then the ingredients of the basic programming Qi Tian were put away. And to Qi Tian's surprise, after walking for almost 5 hours in a row, Xiaobing actually followed abruptly, although Qi Tian did not deliberately accelerate this way, but he definitely did not deliberately slow down. Nice will. Qi Tian secretly praised. Because it is underground, although the sky is bright, there is no doubt that this is caused by some special ingredients, and this kind of food, naturally, will not rise in the east and set in the west like the sun, so that the world has day and night, so after 5 hours, the surrounding light brightness can be said to have almost no change. You really don't choose to go back? Qi Tian frowned and looked at the sweaty Xiaobing and asked. Don't go back. Panting, but Xiaobing's tone was very firm. After a moment of silence, Qi Tian looked at Xiaobing and couldn't help shaking his head. He thought that after these few hours, the other party would retreat, but the scope of this underground space is not small, so I can't always move at this speed, and then I will speed up, much faster, and you can't keep up with me. Qi Tian said in a deep voice. Xiaobing paused, still stubborn. Anyway, I won't leave until I find my father. Qi Tian looked at Xiaobing calmly, raised his finger and pointed to the sky in the distance, the exit of this underground space. There is only the only one at present, without my help, you can't get out. Subconsciously, Xiaobing looked in the direction pointed by Qi Tian, but from a distance of 10,000 meters, Xiaobing's eyes naturally could not see the location of the exit, but he knew that what Qi Tian said was not a lie. Don't go. Xiaobing gritted his teeth and braced. That. Good luck. Qi Tian looked at Xiaobing and said softly. Xiaobing's face changed slightly. The bet is lost. Give, although there is no gourmet cell, but the meat of the gem also has a lot of benefits for the body, whether it is to restore physical strength or recover the injury, it has a miraculous effect. Qi Tian handed Xiaobing a palm-sized piece of gemstone meat. As for your share of the other gem meat, if you can go out safely, you can go to my food house and take it, or now I can buy it at the market price and transfer the money to your designated account. This. Xiao Bing looked at the meat of the gem that he subconsciously took over, and then looked at Qi Tian, who was about to leave, and wanted to speak. However, Qi Tian's figure instantly disappeared in front of his eyes, appeared hundreds of meters away, and then flickered several times in succession before disappearing from his sight. Xiao Bing looked at the disappeared Qi Tian and was stunned. It took a long time to come back to his senses. His face was extremely ugly and he directly burst into foul language. Percent. He also didn't expect Qi Tian to be so fierce, and he left directly when he left, without giving him a chance to stay. This trademark is called very good-hearted. Xiao Bing's face turned red with anger at this time, and he threw a child without the power of a chicken in this triple gravity and dangerous wilderness, which is called good-hearted. Just when Xiao Bing was angry, there was a rumbling sound in the surrounding grass. Oops! Xiao Bing reacted. He was not safe now, and quickly took out a spray vial from the inner pocket of his clothes, sprayed it on his body, and an indescribable stench instantly spread. The grass next to it that had just rumbled was shaking wildly. Obviously, something had left by this stench. And at this time, Xiao Bing's face is also livid, even if he is holding his breath, even if the stench is created by him, but it does not mean that he can be immune. You know, this is the stench extracted by the demon durian, only a little, within 1,000 meters, absolutely no creature with a sense of smell dares to approach. Xiao Bing held his breath and quickly took off the backpack behind him, and quickly took out a special mask that had been prepared a long time ago and covered his mouth and nose, and his face eased, but even so, the stench of the demon durian still passed through the mask, but at this time, it was already within the normal tolerable range. Damn it! Feeling the slightest stench, Xiao Bing cursed lowly, first buckling a little gem meat into his mouth to restore his strength, and then putting the gem meat into his backpack. Putting on his backpack again, wrapped around the unbearable stench, Xiao Bing glanced resentfully at the direction Qi Tian left, only to adjust the direction of his progress slightly, and walk straight in the direction of his destination. At this time, Qi Tian, who went on the road alone, obviously did not leave a child's mental burden. Although he is relatively kind and upright, heroic and fearless, handsome and compelling, it does not mean that he is a rotten good person and is willing to be a nanny to take care of him all the way. If it weren't for the fact that the other party told him such a treasure land, he might have left when he completed the commission. And although the props carried by the seemingly teenage child were not revealed, it was impossible for him not to notice it. Although there may be danger, it is enough to be careful to save your life. As for what to do if you really die, Qi Tian did not give the other party a chance to leave, but since he chose to stay, since one chose his hunting target, even if he was an ordinary person, even if he was not old, he must have the determination to become a part of nature. In this regard, Qi Tian has never been accustomed to a stranger. Today is really unlucky. The codeword software I have been using does not know what to smoke. The second chapter of the code is halfway, and as a result, I quit myself. I need to log in again, and then I still go in, so that I changed another codeword software to recode, although it is late, but today 3 is definitely not less. Chapter 54. Demon Durian. Qi Tian shrugged his nose and turned his head to take a look. The person is not big, the ability is not small, even this ingredient extraction substance that is forbidden by the 8 laws of gastronomy can be obtained. However, Qi Tian did not pay too much attention. The reason why he was not far from the position just now was only because he found more valuable ingredients, and looked down at the ingredients he found. The whole beef mushroom group is a beef tongue mushroom, beef loin mushroom, beef spine mushroom, cow's hoof mushroom. There are more than a dozen kinds of ingredients containing delicious mushrooms from all over the beef, although it is not difficult to catch, but it is extremely rare, even in supermarkets such as gourmet markets, where the amount and variety of ingredients are terrifying. This ingredient rarely appears. It's a treasure land. The rare ingredients that are rare to see in the human world can be said to be almost everywhere. Qi Tian sighed softly, but at the same time raised his vigilance to the highest in his heart. This kind of pomp and circumstance that is almost full of rare ingredients can hardly appear naturally in such a place, in which there must be the presence of pushers, and the treasure land that can form such a range, in addition to the accumulation of endless time, can only be caused by one or several infusions of huge amounts of nutrients. And no matter which of the two situations it is definitely not caused by ordinary people. Gastronomic ruins? No, it should be called a food paradise. For Qi Tian, who is more familiar with the inside story of this world, there is only one kind of founder who can think of here, that is, Nitro, who is keen to build various gastronomic relics. Qi Tian's way of moving forward is not to keep moving in one direction, but to walk back and forth, constantly collecting various ingredients around him. It was as if all the ingredients here were to be swept away. Although the speed of progress was a little slower, there were definitely many surprises, such as Qi Tian sending several rainbow fruits in a remote jungle directly in front of him, and there were already ripe fruits among them. After this trip, Qi Tian took a day to get out of the not-too-big jungle, and the harvest can be said to be big and scary. That forest does not say all, but 80% of the same ingredients are Qi Tian's pocket. It's a pity that I didn't bring bouillon with me, otherwise I would be able to eat a big meal now. Qi Tian couldn't help but feel sorry when he looked at the many ingredients in his storage space. Since forming a partner with Beria, Qi Tian has become more and more dissatisfied with his craftsmanship, not because of the lack of deliciousness of the ingredients, but because of the waste of ingredients. It is clear that the ingredients that can reach 100 points or even 150 or even 200 can be matched together, but in Qi Tian's hands, they can only achieve a passing grade of 60 points or even lower. If you change to an ordinary person, maybe it just tastes worse, but for Qi Tian's keen sense of taste at this time, it is simply unbearable. He also did not expect that what he thought was a simple job would involve such an amazing food paradise. It's good if you don't think about it, but now that I think about it, Qi Tian suddenly feels even more difficult. It's still speeding up a bit. A decision was made in my heart. Qi Tian's already rapid movements were undoubtedly much faster. If you change an ordinary person to come here, maybe you can't even see Qi Tian's walking movements clearly. Outside the gourmet forest, which is shouted by Qi Tian, is a wider and endless plain, with occasional hills undulating. Different from the gourmet forest full of ingredients, the plains are undoubtedly much less ingredients, but similarly, unlike the plant ingredients everywhere in the forest, there are more of a kind of beast animals that can become ingredients. For example, the Ligera mammoth that Qi Tian had anesthetized before lived on this plain, but because its huge size was too conspicuous, Qi Tian couldn't wait to capture the flesh of the gem. Really? Did you give me a dismount as soon as it came up? Qi Tian helplessly looked at a group of poisonous pigs watching at the grassland gate. Although it was a very delicious ingredient, the toxins contained in it were extremely terrifying. It's easy to kill if you want to, but if you want to poison, at least Qi Tian can't do it. Forget it, let's catch it alive and take it away. Beria's words, it will definitely be no problem to go poisoned. Qi Tian sighed. His infinite storage space, but there is never a rule that living things cannot be stored. In that space that completely does not have time, living things will not lose their lives after being stored in it. What should they be like when they are taken out? Although the point of the poisonous pig is not easy, it is much simpler than detoxification, at least for Qi Tian, who has completed the food righteousness. It is easy to detect the method of putting a poisonous pig into the storage space. Qi Tian also officially burst into this vast plain. And at the same time, after a difficult days-long journey, thanks to the fragrance of demon durian, Xiao Bing also walked out of the food forest with difficulty. It shouldn't be far. Almost accustomed to the sudden increase in weight, Xiao Bing's breathing at this time was not so disordered. Looking at the rough map in his hand that he did not know how many times he had been tempted by the drone, his face finally showed a smile. If you go about 10 kilometers or so there, you can see the river flowing straight into the lake, and if you go downstream, you can definitely avoid most of the dangers, but the speed will be faster. With such thoughts and goals, Xiao Bing continued to take steps with difficulty, however. That direction. Is it for the gourmet cell again? It's really strange. Obviously, there are so many rare ingredients, and there are people rushing to the gourmet cell twice in a row. The black nitro, like an anteater, was condescending, looking at Xiao Bing's back from afar, and the sharp beak seemed to reveal a curve. But it's really interesting. An ordinary person who can't even hold on to 3 times his weight can survive under 3 times gravity. Swish! The figure flashed, and the black figure of Nitro disappeared instantly, but did not leave, but appeared in front of Xiao Bing. He really wanted to see what kind of surprise this strange human in front of him could bring him. The outside world is still rising and setting, but at a depth of 20,000 meters underground, there is no concept of sunset here. It was unexpectedly smooth. Riding on the rubber boat that was also smeared with the essence of the demon durian, Xiao Bing looked excitedly at the huge lake that was not far away. Although the journey is a bit tortuous, I am indeed a person who has been favored by food luck. Favor of food luck. In the distance, the black Nitro, who had been following Xiao Bing, whispered softly, and a solemn look appeared on his face. As one of the few Nitros in the world who knows most of the secrets, even if it is only a red Nitro, he knows the importance of this food luck. And the seemingly ordinary human in front of him, whether he can survive in 3 times the gravity environment, or he is attracted and interested to open a way for him, he is quite in line with the concept of food luck. Perhaps. Black Nitro's expressionless face showed a pensive look. It was another difficult capture that did not go well, but Xiao Bing used his full preparation to successfully capture the original gourmet jellyfish without the intervention of Black Nitro. This is. Are there ingredients that give me power? In the lake, Xiao Bing looked at the crystal-clear gourmet jellyfish in front of him, and his face showed a look of fanaticism. Can't wait to go ashore. Holding the gourmet jellyfish in his hand, Xiao Bing directly nibbled on it. As an original gourmet jellyfish, its deliciousness is naturally needless to say, even if it has not been cooked and eaten directly raw, it is still delicious. But Xiao Bing did not care about the delicacy in his mouth at all, but frantically nibbled on the gourmet water noodles he was holding. In his opinion, after this delicacy has power, he can have as much as he wants. With the continuous lower mouth, Xiao Bing's originally short figure began to grow, and his originally slender arms also swelled. Every muscle in the whole body was moaning madly, and the strength, the power of the gourmet cells was rapidly conceived and formed in Xiao Bing's body. Power, this is power. Xiao Bing looked at his greatly changed body like crazy, and laughed madly. 15 years, since the age of 15, even if the body can no longer develop the power to pursue finally arrived. With this power, plus those things left by my father, this treasure land is mine. Starting from the rare ingredients here, the whole world is waiting for me. At this time, what Xiao Bing, who was laughing madly, did not find that as his strength grew, a breath stored in his heart that he could not detect was rapidly consuming. The difference between ordinary people and people with gourmet cells is too great. The qi that Qi Tian originally injected into Xiao Bing's body was enough to last for more than a month, but he did not expect Xiao Bing's gourmet cell intake to awaken. At the time of awakening, the extremely active food cells naturally began to swallow and absorb the foreign nutrients that did not belong to the body. It always feels a little disappointed. In the distance, Black Nitro scratched his cheek. Although the gourmet cell awakens, the cell awakened through the gourmet jellyfish is only equivalent to visual awakening, and although the potential is there, it is not rare. And this kind of heart, even with the care of food luck, Nitro does not think that the other party can grow. After all, food luck is not immortal. What a waste of time. Black Nitro slowly walked towards the crazy Xiao Bing, without the slightest emotional fluctuation in his eyes. Maybe this is the consequence of running out of food. Chapter 55. Strange. Xiao Bing's breath suddenly became stronger. Qi Tian, who was hunting on the gourmet grassland, frowned slightly, and turned his head to look into the distance. Although he no longer paid attention to it, this distance between Qi Tian and Xiao Bing was far from beyond the range of his qi sensing. Could it be gourmet cell awakening? Qi Tian thought of some possibility, and his expression couldn't help but be surprised. He really successfully caught the original gourmet jellyfish. Qi Tian's eyes were a little unbelievable. He naturally would not forget the original gourmet jellyfish that could awaken the gourmet cells that Xiao Bing couldn't forget. But no. Only a few days have passed, and the other party has successfully captured the gourmet jellyfish with 3 times the gravity. Could it be? Am I looking away? Qi Tian couldn't help but suspect in his heart, although he hadn't investigated carefully. When they first met, Qi Tian could feel that Xiao Bing's qi was not right. That's when he kept an eye on it. Although Qi Tian still helped the other party resist 3 times the gravity, and also wanted to send the other party back to the ground several times, Qi Tian did not take the initiative to help the other party to capture the gourmet jellyfish or find the other party's so-called father for all this reason. Even if it weren't for the fact that the other party was the client, Qi Tian wouldn't even take a look at this kind of person. This is food luck favors? Qi Tian shook his head, thinking of the definition that in the captives of food, the last food luck could stay in anyone's body. But these are not very related to Qi Tian's things. The other party is alive or dead. For Qi Tian at this time, collecting these rare ingredients on weekdays is the most important thing. However, as soon as Qi Tian returned his attention to the beast in front of him, he instantly turned his head here and looked incredulously in Xiao Bing's direction. What a speed! How is this possible? Qi Tian was really stunned this time. He felt Xiao Bing's qi rapidly approaching him, but how could a person who had just awakened his gourmet cells have such an amazing speed? Suspended under his feet, Qi Tian's whole person flew up and looked in that direction from afar. Xiao Bing was very fast, just flying. Qi Tian saw the figure of the other party, but it is a figure caught in the hand. Sure enough. Nitro? Qi Tian looked at the black anteater-like Nitro who was holding Xiao Bing from a distance, and his face became a little solemn. Looking at the appearance, this is not the Nitro that has just awakened from the food pyramid in the anime, or the kind of waste that has been raised by the food club, but a powerful Nitro in the prime of life. Such a fierce action can even converge the breath without leaking the slightest. It should be said, is it worthy of Nitro? Nitro is not only a beast without wisdom, although it is very cruel, but every Nitro is like a natural hunter. The hunting ability is comparable to that of the best food hunters, and the highly intelligent Nitro is even proficient in a variety of exquisite cooking techniques. It's a strong man. Since Qi Tian can already see Nitro, then Nitro can naturally see Qi Tian's figure, and from a distance of 10,000 meters, Nitro's expression has become solemn. As a natural food hunter, even if Qi Tian converged his breath, Nitro could faintly detect the vast energy in Qi Tian's body. The human realm. When did there be another such strong person? The black Nitro looked a little surprised, but not too surprised. After all, he has lived too long, and he is very aware of the growth rate of human beings, although his lifespan is not long, but this is an incredible race. Decades is enough time for potential strong people to grow up, and hundreds of years can even appear strong people standing on top of the world. Although he was thinking, the black Nitro's footsteps did not pause at all, even if it was not full speed, but 10,000 meters away. Soon black Nitro appeared not far from Qi Tian. The aura that had been converged before was also instantly high, and the terrifying momentum wantonly displayed its power, pressing towards Qi Tian. Rumble. The momentum that Qi Tian's body had been controlling was also released instantly, and the vigorous catharsis was raging, fighting against the momentum of this black nitro. The two terrifying auras collided, and the surrounding beasts immediately ran desperately to escape here. Even if they were extremely far away, there were a considerable number of fierce beasts fleeing. Human, hand over the ingredients you stolen. I can let you go safely. Black Nitro let out a low roar. You're thinking about fart. Qi Tian was unceremonious. The ingredients that went into his pocket, and the ones that went back? No way. Even if the other party may be the founder of this area, it is impossible. Humans, all the ingredients here are collected from all over the human realm that I have worked hard for hundreds of years, all of them are my personal property. You are robbery. Black Nitro is not a proud and despised human nature. In the last few hundred years in the human world, although he has rarely been exposed to people, but his understanding of human society is a little. Then you come and grab it back. Qi Tianyi pouted, and with 3 or 2 sentences, he wanted him to take back the ingredients he had collected. Dream it. It's not that Qi Tian is unreasonable. The key is that this underground cave has definitely existed for a long time. Maybe some of the ingredients in it were indeed collected by this nitro in front of him, but it is absolutely impossible to collect all of them from the other party. Just because he came hundreds of years earlier than him is like dividing the land as the king, occupying all the ingredients, impossible. Moreover, even if all of them are collected by the other party, this is not a vegetable garden, but a wilderness. He Qi, Demon King of the mixed world. Unreasonable. How can the sky let go of the deliciousness? Humans. I can allow you to bring him back too. Black Nitro suddenly threw the Shao soldier in his hand to the ground. His body, there is your smell, you are companions. With the action of the Black Nitro, Shao Bing, who was originally anesthetized by the point, regained his mobility. Save me! Save me! Wisher, didn't you promise me to bring me back safely? Please, save me! Although he had just resumed his operation, Shao Bing was obviously very aware of his situation, and quickly cried and begged. It's a pity that you rejected me. Qi Tian answered Shao Bing's question, however, the answer made Shao Bing feel desperate. No, I am your client, I told you this treasure land, save me out. Shao Bing was stunned, and then suddenly roared, his only hope for life, how could he simply give up? Delegate? I keep the flesh of the jewel for you. If you want it now, I can give it to you right away. Qi Tian said expressionlessly. The awakening of the gourmet cell made Shao Bing's qi much stronger, and Qi Tian could more clearly perceive the evil thoughts in Shao Bing's breath. This guy. Not a good person. No, you can't do that to me. Shao Bing's face was full of fear, and suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and quickly said, I can pay, I lied to you before, this is not the treasure land that my father found, but the treasure land passed down from generation to generation by our family. Our family has been exploring this treasure land for generations, and I have a secret here. Shao Bing's words are not finished. The black nitro on the side suddenly moved, the speed of action was amazing, and the solace of the feet that fell in an instant directly smashed heavily on Shao Bing's head. This. Qi Tian's brows furrowed slightly. Over here. It seems that it is not a simple food paradise, there are other secrets. It's a pity. Qi Tian's face showed a touch of regret, just now Nitro's attack came too quickly, and it was too close to Shao Bing, even Qi Tian didn't have time to rescue. Black Nitro's mouth opened, revealing the densely packed sharp teeth in his mouth, and looked at Qi Tian fiercely. It's really careless, no wonder there have been small bugs that have been found here for nearly 100 years, it seems. I can't let you go. Hey! Qi Tian is really inexplicable. He doesn't seem to have heard any secrets at all. But obviously, at this time, Black Nitro did not listen to Qi Tian's explanation at all, or it was useless to explain, he didn't care if Qi Tian knew the so-called secret, but as long as he knew that there were people with so-called secrets in this place, he had to die. Bang! The earth under the feet of Black Nitro suddenly cracked, and his entire body rushed towards Qi Tian like a cannonball. Fighting! Qi Tian's face changed slightly. It's not that he's afraid of Nitro, it's just that the current environment is not a good place to fight. If he can't solve Nitro quickly, then the two of them fight, I'm afraid this area will cease to exist. He still has a lot of ingredients to collect. However, in the face of Nitro who rushed over, Qi Tian didn't want to fight and had to fight. Boom! With a loud bang, Qi Tian and Nitro collided directly, and the terrifying power of the fist collision instantly set off a terrifying hurricane, and the feet of the two collided and even blasted out a huge sinkhole by the shock wave of the aftermath of the collision. The strength is so strong. Qi Tian took 2 steps back and looked solemnly at Nitro in front of him. Although he had overestimated the other party as much as possible, he never expected that the other party could be equal to him in strength. This strength! This black-haired Nitro is probably not an ordinary slave-class red Nitro. Equal, how is it possible? Compared to Qi Tian's solemnity, Nitro was incredible, looking at Qi Tian's eyes full of shock. You know, even in the food world, if he doesn't provoke those monsters and top predators, he can already go sideways. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to guard here. But he was actually here to match a human race that he had never heard of, and their intelligence network should not even be able to find out such a strong person. At this time, Qi Tian suddenly became interested. Although he has not been to the food world, Qi Tian knows very well how powerful his strength is. Not to mention that he can destroy the food earth under his feet, but it is not a problem to completely destroy the planet the size of the human world. This kind of power is definitely not a weak person in the food world. But a Nitro, who should have appeared in the food world who could only compete with him, actually appeared in the human world, and the secret of this must not be small. I'm getting more and more curious. Here's the secret. With Qi Tian's voice, the killing intent of that black-haired Nitro also suddenly soared, and continued to storm towards Qi Tian, bombarding Qi Tian's fatal place with every move. And Qi Tian did not show weakness, his whole body burned with a roaring arrogance, and his fists and feet did not leave the slightest hand. The earth trembled in distance, the aftermath of the collision, the sideways attack, the two of them only fought for a short time. Within a radius of 10 miles, at this time, there was no intact grass. Chapter 56. Above the sky, the black-haired Nitro who performed the dancing technique and flew in the air with special abilities was fiercely fighting. The aftermath of the battle between the two almost plowed the plain, and this was the reason why Qi Tian and Nitro specifically restrained themselves from using tricks with an astonishing range of destruction. Otherwise, this underground space would have been destroyed in the aftermath of the battle between the two. Can't continue grinding. Qi Tian looked at the scene below. Although he didn't know why the black-haired Nitro, who had attached so much importance to the ingredients here before, would suddenly kill Ling Ran, if he continued, many of the ingredients here would definitely be destroyed under the aftermath of their battle. Pine Hammer. Pound. Nitro held 2 purple pine meat hammers with gourmet energy and slammed into Qi Tian, even though Qi Tian had dodged away, but the shock wave of the 2 hammers full of spikes collided with the sparks in the sky swept towards Qi Tian. Drink! With a loud shout, Qi Tian's body energy instantly exploded, and a large amount of qi suddenly rushed out to form a barrier, firmly blocking the shock wave and the sky Mars. At the same time, a huge azure blue chopstick in Qi Tian's right hand instantly took shape and was thrown out suddenly in the direction of Nitro. In mid-air, the flying ability of Nitro is obviously not as flexible as Qi Tian's dancing air technique, but the other party is obviously not muddy, and a loose meat hammer instantly appeared under his feet, and then the force under his feet jumped up directly and dodged. Drink! Qi Tian drank lightly, and the chopsticks were like swimming fish flexibly and instantly changed direction, deftly rushing towards the Nitro, who was dodging the mountain, and on the other side, Qi Tian instantly condensed a large number of small chopsticks. Just in an instant, the dense chopsticks almost completely covered the area. Broke in. In front of the black-haired Nitro, a huge pine meat hammer suddenly condensed and blasted towards the dense chopsticks, wanting to break the attack. However, Qi Tian's chopsticks are not so fragile. The chopsticks seemed to poke into the tofu, easily drilling through the pine meat hammer condensed by Nitro. How is that possible? The black-haired Nitro couldn't believe how his attack could be so vulnerable. However, countless chopsticks had already appeared in front of him. Hey! Black-haired Nitro's body was instantly pierced by countless chopsticks, and even if it was hindered by black-haired Nitro's tough body, the chopsticks that passed through the chest flew out for tens of kilometers in an instant before slowly dissipating. Bastard! Black-haired Nitro's face was full of fury at this time, and the muscles of his bloody body suddenly stirred, and he abruptly blocked the body that was tied into a sieve by countless chopsticks, and even the large hole in the chest and head was squirmed and opened and closed quickly. What a terrifying vitality! Qi Tian's face changed slightly. What a terrifying vitality! His attack just now opened countless holes in Nitro's head and heart without pulling down at all, and this kind of injury, if it was placed on Qi Tian's body, if he couldn't eat the fairy beans instantly to heal his injuries, it would definitely be impossible to survive like this Nitro. He is not an opponent of this human race. Black-haired Nitro stared at Qi Tian deadly, and the battle just now had clearly told him this. Damn, why didn't a monster of this level go to the food world, but appeared in the human world? The killing intent in the eyes of the black-haired Nitro did not hide the slightest. Cell. As an appetite monster, every cell of Nitro is a high-purity gourmet cell with a terrifying degree of nutritional value. And this makes a secret trick extremely terrifying for a creature like Nitro, that is, I eat myself. With resentment, black-haired Nitro did not hesitate to launch self-eating. If the self-food of Yu in the original book is only the ability to recharge and renew time, then for Nitro, a creature with high-purity gourmet cells, it is like the heavenly demon disintegration Dafa in the novel. Instantly burn life, bursting out 10 times or even dozens of times the power. Desperately. Qi Tian's face showed a solemn expression. Although he was indeed stronger than Nitro in battle, he did not say that he was strong enough to ignore the opponent's desperation. Wu! With a gentle inhale, the burning qi around Qi Tian's body was quickly withdrawn by Qi Tian's body, and the huge qi that was as vast as the sea filled every cell in his body. Food technique, Qi martial source body. The muscles of Qi Tian's whole body suddenly swelled, every inch of his skin burst into green tendons, his complexion became blood red, and a mouthful of boiling turbid breath spit out, and the whole person looked extremely hideous. Qi Tian moved. He didn't wait for Nitro to take the initiative to go out, and under the full burst of strength, what was his strength at this time, even he himself had never tested this power. Judging from the speed of the fierce battle between the two at this time, although Qi Tian was rushing to attack, the time he grabbed was also extremely insignificant, but it was this insignificant time gap that brought a completely different momentum. If Nitro's body at this time is like a giant active volcano ready to go, then Qi Tian seems to have crossed a huge meteorite that descended from the sky to the earth at no near distance. Boom! The two who fought at a speed beyond the boundaries of ordinary people's visual capture collided together, loudly, and the collision of the two was strangely without the terrifying explosion roar. But from the void where the two collided, colorless and invisible ripples rose up and spread rapidly, but everything affected by this ripple, whether it was dirt, grass, or rocks and flowing water, all quietly collapsed. This gastronomic plain stretches for hundreds of kilometers. Completely gone. In its place was a huge abyss sinkhole. The center of the sinkhole. Qi Tian, who had recovered his original appearance, exuded a radiant aura all over his body, suspended in mid-air, except for some damage to the clothes on his body, there were no injuries on his body. At Qi Tian's feet, there was Nitro, who collapsed in the center of the sinkhole with a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and at this time he still couldn't believe that he would lose so miserably after using self-eating. But the side effects of self-eating coupled with the heavy blow just now, Nitro was already in danger at this time, and he couldn't even open his mouth to speak. It's a pity, it's a pity. Qi Tian didn't pay attention to the Nitro at his feet at all, but looked at the sinkhole that almost occupied the entire gastronomic plane with a painful face. Here, he still has a lot of places he hasn't collected. Looking at Qi Tian in the sky, who didn't care about his appearance at all, the black-haired Nitro couldn't help but widen his eyes angrily, and passed away alive. Dead. In the sky, Qi Tian glanced at Nitro below, and the last trace of dying Qi also dissipated, obviously. This Nitro is completely dead. That's right. I remember that Nitro seems to be able to eat too. Qi Tian suddenly remembered. But he remembered Jiro once saying that his favorite food was a little lizard like Nitro. Not to mention, the dead Nitro looked like a dry lizard all over. Put it away. Go back and let Belia see if she can cook it. Qi Tian said and fell directly to the ground, putting away the already shriveled Nitro. Then it quickly flew towards other areas and continued to collect ingredients. For a full week, Qi Tian almost scraped this underground space, flying in the water, swimming on the ground, running in the soil, growing on the trees, and so on, and all kinds of ingredients were scraped by Qi Tian. And the only pity is that even if Qi Tian turned over this place, he could not find the secret in Xiao Bing's mouth that made that black-haired Nitro so nervous. Come back when you have time. Deflated, Qi Tian looked at the underground food paradise that was scavenged by him, and flew away from the road where he came without any nostalgia. And this rare underground food paradise has only left traces of a shocking battle, and many ingredients still live here. Just back on the ground, Qi Tian didn't have time to do anything, his phone suddenly rang. Beria's phone, what a coincidence. Qi Tian looked at the caller ID of the mobile phone, and then connected it directly, and said with a smile, what a coincidence. I was about to give it to you. Brother Qi Tian. Help me. Beria's hoarse voice came. Even in the mobile phone, Qi Tian could hear the helplessness in Beria's voice. Boom. The incomparably terrifying arrogance suddenly erupted. If Qi Tian's previous use of Qi Tian in fighting Nitro underground was huge, it was a drop in the ocean compared to this time. Swish! Qi Tian did not have the slightest hesitation, the dancing void art burst out at full speed, and the whole person directly rose into the sky, breaking out from the top of the barren mountain, instantly turning into a meteor and disappearing into the sky. Chapter 58. I've already arrived. Qi Tian's voice sounded in the ears of Beria and Beria's master, and in the next moment, the roof was directly broken, and Qi Tian landed directly on the side of the two. Brother Qi Tian! Beria shouted in surprise. However, Qi Tian did not answer, and as soon as his right hand turned over, a fairy bean in his hand was already put into the mouth of that decadent middle-aged man. Before Qi Tian arrived, he sensed Beria's breath from a distance through the perception of Qi, as well as the weakening breath of Master Beria on the side. Although he did not clear the reason, he could also guess the general reason why Beria asked for help. Although it's embarrassing to say this, it wasn't Belia who had the accident, and Qi Tian was really happy. After swallowing that immortal bean, the decadent middle-aged aura that had weakened to the extreme instantly became stronger, however. But it continues to weaken at a terrifying rate. This injury. Qi had a look of surprise on his face. He was not surprised that the fairy bean could not cure this person, he sensed this decadent middle-aged and weak aura from a long distance. If a fairy bean could cure a good injury, it was impossible for Beria with the fairy bean on her body to not be able to save this person. But what surprised him was the strength of this person and the severity of the injuries in his body. Master! Looking at the decadent middle-aged man who swallowed the fairy bean and his face instantly turned red, Beria shouted in surprise. Beria's master! Is it a chef? Not like ah. Hearing Beria's shout, Qi Tian's heart was surprised, and heavy thoughts flashed in an instant. You shouldn't waste this fetish for me. The decadent middle-aged man looked at Qi Tian with regret and said. Different from the previous coma, after recovering from the injury in an instant, and comatose will cause the body to be seriously injured again, this fairy bean is taken, even if the body is still collapsing rapidly, but at this moment, he is already recovering, even if he can't eradicate the injury, but it can still be done for a while longer. I have a lot of fairy beans. Qi Tian chuckled, and a handful of dozens of immortal beans appeared in the palm of his hand. Moreover, this thing is not something non-renewable. Looking at the handful of dozens of immortal beans in Qi Tian's hand, the regret on the decadent middle-aged face only dissipated a little, but even so, this kind of medicine that he had never heard of and could instantly restore all his injuries was absolutely extremely precious, and it was still a pity for him to waste two for a dying person. If I'm not mistaken, Your Excellency's injury. It's a gourmet cell injury. Qi Tian suddenly said softly. It's an injury to the gourmet cells. The decadent middle-aged nodded. It is not surprising that Qi Tian knows this injury. This may be a secret in the low-level circle, but the high-level or even the middle and high-level, as long as you want to know, it is not very difficult. The wound of the gourmet cell? What is that? Brother Qi Tian, can you treat it? Beria on the side was obviously anxious, and quickly asked. Can be cured. Qi Tian nodded first, increasing Beria's confidence, and then continued. The wound of the gourmet cell is the injury engraved on the gourmet cell. Just like I introduced you before, gourmet cell. It is a pseudo-universal cell, which usually leaves no wounds as long as there is enough energy, but once the injury is recognized by the gourmet cell, it will be inscribed for a lifetime and will never disappear. Never go away. Beria's pupils suddenly widened, looking at the master on the side. She could understand that the master who was injured by the gourmet cell was remembered for the injury of a lifetime of wounds that would never disappear. What this means, she can understand. And this is not so much an injury as a disease, a genetic disease directly inscribed deep in the genes of the gourmet cell, so even if Xiando can recover from the injury, it can't treat the wound of the gourmet cell. There are two ways to treat this injury. Qi Tian said by opening. The first is to eliminate the injury admitted by the gourmet cell, then it is necessary to give the gourmet cell an injury that overrides the injury that makes him admit defeat, but unfortunately, the more serious injury, I am afraid it will not be treated, but another kind of murder, this way is basically a dead end, so it needs another strange thing that can replace death. And another way to restore the gourmet cell potential is an ingredient, the appetizer of the full menu of the god Acacia, the center original solution that gives birth to all the ingredients, the extremely resuscitive ingredients. It is said that even the deceased can be resurrected, and the injury of the gourmet cell is not difficult to treat for the center original solution. Resurrection. Decedent. The decadent middle-aged man who had been indifferent on the side suddenly became excited. You mean, center resurrects the dead? It is the center original solution. The two are not the same concept. As for resurrecting the dead, it can indeed be done, but if you want to resurrect it, you can not only do it with the center original solution. Qi Tian said. Resurrection. Resurrection. Didn't care about Qi Tian's words at all, just picked and heard the four words can be done, and the decadent middle-aged face showed a touch of earnestness. At the same time, a faint sense of death dissipated from his face. Boy! You're a partner with Bata, right? The decadent middle-aged man suddenly raised his head and looked at Qi Tian and asked. Qi Tian nodded. You just said that you can treat me, do you have center original solution? A sense of eagerness suddenly appeared on the decadent middle-aged face. Nope. Qi Tian shook his head decisively. He has a hammer's center liquid, which is guarded by the Dragon King Dallas, and he has not even been to the food world. Nope. The decadent middle-aged face showed a look of disappointment, but it flashed away, and then said in a deep voice, Boy, then how can you cure me? Qi Tian looked at the decadent middle-aged man whose spiritual temperament was completely different from when he was waiting to die before. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he spoke, "Secret." Even Beria on the side looked at Qi Tian with a confused expression, not to mention the decadent middle-aged of the parties. Looking at the decadent middle-aged man who still had to ask questions, Qi Tian shook his head and said, "No need to ask more, asking is a secret." If it weren't for the relationship between Qi Tian and Belia, plus the other parties claimed to be able to save him, with his mean appearance, he wanted to beat someone. "All in all, I can cure you. As for how to treat it, this is a secret," said Qi Tian seriously. Looking at Qi Tian, who had a serious face, the decadent middle-aged man nodded, and now, he had no other choice. "Boy, my life is handed over to you." With unlimited storage space, Qi Tian looked at a decadent middle-aged man suspended above a pile of massive ingredients, as well as an ice coffin. In this space in the void catalog opened up by the void point, there is no concept of the passage of time, so even if it is a living illness, how to take it out when it is put in is still the same. And the same is naturally true of decadent middle-aged, how the injury is when entering. No matter how long it is inside, it will not die, it will not be old, the injury will not worsen, it will not improve. Opening his eyes, Qi Tian's attention returned to Master Beria's room. In the kitchen, the continuous sound of Beria's kitchen knife was crisp and pleasant, and from this sound, Qi Tian could probably hear that although Beria was still worried at this time, she was no longer as hurt as before. In the last moments of Beria's master, he briefly introduced his experience and that of his partner and lover, Lily. It's simple to say. It is the decadent middle-aged Kutun who formed the partner of the talented food hunter and the talented chef Lily to enter the food world, and then met the enemy in it, and Lily died as a cook. As a food hunter, Kutun survived because of his strength and vitality, and then for decades, Kutun has been living in seclusion in Lily's hometown, here in Kiloria, and then by coincidence, he accepted Belia as a disciple, and then taught cooking instead of Lily. As for his tragic injuries this time, he found the traces of the enemy who killed Lily in the food world, and went to avenge the wounded by the enemy. As for who the enemy was, Kutun did not say, obviously although this time the incident did not make him give up revenge, it also made him much more cautious. It's just that the person who can cook the gourmet cells and carve the scars, Qi Tian has a faint guess in his heart, but he didn't say it. As for Qi Tian's method of saving Kutun, it is not difficult at all for Qi Tian, who walks the heavens and realms. Just now, Qi Tian can think of several ways to use the Dragon Ball world's native product Dragon Ball. Qi Tian was thinking. "Brother Qi Tian, it's time to eat." Beria's voice came from the restaurant. "Here it comes." Qi Tian got up and walked to the dining table. The small dining table is filled with a variety of delicious delicacies, each of which looks exquisite, and the aromas are intertwined, and the color and fragrance are all appetizing. But Qi Tian's face did not have much joy. "Brother Qi Tian, thank you." At the table, Beria raised the wine glass in her hand and looked at Qi Tian with grateful eyes. "Thank you for coming all the way to help me," and drank it. "However, we are partners." Qi Tian looked at Beria in front of him and spoke softly, "Thank you for accepting it, but this table dish, not for example, I still like to eat the previous Beria dish." Belia trembled slightly, looking at Qi Tian in front of her, the gratitude in her eyes turned into tenderness, and she nodded softly and replied, "I know." Ahem. Looking at the tenderness in Beria's eyes, Qi Tian coughed lightly in embarrassment, and quickly said, "Eat. Dine. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo.jr. Chapter 59. Kingdom of Guitar. Although it is an international surveillance country where food crimes are rampant, it is a well-known entertainment mecca in the human world. The total area of the entertainment market is about 650 square kilometers, and the streets are lined with various 10-star top hotels, and occupying 20% of this area is the largest casino in the world, the Gourmet Casino. From high-end ingredients to illegal ingredients that cannot be circulated in the market, gourmet casinos that collect countless ingredients as prizes are said to have a daily liquidity of as much as 100 trillion. At this time, far from this entertainment district, the top floor of the royal palace of the Kingdom of Guitar. I heard that you were attacked today, and the attacker fled. Joa. Sitting at a huge dining table filled with all kinds of exquisite dishes, the dying king whispered. It's just a little thing. On the side, Joya, who was covered by the gorgeous chef's costume, even her eyes were hidden under the high-necked clothing, said softly. Let's hear it. Just treat it as an appetizer. After all, the person who dares to take the initiative to attack you is the first time in decades that he has heard of it. King Geedle chuckled. If the king is interested, he can. Xiaoya chuckled and spoke, however, as an appetizer, I'm afraid it's not good enough, it's just a cliché of revenge, a pair of partners I met by chance in the food industry decades ago, and they wanted to recruit them, but because the ingredients they wanted appeared in advance, they didn't have time, just gave them a knife. But looking at the appearance of that person, it should be that the partner chef is dead. Joya's voice was flat, without the slightest wave. That's a shame. Food hunters and chefs who can enter the gastronomic world are rare resources. King Geedle shook his head. It's a pity, but both of them are dead, and the dead people are worthless. Xiaoya was still indifferent, bowing slightly. If there is nothing else, I will quit first. After Joya left. Coming. The king spoke softly. Your Majesty. One of the guards outside was half kneeling. Send someone to find the trace of the person who attacked the head chef, and if he is not dead, take him to the Gourmet Casino, and if he is dead, check the other party's intelligence, search the other party's residence, and see if there are any valuable ingredients or information. The king ordered. A powerful food hunter who was able to travel to the food world decades ago, whether it is the memory of food in the other party's mind, the food information, or the legacy that the other party may leave behind, even for him as the king of Geedle, it is a very important existence. Yes. The guard answered, then bowed and retreated. On the other side, Qi Tian did not mean to grind after drinking and eating. Really? Qi Tian scratched his head. He had just spent the void point to order the world of food captives to stay for 300 days at a time, and it was only a long time before he had to go back again. Between thoughts, Qi Tian directly communicated the void catalogue in his mind. Dragon Ball World. As one of the largest metropolises on the planet, with a combined permanent population and a foreign population of 20 to 30 million, there is no doubt that the West Capital is a very prosperous city. In the Western Capital, there are various semisphere-shaped buildings and train tracks crisscrossing the air, and long queues of suspended cars on overpasses. By sensing Boomer's breath, Qi Tian found the Boomer's manner very accurately. The main house of the Boomer family is a huge hemispherical house, covering a very large area, surrounded by various trees and flowers, as if it were a park. Of course, this kind of manor is naturally impossible to build in the city center, but it is definitely not in a very remote place such as the suburbs of the Western Capital. Is the big handsome guy a friend of Boomer? What a welcome, hurry up and come in and have a seat. At Boomer's door, Boomer's mother, Mrs. Brive, rang from the doorbell. Then the gate of the manor opened directly. This. The corner of Qi Tian's mouth twitched slightly. Although I have long known Boomer's mother's nerves, I believe this kind of appearance. It's a naive girl who hasn't been beaten by society, no, it's even more naive than that. Hello Auntie. Is Boomer at home? Qi Tian handed over the gift in his hand and asked politely. Oh, that's so polite, I'll call Boomer over right away. Mrs. Brive covered her mouth and smiled and accepted Qi Tian's gift, and walked aside and picked up the landline. Boomer, your friend is coming for you. Friends? Boomer's strange voice came over the phone. It's a big handsome guy. Mrs. Brive said with a complete smile on her face. Big handsome guy? B. Forget it, I'll go over right away. Boomer just wanted to ask who it was, and then thought of his mother's personality, and couldn't help sighing. Handsome guy, Boomer, she'll come right away. Do you want to go on a date with me? Mrs. Brive turned her head and smiled at Chi Tian. No thanks. Although he had known Mrs. Brive's character for a long time, but he experienced the enthusiasm of the other party with his own eyes, Chi Tian was really a little overwhelmed. But then again, should it be said that he is one of the richest people on the planet? Shouting at home requires people to use the phone. It didn't matter if Chi Tian waited a little longer. Boomer, who was pedaling the hover bike, flew over. It's Chi Tian, you're here. The moment he saw Chi Tian, Boomer's eyes instantly lit up. Of course, don't get me wrong, Boomer doesn't have any ideas about Chi Tian. And although she is making a fuss, Boomer is now Yamcha in love, although he is a little crazy, but Boomer is not the kind of woman who is in love and stares at other handsome guys. She's just a simple appetite. Who let Chi Tian have so many delicious things there? Boomer, I came to borrow Dragon Ball radar from you. Chi Tian was straight to the point and said directly. Dragon Ball radar. Boomer was startled. You want to get together the Dragon Ball to make a wish? Chi Tian nodded. There is a little trouble that needs to get rid of the divine dragon. Trouble? Then I'm really curious, Chi Tian, you are so strong, you are still in trouble? Boomer laughed, then led Chi Tian into the room, found the Dragon Ball radar and handed it to Chi Tian. No matter how strong it is, it's just human. I can't do anything other than force. Chi Tian shrugged and took the Dragon Ball radar. No, you still have that incomparable delicacy. Boomer stared at Chi Tian seriously. Looking at the intently Boomer, the corner of Chi Tian's mouth twitched. If you have the ingredients, you have already given them to your aunt, and they are filled with 10,000 capsules. Ahaha, Chi Tian, you are so polite, then I won't send you. Boomer's eyes suddenly lit up and rushed directly to the kitchen. You're welcome. Chi Tian looked at the empty hall where he was alone, and the corners of his eyes twitched. This family, is it so extravagant? Looking at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, Chi Tian simply turned around neatly and rose directly into the sky in the courtyard to collect the Dragon Balls. With Chi Tian's current strength, the Dragon Ball radar in hand, collecting Dragon Balls is naturally not a difficult thing. In less than a day, Chi Tian collected 7 Dragon Balls from all over the world. By the way, it is worth mentioning that the 4 planets were found back by Wukong early, so Chi Tian also went to Bunza Mountain again, and after seeing that life was worry-free, he didn't care about Wukong's practice and even followed Kiki. Dragon Ball collected. Try to start making a wish. Chi Tian looked at the 7 golden Dragon Balls in front of him. Come out. Shenlong. The spell was recited and the brilliant golden light flashed, the sky instantly darkened, and the divine dragon rose from among the 7 Dragon Balls. Name your wishes, no matter what wishes, I can help you make them come true. But there is only one. Shenlong's deep voice came. Heal the injury on his cells. Chi Tianyi waved his hand and summoned Baria's master in the storage space. Of course, because Chi Tian did not spend the void point, although it was summoned, it was actually still in his storage space, time was stopped, and he could not move freely. Injuries on cells. Sorry, I can't do this wish. It's beyond my reach. Shenlong was silent for a moment, and said righteously. Sure enough. Chi Tian scratched his head, looking helpless. Although the power of Dragon Ball seems magical, and even resurrection can do such a thing, in fact, the power of Dragon Ball is very limited. Shenlong, human. Say your wishes, no matter what wish I hope I can help you fulfill, but only. As soon as his mind moved, Qi Tian put the divine dragon and the dragon balls into his storage space. Really, what kind of thick skin is it that allows you to continue to say such things without incident? Qi Tian raised his forehead helplessly. Looks like I'm able to implement Plan B. Bring Dragon Ball to the world of prisoners of food and make a wish. Meanwhile, the world of food. Kiloria. Outside the city where Berea was hometown, dozens of figures followed the traces left by the serious injury of Berea's master before, oh no, it was followed. Chapter 60. This is it. According to the tracking of the tracer, the man fled into the city in front. Under the moonlight, in the wilderness outside the city, about 20 or 30 figures looked at the city in the distance. It should be called Billy, a small city in Kiloria, which seems to be very depressed because of the war. Someone on the side suddenly said the information he remembered. So that's the case, hiding in such a remote town, want to hide the tracks. The leader of this team sneered, it's really underestimating our intelligence capabilities, contrary to the IGO member countries, this kind of place is completely our world. Wow, click. Stupid, what are you laughing at? The leader punched the strange team members. People are just cooperating with the boss. The night was dark, the bright moon hid behind thick dark clouds, and the bright stars could not be seen at night in this city. It's been 10 minutes, Brother Qi Tian should be back soon. Belia sat on the windowsill looking at the pitch-black sky. Before Qi Tian left, she told her that she would be back in about 15 minutes, and that she would bring back the method of healing her master. But I don't know why, she suddenly had a bad feeling. Is there going to be any accident? Berea's brows furrowed slightly. For this so-called intuition, she is very convinced. After all, what people? Berea suddenly shouted, jumped directly into the courtyard, and looked directly at the top of the small building like electricity. You're the chef disciple of this dying drunkard. A sad voice sounded. Dying drunkard. Berea was startled. The matter of her master's serious injury, except for her and Qi Tian, no one else knows, and the person in front of him said that this means. You guys! It's the one who hurt my master. Berea's eyes suddenly lit up with anger. Little brother number 1 jumped out directly, looking down at Berea in the courtyard with a proud face, and said proudly, it's us, smelly ladies, if you know each other, we will quickly move that dead ghost out, live to see people and bring them back for interrogation, and if we die, we will also see the corpses so that we can take them back to Cramps and peel skins. On the side, listening to the words of the little brother number 1, even the leader of the team was a little confused at this time. His subordinates. When is there such a talent? However. Give me. Die. Belia's voice suddenly sounded in little brother 1's ears, and a streak of knife light had already passed through his neck. Perhaps, compared to Qi Tian, Berea's strength may not be too strong, but she is also a strong person who has awakened the food cell to the edge of 3 evolutions, not to mention, she has also completed the practice of food righteousness, in terms of force, although she does not dare to stand at the peak of the human world. But it can also stand firm in the top group of people, where this group of crooked dates can resist. The little brother looked at Berea standing in front of him in a daze, his eyes trembling, and he wanted to say something, but even the injuries that he did not feel burst out, blood splashed, covering his neck, and the little brother number 1 fell directly. Be careful, this guy is not an ordinary chef with weak hands in the investigation data at all. The leader of this group also hurriedly shouted. However, it is only the work of this sentence. 27 people fell to the ground. Can trouble you? Tell me about your power or the man who hurt my master. Berea walked to the side of the only surviving leader with an indifferent expression. The leader slumped on the ground, completely ignoring Berea's question. All dead, Haha, all dead. Crying and laughing, he never imagined that he would die in such a place, under the scheduled situation. Swish! The leader suddenly raised his head, and his eyes were full of resentment and hatred as he looked at Berea, as well as the pleasure of seeing Berea die. Wait! The chef will definitely kill you, and I will wait for you in hell. With that, the leader rushed towards Berea with a dead spirit. At this time, the furious Berea was in a trance. Facing the rushing leader, Berea waved her hand, and the blade in her hand directly cut through the fragile neck of the leader of the squad. Wow! Blood sprayed directly onto Berea's clothes, and there were nearly 30 corpses around it that were killed by one blow, and the thick smell of blood wafted out. The knife in Berea's hand fell directly to the ground. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, the whole person stood in place. Let's be honest. The degree of killing, even if this group of people who are not weak in strength, is far less difficult than the various ingredients that Berea has handled, and the feel is the same as ordinary meat cutting. But it wasn't what made Berea distracted, but her deep guilt and self-condemnation, killing people, and handling ingredients, which were fundamentally not the same thing. However, in the end, Berea is not an ordinary weak woman. Berea, who grew up in such a city, did not see dead people when she was a child, and her subsequent career as a chef was also a day without knowing how many beasts died in his hands. Maybe they are not human, and the feeling in their hearts may be a little different, but Berea did not have any regrets. Although she was angry at the time, there was no doubt that it was Berea herself who made the decision to swing the knife. For her decision, Berea never regretted it, and the only thing she regretted was probably the blood-stained kitchen knife in her hand. As a chef, he used the kitchen knife in his hand to cut off non-ingredient things, so that the kitchen knife could no longer be used for cooking, which made Berea deeply regret it. And about 3 or 2 minutes later, in the middle of the courtyard full of debris, Qi Tian's figure suddenly appeared, and was about to open his mouth to shout Berea. Qi Tian was startled by the corpses in the yard. What is it? Qi Tian looked confused. Swish! Berea, who had also regained her calm before, threw herself directly into Qi Tian's arms, and the calm on her face and her eyes was broken, showing an unconcealable look of fear. His hands tightly grasped Qi Tian without saying a word. People, when they seem strong, may just be because they don't have someone to rely on. It's okay. It's already done. Qi Tian patted Berea in his arms, although he was a little confused about the reason, but comfort at this time was enough. As Berea's slightly trembling body calmed down, Qi Tian also cautiously spoke, "These people should all come to hunt down and kill the master." Qi Tian opened his mouth and called out to Berea's master for the first time like Berea. Berea replied softly, and then got up from Qi Tian's arms with a look of shame on her face. However, I couldn't ask words from their mouths, so I didn't ask what force they belonged to. An la. Qi Tian patted Berea's little head. When the master is treated, there is no need to interrogate anything, and the result can be easily known. Master, treatment. And when Qi Tian spoke, Berea remembered that Qi Tian seemed to have taken his master with him to prepare some treatment procedures. Brother Qi Tian. Might division his injury? Ignoring the trivial matter in front of her, Berea asked with an anxious look. The squad leader and junior brother number 1 who don't deserve the name slowly play out. Don't worry, did I tell you not long ago? Master, he will definitely be able to save it. Qi Tian is full of confidence, although he is not sure if he can make Plan B possible, but there is a storage space where time stands still, so that the injury will not worsen, and the injury is cured. It is just a matter of early time. As soon as his mind moved, Qi Tian instantly condensed dozens of qigong waves and threw them on the corpses all over the ground, accompanied by a muffled sound that could not be traced. The corpse of this body has completely turned into flying ash. No, there may not even be ash left. Let's go, this is not suitable for the next treatment, let's change places. Saying that, Qi Tian held Belia and soared into the sky, and disappeared directly into the vast night. In Master Beria's courtyard, which had become empty again, the squad leader and junior brother number 1, who were not worthy of their names, and the dragon trap slowly played out again. Mother's Day, I wish all mothers in the world a happy holiday. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo JR.